Audiobook title Leveling Up an Artillery Fantasy Empire, Chapter 0 1 to 5 1986, and original title How I Built the Strongest Artillery Empire, Chapter 0 1 to 5 1986, and Part 06. They would be unable to sleep, staying awake night after night until dawn, and only regretting their decision to side with Blackwood in their final moments. Oh, it's the Werewolf Queen. We focused our attack on the royal palace, and she's actually still alive. The airship raised its sails and ascended rapidly, preparing to disappear back into the clouds, leaving behind a scarred and blazing landscape. The messy-haired beastman queen, using her astonishing leaping ability, jumped onto the top of the royal palace and let out a deafening roar at the airship. These sons of bitches. She truly lived up to her reputation as the notoriously outspoken beastman queen. She roared in fury upon seeing her kingdom turned into a battlefield engulfed in flames. Although the number of shells was limited and did not inflict a fatal blow, judging by the queen's reaction, the air raid had caused immense fear and psychological damage to the enemy. Haha, truly incessant dog barking. Reporting, sir. Accurately speaking, it's the Kennedy family. The midnight barking was futile. The high elves watched the queen's impotent rage below the disappearing airship, erupting in waves of laughter on the deck. The airship, having demonstrated perfect performance in its first combat operation, made Isaac look upon the levitation stone at the center of the hull with newfound respect. Following that, he issued the orders for the next bombing target to the crew. Now proceed to Henton. Nowhere was safe anymore. Those inferior races who didn't know their place and dared to challenge the high elves would all pay the price in a sea of fire. The sky was clear for thousands of miles, and the sun shone brightly. The feeling of piloting a giant airship was marvelous and unique. Isaac stood atop the military airship, the behemoth, feeling the favorable wind generated by EFI lifting the hull, while the steam engine drove the four propellers, allowing the airship to sail steadily forward. Whenever the water spirit moved through the boiler room, the boiler would instantly be filled with fresh water. Even if the coal ran out, as long as it was within the fire spirit's capabilities, it could burn endlessly, granting the airship extraordinary endurance. The massive hull also provided it with ample bomb capacity. This was the aerial behemoth of the Blackwood territory. King Freya must be terrified. EFI snapped shut her long folding binoculars, giggling, her tone full of playful mockery. Who wouldn't be startled? Even our own side was shocked by this behemoth in broad daylight, so what would the enemies feel if they were subjected to high-altitude carpet bombing in the dead of night? Perhaps they would personally experience the despair of the citizens bombed by airship fleets during the Great London Air Raid. They know it's the Blackwood territory now. Look, they are hastily withdrawing their cannons. The sudden appearance of the airship made the other side mistakenly think it was an unidentified monster attack, and they even used cannons to intercept it. However, when they saw the Blackwood territory emblem in the center of the airship, they immediately lowered their weapons. The border was calm, and they were enjoying peaceful days, yet they were badly frightened by this strange flying machine that suddenly appeared, crossing all alert lines. Isaac unfolded his binoculars and saw King Freya on the city wall looking up at them, her face clearly showing the expression, "What the hell are you doing? This must be the legendary killing glare." Haha, I should have notified them beforehand. The original plan was just to load heavy weapons, fly over the forest, conduct a simulated bombing run on Forest City, and then return. Unexpectedly, even carrying 3 Griffins and over 70% of its bombs, the behemoth remained agile. He felt a sudden impulse and flew all the way here. It seemed only a small amount of high-density, high-weight water was needed to maintain flight, which greatly benefited navigation efficiency. Indeed, the lightweight design of the aircraft was key. Both cruising range and speed could be improved simultaneously. If this keeps up, maybe we can fly directly to the continent of Avalon. With Algweni's present, as long as there's enough magic power, we won't worry about running out of water. Furthermore, we've loaded about 70% of our medium and large bombs, just for weight testing. EFI boldly suggested piloting this newly test-flown airship to directly air raid the enemy's stronghold on the continent of Avalon. This audacious girl clearly had the flames of vengeance burning fiercely in her emerald eyes. EFI, it's not too late to conduct this kind of combat exercise after the test flight is over. Your Majesty, an unidentified flying object has been spotted approaching. Isaac was trying to persuade EFI when Vice Commander Hans's startled cry suddenly came from the cockpit. This report was too strange. It wasn't a griffin, a hippogriff, or a flying magical beast, but an unidentified flying object. What is that thing? Just as the Vice Commander said, an unidentified flying object had indeed appeared ahead. A thick mast and square sails fluttering in the wind, it looked like a giant warship sailing on the sea had been directly lifted into the air. This aerial battleship flying the White Rose flag was heading towards the Henton Duchy, looking exactly like a warship, deploying its attack formation before a battle, with devices resembling cannon ports constantly opening along its bottom. Cloud Wars. What exactly is that thing? The sudden appearance of the enemy filled the attacking commander's voice with doubt. They had conducted a carpet search on the ground for King Freya. They never expected this racial traitor to appear right on the city wall. Just as they were about to order a bombardment, an unexpected event occurred. Things were taking a turn for the worse. Spear quickly regripped the spear he had just put down. A massive oval-shaped aircraft maintaining the same altitude as them was rapidly approaching with an imposing aura. Facing the commander's question, everyone exchanged glances, but no one answered. How could they answer when they themselves didn't know? At this moment, a sharp-eyed High Elf crewman spotted the insignia on the unidentified aircraft and shrieked in terror. An axe, a felling axe and a sword. Blackwood. It's Blackwood, Commander. A gasp and commotion immediately erupted on the deck. The crewmen, who had been intently aiming at the ground, preparing to throw magic bombs, also jumped to the upper deck to get a closer look. How could they possibly fly up here? They knew that Blackwood territory had small aircraft that could fly below the clouds with the help of hemispherical balloons, but this massive aerial warship was unheard of. How could they, who had not mastered magic engineering, replicate the miracles of the gods and the Empress? Commander, it's Blackwood territory. Whatever that thing is, we must react quickly. The Platinum Knight's rebuke was not without reason. Continuing to stand stunned would only give the enemy an opportunity. In fact, the enemy seemed to have already spotted them and was increasing altitude, preparing for battle. Damn it. Deploy the Griffin Knights, fire with repeating crossbows, and use magic bombs to blow up the unidentified aircraft. It was time to attack. The crewmen unclipped the Griffins tethered to the deck with a click. The Griffin Knights, clad in shining armor, swung onto their saddles, pulled hard on the reins, and the Griffins flapped their wings, soaring into the sky. Emergency deployment. Emergency deployment. Enemy attack. Amidst flying feathers, the crewmen on the deck busily prepared to meet the enemy. After inserting the magic core, the repeating ballistae formed red magic strings. All the siege weapons rumbled as they turned, aiming at Blackwood Territory's airship. The catapults, driven by magic rather than rope torsion and elasticity, were also pulled back to their full extent, ready to launch magic bombs any moment. An ominous red light flickered on the magic bombs. Although not giant catapults, these new-style catapults were comparable in size to large catapults, with a range of up to 1,000 tall, making them the Empire's core siege weapon. Combined with the latest research results from the Magic Engineering Department magic bombs, their destructive power was multiplied. 2 catapults. Magic bombs loaded. Once within range, anything can be blown to pieces. Under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of Henton Duchy residents, the first aerial battle between artificial aircraft officially began. In fact, the High Elves had a very vague concept of aerial combat, but they were riding an airship equipped with powerful magical devices, so they were not worried about defeat. Unlike the unpredictable land and sea, the key to aerial combat lay in weapon performance and technical skill. And this airship was the essence of magic engineering bestowed upon them by Empress Sigona and the God of Knowledge. Therefore, they could not lose. The attacking commander ordered full speed ahead, living up to his title. Whoosh! The fan at the stern stirred up a strong wind. 2 suns could not exist simultaneously in the sky. Whatever that Blackwood Territory aircraft was, he would tear it to shreds in front of everyone. Forward. Target the Blackwood Territory aircraft. ******. The sudden encounter threw the airship into chaos. Your Majesty, the enemy is rapidly gaining altitude. Then we'll also gain altitude. Vice Commander Hans hurriedly operated the ballast tanks in the cockpit, venting heavy air and injecting light hydrogen. The behemoth, gaining immense buoyancy, rapidly ascended like a legendary airship, surpassing the ship-shaped aircraft. The 2 aircraft competed, continuously climbing higher. Your Majesty, the enemy has deployed Griffin Knights. They are carrying crossbows and unidentified spherical objects. The Vice Commander shouted while rapidly turning the rudder to counter the enemy's changes in course. The propellers strenuously generated thrust, and the vertical and horizontal tail fins controlled the airship's direction. Then we'll deploy Griffin Knights to equip them with Monica rifles and iron balls to destroy the enemy ship's deck. At this moment in the cargo hold, Griffins wearing duralumin breastplates were waiting. Although the Griffin's wings and joints could not be covered with metal armor, this thick breastplate was sufficient to withstand most human attacks. Your Majesty, this is Henton Duchy airspace. This is just a test flight. Why suddenly an enemy? Due to various simulated training exercises along the way, including enemy attacks, air raids, and fire drills, EFI seemed a bit flustered. But how could Isaac have known that something like this would suddenly appear in Henton airspace? Fortunately, they were conducting an armed flight test, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Calm down. This is just a live fire exercise. Just think of it that way. This can't be called an exercise anymore. Indeed, everyone would only call this real combat. This was real combat. EFI, as one of the Griffin Knights placed the Elf King on his shoulder, tucked his revolver pistol into its holster and quickly ran to the cargo hold, ready to engage. Thump thump thump. The Griffin Knight's curved flight seemed to have begun, and the airship's upper anti-aircraft system opened fire first. The 12mm heavy machine guns spewed a dense rain of bullets at the approaching enemies, intercepting them. When the Griffins descended, the machine gunners in the lower pod were responsible for firing. When the Griffins ascended, the upper machine gunners took over, forming a seamless network of firepower. Your Majesty, the distance to the enemy aircraft is less than 1,800 tar. We will destroy the enemy ship with the 80mm main cannon.
Due to the rapid climb, just now, the behemoth had gained the firing angle to use its lower pod main cannon.
The ammunition handlers inside the cabin busily pushed 80mm high explosive shells into the breech of the thick cannon barrel, then clicked the breech block shut. After confirming that the muzzle was aimed at the massive enemy ship, Isaac issued the first aerial bombardment order in a booming voice. Target enemy aircraft. Fire.
Boom. Rumble.
The tremendous roar made everyone in Henton suddenly look up. The sudden battle between the aircraft on both sides filled the sky with collisions, roars, and dazzling explosions.
Rumble.
Bang! Renowned Griffins and Griffons circled and tangled in the air, attacking each other and firing various weapons. Blackwood Territory's aircraft also fired cannon-like weapons, and the thick wooden armor of the ship, resembling a mythical airship, was blasted into flying splinters.
These damned Blackwood Territory people.
How did they build this thing? After taking a hit, the airship immediately retaliated, and the catapults on its deck fired a cluster of red unidentified objects. The light of magic and spells intertwined among the Griffin Knights, with silver and white trajectories weaving through the air like living things. Spheres containing destructive energy were continuously projected, and tracer bullets streaked across the sky, leaving red and green trails, creating a chaotic scene. Both aircraft unleashed their full firepower. Azazel, what do you think is happening now? Freya asked with a bewildered expression. This I'm not sure either. In short, they are fighting completely above the clouds. As the succubus said, this was a war above the clouds. The battle's altitude exceeded 1,000 tar, completely out of reach for the cannons on the city wall. Avalon's and Blackwood territories' aerial weapons were fiercely battling directly above the heads of Hampton Dutch's residents.
Avalon Blitzkrieg.
A biting cold wind sharp as a blade scraped across Isaac's cheek. At an altitude of 500 tar, the air was thin and frigid. With the body of a lion and the head of an eagle, the majestic and powerful griffins spread their massive wings and dove down like eagles hunting prey. The Griffin Knights sat tall in their saddles, their white scarves snapping loudly in the wind, looking incredibly imposing. We're not any worse than them, right, Liban? Facing these griffins, which could be called a collection of monsters from the Country Kingdom, Effie didn't care at all. She raised her fiery red scarf and yanked the reins, causing the wyvern beneath her to let out a deafening roar. Roar! As if responding to Effie's command, it tucked its wings and dove down at high speed. Amidst the roar, sparks flew everywhere. They circled and crossed paths in the sky as bullets and arrows poured down like raindrops. To seize favorable shooting angles, both sides engaged in a fierce chase and dogfight. The griffins flapped their wings frantically, trying to gain the upper hand in the air. Da da da. Muzzles spat fire, and the flickering trajectories of bullets streaked across the sky like meteors. In response, the High Elves were not to be outdone, firing dense volleys of red arrows at the knights like a rainstorm. If it were just traditional close-quarters combat, the situation might have been simpler. However, both sides were equipped with sophisticated long-range weapons, making this aerial battle exceptionally complex and chaotic. The fleeting targets made it difficult for either side to aim. Gradually, however, one side began to adapt to the rhythm of the battle. Compared to the High Elves, who were not used to this kind of three-dimensional mobile warfare, Effie and her companions, who had undergone long-term training under Isaac, quickly integrated into the aerial combat. Sylph, can you handle this maneuver? Of course. Please leave it to me. The atmospheric conditions were the same as last time. The feeling of being bound and controlled by some force still existed. But with Sylph by her side, Effie's situation today was entirely different from before. Oh, ancient wind. Sylph, merging with the wind, seemed to transform into the wind spirit itself. The surrounding air roared like a living thing. A gale rose, enveloping the wyverns in a streamlined windshield, while a powerful headwind hindered the griffin's flight. Under Sylph's protection, the wyvern knights were able to soar through the sky even more freely. What's going on? The wind should be under the control of us High Elves. The panicked voices of the High Elf Knights drifted over. They felt as if the atmosphere itself had become their enemy. Taking advantage of the High Elves' confusion, Effie suddenly pulled the reins, and the wyvern ascended rapidly. A High Elf Knight recognized Effie, the chief of the Wood Elf tribe, and roared with a distorted face. It's so. She's the one behind all this. Despite the strong winds, this griffin, relying on its massive wings and powerful muscles, still pursued Effie relentlessly. Whoosh! A red magic arrow flew past Effie's shoulder with a sharp whistle. Effie instantly judged the enemy's position and pulled the reins hard again. Using a sudden updraft, the wyvern performed a nimble rotation in the air, as if breaking free from the shackles of gravity. Due to inertia, the pursuing Griffin Knight couldn't adjust his direction in time and charged straight ahead. Hunter and prey swapped positions in an instant. The High Elf Knight widened his eyes in disbelief. He couldn't understand the wyvern's maneuver, which seemed to violate the laws of gravity. Got one. The enemy's back was completely exposed in Effie's line of sight. She pulled the trigger of her Monica rifle without hesitation, which was loaded with special armor-piercing rounds. Bang! A silver trajectory pierced the sky. With a short scream, the enemy Griffin Knight fell from his saddle. Effie clenched her fist, a surge of vengeful pleasure rising in her heart. Bang! Bang! Two other Wood Elf Knights also displayed their exquisite flying and shooting skills. They kept that Lord's teaching, the essence of an aircraft carrier lies in its carrier-based aircraft firmly in mind, shooting down one Griffin Knight after another. Although the High Elves' crossbow bolts had a faster rate of fire and the Griffins were larger, the Wood Elf Knights were superior in the flying techniques of riding the wind. The hit Griffin Knights clutched their chests and fell with eyes full of disbelief.
Effie pulled the bolt, and the shell casing flew out, trailing smoke.
Compared to the unscathed Effie, the titanium alloy armor of the other Wood Elf Knights bore several deep arrow marks, though fortunately they weren't completely penetrated. Liban's duralumin breastplate also had several arrows stuck in it, the tips embedded deeply, nearly piercing through.
As the Griffin Knights fell one by one, the Griffins flapped their wings in panic and fled the battlefield in disarray.
Despite some setbacks, Effie and her companions ultimately demonstrated the results of their training and seized air superiority.
Their heroic performance was enough to earn His Majesty's praise. Effie breathed a sigh of relief and turned her gaze toward the battlefield of airships and aerial battleships. There the duel between heavyweights was unfolding.
****.
The behemoth's greatest firepower, the 80-ton main cannon, let out a deafening roar, spitting out a massive tongue of fire.
Boom! High explosive shell hit,
struck the enemy ship's deck. A huge hole was blown into the enemy ship's deck, and wood splinters rained down like a shower of blood.
The catapult, which was being loaded with some kind of red sphere, was also destroyed in the bombardment. The High Elf soldiers on the deck were also wiped out along with the explosion. However, just as the behemoth was preparing for its third shot, the enemy's aerial battleship was approaching at an alarming speed. The enemy ship seemed even larger than before. Now the distance between them was only about 900 tar.
Load the next shell, fast.
Vice Commander Hans anxiously urged the gunners and ammunition loaders.
The enemy aerial battleship, even with its hull sides blown open, its deck swept by fire, and its auxiliary masts broken, continued to approach as stubbornly as a zombie. If it were at sea, it would have sunk by now. But no one knew what principle it relied on to fly.
It was truly infuriating.
If only we were like a battleship and had 80 cannons.
An aerial battleship, just thinking about it made one's blood boil. That wouldn't be able to fly. The vice commander was right. Weight was always the biggest problem.
In a naval battle, dozens of cannons could easily sink an approaching enemy ship.
But here in the air, with only one 80mm main cannon that required repeated loading, it was impossible to quickly destroy such a massive warship.
Enemy ship.
They're opening something like gun ports. It's magic-powered ballistae. They are starting to fire. Everyone get down. As the distance closed, and they entered the range of the magic-powered ballistae, the Avalon Empire soldiers began to fire frantically. Large crossbow bolts enveloped in red magic poured onto the behemoth like a rainstorm. Ban ban.
PSHHH.
The magic-powered bolts easily pierced through the behemoth's grey outer shell, the internal cargo hold, and the lower gondola.
Those precious cow eyes.
That's soak.
Isaac jumped up looking at the riddled hull and roared in anger.
This wasn't some pigskin gelatin. These were expensive materials. All squads report damage.
Gas bag number 1 damaged.
Bulkhead of gas bag number 2 damaged. Buoyancy dropping slightly. Expect descent speed to decrease. Wind spirits moved between various positions reporting the situation to Isaac through the wood elves' mouths. They're coming again.
It seemed the enemy ship had finished reloading, once again firing a dense volley of magic-powered bolts from the gun ports on the upper and middle decks.
These guys' absolute defense.
1 lapse can be forgiven, but twice is absolutely not allowed. Isaac frantically circulated the mana in his heart's magic circuit, mobilizing all his mana to cast the great magician's exclusive skill Absolute Defense.
Clang clang tang tang. The red bolts slammed violently against the blue magic barrier, each impact accompanied by a dazzling blue light. Although not yet perfect, and cracks appeared on the surface of the magic barrier, it managed to block the bolt's attack.
Right, His Majesty is a magician.
Oh,
when did he learn a 6-circle spell?
I only learned this one.
There are many types of 6-circle spells, but Isaac didn't have time to learn them all. In his view, when facing a great magician, the most impressive thing was this defense magic.
Therefore, he specifically learned the theory of this spell from school head Edwin and successfully mastered it.
Your Majesty,
the enemy ship is approaching rapidly.
the enemy ship is still accelerating. The enemy aerial battleship had a sharp metal ram like a siege ram installed on its bow and was charging at the behemoth at extreme speed.
Your Majesty, it looks like they intend to ram us.
In the air, these lunatics, after their magic bolts were blocked, they actually planned to use brute force to go head-to-head. With both sides suffering, what exactly were they trying to do? It was a mad move of mutual destruction.
High explosive shell loaded. The 80mm main cannon was finally loaded, but the enemy ship's approach was too fast.
Before the impact, they could probably only fire 1 or 2 more shells.
Clang clang clang.
The Wyvern Knights, having seized their superiority, threw burning iron balls onto the enemy ship's deck, turning it into a sea of fire. Iron balls kept falling on the deck, explosion fragments and flames flying everywhere, and the High Elf soldiers loading magic bolts were blown off their feet.
The Wyvern Knights also seemed to have noticed the enemy ship's intention to ram, and they continuously dive-bombed the enemy ship's deck.
However, while they could effectively suppress the High Elf soldiers, the iron balls weren't powerful enough to bring down this massive warship.
If only we could drop the shells piled in the cargo hold onto the enemy ship.
Wait, those guys, when they just arrived at the capital of Henton, seemed to have opened something like gun ports from the bottom deck.
Why would those openings be at the bottom? There's only one possibility: like us, they're for bombing. What the catapult was loading earlier wasn't stones either, but some eerie red spheres.
Although they missed the target due to insufficient range, I seemed to hear explosions coming from below.
Having finally obtained a craft capable of high-altitude flight, how could they only use it to throw stones?
8 it our gunner.
Use armor-piercing high-explosive shells.
Aim for the bottom of the enemy ship. The bottom. Isaac watched the closing enemy ship. The metal ram on the bow was now less than 500 tar from the behemoth and shouted anxiously,
Oh,
"But your Majesty, there are no magic ballistae there, and even if we blow a hole, seawater won't pour in. Just do as I say."
fire. Yes, sir.
The gunner quickly loaded an armor-piercing high-explosive shell aimed at the bottom of the enemy ship and pulled the firing cord.
Boom.
The main cannon's recoil made the entire hull shudder, and a massive flash of fire erupted.
The armor-piercing high-explosive shell accurately struck the bottom of the enemy ship.
The shell tore through the wooden armor and triggered a violent explosion inside.
Boom, boom, rumble, rumble.
Like a massive fireworks display, secondary explosions occurred one after another at the bottom of the enemy ship. That's it. Just as Isaac expected, if the enemy could build an aerial battleship, they must have also mastered the technology to manufacture something like bombs.
Boom. Oh,
The Empire's aerial battleship is falling.
woo.
Serves you right, High Elves. It was truly a spectacular sight. The aerial battleship, engulfed in flames, was slowly falling toward the ground.
Unlike the Behemoth, which had gas bags to provide buoyancy, its descent was unusually slow.
I really don't understand what principle this wooden warship relies on to float in the air. The technology and magic of another world are truly full of too many incomprehensible mysteries. The knowledge that allows an armed warship to fly into the sky is simply mind-boggling.
They must be thinking the same thing right now, Your Majesty.
Vice Commander Hans muttered to himself as he watched the burning aerial battleship fall. It seemed Isaac had unconsciously spoken his thoughts aloud again. Anyway, as long as we win.
Two tigers cannot share one mountain.
The duel between the Empire's newest warship and the Dutch's newest warship ended with the victory of one side. Isaac held the can opener high and announced the victory of this battle to the soldiers. We won.
Massive bombing.
Abandoned ship. I hope readers can remember our domain Taiwan novel website for smooth reading anytime. The terrified High Elves watched helplessly as their burning airship slowly fell from the sky. The soldiers of Henton Dutch initially stared blankly at this sudden aerial fireworks show. It wasn't until the airship crashed into the ground with a thunderous roar that they snapped out of it and fell into a panic.
Boom.
The bow and forward section of the airship snapped off, leaving it paralyzed and ugly on the dry, waterless ground. Though it was hard to believe, they had to trust their own eyes. It's an air raid. Enemies falling from the sky. King Freya Vanadis, the first to regain her composure, pointed and shouted, "All artillery units, this is a gift from the Blackwood Duchy. Shape up and fire." The High Elves crawled out from the wreckage of the airship like cockroaches. Once Freya confirmed the flag of the
Avalon Empire.
she immediately ordered the artillerymen on the city walls to open fire. These fellows had appeared sneakily above the hostile Henton Duchy. Their intentions couldn't be more obvious. Previously, the battle had taken place in the sky where they couldn't reach, but now it seemed the Blackwood Duchy had handed them the opportunity to finish the job.
Fire. Fire. Boom. Boom. Boom.
Boom! The field cannons on the city wall spat out massive pillars of fire, relentlessly pounding the crashed airship. Round explosive shells fell like rain onto the airship, blowing its wooden hull to smithereens. The Dutch's soldiers used their powerful cannons to completely destroy this airship that contained unknown technology.
Oh,
You traitors to the other races!
Amidst the light of the explosions, a high elf clad in black armor charged out, roaring in fury at Freya.
Freya drew her greatsword, infused it with holy power, and pointed it directly at the man who looked like the enemy commander.
While she couldn't spread her power over a wide area like a cannon, she could concentrate holy power into a single point, launching an attack even more piercing than Sword Kai. Established rules and order are the true powers that rule the world.
A sacred white light shone upon her grey skin. Freya threw her greatsword like a boomerang.
The blade, wreathed in intense power of order, spun rapidly and precisely severed the high elf commander's neck.
The head rolled onto the ground, blood geysered from the severed neck, and the body collapsed heavily. Freya caught the returning greatsword and shouted majestically,
the enemy general is dead.
"Wow!"
Asteris.
The vessel that had crashed after being rammed by the Behemoth was indeed a high elf airship.
Isaac saw the cheering Henton soldiers below. They were taking over the enemies he had brought down, continuing to beat the proverbial drowning dogs.
After confirming that King Freya Vanadis had successfully taken control of the battlefield, Isaac ordered emergency field repairs on the damaged airship. Meanwhile, Effie interrogated the captured high elves.
So your primary target wasn't Henton, but the Blackwood homeland.
And you intended to level the place?
At Isaac's question, the bruised and swollen high elf prisoner nodded reluctantly. This was the result of being taken to the House of Truth for a little hospitality, which was more effective than any interrogation. Those damn bastards.
In other words, the bombs that had exploded earlier had almost fallen on his own Dutch's head.
The capital Blackwood City would likely have woken up to terror and screams, turning into a living hell.
Hearing the enemy's plan, Isaac's heart burned with rage.
They actually dared to dream of setting fire to his sacred territory. Your Majesty, what should we do?
A tooth for a tooth. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth.
Isaac's Hammurabi-style declaration brought joyful smiles to the wood elves present. At that moment, Vice Commander Hans arrived to report on the state of the cargo hold. Your Majesty, temporary repairs to the damaged sections are complete. However, 2 gas bag bulkheads are damaged.
The engine room suggests lightening the load to restore optimal power.
Although buoyancy had dropped slightly because the original design included ample power, it wasn't to the point where they couldn't fly.
Pass for lightening the load, then let's go lighten the load.
Where to? Right onto Empress the owner's head.
The cargo hold was currently loaded with a large number of heavy aerial bombs.
They would sneak in from an undetectable ultra-high altitude and shatter the enemy's sweet dreams. The enemy didn't even know of the airship's existence yet, let alone expect a visit in the middle of the night. It is only polite to return a favor. As the art of war says, attack where they are unprepared, appear where they least expect it. Now that the enemy knew nothing about them, it was the perfect time. He would let the High Elves witness what a real blitz was like.
Target, Avalon.
Objective, turn their capital into a sea of fire. Full speed ahead, climb to ultra-high altitude.
The Avalon Empire had been slaughtering at will on other continents, but they had never suffered an attack on their own soil.
The Wood Elves, whose own homes had once been burned to the ground, cheered with excitement. From now on, there would be no safe area anymore. Today, they would make the enemy pay the price for launching a war across the sea.
Wow, sea of fire, sea of fire.
Bombing high in the sky, a battle between giant weapons unfolded unexpectedly. The Duchy of Henton,
Innocently caught in the crossfire between two monsters, was busy with post-war reconstruction. The Duchess soldiers were simply standing by when they suddenly had to deal with this mess on their doorstep.
The sea elf warship falling from the sky descended relatively slowly, leaving behind plenty of loot to be scavenged.
From the famous Avalon mountain crossbows to dwarven armor plundered from the north, and even a relatively intact magic ballista.
Soldiers searched everywhere for valuable spoils,
And excited cheers erupted one after another.
although these things had their pros and cons compared to muskets and cannons, they were practically free for the taking, so there was naturally no reason to refuse. Really,
King Freya Vanadis scratched her cheek as she watched a soldier jumping with excitement after capturing a set of grey armor.
these were all exchanged for a few cannonballs, though it seemed the most important magic core had been damaged in the impact.
Her Lady Freya thing is just leaving.
The voice of the succubus Azazel rang out in surprise. With her pink eyes wide, she pointed at the giant airship that had suddenly appeared, shot down a warship, and was now quietly departing. Just moments ago, those small airships were busy repairing damaged areas, and now that the repairs were finished, they flew away without a hint of hesitation.
Hey, at least explain yourself before you go. These unidentified flying objects had suddenly engaged in a massive brawl in someone else's airspace.
Freya and the soldiers on the wall stared dumbfoundedly at the retreating tail of the airship.
even after knowing him for so long.
This man, Prince Isaac, remained unpredictable. She had seen countless rulers, but a monarch like this was definitely the first. To think he would just leave without saying a word.
The god of law also whispered, saying this mortal was one of the most eccentric existences he had ever seen.
A weirdo certified by a god.
Freya completely agreed with that sentiment.
At that moment, Azazel, staring blankly at the massive yet fast-moving airship, suddenly spoke up. But isn't that direction toward Avalon?
Freya was startled by the words and quickly reconfirmed the flight path of the rounded flying object.
The giant aerial weapon was indeed not heading east toward Isaac's home, but south toward the sea.
Could it be? This move was not just bold, it was reckless.
But for this unusual human prince, he might actually do such a thing.
Freya let out a short groan, and Henton's courtiers also immediately understood
The human prince's intention, their faces turning pale. The people on the walls watched the oval-shaped aerial weapon disappear into the distance, speechless for a long time.
Asterisk.
High-pressure steam drove the engines, and 4 large propellers pushed the military airship through the high altitude.
Outside the window was a dizzying view of the ground, and a map was slowly spread out on the table in the center of the gondola.
The Imperial Palace, various weapon production facilities, and so on. The outline of the Avalon Empire was depicted in great detail on this parchment battle map.
This intelligence was all obtained from interrogating the prisoners this time. Due to the long distance and the various magical items protecting the sea elf homeland, few people ever attempted to attack there, so the value of this map went without saying.
So here, and here are the facilities for manufacturing magic weapons. You're truly amazing.
I heard the sea elf's loyalty to the Empress is extremely high. Vice Commander Hans George looked at him with admiration, as if asking how he had managed it.
There were plenty of ways.
Isaac pointed to a sea elf prisoner who was tied up tightly and glaring at him.
A Griffin Knight reservist wearing a white scarf.
It seemed he was a minor leader who knew quite a bit of information. Your Majesty, you said it was just an interrogation. How did the guy's face end up like that?
The pointed-eared sea elf's eyes were bruised purple like a panda's, and his face was swollen as if stung by bees.
There are many ways to interrogate.
This kid actually tried to negotiate terms with me, truly courting death, so Isaac personally invited their side's negotiation expert for him. And this is our negotiation expert.
Isaac squeezed his heavy alloy gauntlets, making a cracking sound.
From trolls to other arrogant enemies, this was the all-purpose solver that had handled countless opponents.
She is very capable.
And very knowledgeable.
Effie was particularly ruthless whenever she encountered sea elves.
Vice Commander Hans George scratched the back of his head as he looked at Effie, who had been influenced by Isaac.
She was becoming more and more like her father, Miller George.
Thanks to the map she obtained, ballista production facilities, crossbow assembly facilities, golem factories, quite a few magical engineering facilities need to be turned to ash. In that case, there are too many targets, and our firepower isn't quite enough. It would be great if we had 4 or 5 more airships like this.
Vice Commander Hans, what is the current bomb load?
The Dutch's aerial flagship, the giant airship, had bomb racks at the bottom connected to the cargo hold. When the time was right, the bay doors would open, pouring out all the firepower.
90 medium aerial bombs filled with explosives, and 30 large aerial bombs.
The Vice Commander was right. This amount was indeed insufficient to burn down the entire empire.
But the goal was to strike production facilities through a surprise raid and sow the seeds of fear in the hearts of the enemy.
Then we must increase the accuracy of every single bomb.
High altitude penetration, low altitude bombing.
For important facilities like these, leave that to us and the Griffin Knights.
For important facilities requiring precision strikes, the Griffin Knights would grab the bombs with their talons and fly over the targets to drop them.
Very good, that is the correct way to use a bomber.
Maximize buoyancy and approach secretly and quickly.
Effie, notify the engine room to have them go at full power.
The bombing plan proceeded in an orderly fashion.
News and rumors travel faster than feet, but they can't keep up with the speed of an airship. They would use the advantage of a surprise attack to maximize their results as much as possible.
Your Majesty, news from the engine room.
Miss Raja is asking you. She said she was brought here for training, so what is going on now?
He had forgotten to explain to the people in the engine room. Tell them to stop complaining and get water into the boilers immediately.
They had already crossed the Rubicon.
Moreover, Sylph was currently manifesting as the wind spirit, silently pushing the airship forward at high speed. Of course, this bombing was also what she wanted to do most.
The sea elves in the homeland must be hiding in a safe place, issuing invasion and attack orders over and over again.
Using magical items to wage proxy wars, sending massive armies to invade other continents, trampling over kingdoms and duchies, and executing resisting lords and monarchs as a warning to others, not even sparing their flesh and souls. Rivers of blood flowed on the battlefield, yet these sea elves were joyfully contributing their strength just to recreate their former glory. Remember, there are no innocent sea elves. They are all accomplices following a mad evil god.
Even the civilians walking on the streets are workers providing aid for the Imperial invasion. It's just like Lloyd next door making the arrows that pierce us, or Benjamin next door assembling magic ballistas.
Isaac borrowed LeMay's speech from the Great Tokyo Air Raid. The original version was Suzuki assembling bolts in a bomb factory, but Isaac changed it to names that sounded like sea elves. His Majesty is right. Innocent elves, they all died during the Civil War. The Avalon Empire was built on the foundation of purging all dissenters. I can guarantee that, as I am a wood elf. Effie was right. A race that, backed by a god, seriously dreamed of conquering the world.
Having slaughtered countless races, they shouldn't be hiding comfortably in the deep rear.
Since they started the war, they should experience the consequences of war firsthand, and they should also know the fear that they could be bombed at any time. And today's bombing was to make them understand this point.
Set off.
Send the Empire back to the Stone Age. Turn them into a sea of fire. Isaac held his shining mace high and shouted loudly. Although the wood elves and soldiers didn't understand what the Stone Age meant, hearing the phrase Sea of Fire immediately triggered a burst of intense cheering.
Sea of Fire.
Avalon Sea of Fire.
The fierce wind blew violently against the airship.
The giant beast slowly ascended into the sky. They headed toward the skies above Avalon, turned into scorched earth. A slender crescent moon hung in the night sky. The city, where the fragments of God resided, the noble and sacred city, the city of platinum and gemstones. Blessed by God, it was the only city destined to rule over all things in heaven and earth. Coltonova, the capital of the Avalon Empire, was currently hosting a grand banquet attended by powerful families and core power holders. God bless Coltonova and the High Elves.
And bless the Apostle of God, Her Majesty the Empress Siona.
The reason they were holding the banquet was simple. News of victory had recently arrived from the airships that had set out for the central continent. The first battle was a success. Though there had been skepticism when they were first built, the latest bulletin was exhilarating.
Lycandal, the capital of the werewolf kingdom, the culprit behind the heavy losses suffered by the Imperial cavalry, had been razed to the ground by the airships, turned into a sea of fire.
Next would be Henton's doom, and soon Blackwood would also be incinerated. This joyous news immersed the capital in a festive atmosphere.
Did you hear?
It seems that damned werewolf queen suffered terribly. HMPH, considering the losses she caused our cavalry, she deserves it. I heard the queen's screams didn't stop until the airships were far away. The High Elf spoke with great relish about the werewolf queen's desperate wailing as her capital became a purgatory against which she was powerless.
Their racial pride and the anxiety that had been shaken by Blackwood were now standing tall once again.
Empress Siona stood on the balcony, gently swirling the wine glass in her hand as she watched it all with satisfaction.
Those who dared to join the anti-High Elf alliance were paying the price one by one.
By now, Assault Commander Spear should have reduced the ISIL that is Henson to ashes and be bombing Blackwood right. According to the messages received earlier, the bombing of Blackwood should have already begun by this time. She had ordered them not to spare the magic crystal shells. Surely countless humans were turning to ash under the cover of night. Empress Siona took a sip of wine, silently praying that the arrogant and conceited king of Blackwood, who had insulted her in his letter, had already breathed his last.
Commander Spear is exceptionally capable.
Just as your Majesty said, he should be dropping magic crystal shells over Blackwood right now.
We must let Blackwood, the head of those people's forces, suffer as well, and make them understand the consequences of making an enemy of the High Elves.
Even cannons that let out earth-shattering roars could not fire vertically to an altitude of several thousand tar. The high-ranking High Elves gathered on the balcony wore contemptuous smiles. Who would have expected a bombardment from above the clouds? Starting with golems, they used overwhelming technological power to bring shock and fear to their enemies.
This was the way the superior god-favored High Elves.
Though their reputation had been tarnished by Blackwood before, the High Elf race could finally spread its wings and fly high.
Empress Siona looked forward to the bright, inglorious future of the High Elf race, moistening her bright red lips with burgundy wine once more. HMPH, now the nations of the Anti-High Elf Alliance should wake up. Wait, what is that? She was talking to herself leisurely when she suddenly noticed a massive flying object descending rapidly in the night sky, where the crescent moon hung. Her face paled in shock, and the wine glass in her hand fell to the ground with a clatter. The other High Elves also spotted the giant man-made oval aircraft and were stunned one by one. Some even wondered if they were dreaming, reaching out to pinch their own cheeks. Unlike the familiar airships, this aircraft appeared bizarre and alien.
WH, what on earth is that thing? Something that huge is actually flying in the sky.
And how did such a large aircraft evade surveillance and reach the sky above the capital? The high elves on the ground were terrified and in a state of chaos as if they had seen a monster. Ever since they became enemies with Blackwood, every time such a strange thing appeared, the final result was always disastrous.
Empress Sinona saw the bottom of the giant aircraft slowly opening.
Alarm bells rang in her heart, and an ominous premonition surged within her. Someone, quickly shoot it down. However, before she could finish her sentence, it was the Blackwood aircraft flying high above that acted first. The aircraft opened its bomb bay and mercilessly poured out a massive number of bombs.
Rumble.
Dazzling firelight lit up the pitch-black night sky as if it were day. Beautiful marble buildings crumbled and shattered in the explosions, and the screams of high elves rose from every direction. The Avalon Empire, which had once reduced other nations to ashes, suffered the humiliation of its homeland being invaded for the first time. In the capital, Coltonova, there was a production facility that worked day and night at full capacity to manufacture magic weapons.
Since it was wartime, the workers had no choice but to continue working by the soft glow of magical lighting.
One of the high elves, named Lloyd, clicked a rice grain-sized magic crystal core into a newly delivered repeating crossbow, completing the final step.
A red magical bowstring extended from it. Lloyd aimed at a target tightly bound with straw, tried pulling the trigger, and cocked it back and forth a few times.
Whoosh, thud, whoosh, thud.
The crossbow bolts were immensely powerful, sinking into the straw target without leaving a trace.
A single load could kill about 15 people.
As expected, Lord Anathos' knowledge is extraordinary.
Isn't it though? A colleague in the facility agreed. In the past, they only knew the existence of magic, but no one had thought to utilize it. Starting with magic, the high elf race was developing and prospering at an incredible speed, with technological innovations happening every day. The airship we saw last time is one of them. Who would have thought they could hide above the clouds and drop bombs? Boom! Just as they were praising the chief god and Empress Sivona, a sudden loud noise erupted from outside the production facility. The high elves looked at each other, then paled in shock and ran out the door.
Rumble.
They immediately understood the source of the loud noise. Dazzling explosive flames rose everywhere.
Struck by something unknown, the spire of a tall tower collapsed with a crash.
The Avalon Imperial Palace is under attack.
Lloyd cried out, but even as the words left his mouth, he couldn't comprehend it for a moment.
Vast oceans lay between the continents, guarded by strict naval patrols, yet the giant flying object had appeared here like a ghost, completely undetected.
While all the workers in the facility were stunned, 3 wyverns were flying rapidly toward them from a distance, clutching heavy objects in their talons.
Raw-ya!
Terrified, Lloyd hurriedly picked up the magic repeating crossbow he had just assembled and fired repeatedly at the menacing beasts. However, whenever a bolt was fired, a gust of strong wind would blow, knocking the small bolts off course. Meanwhile,
The wyverns were diving toward the production facility at extreme speed.
the wood elf riders pulled hard on the reins and the wyverns released their talons, ascending sharply. The dropped medium-sized bombs mercilessly bombarded the Empire's most important facility.
Rumble.
Confusion. A sudden turn of events shattered the tranquility of the early morning.
Bolak, the commander of the Griffin Knights,
Had never seen the Empire's expensive communication magical devices wail in such unison.
despite being told earlier to minimize their use.
These lip-shaped magical devices were now emitting sharp whistles one after another, urgently summoning the knights.
Panic-stricken.
He quickly donned his gear and flew into the hazy dawn. As he crested a nearby mountain range, the sight before him was unbelievable. This is. Why is the city, the noble and holy city of God,
Coltonova was being consumed by
raging flames? Thick black smoke and flying ash obscured the platinum gold radiance of the city of glory. The Griffin Knights soon encountered the culprit behind all the target mentioned in the communications. Beyond the mountain peak, an unidentified flying object of extraordinary size loomed in their vision, occupying half the sky. Its overwhelming presence struck fear into the hearts of the knights. Commander, what on earth is that? I don't know either. Unidentified. That was also what the communication magical devices had said. But one thing was certain now. This massive oval flying object was the culprit that had turned the city into a sea of fire. Boom, boom, boom. Below the flying object, pillars of fire shot into the sky as explosions ran out continuously. It was precisely striking the production facilities for the Empire's primary weapon, the ballista. It wasn't the Blackwood territory that was burning, but the Empire's vital facilities. Whatever it is, we must fight it. Commander Bodak pulled out the magic ballista mounted on his saddle. He might not care about cities on other continents, but this was the Holy Land and heart of the High Elf race. It could not be allowed to burn like this.
Bodak's expression was grave, as if foreshadowing the impending decisive battle with this flying monster.
For Her Majesty the Empress, for the Lord God
Anatos.
Charge, knights, destroy that monster. To dispel their fear, shouts of "Ooh" echoed among the knights. Fully armed and carrying magic shells and ballistae, the Griffin Knights spread their wings and pounced toward the flying object with lightning speed. Rat-tat-tat.
As if responding to their challenge, the massive flying object began to incessantly spit fire, pouring out a barrage of projectiles.
Above Coltonova, a bloody and fierce battle unfolded. Meanwhile, at the victory banquet celebrating the sea of fire in the Blackwood territory,
The nobles and Empress Xina were also plunged into chaos.
Rumble, violent explosions, and tremors rocked the imperial palace. Walls and ceilings collapsed with a crash, and jewels and decorations from the ceiling turned into sharpness edged shards raining down on the nobles.
Oh,
It's going to collapse.
something had struck the ceiling of the palace banquet hall, tearing a large hole in it.
The screams of the injured blood and shredded flesh dyed the red carpet even more crimson. Noble high elves, rulers of many races, were actually being crushed to death by stones and rubble.
Through the shattered ceiling, the Empress Xina saw a portion of the massive flying object.
It was closer than before, and it was clearly printed the loathsome crest of the Blackwood territory.
Suspicion turned into certainty.
It turned out that
She, the High Elf race, and the City of Glory had been unilaterally pummeled by Duke Isaac all along.
boom, the Blackwood territory flying object launched another indiscriminate attack. Deafening explosions and violent tremors swept through the entire palace.
The commander of the Platinum Knights and his knights rushed to Xina's side, taking out a platinum egg-shaped magical device.
A massive egg-shaped defensive shield blocked further destruction.
Her once fair skin
And hair that shone like molten gold were nowhere to be seen.
Empress Xina was now covered in soot and grime,
Surrounded by her knights,
and absolutely livid.
what are you still standing there for?
Bring that flying object down immediately.
Activate the city's defensive weapons. Xina had lost her usual composure, her beautiful brows were furrowed, and her whole body trembled.
How dare they bomb a sacred land like this? Through a hole in the wall, the soaring flames and raging fire were visible. Xina was on the verge of going mad. Her Majesty the Empress, but the city is currently in total chaos.
This sudden bombing has made the entire city's response very sluggish.
Then send knights to activate the defense system. Now, the Guardian Knights were never supposed to leave her side, but the Empress's will was unshakable.
The commander of the Platinum Knights nodded and signaled to the knights.
The knights dashed out with superhuman speed, their figures moving so fast they were almost a blur.
Rumble.
Another explosion swept through Coltonova. This time, the target wasn't the palace, but the weapon production facilities.
Amid such dense and towering rooftops and buildings, it could actually strike its targets with such precision.
There must be a mole who leaked the intelligence.
Roar, several bright white trails cut through the sky, shooting down 3 Griffin Knights. The Griffin Knights and Wyverns engaged in a fierce aerial battle, continuously firing red ballista bolts in the sky. On the ground, the High Elves were still immersed in the shock and chaos of their homeland being attacked. The calm and rational High Elves were actually panicking like the lower races of the central continent, scurrying about like frightened deer.
Grind.
Empress Xina stood beside the knight commander, clenching her teeth hard.
The Lord God must have seen these unsightly displays as well.
There could be no greater humiliation than this. At that moment, a massive hemispherical defensive shield rose, enveloping the city. Her Majesty the Empress.
The knights succeeded.
They've activated the city's defense system.
Atop the palace's soaring spires sat a giant egg-shaped magical device much larger than the Platinum Knights version.
It was nearly the size of a large bell. This had been built for city defense after the northern Stonebrook outpost was turned into a sea of fire by the half-dragons. The High Elves, the pinnacle of all things, could never again lose to the half-baked dragon race. How on earth did they break through layers of sea and air patrols to get here? There was a reason the High Elves were so shocked and flustered. During the war, they had naturally prepared for enemy attacks on their homeland, but all defensive measures had been bypassed, and their safe rear was bombed in an instant. This was no different from being pummeled at one's own doorstep. The psychological blow was immense. Could that massive flying object actually fly above the high clouds like an airship?
Knight Commander, shoot down the damn flying object immediately.
Fire the skeletal ballista from the palace defense towers.
If they couldn't shoot down that flying object today, the High Elves of the homeland would live in today's fear forever, constantly on edge and looking up at the sky.
The safe rear would cease to exist.
The morale they had finally managed to raise would also vanish.
Xina shouted anxiously.
But Her Majesty the Empress.
As you know, that magical device, which converted the bow of armors into a siege weapon, has a very long charging time for its mana core.
Then use ordinary ballistae to buy time and find a way to charge it. You are not incompetent fools, but excellent High Elves. I will go call the Minister of Magical Engineering to see if we can find a solution.
Go, quickly.
The High Elf race was different from other reckless races. They acted with caution and thoroughness. Therefore, while constructing their defense systems, they had also equipped corresponding offensive systems. It was a siege weapon that was 5 times the size of the bow of armors, capable of firing a bolt that could penetrate a distance of 1,000 tars and level the target location.
Its power was enough to blow a half-dragon into fragments in a single hit, and its range reached a staggering 2,500 tars.
Even the massive flying object would. Empress Xina stared hatefully at the enemy aircraft that was wantonly perched above the High Elf capital, unilaterally bombing the city.
I did something big even if it's mostly production facilities. This was too easy, wasn't it?
It can't be helped.
Who would normally spend their time staring closely at the clouds?
Inside the gondola of the Behemoth, an air of excitement permeated the crew due to their unbelievable success. I hope readers will remember our domain name for a convenient reading experience. A large aerial bomb filled with explosives was dropped through the bombing hatch toward the ground. The accuracy of such dumb bombs was originally poor, but with the help of the grid-shaped tail fins slicing through the air and Sylph's assistance, it struck the target facility as precisely as if it were equipped with a guidance system. Boom! A massive pillar of fire shot into the sky, and the roof of the ballista production building could no longer withstand the force collapsing with a roar. The ground was shrouded in thick smoke and the echoes of explosions, while the screams of the sirens rose from all sides.
While bombing the facilities, Isaac and the others didn't forget to deliver several large bombs to the Platinum Palace, the pride of the Empire. The once beautiful jewel decorations and smooth marble pillars were now gone, replaced by hideous ruins.
The palace collapsed as if struck by a giant fist.
Your Highness, we've used up almost all the aerial bombs.
Only some small gadgets are left.
It seemed like something had been activated.
Accompanied by a blinding flash, the capital Coltonova, which had been suffering from intense bombardment, was enveloped by a massive hemispherical barrier. With the support of 4 anti-aircraft machine guns, Effie had shot down a significant number of Griffinites.
Even when she strafed with silver trace bullets or threw iron spheres, they only exploded against the surface of the barrier without shaking it in the slightest.
It's that damn eggshell-like thing again.
With the threat of bombardment neutralized and the defense complete, Coltonova began to counterattack. They had seen this kind of attack before. From walls and towers all over the palace, magic ballistas fired red trails.
Thick javelins whistled through the air,
aimed at the low-flying behemoth.
Whoosh crack! Isaac hurriedly chanted a shield spell while rotating his mana ring, but in the instant the red light flashed, several javelins had already penetrated or grazed the airship. From the windows of the gondola below, fragments of the torn or detached outer hull could be clearly seen falling through the air.
Report the damage.
Multiple punctures in the outer hull.
Slight damage to the frame.
One gas bag has been pierced, but since almost all the bombs have been dropped, buoyancy is not an issue.
After all, most of the weight in the cargo hold came from those bombs.
This was why the initial stealth of a bomber was so important. It was heavy during the bombing run, but became very light after emptying its payload. As long as the heavy bombs were discarded, maneuverability and survival rates would increase significantly.
However, one javelin seems to have passed near the engine room.
Raja said she almost died and has been cursing non-stop, as long as she's not dead.
This wasn't some sturdy titanium tank after all. Besides, if you want to teach someone a lesson, you have to take risks yourself.
The sirens seemed completely unaware of this, but today Isaac had given them a proper lesson.
Empress Sibona, whose fate remained unknown, surely felt this deeply as well.
Enough, retreat. But Your Highness, there are still some aerial bombs left. If we bomb the outside of the barrier from high altitude, the ballistas won't be able to reach us. Side, let's quit while we're ahead.
Looking at the barrier, who knew what other magic items the sirens might pull out? And with this kind of bombing, one shouldn't circle over the enemy's head for a long time anyway. That would be counterproductive to survival. The essence of this kind of bombing is hit and run. Push the airship to maximum power and let's get out of here. Notify Effie to retreat as well.
Just like when they first met in the forest, Effie fought bravely and brilliantly, shining with silver trails.
She also wanted to fight to the death against the enemies who had killed her kin, but since the primary goal of destroying facilities and delaying the enemy's war capability had been achieved, all that remained was a swift retreat. As the commander on the scene, Isaac decided not to take any more risks. After all, they had already penetrated deep behind enemy lines and attacked the enemy's nest.
Turn around.
Run.
It was truly a thrilling first armed test flight for the behemoth.
It was time to go home, as per Raja's wish.
Asterisk.
Where are they going?
The commander of the Platinum Knights watched with disbelief as the airship, which looked like a legendary flying battleship, simply slipped away after wreaking havoc. At that moment, the magic engineering director and researchers finally arrived, hurriedly reporting that the charging of the siege armors was complete. Her Majesty the Empress.
The charging of the armors has just been completed. Wait, where are those guys going?
After making such a mess of Coltonova's production facilities and the palace, they were actually flying away so boldly.
Watching the silhouette of the Blackwood aircraft receding into the distance, Empress Siona's eyes looked as if they were about to burst. Fire immediately. But Your Majesty, they have already escaped 3,000 tars away. Damn it. Despite being the Empress and needing to maintain her dignity before the crowd, her face flushed red, and she could not suppress the fury in her heart. This was an absolute humiliation.
She had intended to burn the Blackwood to ashes under the gaze of the gods, but instead she had been caught off guard by the opponent. And all of this had happened in the city watched over by the gods.
Deploy the giant dragons.
Oh, no, we can't move them yet.
If we deploy them now, it will lead to disaster.
The researchers who had rushed over to charge the armor's mana core were scared out of their wits.
This wasn't allowed. That wasn't allowed. Empress Siona was seething with rage, stomping her white high heels hard onto the marble fragments on the ground.
The ministers could only watch with troubled expressions as the Empress vented her anger. This was an undeniable failure.
It was not the responsibility of the northern governor, nor the mistake of the assault commander. It was her failure, and the failure of all sirens. She bit her lip until blood seeped out, using the pain to suppress the sense of shame in her heart. Finally, disregarding her decorum, she let out a roar of rage within the palace.
Asterisk.
The Duchy of Henton had just experienced a strange disturbance. The grey-skinned Dark Elf King Freya Vanadis only learned the identity of that legendary battleship-like aircraft after some time. Shortly after the incident, the werewolf queen, whose capital had been attacked, was fleeing into a rage, clamoring to invade Jurang, which was occupied by the sirens. Of course, they didn't dare act rashly without the help of the Black Wood, so Freya could only wipe her sweat while soothing the berserk werewolf queen. In any case, the airship that suddenly appeared over Henton seemed to be a siren bombing weapon. Thinking that if she had been slightly negligent, the capital of Henton would have been burned to ashes like Lycandal, Freya still felt a lingering fear. As expected, the arrogant and stubborn siren race were impossible to coexist with. Could it be that the Blackwood aircraft knew this, which was why it engaged them in the air at that time? If that's the case, why didn't you tell me, Prince Isaac? Normally, after giving such help, wouldn't one shrug and show off a bit? But the Blackwood army had left directly, as if they were in a hurry. Freya Sama. Before long, the succubus Azazel ran over with a shocked expression to report that the giant aircraft was back. It seemed to be on its way back to Blackwood. When the flight direction was last confirmed, something felt off.
The nobles and soldiers of Henton had all run to the city walls and high ground.
Everyone's face was written with emotions like, no way and it's impossible.
Azazel looked at the strange aircraft slowly floating in the azure sky and spoke.
Could that guy have really gone alone to strike at the heart of Avalon?
Who knows? Even if it's the Blackwood still, the crowd was buzzing with discussion. The Avalon Empire, rebuilt by the Sirens, had been famous for its powerful magic items long before the rise of the Blackwood, leaving a deep impression in everyone's hearts. Attacking the capital of such a powerful empire alone and making it back alive. Soon, the oval-shaped giant aircraft appearing on the distant horizon began to enter Henton's airspace. The citizens of the Duchy of Henton stared with wide eyes at the giant Blackwood aerial weapon in close proximity. See, could it really be? The surface of the giant aircraft was covered in marks of penetration and attacks as if it had just undergone a fierce battle. Carrying Prince Isaac and the others, the metal cabin, along with the temporary patches over holes and repair marks visible everywhere, silently told the story of what this aircraft had done on the other side of the sea. This scene seemed to be a practical answer to the question Azazel had just raised. Could the guy have really gone alone to strike at the heart of Avalon? Freya looked at the scarred but majestic Blackwood aircraft returning home and muttered to herself in disbelief. He did it. He did something big.
Underground.
Once viewed across the continent as cursed beings bringing plague and misfortune, the Ratfolk, long subjected to exclusion and persecution, were now united under the guidance of the god of plague, becoming a powerful force that no one could easily provoke. While the High Elves were drawing attention by rampaging everywhere, the Ratfolk were quietly expanding in the shadows, devouring nearby villages and territories, growing their power at an astonishing speed. In a dense forest, even during the bright day, an unusually damp and gloomy atmosphere hung over the area, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench of rot. Vines and moss grew wildly. This was the base where the Ratfolk had established their kingdom, breeding and growing in a frenzy. Squeak! Dig faster! You mole-like fellows, ballskins who can't even use plague spells. You're too slow. Cheep cheep. Beneath this base, a massive engineering project was underway, with countless Ratfolk digging a deep tunnel leading to an unknown destination. This was a long-term secret plan the Ratfolk had initiated since their unification, and it was also their grand blueprint for dominating the continent.
In the dark passage, Ratfolk covered in thick fur were constantly urging the wrinkled, hairless ballskins to speed up.
Although the Ratfolk gathered here looked similar, they actually had a strict hierarchy and tribal divisions. Although the Ratfolk were now united, they were originally scattered across the continent, and due to differences in environment and climate, the characteristics of each tribe varied greatly. Mutant-like freaks, so slow, get to work, squeak. Outcasts gathered together yet still creating internal hierarchies and driving weaker tribes. This was the scene playing out before them. Those Ratfolk with exposed skin, mole-like faces, and claws were the discriminated and oppressed ballskins. Although they couldn't use the power of decay, they performed the underground labor diligently thanks to their unique digging spells and physical structure. Previously, a tribe with particularly long noses had been the target of Ratfolk persecution, but since they betrayed the Ratfolk and joined Blackwood, the ballskins became the new punching bags. They comforted themselves by saying, at least we're better than those guys, while simultaneously falling to the bottom of the social ladder and secretly cursing the Shortclaw tribe. Squeak ski that traitor. When the leader of the ski tribe was branded with the mark of exile and driven out of the race, they had mocked him. No one expected him to take the entire tribe to join Blackwood. That tribe had always opposed the grand plan of the god of plague, and with long-held grievances, they made such a choice. Squeak. Don't want to dig anymore. Cheat. It was precisely because of the ski tribe's betrayal that the ballskins had fallen into such a predicament. The heavy labor and excessive use of spells made them suffer miserably. However, in the eyes of the other Ratfolk tribes with fierce red glowing eyes, this was merely an excuse for laziness. Squeak! Less talk! Dig, you hairless freaks.
Asterisk.
News of the shoot-down of airship that bombed the werewolf capital spread across the western continent like ripples. Subsequently, the news that the giant Blackwood aircraft, which had flown toward the Avalon mainland, had returned safely after a fierce battle brought a huge shock to the entire continent. How satisfying to give those arrogant high elves such a harsh lesson. In Lycandal, repair work after the explosion was underway with great intensity. Queen Lycan Elizabeth, transformed into human form, laughed out loud upon hearing the news from the messenger. This was the most refreshing news she had heard since repelling the High Elf invasion last time. She had always wondered which audacious power would dare to attack the High Elf homeland, never expecting someone to be even bolder and more courageous than the werewolves. Prince Isaac truly a man more fierce and violent than a wolf. Last time, When she was enraged by the High Elves of Chirang and wanted revenge, King Freya Vanadis had told her to wait patiently. As it turned out, Freya's judgment was correct.
According to well-informed sources in Hansen, those High Elves had been scorched.
At this moment, she was immensely glad she had suppressed her anger and followed Freya's advice.
Still, I want to tear those High Elves of Chirang apart with my claws.
Please restrain yourself.
A loyal subordinate reminded her that since they had formed an alliance they could not act rashly.
The queen licked her fangs and rubbed her sharpness claws, seemingly regretting that she couldn't satisfy her bloodlust with the flesh and blood of her enemies.
Meanwhile, the werewolves weren't the only race holding a grudge against the High Elves. News of the mainland being burned also reached the Stone Mountain Barak Kingdom in the north.
Princess Langnia, wearing goat horn-shaped ornaments, showed a look of joy after hearing that the Blackwood army had attacked the untouchable Avalon Empire's mainland and returned unscathed.
You say it's an aerial weapon larger than a half-dragon, capable of flying above the clouds and equipped with weapons. Yes, Your Highness, Princess Langnia.
I assisted in the construction of that warship and saw its power with my own eyes.
It is truly a terrifying weapon.
Stone Mountain Barak and Blackwood maintain close cooperation in weapon manufacturing. The dwarves provide various minerals like titanium, mithril, and iron ore from the mines, while also sending thousands of skilled blacksmiths as workers to Blackwood.
In return, Isaac provides the dwarves with various firearm, cannons, and the funds needed for reconstruction, giving them the ability to protect themselves.
Due to their common enemy, the High Elves, these two races were more united and mutually supportive than ever before.
With the help of thousands of fire-wielding dwarves and giants, Blackwood's armory and shipyards were producing weapons at incredible speed.
It is worth mentioning that the Stone Mountain Barak Kingdom, once known as the Armory of the Western Continent, was also emulating this model.
For weapons with simple structures like matchlock guns, the dwarves had already begun trying to produce them themselves.
They were also constantly trying to manufacture siege cannons. Although cannons made of iron often burst or shattered during test firings, they had recently seen hope of success using expensive but tough bronze. Of course, all this was thanks to Isaac's tacit approval. He encouraged the dwarves to arm themselves against the High Elves. However, the black gunpowder could not be produced on their own no matter what, which made the princess feel very regretful.
Then import it.
It will surely protect the skies of Stone Mountain Barak.
Since both Blackwood and Stone Mountain Barak were fighting their elves in the north, Blackwood was very generous with weapon exports to Stone Mountain Barak.
In fact, the kingdom already possessed a large number of siege cannons and shells.
The princess confidently proposed purchasing the legendary aerial weapon. I'm afraid that won't work.
Why? The short-statured but fiery-tempered princess frowned and asked back after hearing the simple answer. The dwarf, who had worked in Blackwood, scratched his head, thinking why?
What else could it be?
That is an unimaginable weapon.
You'll understand once you see it with your own eyes.
The princess thought it was just a relatively large flying weapon, but she was gravely mistaken. The dwarf, who had worked in the shipyard, knew in his heart that such a massive aerial weapon could only be mastered by Blackwood.
Therefore, he could only explain it this way, watching the princess's expression gradually darken. Meanwhile,
in the eastern continent,
the Saxon Empire finally received the news of the attack on the Avalon mainland and felt no small shock.
Emperor Emil, who was holding a meeting with his ministers in the palace, could not help but smiled bitterly upon hearing the descriptions of the aerial battle and the return of the giant aircraft. This fellow always manages to do something unexpected.
He had once been obsessed with high elf magic, but after consuming the sap of the world tree he regained his health and some of his youth, becoming a respected leader of the empire.
Your Majesty, Emperor Emil,
this incident confirms that the Avalon Empire possesses the means to cross the magical beast forest and directly attack our empire. Therefore, our empire should also start seriously considering allocating a huge budget to import weapons from Blackwood.
Count Ebony took over the conversation from the minister.
Recently, the popularity of magical devices has gradually faded, and Blackwood's weapons have risen rapidly. A recruit can easily kill an experienced knight with one, so a country possessing such weapons undoubtedly has strong military power. However, the emperor was busy recovering from the shadows of the last war and was dedicated to revitalizing the empire's economy. Moreover, the empire's army was massive. Once the existing military system was to be changed, they had to be prepared to pay a huge price.
Finally, unlike the Kingdom of Hyde and the Kingdom of Durat, the Saxon Empire was an inland country and would not be disturbed by external forces such as the merfolk, which made him hesitant to purchase weapons on a large scale.
Furthermore, enemies from the western continent would be blocked by Blackwood and the magical beast forest. The empire's security seemed guaranteed. Hasn't the High Elves' aerial weapon already been shot down? Of course, he had not forgotten his hatred for the High Elves and the potential danger they posed.
It was just that the priority of this matter was not high. He believed that before long, the Empire's national strength could return to its peak, or at least recover most of it. Of course, the Blackwood Duchy had also accumulated amazing economic strength during this time.
But the Empire's foundation was deep and would not easily collapse because of a single storm.
Starting from next year, we will officially begin the large-scale re-equipment of weapons.
A few hundred matchlock guns and dozens of siege cannons were completely disproportionate to the Empire's size.
But Emperor Emil was not in a hurry.
It seemed very safe here.
Therefore, he chose to prioritize economic development. Typical.
Isaac and his companions had completely turned the Avalon Empire upside down.
Due to the limited number of airships and bombs, the bombing targets had to be selected and concentrated on the Imperial Palace and production facilities, but the results were quite astonishing.
The enemy's war capabilities had likely been significantly weakened.
They neither possessed giant heavy weapons like the giant race on their side, nor could they obtain more skilled craftsmen since the dwarf slaves had been liberated. It would have been better if the Empress Siona had died too, Isaac remarked.
He had indeed dropped 5 large bombs and 10 medium-sized bombs on the Imperial Palace.
That night, a banquet seemed to be taking place in the palace, with flickering lights and fires visible through the windows.
It was as if they were guiding the bombing targets themselves.
The High Elves had no concept of a blackout. Regrettably, their Empress seems to have stubbornly survived.
Look at this letter filled with curses and the will for revenge.
Commander Miller scratched his head as he handed Isaac a letter written in the Empress's own hand, covered in handwriting.
Normally, letters would be translated into the common tongue, but this time the Empress was likely so agitated and confused that she had filled it densely with ancient Elven script. Effie, who had already translated it once for the commander, shrugged and indicated it was mostly just unbearable profanity.
What a pity, Isaac lamented. Yeah, what a pity, Effie agreed simultaneously. Both Isaac and Effie expressed regret over the Empress's survival.
It truly seemed that the more wicked and vile something was, the longer it lived.
By the way, I was wondering
Why His Highness,
the Duke called these old bones of mine to a place like this, he.
Commander Miller laughed heartily as he watched something exceptionally thick and long being manufactured following the giant airships.
The scene looked very much like the construction of a giant ground weapon depicted in Gulliver's Travels.
I'm a bit curious, how did you convince Finance Minister Charles?
One look at this project and it was clear it cost a fortune. The amount of iron ore being poured in alone was proof enough of that. Recently, the revenue from the Duchy's arms exports has nearly caught up to the total trade of our local specialties.
I used that to finally reach a budget agreement with the finance minister. The characteristic of Blackwood's local specialties was the price is whatever is asked, and this applied perfectly to the Duchy's exports of thermal weapons as well. Salt, sugar, MSG and so on.
Among the many powdered commodities, the one currently fetching the highest price was black powder.
With the High Elves' recent repeated invasions and their no longer hidden hostilities, sales of muskets, field guns and siege cannons had also skyrocketed.
They used the money earned from arms exports to further expand their army and reinvest it into weapon development like this.
It was a virtuous cycle. The so-called Blackwood, the merchant of death states. Hammer it down.
Hippo of the giant race, who hadn't taken off her armor in a long time and was now dressed lightly, raised a specially made iron hammer and shouted loudly.
The dwarf toddling gave her a thumbs up and nodded.
Bang, bang, bang. Hippo placed a wide black iron plate on a thick forging mandrel and struck it blow by blow with the iron hammer.
Sparks flew as the glowing hot iron was struck.
The spectacular scene made the dwarves and craftsmen gasp in admiration. The sight was reminiscent of when the first matchlock gun was made, with Fergus using pattern welding to join thin iron plates to a slender mandrel. Back then, the barrel material formed through countless strikes, the black stock carved from ash wood and coated in wax, and the burning match cord it with such muskets that opened the era of thermal weapons and became the driving force behind Blackwood's revival. Bang, bang, bang. Hippo swung the hammer drenched in sweat. Sweat dripped onto the glowing hot iron, making a hissing sound as it evaporated.
Normally, the sound of striking should be a clanging, but because both the striker and the object being struck were so massive that the sound produced now was as deafening as a battering ram hitting a city gate.
Your Highness, what on earth are you making? 7 giants and hundreds of dwarves were working busily.
Hundreds of fire elemental spirits heated the steel until it was glowing red.
To withstand unprecedentedly high pressure, the craftsmen used high-quality Blackwood steel refined in a Bessemer converter to manufacture extremely heavy parts.
Commander Miller,
isn't it obvious?
This is clearly the cannon barrel.
Isaac replied, pointing to the massive and majestic barrel that looked like the mainmast of a battleship.
Upon hearing this, both Commander Miller and Effie's expressions turned strange simultaneously.
Damn it, I've never seen such a vicious thing.
I even wonder where this thing is supposed to be mounted and fired from. Do you intend to use it against the legendary magical beasts?
Haven't you already fought quite a few similar monsters?
From the Kraken to the half-dragon, and then to the threat second only to the stone golems, the iron golem.
In the struggle against the High Elves, there was no telling what other monsters might appear in the future. Therefore, they had to strike first and create an even more powerful monster. The ultimate weapon against all the vicious things in this world.
Such a thing was being secretly forged in the Duchy. Effort will inevitably be rewarded.
No matter how pure the purpose, no matter how evil the intent hidden in the heart.
Scratch, scratch. After the rat folk realized that disease could not threaten the giant race nor penetrate the forest, they devoted all their strength to digging tunnels, and their efforts were finally rewarded.
Phew, squeak squeak. A naked tribal shaman used a ground vibrating spell to dig out a handful of dirt, then poked his long nose out of the ground, and took a deep breath of the eastern continent's air.
The narrow tunnel exit was soon widened, and countless rat folk began to pour into this continent in a steady stream. The scene was like a swarm of black rats pouring out of a hole.
Squeak, squeak. How much effort and time had they spent to get here? Not long ago, the rat folk had learned that Blackwood was using air raids to strike the High Elves, so they chose to come here from underground, crossing through the magical beast forest.
Squeak. Finally,
the eastern continent of our dreams.
The god of plague must be very pleased.
Squeak. The armed rat folk, holding strangely shaped scimitars and their eyes glowing with red light, were beyond excited. Just as the intelligence had said, the climate of the eastern continent was more stable and the land more fertile than the western continent, where the climate and terrain varied by region. So, is this Blackwood?
Squeak.
Yes.
According to the calculations, this must be near Blackwood.
In response to the question from the fully armed Iron-Tooth tribe leader, the shaman hurriedly nodded
and replied, if his words were true, they could use the advantage of a surprise attack to set the enemy's territory ablaze and plunder extensively. The Iron-Tooth tribe leader grinned with his long mouth revealing a smile. What?
These rat-like fellows are.
It so happened that a human merchant caravan was passing near the tunnel exit.
The sudden appearance of dozens of armed ratfolk from the ground gave them a huge shock. Sweet! Just in time. The ratfolk let out a fierce cry and immediately raised their weapons to surround the humans, beginning their interrogation. Only then did the merchants realize what was happening.
Like livestock being dragged to a slaughterhouse, they cried and begged for mercy, hurriedly answering the ratfolk's questions.
Oh, be Blackwood, this is the heart of the Saxon Empire. He pointed a trembling finger at a wooden road sign by the roadside pointing toward the imperial capital. It seemed the ratfolk had worked purely by instinct, and as a result, they had dug the tunnel into the heart of the Saxon Empire instead of Blackwood. Squeak! Dee dug the wrong way.
A calculation error.
The god of plague, whom they had always been proud of, must also be speechless at this moment.
The tribal shaman clutched his head in agony. The surrounding ratfolk all fell into a shocked silence. And so, the ratfolk unexpectedly began their invasion of the empire, preparing to enter the Holy War. The Holy Saxon Empire, situated at a strategic hub, has long maintained frequent trade with the eastern continent thanks to its superior geographical location and large population, thereby avoiding many wars and disasters.
The bustling imperial port recently welcomed a rising merchant group, the Blackwood Merchant Guild. This merchant guild is directly operated by a neighbouring duchy and possesses immense strength. It is known by everyone in the business world.
Other merchant groups wanting to use the intercontinental trade routes have to pay high transit fees and customs duties, which undoubtedly weakens their competitiveness. However, as a merchant guild with an official background, the Blackwood Merchant Guild does not need to bear these costs.
Therefore, it holds an absolute advantage in terms of price difference and competitiveness.
Moreover, a giant steel monster the train has recently been traveling between the two continents, capable of transporting a staggering volume of goods in a single trip.
Miko, the president of the Blackwood Merchant Guild, can feel the envious gazes of other merchants wherever she goes lately. They can only drive slow horse-drawn carriage teams, while the Blackwood Merchant Guild can utilize the railway connecting countless cargo crates that spew steam and fly forward at an astonishing speed.
How could this not make them feel dejected?
Thinking back to her time at the Dario Merchant Guild, Miko had never experienced this feeling.
Now with a powerful backer and continuous support, the feeling is indeed different.
Because of her mixed race identity, Miko had always been treated as an outsider in a merchant guild in the past.
But now her heart is incredibly excited.
The current situation is simply like a fish in water.
Who could have imagined that horses and ox carts would gradually disappear and steam locomotives would occupy such an important position in merchant transport? The world changes so fast, and she was the first person to catch this wave of reform stirred up by His Highness the Duke.
Back then, she had the insight to see the potential of the Duke when he was still just a lord and decisively switched allegiances.
Thinking about it now, it was truly a wise move.
Miko was in a pleasant mood, her fluffy cat tail swayed from side to side. A lazy smile appeared on her face as she continued the tug-of-war negotiations with the president of the Saxon Empire's Merchant Guild before her.
The negotiation was about the sale of Western Continent trade goods and the profit sharing. While Jura and the Hyde Kingdom was still overwhelmed by the conspiracies of the High Elves and pirate invasions, the Saxon Empire had already restored its former prosperity. Thanks to Emperor Emil's policies focusing on economic and commercial development, the Empire's economic strength could now rival the Blackwood Merchant Guild.
Why did you suddenly laugh?
The confused president of the Saxon Empire's Use-Up Merchant Guild couldn't help but feel puzzled upon seeing the president of the Blackwood Merchant Guild suddenly laugh.
Miko was about to tell him not to mind, and waved her hand for him to continue when a merchant wearing a bowler hat rushed breathlessly into the Use-Up Merchant Guild's building.
Pre-President Miko.
Something terrible has happened. Something is coming.
It was Libero, one of her loyal subordinates, a merchant who had decided to follow the Duke along with her. He ignored the guild guard's attempts to stop him and found Miko with a panicked expression. That expression looked as if he had returned to the time of the Ratman race invasion.
Libero, what's going on?
What is coming?
Oh, rats.
A huge swarm of rats is rushing over. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the guild showed a look of surprise. It's just a swarm of rats. Is there a need for such a fuss?
In cities and territories where people come and go, isn't it normal to have rats?
Libero, are you tired?
Am I being too hard on you? Hearing the president's question, Libero gripped his bowler hat tightly and shook his head desperately, indicating he wasn't sick.
No, those rats are this big. They are wearing armor, holding swords, and are killing people in the nearby cart territory.
Libero spread his arms, gesturing the size of the rats.
Human-sized rats armed with weapons killing indiscriminately in the heart of the Empire.
This was simply unbelievable. The people present immediately fell into a state of chaos and commotion.
What?
Rats killing people? From his description, why does it sound so much like the Ratman race?
But how is that possible?
The cart territory is located in the center of the empire near the capital.
Even for merchants as well informed as these, they had never heard news of the borders being breached.
So where did these fellows come from?
Faced with this incomprehensible situation, the merchants questioned the truth of the news, falling into shock and confusion. At this very moment, a similar scene was occurring in the imperial palace of the Saxon Empire.
What on earth is going on?
The cart territory has been burned.
That's in the heart of the empire, not far from the capital. Emperor Emil's beard trembled as he slammed a palm onto the armrest of his throne.
This sudden invasion seemed to have completely bypassed the borders and checkpoints, leaving the entire palace shrouded in an atmosphere of shock and disbelief.
But the border guards haven't sent any reports.
It's as if they suddenly popped out of the ground. There are survivors who described it exactly like that.
This happened too suddenly, we didn't have time to issue a mobilization order.
That's why the comments being made only added to the confusion. Not one person could provide an effective solution. How long has it been?
That unfilial crown prince had just finished causing trouble, and now Emperor Emil was pounding his chest in anger over this sudden news.
Could the enemy have already breached the border and reached the vicinity of the capital in an instant?
But where did such a massive army come from?
Could it really be, as the rumors say, that they emerged from the ground?
Commander-in-Chief, how many troops can be mobilized right now?
Things have come to this. The capital of the Saxon Empire is in imminent danger. The well-equipped capital central army has 3,000 men.
But we can scour the armories and conscript as many able-bodied men as possible to expand the force to 15,000. If a mobilization order were issued nationwide, a massive army could be gathered, but for now, they could only rely on these forces. Fortunately, the Crown Prince, who once opposed the Emperor's policy of appeasement, had made some preparations for war, so the Empire had stored a large number of cold weapons.
But even so, the Emperor remained deeply worried.
Your Majesty, do not worry. According to preliminary estimates, the enemy's numbers do not exceed 10,000.
And although we lack thermal weapons, the Empire possesses numerous magicians and knights.
And there is Lord Ebony.
The great magician Duke Edgar is currently in the Western Territories. It's estimated he hasn't received news of the capital being invaded yet.
Just what is going on?
The Empire,
which had always been considered the safest, was actually being invaded, and even the capital was on the verge of falling. If I had known it would be like this, I should have allocated funds to introduce thermal weapons like the other kingdoms. No, who could have predicted this would happen?
No matter how he thought about it, it felt utterly absurd. Is this how the queen of the werewolf race felt when her capital was suddenly bombed? Order Lord Ebony to prepare for the defense of the city immediately.
As you command, Your Majesty.
Time was of the essence.
The commander-in-chief and the knight bowed deeply and then hurried away.
What can be confirmed for now is that the enemy has invaded.
The scale is unknown,
and the purpose is unclear.
I hope all will be well.
May the first Emperor protect Saxony.
Emperor Emil leaned weakly against the hard throne, his eyes tightly closed, muttering to himself.
The clouds of war hung over the entire continent. Jura and Hyde had been invaded one after another, yet he had kept delaying arming until next year. Delaying funding until next year. Was he now to pay the price for that?
Uneasy thoughts flooded his mind,
but the Emperor shook his head, trying to dispel them.
Maybe that won't be that bad. The Empire's foundation is still deep. It shouldn't be defeated by a mere ratman race.
Therefore, these suddenly appearing invaders will surely be repelled. Emperor Emil kept comforting himself in this way, trying to calm the unease in his heart.
Asterisk. If one were to ask which cult has experienced the most turmoil recently, it must be the healing cult.
Although they went through a difficult period, under the guidance of God and the leadership of Saintess Sophia, the healing cult calmed its internal strife and completed its internal reorganization. Now, their remaining task is to regain the lost trust and reputation.
For a long time, many greedy clerics used divine power as a weapon to amass wealth everywhere, so restoring their reputation will be no easy feat.
But Sophia believes that under the guidance of the god of healing, even if the road is difficult, they will surely succeed. Although their bodies were tired, the clerics of the cult were more spiritually fulfilled than ever before through communication with God.
Just then, a revelation from the god of healing suddenly descended.
Saintess Sophia.
Suddenly the saintess, who was performing her daily prayers, was suddenly enveloped in holy light and slowly rose into the air, which greatly shocked the clerics present.
Multicolored light radiated outwards, and the surrounding believers, as well as the guards of the saintess and the pope, all swarmed into the prayer room.
Is it a divine revelation?
What did God say? It was as if the attention of God, which had been neglected for hundreds of years, had suddenly all concentrated here. The will of the deity they served was always awe-inspiring. The cleric swallowed nervously and asked eagerly. Then, with her golden hair fluttering and her white clothes as pure as snow, Saintess Sophia slowly descended to the ground.
She opened her eyes, which still shimmered with white light, and conveyed the oracle to everyone.
God says that the god of plague has moved.
The content of the oracle was a warning.
And for the healing cult, this was the most dangerous divine action. The apostles and believers who serve decay and sickness have already mobilized and are spreading death and pain not far away. Not far away, does that mean our eastern continent?
Saintess Sophia nodded silently.
Hearing that their archenemy, the god of plague, had actually invaded the eastern continent, the high-ranking clerics of the healing cult were all terrified.
No, how did they do it? The forest has been sealed off. There's no way they could have come over.
But the fact had already occurred. Continuing to dwell on it would only delay the timing and worsen the situation. Amidst the panicked clerics, the saintess spoke the next words.
God whispered in my ear that in order to eradicate the breeding evil, we must summon a more dangerous existence and fight alongside it.
Saintess, I don't understand.
Could there be an existence more dangerous than the apostle of the god of plague?
God said that one did indeed exist.
Saintess Sophia shook her golden hair and nodded affirmatively. An existence that would stop at nothing for the safety of his people and subjects.
He was immortal. He was neither purely good nor purely evil.
walking in a grey area.
But at least, unlike the god of plague, he still had a bottom line. At least he would not let the whole world fall into the abyss of death like the cult's archenemy.
It was said that the oracle hinted this mortal possessed the power to destroy the world. The saintess felt very puzzled by this, but it was God's will.
I will write a letter and immediately send someone to Blackwood. At the same time, summon the holy knights and the cult's army.
We, the healing cult, will from this moment on enter into a holy war. This brought to mind the stories recorded in the scriptures that occurred when the god of plague rampaged in the past. With the declaration of the holy war, the clerics realized that the situation was truly serious.
They immediately became busy rushing about.
The healing cult entered an emergency state, and messengers and carrier pigeons were dispatched everywhere.
The army and holy knights assembled one after another, raising their banners high. A holy war against the plague was about to begin once again.
Visitors from the cave.
When he first heard the news of the rat folk invasion, Isaac didn't take it to heart.
This was a siege defense, and his side had the numerical advantage. He climbed the city walls full of confidence, ready to show Sword Saint Ebony his perfect defense.
However, as Ebony stepped onto the wall, the scene reflected in her brown eyes left her stunned, and she couldn't help but mutter,
"My God!" The dense black swarm of rat folk spread to the horizon like a tide, far exceeding the initial reports.
The report stated there were only about 10,000 rat folk, but the scene before her suggested there were no fewer than 100,000.
Moreover, if she wasn't mistaken, the number of rat folk was still increasing,
as if some tunnel was continuously funneling in troops.
What is this? It's completely different from the report.
The rat folk army's banners fluttered in the wind.
They had clearly gathered the strength of various tribes, squirming like a massive lump of black flesh.
Some tribes were fully clad in steel weapons and armor, while others, though fewer in number, were all burly and well built like orcs. Although each tribe had its own characteristics, under the command of the Apostle of God, they had now coalesced into a powerful force with an astonishing aura.
God of Plague, for the Apostle of God.
Squeak! Over 100,000 rat folk roared simultaneously, the sound shaking the heavens, as if even the city walls were trembling.
How could the number of rat folk have exploded like this in such a short time?
Could this be the power brought by the Apostle of God? Boom, 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 boom. There was no declaration of war, nor were there any stirring pre-battle speeches.
Like bloodthirsty beasts, the rat folk army launched their attack almost the very moment Ebony was dazed. The earth trembled beneath their feet, a sight as terrifying as an oak tide.
Ebony!
What do we do?
What do we do?
Open fire with everything we've got, of course.
Hit them hard.
Ebony, who was in charge of the outer city's defensive line, was also flustered now.
The commander-in-chief's order was to block the enemy army no matter what. Rat-tat-tat, boom, the matchguards were lit, and the matchlock guns and field cannons on the city walls fired in succession.
Flames soared into the sky,
and the smoke from black powder and shrapnel filled the air above the walls. One black, round cannonball after another fell into the dense ratfolk swarm, triggering violent explosions.
Boom!
Accompanied by shrill screams, the loud blast sent hundreds of ratfolk flying. Blackwood's weapons were indeed extraordinarily powerful.
Squeak! 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 The humans are using those fire-spitting weapons again.
The results were significant. Even the armored ratfolk couldn't withstand the power of the bullets and fell one after another. With the advantage of long-range weapons, the human army once held the upper hand. If only we had more of these weapons.
However, the number of ratfolk was so massive that the human attacks were like trying to put out a bonfire with a cup of water.
A few hundred matchlock guns and a dozen cannons were simply unable to stop the ratfolk's offensive. Only the large-scale magic released by mages after long chants could barely make up for the lack of firepower. Squeak! Squeak! They're climbing up with grappling hooks. What's that? A battering ram from the cult thief.
Whiff!
Smash it to pieces.
Concentrate fire.
Like building a tower of corpses, countless ratfolk climbed the city walls without fear of death.
In the distance, small catapults seemed to be being assembled. What was loaded in the barrels wasn't stone, but something slimy and bloody.
How is this possible?
Facing the endless ratfolk army, Ebony wiped away a cold sweat and continued to command the battle. Now victory was no longer the priority. What mattered was how to hold the position until reinforcements arrived.
She unsheathed her long sword and sharp axe of sword Kai whistled out.
Asterisk.
Isaac was supervising the maintenance and modification of Behemoth and checking the manufacturing progress of the giant cannon barrels among other projects, where he suddenly received news from a neighbouring the order that shocked him. What?
The Saxon Empire has been invaded.
This was like a bolt from the blue.
The trade routes between continents were heavily guarded, and both sea and air were normal. Yet the capital of the Saxon Empire had actually been invaded by ratfolk.
Isaac could hardly believe his ears, and he confirmed once more with the panting messenger.
Are you sure this is true?
The god of healing told me so.
I believe it's true.
The god told him, if he were on Earth, Isaac would have certainly kicked this nonsense-spouting fellow away.
But this was another world, a world full of extraordinary powers and mysteries.
Here omniscient deities truly existed. Even if it's true, it's impossible for so many enemies to appear out of thin air, right?
You say their numbers are enough to blot out the horizon.
For such a large-scale enemy to suddenly emerge in the heart of the eastern continent was truly hard to believe.
Even Isaac found it hard to believe, let alone the Saxon Empire's side.
Since the last time an airship was discovered, the Knights have been patrolling the airspace.
The sea patrols have also reported that everything is normal. His subordinates reported one after another that no enemy activity had been detected in the sea or air.
So where on earth did so many enemies come from?
Isaac recalled The messenger's description that the enemies appeared as if they had emerged from underground, and he narrowed his eyes.
If taken literally, these guys, could they have come by digging tunnels?
Tunnels were not unfamiliar to Isaac, who had always lived in a state of combat readiness.
After all, the country to the north had also dug many tunnels, supposedly for a southward invasion. Of course, those tunnels were all discovered and were even turned into tourist attractions by the country to the south.
Truly bizarre.
But why would they go to the trouble of digging tunnels to launch a sneak attack on the Saxon Empire?
That we're not sure either.
The messenger scratched his head. He thought the rat folk would invade the Blackwood Duchy since they were the ones who had been severely taught a lesson last time.
It was also possible that the rat folk had gotten the direction wrong.
After all, digging a tunnel is no easy task.
It requires precise measurement
And calculation,
and it's impossible to tell if the direction is correct underground. Then what is the scale of the enemy?
what about their weaponry?
It's not clear yet. The god of healing only told us that the god of plague and his followers are rampaging across the eastern continent.
The situation was unclear.
The apostle of the god of plague and the rat folk was stirring up trouble in the eastern continent, but the intelligence they possessed was pitifully scarce.
Isaac didn't like this kind of battle. He preferred to be fully prepared before going to war.
In any case, the friendly Saxon Empire being overrun by an unknown force and the rat folk active nearby was something Isaac could not tolerate. Especially since the Saxon Empire's rate of being equipped with firearms was very low, the Blackwood Duchy had to take action as soon as possible.
Commander Miller, how many available troops do we have now?
We can mobilize 2 divisions, including tanks, engineers, and the standing army, totaling 7,000 men. Thanks to the recent increase in tax revenue, the scale of the Blackwood army has also expanded considerably.
Very well,
Just in case, have that ready too,
Isaac said cautiously.
As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of the people in the office changed. Especially those who had witnessed the poison gas warfare last time were trembling with fear, thinking Isaac was going to bring out an even more terrifying weapon. However, since the enemy's methods and skill were unclear, Isaac had to be prepared. This was his way of being fully prepared.
Are you going to use that?
Depends on the situation. If the enemy doesn't cross the line, the Blackwood Duchy naturally won't cross it either.
Grand Slam.
Duke Edgar, the pinnacle of the sword, the idol of thousands of knights, known as the Sword Saint, was shocked to hear that monsters had emerged in the heart of the Empire and immediately deployed troops to reinforce the front lines. He hastily summoned nearby lords and nobles, cobbling together a force of about 30,000 men. However, when they arrived at the scene, what they saw was an endless tide of ratfolk, like a black ocean churning incessantly.
100,000.
How is that possible?
A lord exclaimed in shock.
The initial report only mentioned a mere 10,000 or so,
But it had suddenly ballooned to 100,000 midway.
Now, seeing it with their own eyes, they realized that even the estimate of 100,000 far underestimated the enemy's numbers. The lords and nobles, who had originally been aggressive and clamored to completely annihilate the ratfolk who dared to set foot on imperial territory, were now in a state of chaos as they faced the dense swarms of ratfolk outside the city. This is simply insane.
Duke Edgar, this is completely different from what the intelligence said.
There are far more than 100,000 here.
Where did these vermin come from? Could it be the legendary space teleportation magic?
The Empire's borders were rock solid, yet the enemy seemed to appear out of thin air, constantly spawning in the heart of the Empire and gathering in ever-increasing numbers like a rolling snowball. The Imperial subjects living inland had always believed they were in a safe place. How could they not be terrified by this sudden turn of events? Slash. A blue-green sword light soared into the sky from the city wall. Ebony was seen climbing up with the agility of a flying squirrel, instantly cutting 7 ratfolk in half. She shouted for them to hold the outer city at all costs, fighting alongside knights and mages to resist the frenzied assault of the rat tide. On the city walls, arrows and bullets poured down like rain. The knights didn't even have time to set up artillery mounts for the black powder shells, simply lighting the fuses and tossing them down below the wall.
The Empire's mages fought bravely alongside Ebony, each facing 100 foes, but human strength has its limits. Neither physical stamina nor mana could sustain an endless battle.
Things have come to this, there is no other way. Can't you see that the Imperial capital, Gistit, is under attack?
All units prepare to march out and meet the enemy.
The heart of the Holy Saxon Empire, the Imperial capital Gistit, was being besieged by the ratfolk. Even if they were outnumbered, they could never retreat. Duke Edgar drew his shining sword, led from the front, and ordered the entire army to attack. The Sword Saint soared light soared to the skies, striking fear into the hearts of all. Countless ratfolk rampaged before them, emitting a suffocating killing intent. However, Duke Edgar stood firm like a lighthouse, his powerful sword light inspiring the knights and soldiers to grip their weapons tightly. For the glory of the Saxon Empire, soldiers charge. The bugle call for the offensive echoed through the clouds, and the banners of various families fluttered in the wind.
For the Saxon Empire, though
The knights and heavy cavalry were the first to charge, their heavy hooves crushing the earth and sending dust flying. They moved with unstoppable force, destroying all obstacles in their path.
Sweet!
Exterminate the humans.
To counter the late arriving human reinforcements, the ratfolk also shrieked
And gathered into formation,
surging forward like a black tide. At this moment, a massive ratfolk, seemingly
their leader.
suddenly let out a loud roar.
Behind the rat swarm, several crude catapults began to operate, hurling unknown objects toward the human army. Enemy attack.
Something is flying this way.
It's catapults. Watch out for the stone projectiles.
Seeing the ratfolk clad in armor
And even knowing how to use siege weapons,
the Empire's lords were greatly shocked. They had always believed the ratfolk were an ignorant and backward race. Soon, those projectiles traced parabolic arcs and fell into the dense formations of the reinforcements. However, the expected boom of a loud impact did not occur. Instead, there were a series of squelching sounds that accompanied by splattering flesh and blood. What's going on? This isn't a stone attack. What are those bloody things? The soldiers, who had expected falling rocks and rubble, poked their heads out to look at the strange objects the rat folk had thrown. Bloody chunks of meat were scattered on the ground. Upon closer inspection, they were actually human limbs and severed arms. Judging by the crests on the clothing fragments on the severed limbs, these corpses seemed to come from the nearby cult territory. The situation looked grim. As the Sword Saint, Edgar watched the catapult attack that caused no casualties, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. A viscous and cold aura clung to those severed limbs. It wasn't mana, but felt more like some kind of divine power. However, this power did not come from the benevolence of the mainstream deities. It was filled with malice and was hair-raising. Not good.
Don't touch those things.
Edgar realized something was wrong and immediately shouted a warning, reaching out to stop the soldiers.
But it was too late.
The soldiers had already gathered around, curiously eyeing the things the rat folk had thrown. A black aura spread out like thick smoke. Sizzle.
Squeak, squeak, squeak.
Nauseating sneers and cackles came from the rat folk camp.
Asterisk.
Your Majesty. Ratfolk and Jistit City spotted ahead. 5 black tiger tanks rolled over the parched earth and shrubs, their heavy treads emitting a rumbling roar.
The armor, forged from titanium alloy and mithril alloy, was the strongest defense in the world.
Isaac stood on the turret, nodded in acknowledgement upon hearing Commander Miller's report. I see it too. The numbers are truly staggering. A rough estimate, there were at least 200,000 ratfolk, possibly even exceeding 300,000.
Perhaps due to a lack of siege equipment, the Saxon Central Army had miraculously managed to hold out until now.
They're the Blackwood Army. Prince Isaac has come to support us.
We're saved.
Initially, the soldiers of the Saxon Empire were confused by the suddenly appearing army, but when they saw the massive military airship overhead, they erupted into deafening cheers. The scene was as heartening as Marines seeing a battlecruiser arrive.
However, it was still too early to say they were saved.
Squeak.
It's the Blackwood Army.
The enemy of the rat folk. Conversely, although there were no survivors at the time, the rat folk had heard news of their defeat, and were thus full of vigilance and hostility toward the Blackwood Army.
Prince Isaac, you finally come. Slash.
A fierce blue sword light flashed, cutting 15 rat tribe warriors clad in heavy armor and as large as orcs in half. The white-haired Duke Edgar, despite his advanced age, still displayed the heroic posture of one who could face 1,000.
Every time he swung his sword, a storm of blood and gore was unleashed on the battlefield.
Around him, blood flowed like a river and corpses piled up like mountains.
However, Isaac observed closely through his binoculars and noticed that Duke Edgar's face seemed clouded with an ashen-grey hue, looking somewhat sickly. The soldiers fighting bloodily beside him also mostly looked pale, as if they were suffering from a long-term illness.
Perhaps it was because of the continuous release of sword light over a long period, leading to physical exhaustion. Even a superhuman will eventually tire and mana will run dry.
Even if one strike could kill 10 ratfolk, to eliminate an army of 300,000 would require swinging the sword 30,000 times.
And even for a once-in-a-century genius, being able to release 1,000 sword lights consecutively is already the limit.
Faced with endless human wave tactics, even a sword saint is helpless.
Your Majesty, shall we join the battle?
They had already eliminated countless ratfolk on the western continent, and could be said to be experienced and skilled, far surpassing any pest control company on Earth. Of course, but first we have to plug the ratfolk's faucet. In the distance, the ratfolk make clacking sounds, seemingly preparing to welcome their arrival.
What's the point of constantly scooping water if you don't plug the leaking faucet?
On Earth, the first thing a pest control company does is block the rat holes.
Isaac didn't know how strong the reproductive capacity of these divinely blessed vermin was, or how many more ratfolk were preparing to cross the sea, but he would bury them all here.
It seems you intend to use the crude bomb.
What's the use of keeping it?
Although it wastes smokeless powder equivalent to thousands of shells, it must be used when the time is right. The Blackwood Duchy was carrying out a giant railway gun project called Gustav Behemoth.
When Commander Miller saw the gun barrel Isaac spoke of last time, he had an expression of disbelief.
As part of that project, they had already manufactured a prototype shell. This shell was massive and had terrifying power. Isaac named it Grand Slam. The burrows might be deeper than we imagined. Can they really be completely destroyed?
Of course.
Due to its immense weight, it will drill deep into the ground. I've already conducted experiments elsewhere.
What? Where did you?
In any case, the experiments were done.
On Earth, there were also bombs known as Grand Slam and Tallboy.
These were terrifying earthquake bombs developed during World War II to destroy German foundations and bunkers.
Even without a specialized launcher, their weight of several tons could be converted into powerful penetration. Simply dropping them would allow them to go deep underground and shake foundations like an earthquake. In modern times, they are considered the ancestors of bunker busters. The Tallboy bomb at the time was about 6.4 meters long and weighed 5.4 tons. The 800mm shells used by the Gustav railway gun weighed 4.8 tons with an explosive charge of up to 700 kilograms. It is said that after the shell lands, even if it's not a nuclear bomb, it will produce a massive mushroom cloud. Therefore, Isaac surmised that if he equipped the Grand Slam with a time delay fuse and dropped it from an airship, it could achieve an effect similar to an earthquake bomb. After all,
They both utilized immense weight to penetrate the ground, and then used powerful explosive force to vibrate the foundations. By the way, the cost of this shell is equivalent to 1.5 tanks. That's why it's even more exciting, isn't it? Drop it quickly. In the face of such a grand experiment, the budget was not worth mentioning at all. Although the finance minister might throw a fit, at least that was Isaac's philosophy.
Commander Miller shook his head helplessly and then called the signalman to notify the airship overhead to prepare to drop the Grand Slam.
They want to do is artificially create a natural disaster, an earthquake. Chapter 515, The Explosion Underground. A powerful gale howled in through the massive bomb bay at the bottom of the airship. Effie and a group of rangers stood before the giant shell waiting to be dropped, momentarily speechless. Originally, this place had been packed with 3 wyverns and various aerial bombs, but now, to accommodate this terrifying shell, they had all been cleared out.
Remember this site's domain name. Taiwan Novel website is super easy to use and very comprehensive.
To minimize weight, the behemoth airship carried only dozens of light bombs filled with a special gas.
Even so, the airship's buoyancy was precarious. Even with the engines running at full power, it seemed to be struggling exceptionally hard.
Just one shell required such effort. The elves couldn't help but marvel that all the most dangerous things in this world truly came from the hands of Blackwood.
Chaffee, remember, the moment the shell is dropped, use the Earth Spirit to move the rocks and guide it deep into where the enemy is.
Prince Isaac had deduced the existence of the tunnels based on just a few words from the nearby order.
The Blackwood army searched all the way and confirmed the location of the tunnels with the help of the Earth Spirit.
However, the Ratfolk seemed to have shamans who could manipulate Earth as well, and some kind of powers preventing the Earth Spirit from going deeper. But Prince Isaac stated that the excavation work would be completed by the weight of the giant shell itself. They only needed to guide its direction. Chaffee hadn't been on a battlefield for a long time, and she wiped the cold sweat from her forehead.
Sister Effie, have you been detonating things like this on the battlefield all this time?
As the ace of the civil engineering team, Chaffee stuck out her tongue while pointing at the shell that was taller than she was. Not to mention, Prince Isaac planned to mount it somewhere and fire it in the future.
Actually, it's my first time seeing such an exaggerated thing too, Chaffee.
Such an opportunity didn't come every day. Although the tail fins of the shell were welded on using the fire spirit, to be honest, with something so huge and heavy, even with the assistance of the wind spirit, there was no guarantee it could be guided accurately. However, Prince Isaac comforted her, saying that this thing was so powerful that it wouldn't matter if the accuracy was a bit low.
Click click.
Effie stepped on the pedals to climb up, rotated the time fuse to set the detonation time, and then stood before the rangers, shouting with a solemn expression, "Let's begin." Everyone pushed together.
Evo, Evo.
The shell was placed on a slope track similar to a shipyard slipway, but even so, it took dozens of people working together to push it down. Even dropping a bomb was a heavy physical task. Clang! After everyone's efforts, this majestic steel shell finally plummeted toward the ground.
The people on the airship watched the shell falling rapidly in the wind, its immense weight making their hearts tremble, and they all swallowed hard.
Below the ground where the shell was about to fall, the Ratfolk reinforcements were frantically pushing forward using the tunnels.
Rumble, squeak, squeak, squeak.
The Lord Apostle and the God of Plague are watching us. Let the races of the Eastern Continent march toward death.
Feel the pain of the plague.
Fanatical voices echoed through the tunnels. In the darkness, red lights flickered as the Ratfolk rushed toward the surface of the Eastern Continent with excitement and incredible speed.
Their movements were like a single entity, using all 4 limbs surging like a tide.
It was as if they were going to drown the entire Eastern Continent in a swarm of rats. The tunnels were filled with cheers and shouts, with the Ratfolk crying out that their era had arrived. Just then, a strange roar suddenly came from overhead.
Bang! Something smashed down, and the ground was pierced.
Crack! The earth beneath their feet and the entire tunnel trembled. The Ratfolk stopped in their tracks and curled up their bodies as if they had encountered a natural disaster.
Blackwood's secret weapon, relying on its massive weight
and falling speed,
tore through the soil and rubble like cutting through tofu, drilling deep into the ground.
Crack! Dust fell from the ceiling, and then the sharp steel warhead suddenly poked into the tunnel where the Ratfolk were gathered.
Squeak, squeak.
A Ratfolk tilted its head in confusion, looking at this sudden metal intruder.
Boom!
The timed fuse activated, and Blackwood's earthquake bomb detonated violently deep underground.
Asterisk.
Lady Saint, the oracle shows. The scent of plague is felt ahead. The Imperial Army and the Blackwood Army are also gathered here. 3 armies were gathering before the capital. It seemed all the powers had converged here.
A holy knight of the healing cult, bathed in divine power, pointed ahead and shouted.
In the sky, a massive armed airship that was hard to ignore came into view. The appearance of the airship, which had been the subject of many recent rumors, caused the soldiers of the Order to whisper among themselves. The healing cult rarely participated in wars, and this was their first time fighting alongside Blackwood, so they found many things novel. I feel that decaying, festering, and fallen aura of a deity, although decay is also one of the natural phenomena of the world's cycle, attempting to cover the entire world with it is definitely not the way of harmony. Just as the oracle indicated, the nauseatingly thick aura of the god of plague permeated the air here.
Sophia the Saint frowned, her dazzling divine power seemingly clashing with this black aura.
The god of plague and the god of healing were as incompatible as fire and water.
Praise,
Sing, the god of healing protects us, no disease can
can harm the Holy War Army.
The order advance.
It is time to sever this long-standing ill-fated connection. The closer they got, the more intense the eerie aura became, and the dazzling divine power on the saint's body fought against it.
Just as she had prophesied, the evil power of the god of plague could not corrode the soldiers of the order who had firm faith.
God wants us to be victorious.
The moment for the holy war has come.
Oh, the saint personally confirmed the oracle God was truly watching this moment.
The Holy War Army morale soared, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they held high the banners and symbols of the order. Although they only numbered 2,000, the smallest army here, they believed they were second to none in terms of power against the plague and morale. According to the prior agreement, the enemy's passage the tunnels would be handled by Prince Isaac in the Blackwood Way.
Thump, thump, thump.
To eliminate the enemy forces that had landed on the eastern continent, the soldiers shouted slogans and chanted pious prayers as they launched a charge. Sophia the Saint also felt an unprecedented blessing of power from the god of healing, and she led the charge from the front.
Just as the rat folk were moving their troops to deal with the reappearing reinforcements, that massive airship dropped a huge object that looked like a block of metal.
Bang! The heavy metal block plummeted rapidly and with a loud bang, disappeared into the ground.
The Holy War Army was surprised, but seeing nothing unusual, they continued forward in confusion.
However, the anomaly occurred soon after.
Crack! A massive explosion vibration came from beneath their feet, and the earth began to shake like an earthquake.
A deafening roar resounded in all directions and the ground heaved.
Then the place where the metal block had fallen collapsed like a sinkhole, and immediately after, a massive pillar of fire shot into the sky.
Boom! Squeak!
An invisible shockwave swept in all directions, and the rat folk in the enemy ranks were knocked over in swarms.
The rat folk gathered at the tunnel exits were also swallowed by the shockwave, and high-temperature flames gushing from the holes, letting out bursts of miserable screams.
The gale howled, clothes flapping loudly as if they were about to be torn apart. Hair was blown straight up, and eyes could hardly be kept open.
Except for a few, almost no one could stand steadily.
When the shockwave subsided, and the dust settled, Sophia the Saint looked at the scene of large-scale destruction before her dumbfounded. The surrounding holy knights and soldiers were also shocked by Blackwood's thunderous way of destroying the tunnels, and they all prayed and exclaimed in surprise.
Oh my god, the ground disappeared.
On the towering spire of the inner city,
the Emperor of Saxony was nervously scanning the battlefield, the sudden turn of events leaving him speechless for a moment.
Court mage, what happened there just now? The deafening sound of the explosion mixed with the painful screams of the light people.
He asked the experienced court mage, but the mage replied that it was not magic, and he could not explain it either. In that case, this sight must have been caused by the thermal weapons he had hesitated to introduce due to financial issues. He only knew that gunpowder and bombs could penetrate armor and destroy city walls, but he never expected them to unleash such astonishing power.
Duke Isaac, just how far do you intend to develop these thermal weapons? The Emperor of Saxony looked at the scene outside the window, sighing repeatedly with complex emotions. Ebony Knight, who served the Emperor, also stopped mid-swing, a look of shock appearing on her face, just like the Emperor.
The ground disappeared.
Surprisingly, that was indeed the case.
Hearing the incredulous voice of her subordinate knight, Ebony nodded.
I'm not blind yet.
Horrifying traces of destruction were reflected in her hazel eyes.
The ground, where a large number of light people had been standing, had now collapsed, forming a massive crater.
This sudden change caused the previously fierce siege battle to pause briefly.
It's as if the god of earth has become furious.
Indeed, could Duke Isaac possibly trigger an earthquake?
With a wry smile, the blood-soaked Ebony swung her longsword, flicking the blood off the blade onto the city wall.
Then she looked incredulously at the Blackwood army below the distant city wall. In the previous explosion, at least 10,000 light people were caught in a blast or fell into the collapsing underground area.
Just like the donut recently popular in the capital, a huge hole was blasted into the center of the enemy formation, and the light people in the rear fell into chaos. Moreover, the number of enemy troops, which had been growing like a snowball, seemed to have stopped increasing, though she didn't know what the Blackwood army had done.
Squeak!
Swish! Taking advantage of this brief pause, some light people attempted to climb the city wall. Ebony infused her longsword as a sword kai, decapitating a rat head that was trying to climb over the city railing. Immediately after, she split open another light person with lightning speed and kicked away the siege ladder.
Bang! Bang!
Below, the light people raised the battering ram again, slamming it against the city gate repeatedly.
Even though a gap was blasted in the center of the enemy formation, the light soldiers on the front line continued to surge forward, pushed by their comrades in the rear. Only by killing the enemy in front of them could they survive. This was the cruel light human wave tactic.
Pull yourselves together.
Block the enemies in front of you.
Although the Blackwood army delivered an unexpected blow to the enemy numbers still totaled hundreds of thousands, and the war continued.
Ebony regulated her heavy breathing, gathered her remaining magic power, and once again unleashed Sword Kai toward the city base, tearing through flesh and armor.
Swish! Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk.
The capital of the Saxon Empire, once symbolizing prosperity and wealth, was now engulfed in the flames of war. Thick, sturdy city walls encircled the capital, just looked like armor. The light people surged toward the outer city walls like a black tide, while the three sporting armies violently attacked the rear of the light siege force, making the battle extremely fierce. The Blackwood army, Duke Edgar's allied forces, and the Holy War army of the healing cult united to fight the enemy, aiming to eliminate the rat scum who dared to invade the eastern continent.
Each army did its best to surround and annihilate the light forces from their respective positions.
Fire, fire, fire.
On the plain, 170 cannons of various sizes and 5 tanks were lined up. Following the command of Vice Commander Hans, the artillerymen pulled the white firing ropes, and countless muzzles spewed fierce flames.
Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, dense cannon fire mercilessly pounded the light people charging at full speed. A rain of steel poured down.
With every explosion, dozens of light people were blown away, vanishing without a trace.
Light people hit by the shockwaves and shrapnel fell to the ground mid-run, piling up on top of one another.
However, even though these powerful thermal weapons fired continuously, the light people's offensive showed no signs of weakening. Even if their comrades beside them were blown to pieces, even if they themselves were hit directly by a shell and turned into a pool of flesh and blood, they still charged forward, roaring with burning crimson eyes. These light people seemed to have had their minds controlled by fanatical faith, completely disregarding life and death.
Squeak, squeak.
The god of plague is watching us.
Gee, do not be afraid.
After we die, we will enter his paradise. How good could the god of plague's paradise be to make them sacrifice their lives so readily?
These guys, whose minds were clouded by fanatical faith, were truly difficult opponents.
The water-cooled machine gun position was the first to run out of 600 rounds, forcing them to stop and reload. If only 10,000 enemies were charging recklessly, they might still be suppressed by the current firepower. But what if it was 100,000?
Or even 200,000.
Your Grace, what is it?
Before them, a large group of light people wielding scimitars surged forward like a black tide filled with murderous intent. Can we fire another shot like the last one?
How could we?
You're too greedy. Just as he said, the cost of a single shot like that was equivalent to 1 tank. Angry screams and strange cries rose and fell. Look at that rolling black tide, it's just like the orc frenzy of yesteryear.
That time, we barely managed to withstand the orc attack by relying on the terrain advantage of the river and the combined strength of all the kingdoms.
But now, our forces consist only of Edgar's 30,000, the Blackwood Army's 7,000, and the Holy War Army's approximately 3,000 men.
With such a vast disparity in numbers, it will likely be difficult to withstand this reckless charge. We should have turned off the faucet before things developed to this point. The rat hole leading to the eastern continent has been open for too long. Now there are rats everywhere. If this continues, even the Blackwood Army will have to prepare for close quarters combat.
As the enemies entered range, the soldiers pulled their bolts and fired at the enemy.
I was about to order the rifleman to fix bayonets when I suddenly saw something being thrown from afar. It wasn't a heavy stone, but something very light, which flew directly near our army and landed on the ground with a soft thud.
It was a fragment of a human corpse crawling with maggots. The soldiers frowned upon seeing the bloody chunk of flesh. Then the chilling, strange laugh echoed from their enemy formation.
Squeak, squeak, squeak.
Kindness.
The collapse of the painstakingly dug tunnels was indeed shocking. But for the rat men intent on igniting the flames of war in the eastern continent, the battle continued.
Next to the taut catapults sat mountains of human heads and severed limbs. The contents of viscous jars were poured out.
Flesh and blood, saturated with the authority of the god of plague, were launched into the enemy ranks by the catapults.
Squeak, squeak, squeak.
The patriarch of the Ironclaw tribe watched humans twitching in agony after being splattered with the flesh of their own kind, letting out a triumphant laugh. He saw that even the stormtroopers, who could easily deflect a rain of arrows, were infected by the plague and vomiting incessantly. He pointed at them and shouted,
"Squeak! Look, this is the power of the plague."
Even the sturdiest armor is useless in the face of disease. The patriarch squeaked in excitement. The baptism of steel and fire had killed thousands of rat men, but now even those ironclad humans could not withstand the power of a god.
The human soldiers fought sickly and stumbling.
Even the renowned Blackwood family was no exception.
Whether wearing plate armor or raising mana barriers, who could resist before the authority of an absolute being?
The god protects our ratman race.
Boom! Black cannonballs flew in, and the explosions and shrapnel tore apart dozens of kin, but the Ironclaw Patriarch no longer cared.
The training and morale of the Blackwood army were very high. Even infected with the plague, they continued to fight desperately, but in half a day, they wouldn't even be able to stand.
Squeak, squeak.
The enemy's cannonballs cannot match the numbers of our ratman race.
Even if the ratmen suffered heavy casualties, they still possessed vast numbers.
When the time was right, they would tear the weakened humans to shreds.
When a time came, the Ironclaw Patriarch intended to cut off the head of their racial enemy, the human named Isaac, and hang it on a flagpole. Just then, a hair-raising gaze swept across the backs of the ratmen. Though no one told him, the Ironclaw Patriarch instinctively realized that it was the gaze of the god of plague.
Squeak!
The ratmen felt that invisible yet powerful presence and couldn't help but tremble. That great one seemed to be warning them of something. It felt as if he were in such a hurry that he was willing to bypass the apostle of God to communicate forcibly.
A sharp light flashed in the Ironclaw Patriarch's eyes, and he suddenly looked up, his whole body shaking.
Seeing this, the ratman priest rushed over to inquire, "Squeak, Patriarch, what is wrong? Is the god whispering to you?" "Squeak, what did the god say?" The Ironclaw Patriarch closed his eyes and answered with an expression he himself found hard to understand.
"Squeak,
he told us to flee immediately. The humans were already teetering, and on the verge of collapse. This was the perfect opportunity, yet they were to flee immediately.
The ratmen thought this was nonsense and began to stir in commotion.
But before long, a sudden change occurred in the sky, and they understood the meaning of those words. Bang! Bang, bang, bang.
thick pungent smoke. Such smoke always erupted after the Blackwood army fired their cannons, but this time it was different.
First, there were no dazzling explosions, smoke was merely ejected feebly into the air.
However, the ratmen who came into contact with this seemingly harmless smoke suddenly clutched their eyes and necks rolling on the ground and letting out shrill screams. The moment they inhaled the smoke, their lungs were scorched as if they were in hell. Squeak, squeak, scream, help, help, gurgle. Another catastrophe separate from the plague had descended.
Saintess Sophia and the Holy Knights, wearing gas masks provided by the Blackwood family, breathed heavily, not understanding what was happening.
Through the small glass windows on either side of the mask, Sophia watched the scene before her, stunned into silence.
God of healing. Humans always instinctively seek the protection of a god when in extreme shock. The ratmen who had been mocking the humans were enveloped in white smoke and let out shrill screams. Their flesh and blood were melting.
Everyone watched this horrifying scene as if petrified.
The ratmen let out heart-wrenching screams.
Creaky, cough, cough, cough.
Blake,
Help, help, gurgle.
If they opened their mouths to scream, their esophagi would tear.
breathing became a luxury.
They clutched their scorched eyes, realizing their eyeballs were melting. Finally, trapped in the yellow smoke, they melted like zombies, vomiting blood and collapsing one by one.
These hundreds of thousands of ratmen were wiped out in an instant. Countless ratmen fell like stalks of wheat.
The lords on Edgar's side, witnessing all this, cried out in surprise.
Hordes of ratmen enveloped in white and yellow smoke would cough once, clutch their necks, and collapse trembling. Like a grim reaper, the white smoke drifted across the battlefield.
The ratmen screamed in terror and fled in all directions. But each time, a strange gale would blow, driving the white smoke toward them.
Run, run, cough, cough.
Why is the wind chasing us, gurgle?
Death followed them like a shadow.
In the greyish white and yellow smoke, they swung their weapons but could not touch or harm the smoke that was like a void.
They died like poison rats, bleeding all over and foaming at the mouth.
The ratmen who had stood firm under cannon fire fell into fear and panic for the first time. Their characteristic fanaticism vanished.
The smoke devoured them like a living creature.
Thousands of ratmen collapsed simultaneously. Squeak, come back.
Hold the line.
This is the order of the Iron Claw Patriarch.
Squeak, no.
We'll die if we stay here.
Everyone run. Squeak, cough, cough.
The ratmen ignored their god and began a massive flight, trampling over each other. The collapse of the ratmen tide was clearly visible to everyone. What on earth is?
It's as if a white demon is rampaging across the battlefield.
Sophia, the Holy War Army, Duke Edgar, and the lords were all speechless with shock.
The ratmen had once surged like a black tide, but now their vast numbers were meaningless in the face of the slaughter.
Ho ho.
The Blackwood army, wearing black gas masks, seemed accustomed to this scene, remaining unmoved even as the enemy melted before their eyes.
They simply breathed heavily, waiting for their moment. Is this why you had me retreat, God of healing?
Even running on all fours like a beast, one could not be faster than the wind.
The omniscient absolute being gave a silent affirmation to the Saintess's question.
The terrifying weapon hidden by Duke Isaac.
A mask is sufficient to shock even the gods.
It seemed the god had long known the side of the Duke.
A grey figure, neither white nor black and difficult to fathom, as dangerous as the god of plague.
Asclepius, the god of healing, had once cautioned the Saintess to assist him, but also to remain vigilant.
Squeak, squeak.
It's coming.
Run.
The terrified ratmen were instantly swallowed by the thick smoke attacking from above.
In the impenetrable smoke, gurgle gurgle sounds were heard, followed by the sound of bodies collapsing one after another.
After a painful struggle, the deathly silence fell over the battlefield.
Everyone present was glad they were not in the midst of it, swallowing nervously. They were utterly shocked by the Blackwood family's new weapon,
and this shock was mirrored in the towers of the inner city. Emperor Emil and his courtiers, who had been anxious because the garrison and reinforcements were in dire straits, were now stunned by the eerie smoke that had turned the tide of battle.
Holy Emperor, I have never seen such a terrifying weapon.
Seeing the ratmen screaming and fleeing in terror, as the courtiers said, those ratmen who had come across the continent through tunnels like fanatics just now, their skin and eyeballs from every pore was like. Please stop describing it.
The people in the palace were still shaken.
Emperor Emil's gaze remained fixed on the terrifying white and yellow smoke that had swallowed hundreds of thousands of enemy troops. Flesh melting, this is the same method of attack as the god of plague.
How could an apostle of the goddess of harmony use such a method?
His mind was filled with questions. No, it had started long ago. Why would an apostle of the goddess of harmony know how to manufacture weapons that could breach walls and penetrate armor? Look at the reaction of the Blackwood army. They seem to have used this weapon before. Then why are we only seeing it for the first time now? If such a weapon could wipe out hundreds of thousands of enemies and was irresistible, then if it had existed for a long time, it should have been used many times already. Perhaps it's because the ratmen used the plague first that the Blackwood army used this weapon. That made sense.
According to reports, the Blackwood family seemed to have fought the ratmen a long time ago.
It appeared this was a weapon they had specifically prepared for the ratmen.
Duke Isaac is a man who knows the times. If this weapon had been used against our empire during the usurpation incident, perhaps being hit by thermal weapons would have been more merciful. The courtiers muttered to themselves as they watched the ratmen struggling in pain and dying while vomiting blood. Merciful humph. Could this be called mercy? That the term could be applied to thermal weapons, which use overwhelming power to completely crush and tear human bodies apart. Emperor Emil looked toward Duke Isaac's direction with doubt. Could it be that the weapons he possessed were more than just thermal weapons? He could even mimic the power of the god of plague. One wonders where he acquired such knowledge.
Goddess Iris of Harmony, what kind of apostle have you chosen?
It was said that the ancient demon god was teaching magical engineering and knowledge to the high elves, and opposing them was Isaac Blackwood, who possessed thermal weapons and mysterious knowledge.
The current era was in name and fact the era of the gods. As the absolute beings broke their silence one by one, more and more apostles and saintesses appeared.
Emperor Emil looked again at the apostle of the goddess of harmony, who had not only risen to prominence, but even crushed the subordinates of the god of plague with mysterious knowledge.
According to the ancient documents of the emperor's religion, in the past demon god war, the one who fought most fiercely was indeed goddess Iris.
Although he did not yet know the goddess's intention in choosing this apostle, he prayed that no accidents would occur. The apostle of the demon god, Empress Siona, and the apostle of goddess Iris, it seemed they were destined to clash.
May this world be at peace. Emperor God, please protect us.
He hoped that in the historical records of future generations, this turbulent era would ultimately be one of peace. The emperor continued to pray as he looked at the apostle of the goddess of harmony, who possessed the power to slaughter an army of hundreds of thousands.
Dance of Death.
There is a saying on earth, Totentanz. This was the operational code name used by the German Imperial Army when attacking the British with mustard gas, meaning the Dance of Death.
Tizzle. Remember, this site's domain name, Taiwan Novel website, is super awesome with a wide library.
I can't see.
My eyes.
Greyish-white and stinging sulphur yellow smoke spread out, and the rat folk trapped within struggled in agony, letting out shrill screams amidst their dance of deaths, drenched in blood. One has to admit the Germans really have a knack for naming things. Following the drop of the super bomb that tore through the surface like a sinkhole, the enemy lines had completely devolved into a living hell.
Propaganda posters from World War I carried such a warning: if you smell the pungent scent of hay, that is phosgene, and you must evacuate immediately.
Or cough, I can't breathe. Squeak the way back to the tunnels. They've been collapsed. We can't go back to the western continent.
The rat folk were in complete disarray. Now what these fellows were smelling must be the pungent scent of hay and the sharp sting of mustard. This was likely the last scent they would ever smell, as their nasal mucous membranes would be scorched away in an instant, and the last sight they would see would likely be a thick white or yellow mist, as their eyeballs would rapidly fester as if seared by fire. Blood gushed from every orifice on their faces, their skin was scorched, and the rat folk let out shrill screams. It was hard to imagine that not long ago these creatures were laughing as they tossed human limbs around like toys.
They look just like ghouls summoned by a necromancer,
Commander Miller said, looking at a rat folk with a mangled face and festering skin, while double-checking if his gas mask was leaking.
Although it wasn't the first time he'd seen it, this world was truly miraculous. Dead things could actually walk.
You've seen them?
Isaac asked.
How could I? Of course I haven't. Necromancy has been extinct on the continent for hundreds of years.
King Freya Vanadis, however, said she had seen them.
It was said that when she was young she had wielded a greatsword and slain a necromancer.
Was it 300 years ago?
In any case, the sense of time for long-lived species was always hard to grasp.
Eerie.
Even with a gas mask, I don't want to charge into a hellhole like that.
A fisherman girl flapped her ear fins and complained.
It was Raja who had fled earlier and been caught by Vice Commander Hans. Watching Hans stuff the noisy Raja into the tank hatch, Isaac felt that he was getting better and better handling her.
Boom. Boom, boom. As the smoke on the ground gradually dissipated, the airship dropped the final batch of gas bombs.
The timed fuses triggered, and the phosgene inside the shell spread in all directions instantly, just like a tank's smoke grenades.
The rat folk, who had thought it would be over once the smoke cleared, fell back into a boundless hell and let out cries of despair. The phosgene and mustard gas had already rendered more than half of the enemies incapacitated or killed them outright. Normally, this type of gas attack is easily affected by the climate, which limits its use. But with the help of the wind spirit, Isaac was able to control this most critical military element, control. As a result, the power of the gas was unleashed without any waste, and its effect was extremely shocking.
Whoosh, the wind, which people usually call convective motion.
Whether it was airships or mirages floating in the sky or the oceans and lands, this mysterious power was of great use.
Especially when combined with the knowledge Isaac possessed, it created a startling synergistic effect.
Who could have thought of using the wind spirit king to spread poison gas?
Even their goddess probably couldn't have imagined such a peculiar way of fighting. Well done, keep it up, Sylph.
You flatter me.
Sylph smiled and gave a forward shot with her hand, responding to Isaac's praise.
Even though he had taught her how to salute, she still insisted on doing it this way.
Click.
The hatch of the Black Tiger tank closed.
After confirming that all 5 tanks were ready, Isaac ordered the soldiers to fix bayonets. All units.
Fix bayonets.
The soldiers in black uniforms attached socket bayonets to their long Monica rifle. Even if the effects of the mustard gas had weakened, charging into that living hell still required immense courage.
The Rangers and stormtroopers breathed tensely, their gas masks making a huff-puff sound. There is no place for vermin in the eastern continent.
All forces charge.
As Isaac ordered the total annihilation of the remaining enemies, both Edgar's side and the Holy War Army's side let out exclamations of surprise. Especially Saintess Sophia, who looked over with a shocked expression as if asking him if he had gone mad.
Go for the Khan.
The fully armed female warriors covered their faces with black iron gas masks, blue magical light flickering behind the small glass lenses.
Even with tanks, the power of biological tanks was not to be underestimated.
They drew their revolver pistol and cavalry sabers, leading the charge on horseback. Rumble at the same time, the soldiers shouted loudly,
and followed closely behind, prepared to completely crush the rat folk once the female warriors had torn through the enemy lines.
Rat-tat-tat, muzzle flashes flickered in the thick mist. The Blackwood army carved out a path of death, mercilessly reaping the lives of the rat folk. Squelch, Shatner's bayonet stabbed into the chests of the dying rat folk one after another. Bullets from the Monica rifle pierced the backs of the rat folks' heads, and the cavalry's blades slit their throats.
They struggled, making gurgle sounds before finally drawing their last breaths.
On the battlefield, only they remained unharmed.
In the mist, the Blackwood army was like grim reapers harvesting lives.
The cruel scenes of war from Earth were now repeating here. Isaac did not feel any pity, for it was the rat folk who had started the war. This brutal chemical war unfolded in plain sight of everyone.
Not only the gods,
But also countless subjects of the Empire and followers of the God of Healing witnessed all this. But Isaac had a clear conscience.
There is a saying on Earth, knowledge is power. It was precisely because he possessed such power that he could strike back when the rat folk launched this horrific plague war.
This is the burial ground for those loathsome plague vermin.
Leave none alive.
while
In the mist,
The sound of gunfire and the clashing of blades intertwined.
Wearing iron gas masks and black uniforms, the Blackwood army advanced steadily, completely routing the already broken rat folk.
no matter how the gods of this continent reacted, this was Isaac's way of fighting.
He would no longer hide
himself,
He would use the knowledge accumulated by Earth's pioneers to surpass the god of plague, the evil god, and all the mysterious forces of this world.
flesh and blood dragon.
Long ago, when the various races of the central continent were just establishing their initial civilizations, it is said that a transcendent existence, the dragons, ruled this world.
Unlike other races with short lifespans, the dragon race possessed thousands of years of life,
Accumulated staggering wisdom,
and spread magic and knowledge to countless races on the ground,
thus being called great beings.
The incantations and magical legacies they left behind still leave a profound mark on the history of the central continent to this day. Even after such vast stretches of time, this great race is still spoken of with reverence. However, when the War of the Gods broke out, their wisdom and acuity failed to lead them to the correct choice.
They stood on the side of the mainstream gods and, as a result,
Were completely destroyed by the god of knowledge, truly the height of stupidity.
At that time, the last surviving dragon, in order to leave its mark, mated with the unintelligent wyverns, giving birth to those half-baked dragonkin who are now worshipped in the Draco kingdom.
It is truly lamentable that a race that once dominated the world should fall to such a desolate fate.
All of this was because they dared to oppose the almighty and great Lord in Athos. The literature says they were holy and wise beings, but it seems that wasn't entirely the case.
Empress Kshna Edogard's lips
Curved into a crescent shape carrying a hint of mockery. In a sanctuary hiding a massive secret, she watched the nearly completed dragon-shaped object and let out a contemptuous laugh.
To challenge a god resulting in the extinction of one's race, and even having one's remaining physical form exploited, it was utterly pathetic.
The Blackwood Duchy will soon meet a similar end for overestimating themselves and challenging Lord Inathos.
his lordship's wisdom is like a spring,
Infinite and inexhaustible.
The Empress specifically mentioned the faction she hated to her very core. Her face turned grim, and she gritted her teeth.
Siona still remembered how, in the middle of a banquet, the dome of the imperial palace was blown open and came crashing down.
Nearly losing her life in the place she considered safest felt like being slapped hard, leaving her head spinning. Through the shattered dome, she could see the airship suspended in the sky, radiating a suffocating pressure. The fear of being exposed defenseless to enemy fire was still vivid in her mind. It wasn't just her. All the high elves who had experienced the catastrophe on their home soil felt the same way. The dread and terror she felt then seemed so humiliating to her now.
For those who prided themselves on being noble and distinct,
It was nothing less than a wake-up call. The war that had been far away was brought right before their eyes.
Do you guys think Siona thought of the nemesis she had never met, her fair palm clenching into a tight fist until her knuckles turned white?
She could almost clearly see that man's mocking smile from across the ocean. High elf prisoners had been captured multiple times, and in the correspondence regarding ransoms, that man had been consistently arrogant and rude.
After negotiations broke down, he even wrote brazenly in a letter, "I will drive a tank and crush your heads."
No one had ever dared to treat her, the Empress, this way.
madman.
For such a person, a single word filled with contempt was enough.
An uncultured, inferior human, he must be as hideous as an orc.
Empress Sedona whispered again that the races of the central continent truly needed to be purged.
At that moment, someone called out to her.
Her Majesty the Empress Siona, please rejoice. All the researchers and priests have worked together and finally succeeded in the restoration.
Marek, the Minister of the Magic Engineering Department, ran up to the Empress, his bald head glistening as he panted for breath.
Even running a short distance in the vast sanctuary,
Left the out-of-shape man gasping for air.
Upon hearing the news of the successful restoration, the Empress's face instantly lit up with a glow of joy.
She lifted her snow-white skirts and ran swiftly toward the dragon's location, a rare sight for her, as she usually maintained an elegant demeanor to uphold her dignity and authority. Soon she witnessed with her own eyes the massive dragon restored using the flesh and souls of the dead.
It was said that this creature had no rivals, possessed an infinite lifespan, and each individual could live for thousands of years. Although its form was quite incomplete due to the use of forbidden arts for its resurrection, The suffocating pressure it radiated still left everyone in the sanctuary in awe. Minister Marek, what are you waiting for? Activate the magic core.
Quickly.
Empress Kshana urged the minister with uncharacteristic haste.
Minister Marek immediately ordered the activation of the super-large magic core that served as the dragon's heart.
A powerful wave of magic swept through the surroundings. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion according to Lord Anathos's knowledge.
Onto a dragon skeleton as hard as Mythal, pieces of enhanced flesh were attached one by one using the authority of grafting, and a never-before-seen, ultra-high magic core was embedded in the center of the chest cavity.
This was Avalon's secret weapon, the Flesh Dragon.
According to the Oracle, over time its outer skin would gradually harden, eventually recovering a defensive power equal to that of dragon hide.
Though it had lost its wisdom, its strength and physical form were restored to their peak. It was a unique, true dragon in this world.
Thump, thump, thump. The magic core beat like a heart, and shriveled blood vessels began to bulge, gradually regaining color.
Though it looked like a mummy twisted and horrific, it faintly exuded an eerie vitality. Seeing that the resurrection seemed to be a true success, Empress Kshana wore a triumphant smile.
Minister Marek,
can we use this to destroy the Blackwood Duchess' homeland now?
Faced with Empress Kshana's urgent and unreasonable request, Minister Marek couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. This legendary dragon had only just opened its eyes like a newborn. It hadn't even learned how to walk yet.
And she wanted to send it into enemy territory now, and to the most dangerous place, the Blackwood Duchess' homeland.
Not just yet.
If we continue the restoration, it won't be long before it can spread its wings and glide.
Confronted by the Empress, who was consumed by a desire for revenge,
Minister Marek did not dare to say no directly.
She had been in this state ever since her narrow escape from the Imperial Palace.
Very well. Just the news of possessing a legendary dragon will be enough to intimidate all sides and proclaim the prestige of the High Elves. Look at this majestic body. It was a full 200 tar long from head to tail.
With just a light flap of its wings, it could kick up a gale and blow everyone away.
A mere physical collision could destroy a fortress. The sweep of its claws and tail could easily crush the tanks Duke Isaac was so proud of. If I may be so bold, the Blackwood Duchess' airspace is dangerous. Don't forget that our airships ultimately failed to return.
Unless its hide becomes as hard as dragon leather, that place still remains, a forbidden zone.
As time passed and magic was supplied, its outer shell would become as hard as Mythal, and its breath organs would expand. Minister Marek saw the longing and vengefulness in the Empress's eyes and couldn't help but offer a reminder.
Just as the Imperial Palace had prepared giant ballistas and platinum eggs to defend against possible half-dragon attacks, the Blackwood Duchy might also have set up some kind of defense system.
HMPH, I understand. It takes time, but if the target isn't the Blackwood Duchy, perhaps we can make those who dared to provoke the Empire pay the price.
Sometimes the lack is clinging to the strong are more loathsome than the strong themselves.
Those countries and races that clung like parasites to the Blackwood Duchy and made enemies of the High Elves. Empress Kshana remembered all their anti-High Elf actions and resistance.
Back in Shiran, she had beheaded all the lords who resisted. How could she forget?
I will destroy them, utterly making them regret ever siding with the Blackwood Duchy.
In this sacred sanctuary, where the god of knowledge and the dragon were being resurrected, Empress Kshana made a cold vow of revenge.
Thump thump, the beating of the magic core grew more intense along with her words. Even if the soul had dissipated, the flesh would be resurrected. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the dragon's eyelids flickered. Everyone held their breath, watching this scene with tension. Finally, from its long slumber, a pair of massive eyes opened, filled with magic and shimmering with light.
The dragon's eyes are open.
Gods, have we really resurrected a dragon? Our Lord Anathos?
The dragon's wisdom and spirituality were nowhere to be found, replaced instead by an ominous aura of death flowing from its cloudy pupils.
The High Elves in the sanctuary cheered, celebrating the birth of their exclusive secret weapon, the ultimate weapon capable of destroying the ants of the Central Continent and the Blackwood Duchy.
Wrath, long life Avalon,
great existence. The Avalon Empire Sanctuary, which housed divine knowledge and served as a site for resurrection rituals using the living or dead as sacrifices, was now filled with awe and praise.
Witnessing the dragon's resurrection and its eyelids fluttering, the priestesses and researchers cheered in excitement. However, at this very moment in this place, the dragon's eyelids were not the only ones twitching.
On a platinum altar not far away, a mass of rotting flesh was constantly contracting and expanding. No, under the continuous supply of sacrifices, this mass of flesh, originally intended to house a god, had gradually begun to take the rudimentary shape of a bipedal creature.
It possessed 2 legs to support its body, 2 arms capable of grasping tools, and a head to house a soul.
This mass of divine flesh, gradually taking shape and looking more and more like a human, began to think. Lord Anathos,
please protect us, High Elves. This time we will burn the entire continent to create a new world for you.
It no longer believed these fellows,
even though it had imparted knowledge of magical engineering and magical weapons to the races of the Central Continent, granting them ancient golem weapons capable of subverting the course of war and airships capable of aerial bombardment.
The High Elves still suffered repeated defeats in their battles against the apostle of the goddess of harmony.
This mass of flesh, which prided itself on possessing all the knowledge in the world, could not understand this situation.
Thus, while contracting and expanding like breathing, it pondered.
It couldn't rely solely on them. It had to leave itself a way out.
The mass of flesh thought of a forbidden knowledge sufficient to overturn the world, the fruit of the sins it had once committed. Currently, only the goddess of harmony was wary of it and frantically opposing it. But if it unleashed this taboo, the mainstream gods of the entire continent might abandon their wait-and-see approach and join forces to exclude it. Despite this, the mass of flesh still decided to activate this plan if necessary.
It had meticulously planned and sent powerful magical items and weapons to the central continent. But how could things have reached this point?
The writhing mass of flesh remembered the unidentified goddess's human apostle.
It twitched in the direction of the iris order and then snapped its eyes open.
However, there were no eyeballs in its sockets, only hollow flesh.
An eerie and ominous aura of
Death-like pupils filled the void, just like the dragon that had already taken shape nearby. This mass of flesh also intensely displayed the will to be resurrected.
death was merely another beginning. In the sanctuary of the Avalon Empire, the boundary between life and death became blurred as never before.
Asterisk.
Farming is extremely taxing on the soil.
The earth always needs nutrients.
And our Blackwood army provided the Saxon Empire with a massive amount of organic fertilizer, comparable to what one might see in an apocalyptic scene.
Presumably, the fertile lands of the Empire would be incredibly rich for some time. An agricultural harvest is just around the corner. In this way, after we had diligently cultivated a large amount of organic matter on the ground, and in the excavated underground, we immediately set out on our return journey as the threat was neutralized. Of course, the return journey was not entirely smooth sailing. The Empire was not a nation ungrateful for favors and expressed its desire to provide compensation and rewards. But at the same time, Emperor Emil and his ministers showed a keen interest in the biochemical weapons that had completely wiped out the rat folk.
The white-clad Saint Sophia, who had saved us from the plague, also kept admonishing Isaac on the way back, telling him not to be tainted by evil, and even hoping he would continue to remain neutral, saying things that were hard to understand.
Who knows where she heard what she did, but her tone even carried a sense of mission to the point where Isaac's ears were practically growing calluses. Until the moment of parting, her face was filled with worry. We finally returned safely, the nostalgic hometown Blackwood. Wherever the army went, the villagers waved with smiles on their faces. It was just before the wheat harvest in summer, and lush wheat fields were swaying in the wind everywhere.
At least in Blackwood, hunger and poverty had stayed far away from this land.
Isaac and the high-spirited soldiers continued their journey home. Before long, the capital Blackwood came into view.
As soon as Isaac returned to Blackwood, he ran straight into Toddlin,
Who came rushing out of the armory excitedly, bombarding him with a series of questions.
Did you use it?
Use what? Toddling was so excited he even omitted the subject, while the craftsman from the armory watched Isaac with sparkling eyes from the side.
That shell that's even bigger than you mountain bandit-looking fellow of the shell.
Ah, you mean the Grand Slam packed with gunpowder? Stuffing enough gunpowder to fire thousands of shells into a single projectile, this thing was the epitome of violent aesthetics. But such an absurd weapon always managed to stir up people's romance and desire.
Of course I used it.
Dropped it right into the center of the enemy formation. How was the power? With all that gunpowder stuffed in, was there even a need to ask? It was like the heavens and earth were splitting apart. Since it was detonated underground rather than exploding on the surface, no mushroom cloud matching its scale was seen. But the name Grand Slam was not in vain. It completely upended the entire battlefield. Isaac described the tens of thousands of rat folk swept away in the instant of the explosion, the collapsed underground tunnels, and the buried enemies. The dwarves gripped their hammers tightly, listening with bright eyes. Regardless, people who play with weapons are inevitably drawn to power and size. Isaac himself had once salivated over even larger caliber barrels.
Your Majesty, did you use it on the battlefield this time as well?
We went to such great lengths to make it. How was the effect?
With Isaac's return, the merfolk from the armory gathered around and asked about the effects of another chemical weapon besides the cannons. It killed hundreds of thousands of enemies, and they were still asking if it was useful. Faced with this question, Commander Miller and the officers kept coughing dryly. It seemed that unlike Raja, these personnel stationed at the armory didn't seem to know the true power of the weapons they manufactured. It was very useful. Yes, you created counter schools with melting skin and made a living hell, didn't you?
Commander Miller added a completely unnecessary remark.
Hearing this response with such a starkly different tone, the merfolk's faces turned pale. The result of eliminating the enemy was the same, but the method was vastly different. It couldn't be helped. Intelligent beings are always particularly sensitive to cruel methods of killing. Clang, clang, clang. A series of thunderous bangs interrupted the conversation. In Blackwood's armory, there was a spectacle that could definitely not be seen in any other kingdom.
That was Hippo and members the giant race wielding a specially made giant hammer and pounding a massive iron plate into shape.
Clang normally, due to the size casting, should have been used, but she simply and crudely solved it with forging.
Watching her send iron filings flying while pounding the thick steel was like watching a giant hydraulic press in a steel mill.
To assist her, craftsmen and dwarves like the Lilliputians from Gulliver's Travels climbed onto the iron plate to help. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Hippo was completing a giant weapon that matched her stature. As you can see, the Gust of Giant Cannon project is progressing smoothly. Look over there, the forging and welding are finished, and the interior of the 800mm barrel is even titanium plated. Toddling grinned and pointed to a massive steel column standing like a factory chimney in the distance. That steel column was the barrel of the Gust of Giant Cannon, which had consumed 30% of the Dutch's enormous budget. The surface treatment was complete.
Normally, to prevent oxidation and enhance wear resistance, it would be chrome-plated, but due to material shortages it was plated with even more expensive titanium. Heck, this is a monster barrel forged by human power.
Next, is it going to be used for firing?
Commander Miller couldn't help but laugh dryly as he looked at the towering barrel.
How did you know?
We plan to take that massive shell not for a free fall, but to fire it to an ultra-long distance.
An earth-shattering explosion, powerful enough to trigger earthquakes underground.
Miller, who had witnessed and experienced such power firsthand, clicked his tongue at Isaac's explanation. Sometimes I really find you terrifying.
Just what are you planning to fight?
Fight what?
Aren't we supposed to follow the goddess of harmony and fight the demon god?
In that case, this thing is still a bit insufficient. When it comes to security, there is
No such thing as too much of a good thing.
The goddess Iris reminded Isaac, her apostle, to be careful of the demon god through the achievement column every time.
So he was truly sparing no effort in his preparations.
As if the end of the world would arrive tomorrow.
The goddess, who had remained silent during the biological warfare, now whispered a few words.
Isaac hoped they were words of praise for himself.
The barrel alone is this big. How huge will it be when it's finally finished?
Scary big.
This'll probably take up 2 sets of railroad tracks.
Even the Black Tiger tank only occupied 1 set of tracks during transport, the largest railway gun in human history, whose movement itself was a combat operation.
It was almost pitiable to think about who would become the target of this out-of-spec shell. Another heavy hammer protecting the duchy.
Isaac and Miller smiled with satisfaction as they looked at the railway gun being completed by Hippo and hundreds of craftsmen.
Unbeatable. The mornings for clerics of the Elysian faith begin very early. From the moment dawn breaks in the east, priests and divine officials open their eyes to prepare for morning prayers.
Now promoted to Bishop, Igni stood at the position for presiding over the Eucharist, her crimson eyes flickering as she led the prayers.
The position of a divine official wasn't bad, but the apostle had said her seniority was sufficient, and for the sake of her junior's promotions she should move up a level, so he promoted her to bishop.
When thick darkness shrouded this world, the goddess sent Apostle Isaac to save us. The earth shall sing praises to God and chant holy hymns.
Echoing her words, cries of Iris resounded through the cathedral. At times like this, the cathedral was packed with people like a gathering of clouds.
Almost all the people of the Blackwood territory had converted to the Elysian faith, and even in the newly built cathedral in the royal capital of Hyde, the scene was the same. Bishop Igni recalled the days of poverty and offered her praises with devotion, even though the pressure was immense and the work quite exhausting.
Fortunately, the service proceeded smoothly without any incidents.
Bishop Igni.
I have a question.
Several small, snot-nosed young believers blocked Igni as she was about to leave, looking up at the bishop with shining eyes and bold questions.
Lord Apostle had once said to cherish the little brats.
Here, they were treated as reserve labor and handled harshly, but Lord Apostle said that was wrong.
He was always saying oracles that people found hard to grasp.
Is Lord Apostle really as tall as an orc?
I heard he drove away a troll with 1 punch,
And he even choked a wyvern by the neck.
He even caused an earthquake recently.
The kid next door said so.
Is it true? Since the Elysian faith was designated as the state religion and became the most powerful rising religion thanks to Lord Apostle's power, only these children dare to chatter so recklessly in her presence.
Oh ho ho, I'm sorry.
These children are just talking nonsense. Come here.
A woman, dressed elegantly, clearly of noble birth, pulled the children away by their ears with a look of helplessness and hurried out of the cathedral.
Igni was just about to answer
And clicked her tongue in regret.
Nonsense.
Surprisingly, those rumors were all true. The world is just that strange. Sometimes reality is more absurd than rumors.
Bishop, let's have a meal together.
Although Pavel had been promoted from a priest to a divine official and his status had risen, he still acted like the beggar he once was while wandering the continent.
He said there was another service in the afternoon and urged them to move quickly.
The group followed Igni to a dining hall located in a corner of the Grand Cathedral. Faced with a luxurious feast that she, who once survived on begged wheat bran bread, could never have imagined, Igni offered a prayer of thanks to the goddess. The prayer is too long. Divine official Pavel, who was likely starving, complained in a low voice. Disturbing a prayer, does he want to face a heresy trial?
Quiet.
Goddess Iris has had many things on her mind lately.
Is that so?
But everything is going well. Is she worried about the demon god? No, it's not quite that.
I just occasionally sense some of her thoughts, like something seems wrong or I didn't expect this anyway. Let's eat first.
Lately, during prayer, she would often hear sounds resembling auditory hallucinations.
She had pondered this with several taciturn priests, but they still couldn't understand the meaning behind it.
Look at this. This is whipped cream. This was a new type of food developed by the kitchens in the Blackwood territory, and it had recently started becoming popular in the royal capital. Divine official Pavel grabbed a large dollop of white cream, full of sugar and the chef's hard work, and stuffed it into his mouth.
Then he picked up a piece of bread filled with cold lava chocolate cake.
He remarked with a look of disdain that things like glazed donuts were already quite common now.
I never thought this day would come. It's truly enjoyable, Bishop.
In the royal capital, Mare, where they once begged for wheat bran bread, they were now enjoying such expensive meals.
Don't get too caught up in luxury and pleasure, divine official Pavel. Clerics should always focus on the spiritual world, not material enjoyments.
Oh, don't worry. We aren't like that healing cult that amasses wealth in the name of curing diseases.
He puffed out his cheeks like a squirrel and waved his hand dismissively.
We have turned over a new leaf now.
Those people have been purged.
An aggrieved voice suddenly chimed in from the side.
Igni turned her head and saw Sophia, the saintess of the healing cult, dressed in white. Bishop Igni narrowed her eyes slightly as if to say, "Why are you here again?"
It was a good thing to hold services in Mare to expand their followers, but since the healing cult was right next door, this kind of annoyance was inevitable.
It was said that this saintess had recently gone to the battlefield with Apostle Isaac using healing magic to save the dying and wounded, achieving great merit.
Igni and the other clerics had also participated in the rescue, but they could only delay the illnesses and could not cure them, so they hadn't achieved any significant merit. Although the Lord Apostle said they had helped as well, she still felt a bit of regret.
Please go back, Saintess.
Why be so distant?
We are neighborly orders that fought side by side on the battlefield.
They had indeed received help from the other party on the battlefield, so Igni found it hard to simply kick her out. The other party seemed to see through this and had become quite thick-skinned.
Besides, the healing cult's financial situation isn't good right now, and donations have decreased, so we're tightening our belts.
I have no choice.
Saintess Sophia actually said they were living on a tight budget. Was that her justification for shamelessly consuming the Elysian face funds? And I also wanted to ask you about Lord Apostle Isaac.
Is it that again? Leaving her own order alone, while being interested in the apostle of someone else's order. Igni truly couldn't understand why the god of healing was so focused on Apostle Isaac. Is your Lord God not worried about the god of plague?
He is more concerned about this right now.
Lately, this Lord Apostle had become extremely popular both on earth and in the heavens. Even the apostle of the god of law, that Dak Elf King, had once subtly asked about the Lord Apostle.
He's very kind to good people.
And to bad people. He's rotten to the core toward them.
He was a typical example of someone who was
Soft on the weak and tough on the strong.
It was said that back when he was just a small lord, he had written to the Emperor of the Avalon Empire threatening to bash his head in. When he was a baron, he had also cursed out the second prince.
Listening to Lord Miller recount those great achievements, Igni finally understood why he was called a madman. Please tell me more.
My Lord God is still uneasy.
Saintess Sophia asked while chewing on a donut. The number of deities watching this apostle seemed to have exceeded 4 or 5. Despite being an era where gods and apostles were emerging in abundance, the eyes of all the gods were concentrated on Apostle Isaac, while their own gods and apostles went unnoticed. Having finally become an apostle of God destined to leave a mark in history, yet receiving so little attention, wasn't that a bit too pitiful? Bishop Igni couldn't help but have such a thought.
Asterisk.
The apostle of the god of plague, Rat, who had a hunched back and 2 protruding yellow buck teeth, was prostrate before a massive plague vat, trembling all over.
Squeak! I am incompetent. The pus of the plague boiled and churned like a manifestation of divine wrath, as if it would explode at any moment.
Where exactly had things started to go wrong? Initially, when all the Ratmen shouted about establishing a world for the Ratman race, digging tunnels and marching toward the eastern continent, everything seemed to be going very smoothly.
Although they had dug in the wrong place and missed the Blackwood territory, instead ending up in the heart of the Saxon Empire, the Ratmen thought it wouldn't hurt to occupy the most populated region first. However, the result was disastrous.
300,000 Ratmen all perished in a foreign land, with not a single survivor.
Even with divine authority and the Ratmen's unique reproductive capacity, this was a massive blow.
Rat, who had thought victory was within his grasp, was nearly driven mad. Since there were no survivors, he had no idea how the Ratman army had been wiped out.
It seemed only the god of plague knew what had happened.
Squeak, we actually cannot defeat that monster. What does this mean?
Plague had once proven it could bring down archmages, sword saints, and even the massive giant race.
However, the god of plague sent out a negative intent regarding this power that was considered invincible.
Are you referring to those pointy-eared fellows?
Squeak! Rat raised his head. The deity instructed him to send an envoy to that place. It seemed a common enemy had appeared there.
What on earth had the deity seen to act this way? The god of plague actually didn't trust the Ratman race or him as the apostle. Rat nodded helplessly.
Sweet. Chapter 522 Dragon's Roar.
Some time had passed since the Saxon Empire's rat-like army was crushed. Just as Isaac had predicted, the former site of fierce battle, the capital Gisted, welcomed a bountiful harvest.
The diligent post-war cleanup and epidemic prevention efforts had finally paid off.
What followed was a rare period of tranquility.
Instead of rushing across battlefields filled with gunfire, Isaac was working with the leader of the Edwin School to master six-circle magic. Look how are my results. Back in the day, I was also called a magic prodigy. A fireball as bright red as hellfire condensed at Isaac's fingertips. However, the fireball was tiny and flickering, as if it might go out at any moment.
His former mentor, Edwin, who was watching from the side, narrowed his eyes.
I diagnosed you back then. You truly have no talent for magic. I even wonder how you reached the six-circle realm. That's a bit too harsh. Isaac felt like his old scars were being ripped open again.
He knew himself that his current realm was barely achieved through a combination of miracles and a massive amount of mana that far exceeded his limits.
You should at least have some hope.
Didn't you eventually learn absolute protection?
That took me half a year and immense effort to master. Besides, that magic is for close-range defense. Among all magic types, the protection school is the easiest to learn.
Edwin's assessment was merciless.
No wonder Baron Alter had paid a fortune to invite him back then, only to have him declare to his face that his son had no magical talent.
Though cruel, this realistic evaluation was indeed useful.
Sigh honestly.
The study of magic always gave Isaac a headache. He temporarily gave up on the complex and tedious study of magic and turned toward a field he was more familiar with. It was where the things he specialized in and countless like-minded people were gathered. Brundle, how is the development of the Dutch's new standard issue rifle progressing? Todlin was busy building railway guns with a giant race. The big guys were tinkering with the big machine together. Thus, the brand new rifle project, infused with the Dutch's precision technology, was left in Brondle's charge.
Phew, you mean that thing you said could increase the Blackshirt's firepower tenfold?
Previously, the Blackwood army had clashed with the fully magic-equipped main forces of Avalon.
The Empire's elite troops, covered by grey shields, had forced their way into crossbow range despite heavy casualties, raining down a dense barrage of arrows like a storm.
The battle made Isaac realize that, while developing strategic-grade weapons was important, improving individual combat capability was equally indispensable.
Moreover, the enemy had an army of 100,000 at the time, while their own standing army was less than 20,000.
It was said that there were over 2 million High Elves in the Avalon mainland. If they ever closed into effective range for some reason, the numerical disadvantage would create an extremely passive situation since both sides could penetrate armor.
The manpower shortage couldn't be solved quickly, so this disadvantage had to be compensated for with firepower. Your requirements are getting more and more complex.
I've made the receiver and barrel according to the blueprints and used high-strength springs to make a magazine for loading bullets from below, but this damn bolt keeps jamming.
Brondle heavily placed the laboriously machined long-stroke gas-operated piston bolt on the table. This was a metal block Isaac was all too familiar with, as many of the rifles he had studied used this operating system. Gas pressure generated during firing pushes the bolt back, ejecting the casing, and then the spring's force pushes it forward again, stripping a round from the magazine and chambering it. If this technology succeeded, Blackwood's technological level would not just be approaching the modern era, but nearly catching up to Earth's Cold War period.
Before this, Blackwood's individual weapons were stuck at the stage of cumbersome matchlock guns and bolt-action rifles that required manual extraction and reloading.
Now they were finally approaching a level where everything could be done just by pulling the trigger. This meant an ordinary soldier could fire continuously until the magazine was empty.
Because the firing process was so simple,
The rate of fire per minute was naturally far beyond that of a bolt-action rifle,
and the existing Blackshirts would receive a staggering boost in combat power.
Firepower could be increased tenfold without recruiting additional standing troops.
Keep trying.
Failure is the mother of success, and these experiences will become the cornerstone of technological maturity.
Even for a dwarf, this was a difficult problem.
This was to be expected.
The reason a Maxim machine gun could be used by non-human monsters like the Stormtroopers was that it was originally a weapon designed to be mounted on the ground. It was relatively forgiving regarding weight and had ample internal physical space, making a manufacturing difficulty worlds apart. Weapons used by individual soldiers must be light and compact.
On Earth, those who developed rifles also racked their brains over how to efficiently fit metal components into a small space. This is why Eugene Stoner and Kalashnikov are hailed as geniuses, for they laid the foundations of firearm structures that have been used for a century.
Your Majesty, it seems this one doesn't have a bolt that can be pulled and pushed.
Lately, Effie had been following him like a little shadow, curiously examining the disassembled firearm components used for test firing.
So Isaac explained to her that the Monica rifle, due to its reliability and precision, would be kept only as a sniper rifle, while the main service rifle would be replaced by this new type of semi-automatic rifle.
To be precise, it was a weapon that combined the advantages of the M1 carbine and the SKS rifle.
Of course, that was a short-stroke gas piston type. In the future, there will be no need for cumbersome reloading actions. You'll just need to aim and pull the trigger to fire in succession.
Just like that machine gun.
Effie mentioned Blackwood's weapon of slaughter, the fully automatic machine gun, her tone filled with surprise.
Though that machine gun used a basic blowback short recoil system, had a slower rate of fire and a slightly different trajectory.
Something like that.
The war with the Avalon Empire was a chaotic mess, with Colossi running rampant and red arrows flying overhead. The simpler the weapon's operation, the better. The existing Monica rifles usually required a cumbersome reloading step after the first shot, causing the point of aim to shift. Wouldn't it be much more convenient if the new rifle only required holding the trigger until all the enemies fell?
By loading 30 rounds into a magazine, one could steadily pour out firepower until it was empty.
By the way, Isaac's ultimate goal for developing this operating system was the AK-47 assault rifle.
Known for its high reliability and low failure rate due to its simple structure, the AK-47 is a legendary firearm. But so-called structural simplicity is also built on the foundation of modern precision machining technology.
For Blackwood, which had just begun to challenge the Maxim machine gun and semi-automatic rifles, this would be a journey full of challenges.
Come on, let's try it. Just like Hitler's buzzsaw.
Weapons with high firepower and high reliability often leave a significant mark on history.
Due to structural limitations, the current machine gun's rate of fire was only 650 rounds per minute.
But as firearm machining technology matured, they would surely be able to manufacture weapons with a rate of fire exceeding 1,000 rounds per minute. By then, even if the High Elves brought the ancestor of repeating crossbows, they wouldn't gain any advantage. This would truly solve the problem of insufficient manpower that had plagued them for a long time. Just like Germany and Japan in World War I and II, even if the enemy launched a national charge with numerical superiority, they could utterly crush them like the US military at Omaha Beach. In the end, it is always the infantry who plant the flag on the enemy's position.
They were not only preparing large weapons, but also meticulously preparing these small arms.
As the
saying goes, the calm before the storm.
It had been a long time since the High Elves' tide-like offensive had stalled at Turan.
The clouds of war that had swept across the western continent were gradually dissipating, seemingly ushering in a brief peace of unknown duration.
A year or two passed, and commerce began to recover, presenting a scene of prosperity. For those who were prepared, this was the golden age to realize great ambitions. The kingdom of Kancha, well aware that money is national power, also actively engaged in trade, but quickly hit a brick wall. That was the Blackwood Merchant Group, which was busy working to strangle the economic lifeline of the Kancha kingdom.
Nikaka, the king of Kancha, thought of Miko, who always wore a mocking smile and couldn't help but clench his fists.
He thought of those desolate sugarcane fields again and burned with rage once more. He didn't know what tricks that woman had used. The sugarcane fields he thought would recover in a year or two were still scorched earth. Even after inquiring everywhere and bringing in shamans proficient in the power of ley lines, the answer was always that the area was too vast and would take at least 10 years to recover. Meanwhile, Blackwood took the opportunity to completely monopolize the sugar market. Although the parrot crop we started planting on a large scale has already exceeded olives in yield and brought us considerable income,
So said the Wataiga noble Makitaho.
Indeed, new trade goods and crops compensated for the losses from sugarcane to some extent, but it was ultimately limited. The yield of parrot vegetable oil was staggering, easily surpassing olive oil and soap, which was once a luxury, became Kancha's new main trade commodity, yet people always first thought of the sugar, which was unforgettable once tasted.
its addictiveness was far beyond that of salt. Originally, Kancha brought the taste of sugar to the temperate continent to open up markets, but now Blackwood was enjoying all the benefits alone. This is simply outrageous.
As the saying goes, wealth doesn't last 3 generations, but with trade goods Blackwood didn't have and the volume accumulated previously, the kingdom of Kancha was still struggling to hold on.
However, the future of the kingdom did not seem bright. Did we pick the wrong side?
The Wakat noble reclining on the throne felt uneasy. The recent international situation was unpredictable, making her feel flustered. It was said that the Avalon Empire's mainland had actually been attacked. This rumor, which had been spreading for a long time, was now known to everyone.
The High Elves also seemed to confirm the truth of the rumor, as they had stopped their offensive and shifted to a defensive posture. Had they lost their ambition for conquest, or was there another reason? In any case, an eerie state of peace had persisted until now. During this time, Mikaka had written several times to Empress Kshana asking what was happening, but he never received a reply. What on earth was the Empress doing hiding there? It was truly puzzling. Even if an army of 100,000 was defeated, and half the troops were lost, those were just the standing forces. There were still millions on the mainland, and they could gather an army through conscription.
Since a full-scale war hadn't started yet, was it still in time to switch sides?
Nikaka was staring distractedly at the empty sky when he suddenly noticed something unusual.
What is that? The surrounding light dimmed rapidly, as if a solar eclipse had suddenly occurred.
A massive object obscured the sun.
All the creatures on the ground looked up at the sky in terror.
Could it be a half-dragon? No, that's not right.
Something is off about that thing.
It was stronger than wyverns and half-dragons, possessing dragon scales as hard as steel. The majestic and awe-inspiring physique instantly turned those half-baked fellows who used to call themselves dragons into little lizards. The moment they met those fierce vertical pupils, the beastmen felt as if their whole bodies had gone stiff. An instinctive fear, like a prey encountering a predator dragon fear. The beastmen finally realized the true identity of that thing.
It was definitely no half-baked creature.
Broad wings suddenly unfurled in the air, tearing through the atmosphere. The giant dragon, awakened from its slumber, let out a deafening roar in the sky, announcing its return. Raw uses of butter.
The season for sowing summer had arrived.
It was the perfect time to demonstrate the power of new weaponry.
The Blackwood army, which had always prioritized quality over quantity, had relied heavily on shared firepower to compensate for the deficiencies in individual soldier firepower. Of course, there were some elite units where 2 soldiers could lug around a shared heavy weapon and wield it as effortlessly as if it were a personal sidearm. In any case, with the new weapons, individual firepower would be enhanced, and the flexibility and options for combat would become even richer. With enhanced self-sustained firepower, it became possible for infantry to operate independently. For a commander, this was undoubtedly something to be celebrated.
Assistant gun at magazine.
Upright magazine, 20 rounds confirmed. The new rifle was carved from the trees of the magical beast forest, featuring a sturdy stock paired with a slender, smooth barrel with 4 rifling grooves.
Serving as demonstration assistants today were young second lieutenants who had just graduated from the officer academy.
Gunner load magazine. At the command of Lieutenant Bella, a legend among her peers and students, the second lieutenants loaded double-stack magazines similar to modern weapons into the rifles. Chamber the round. They slapped the 20-round magazines firmly into the slots, then pulled the bolts, pushing the copper-jacketed 8mm rounds into the chambers. With a click, the rounds were chambered. This was Isaac's favorite sound, the crisp ring of metal striking metal. Gunners ready, commence firing. Since they did not yet have an automatic fire function, the second lieutenant switched the firing mode from safety to fire with a soft click. They aimed at their targets, held their breath, and pulled a small trigger. Bang, bang, dazzling flashes erupted, and the powerful recoil caused the muzzles to rise. Driven by gas, the bolts cycled back and forth, ejecting casings, yet there was no sound of them hitting the ground.
Because the brass casings were expensive, they were collected one by one in shell catchers.
Rat-tat-tat.
Bang bang. Unlike the Monica rifle, which required manual reloading after every shot, this new firearm, which could fire continuously just by pulling the trigger,
left the second lieutenant somewhat shocked, their bodies trembling involuntarily.
The 20 rounds in the magazine were poured out in an instant.
Puff, puff, puff.
The wooden targets painted with the ferocious faces of high elves were struck by the bullets and shattered, riddled with holes like a honeycomb. There were only 5 shooters, yet a full 100 rounds had been unleashed.
In terms of rate of fire, the firepower was comparable to 50 shooters equipped with Monica rifles.
Now, a single soldier could eliminate 20 heavy infantrymen in an instant just by pulling the trigger.
Brundle has done well.
The army has produced a masterpiece.
Isaac felt as if he could see the rewards from the goddess shining before his eyes.
Registered in the armory and mass-produced through divine power, the Greenleaf 1928 semi-automatic rifle was the Dutch's new service weapon, named after Effie, who had repeatedly distinguished herself in battle.
It's all thanks to your majesty staring them down and rushing them all day.
I heard Brundle lost a whole handful of hair.
What's a little hair? Isn't a dwarf pride their beard?
Isaac waved off the comment from Commander Miller, who always seemed to find shade even under the scorching sun.
Ratata. The second lieutenants pressed the magazine release, quickly swapped out the empty magazines for new ones filled with copper-colored bullets, and resumed firing.
Without the need for tedious bolt-action reloading, they could fire continuously with just one pull of the bolt.
The soldiers, who were a bit clumsy at first, had now quickly adapted and looked full of confidence.
It truly is an excellent firearm.
Now the duchy possesses a rate of fire not inferior to Mana crossbows.
Moreover, I've heard recently that some countries have begun producing their own flintlock rifles.
With this, the gap between us has widened significantly.
Using high-quality steel and iron-making technology achieved through the Bessemer converter driven by a steam engine, combined with spring steel manufacturing and high-carbon steel cutting tools to counter the growing threat from the High Elves, Isaac allowed some nations to equip themselves with thermal weapons, but that didn't mean he would rest on his laurels.
Firearms were divided into different tiers.
Between a flintlock rifle and a semi-automatic rifle, there was a gap of several centuries in technology. When others took one small step forward, he had to take 3 giant leaps.
By the way, that Greenleaf rifle has been very well received among the elves too.
Although the Monica's accuracy is slightly superior, we have elemental spirits to compensate for that.
The namesake of the service weapon Effie of the Special Forces was sipping tea with Claire under the awning, when she seemed to recall something and offered her opinion.
When Brundle had delivered the firearms last time, and named them Greenleaf in front of everyone, Effie had pretended to be calm on the surface, but she had been listening intently, overjoyed.
It was worth mentioning that the Rangers' abilities went far beyond simple compensation. They could track enemies as if the bullets were alive, piercing the heads and chests of their foes. The elf King Sylph, in particular, had yet to show the limits of her strength. Recently, Isaac had even confirmed that she could manipulate the large siege cannons stored in the warehouse.
Your Majesty.
Live fire practice is complete.
The second lieutenants removed the magazines from their respective firing positions, locked the bolts back, and shouted that they were finished.
Fine white smoke drifted from the muzzles.
They gathered the used brass casings with a clatter. Then next we will conduct mobile firing drills.
Performance verification had to be foolproof. What kind of test was finished just by standing in place and shooting? As soon as Isaac spoke, a certain lieutenant covered the top of her head, which was burning from the sun, and asked back in this heat, "What else can we do?
If it's too hot in actual combat, will you tell the enemy, let's take a break before we fight?"
Oh, over the years, Bella had become a bit more prone to talking back.
She grumbled as she turned back to the training ground.
Incidentally, the mobile firing drills conducted by the Duchy were comprehensive combat training sessions that combined individual maneuvers with live fire shooting. What are you looking at?
Get moving, you bunch of gluttons.
Over the years, Bella's rank had risen, and her voice had gotten a lot louder.
While some were sweating profusely in the sun to test the new weapons, others were leisurely enjoying afternoon tea under the cool awning protected by the wind spirit.
Ice corn tea accompanied by snacks loaded with sugar.
This is the taste of power. He remembered back when he had nothing, how frustrating it was to watch high-ranking officials and nobles sitting comfortably while he was rolling around on the parade ground or doing hard labor. He hadn't expected that watching others work hard while he enjoyed himself would be so satisfying.
Isaac drained the iced tea, which had the fragrance of corn and a refreshing hint of lemon, then said to the Special Forces commander beside him, "It seems you are satisfied."
Then let's replace all the Rangers' service firearms with Greenleaf rifles. With this, the Monica rifle would be relegated to the second line. The development of weapons was truly changing with each passing day. Even the Monica rifle, which other countries found difficult to imitate, had now been reduced to a second-line weapon. Of course, Your Majesty has created another fine item. The elves are full of praise. Beside Claire, who was watching the demonstration and eating snacks, Effie spoke with a beaming smile. She added that the introduction of new weapons was always welcome.
The wood elf race, with their painful past, seemed to always crave powerful weapons.
By the way, brother, this cream cake is also very well received.
I also always welcome it. Could you make some more?
Claire speared a piece of cream cake with her fork, stuffed it into her mouth, and made a trivial request.
Even though she had just finished lunch, she had already eaten 2 pieces of cake.
Did girls really have a separate stomach for dessert?
Yes, this white stuff has been selling well lately.
Moist and soft, however. Didn't you say this thing had other uses besides eating? Effie took a bite as well and suddenly remembered something someone had mentioned, so she asked Isaac.
You really want to know?
Of course.
Nothing for it then. Isaac explained another use for cream. It was said that in some places it was used as a lubricant for nighttime activities.
There's actually such use.
Effie tried her best to act as if nothing was wrong, but her reddening ears and flustered expression betrayed her.
In the end, she used remembering something else as an excuse and hurriedly left her seat with a red face. Unacceptable truths are always cruel.
PFFD haha.
Watching Effie flee with her tail between her legs, Isaac couldn't help but grin.
His sister's reprimand followed immediately.
Honestly, you're just like a drunken old man.
If he included his previous life's age, Isaac really did count as an old man.
Of course, compared to Effie, who had lived for over 200 years, it was hardly worth mentioning.
Stop teasing me.
Smack.
In the end, Isaac was slapped on the back by Claire.
Only his blood relatives could get away with getting physical with the king. A peaceful time, the likes of which he hadn't experienced in a long while.
Black liquid, who is the master of the vast sky.
Some would say it's the wyverns or griffins, while others would say it's the rare half-dragons.
But today, the High Elf offensive commander carrying a giant hammer was certain that the master of the sky was about to change. Whoosh! The dragon's broad wings stretched out to either side, its massive body beyond description.
The offensive commander sat atop the gliding dragon's back, feeling the immense power contained within the creature between his legs.
In his heart, he wanted to show the world the might of the Avalon Empire, as Her Majesty the Empress had said. But unfortunately, Minister Marak and the researchers had repeatedly pleaded with him not to act too hastily.
Thinking about it carefully, their concerns were not without reason.
Seen from the ground, the dragon's belly was covered in hard, dragon skin and had mostly healed, leaving no cause for concern. However, its back was still a bloody mess, living up to its name as the Flesh and Blood Dragon.
Since Her Majesty the Empress has given the order, I must find a place to test its power.
Since ancient times, only the High Elves had been able to tame the legendary dragons.
To make this known to the whole world, he was searching the skies for a sacrifice. Although the dragon's breath sac was not yet fully filled, even an incomplete breath would be enough to terrify the world. Moreover, if the dragon's entire skin could fully recover, it would possess a defense capable of deflecting even a sword Saint Sword Kai, just like in the legends.
It would be a truly supreme existence, who could shoot down such a genuine dragon.
This was the true master of the heavens.
Go! The offensive commander pulled hard on the dragon's reins. This biological weapon, symbolizing the power of the Avalon Empire, was about to break this period of peace, be it long or short, and stir up trouble from the skies. Forest City, inhabited by the dragon folk, was once called the end of the world by the people of the western continent, but the value of the same item can vary wildly, depending on whose hands it falls into. Now, under the rule of Blackwood, Forest City has become a central hub connecting the two continents. For this very reason, the dragon folk King Forax had been feeling troubled lately.
Envy and jealousy was secondary. What annoyed him most was that Blackwood and Forest City had completely taken root in their kingdom.
Besides, is there really no way to pull out this thorn?
His fat trembled as he slumped on his throne.
Seeing his reaction, Duke Gearus replied, flicking his long tongue,
"It's difficult.
Although they are just a duchy, they are a nation that dared to attack the Avalon mainland itself. Damn that Kukuzenka, what a disaster he has brought upon our kingdom."
He heard that Forest City, now acting as a gateway for intercontinental trade routes, was collecting massive taxes and tolls.
It had become a trade centre crowded with merchants, much like many free cities.
If only I hadn't been so greedy back then and had accepted his proposal. If that were the case, both Kukuzenka and the Draco royal family could have gained a share of the taxes and profits without losing any territory.
But that so-called war hero wanted to keep everything for himself, eventually leading to the breakdown of negotiations and forcing the Draco kingdom to border a nation capable of rivaling the High Elf Empire.
I really wish an earthquake would come and shake them all away.
Since there was no hope of forceful expulsion, he could only pin his hopes on a natural disaster.
Recently, neighbouring countries have begun equipping themselves with muskets and cannons.
Blackwood seemed to have sensed their desire to remove this thorn, so they sold every commodity except weapons. This made them feel even more like they had a lump in their throats. However, one day, an anomaly occurred in the humiliated Draco kingdom. The Gorsaurus, wyverns, and velociraptors, which were usually strictly controlled, suddenly became restless.
Raw, even the half-dragons, with only 2 left after one was taken, seemed to sense something, and reacted violently.
The dragon folk were bewildered by this. Then one day Raw, they, who claimed to be descendants of dragons, witnessed a great being flying toward the north with their own eyes. Oh god!
Great fireball spell.
As the incantation was chanted, Isaac's heart beat violently. It wasn't just a simple surge of mana, instead, a massive amount of mana circulated through his entire body before igniting into a blazing flame at his fingertips once more.
The wooden target, which had been shattered during the earlier firearm tests, was set ablaze by the still imperfect 6-circle magic.
Your Majesty, if I may be so bold, this doesn't look great at all. It's just a small fireball.
It felt like being killed invisibly with words.
His former mentor Edwin, who was watching the magic demonstration from the side, pushed up his glasses and spoke in his usual pragmatic tone.
The power is slightly lacking, but it is indeed 6-circle magic.
How is this anything like just practice more, Your Majesty?
Listening to the mage's guidance and criticism, Isaac felt as if he had returned to his childhood.
The restless impulses in his heart began to stir.
Don't make that face. Now that they knew each other well enough, the head of the Edwin school could always stop his nonsense in advance. It seems that 6-layered enchantment is no easy feat. If it can be done,
the weight of all components could be significantly reduced. Recently, the miniaturization of the steam engine had hit a bottleneck.
No matter how hard they tried, the thrust-to-weight ratio could not be increased further due to structural limitations. Even using all his special abilities was of no use.
Lightweight 6-layered enchantment and thrust-to-weight ratio is this to build a biplane that flies fast in the sky like a wyvern.
I'm afraid not.
I tried, but such a thing could never fly with a steam engine.
In fact, using a steam engine and propellers to power a giant airship was already an incredible achievement. It was a steampunk creation forged from aerospace-grade duralumin frames, magic enchantments, and spirits capable of generating water at any time. Of course, he hadn't given up on trying to build an airplane.
In fact, he had already built several prototypes.
As if possessed by the right
brothers, he had conducted several test flights on hillsides with the wind blowing.
However, for the cramped space of a biplane, an external combustion engine was inevitably too bulky and heavy, limiting its development.
Land-based weapons were one thing,
But if he wanted to pilot high-speed fighter planes to seize air superiority, he needed more advanced technology.
If only I could use an internal combustion engine.
That would break through all existing limitations. Perhaps he could dream of building a biplane fighter like those from World War I with a top speed of 2 km/h, or a Fiat CR.42 fighter with an aluminum shell and a high-power internal combustion engine, reaching a top speed of 438 km/h.
Of course, for now, it was still just a dream.
So please help me, goddess.
This was the one thing he had always regretted and brooded over.
Coal was fine, but what he wanted was the liquid hydrocarbon fuel known as black gold, that black natural resource that completely changed human life, while also becoming a source of conflict.
But lately, every time he prayed to the goddess, he received no response.
Before, the goddess would point him towards saltpeter mines rich in nitrates or use quests to hint at coal deposits. Lately, she seemed to have become a bit stingy.
Was it because his wings had grown strong so she wanted him to find things on his own? It's not that easy. On Earth, one could use sound waves for 3D seismic surveys or drill holes for stratigraphic exploration. But here, none of that worked.
Even the spirits who controlled Earth else could only find ores or minerals. Finding liquid petroleum was nearly impossible.
The same went for the merfolk and water spirits.
It's so difficult.
Steam engine technology was quite mature and its development seemed to have reached its limit.
Would he have to settle for just steampunk?
Developing from scratch to the steam engine era was already impressive, but one must always have the ambition to keep growing.
I just feel a bit unwilling to give up. He could clearly keep moving forward. He sighed helplessly. This world really wasn't easy.
Asterisk.
Blasting.
Get back if you don't want to be turned into grilled meat. With the continuous expansion of the Dutch's various enterprises, the civil engineering team's days were very busy.
This was especially true lately.
The task of discovering and blasting the Ratfolk tunnels used to invade the Saxon Empire some time ago had also fallen onto Chaffee's shoulders.
Ignite, powerful Type B gunpowder fitted with detonators was placed in the tunnel. It was unknown when the Ratfolk had started preparing it, but this tunnel actually connected the western and eastern continents.
It was also unknown what method they used, but their digging speed rivaled that of the Earth Elves.
Chaffee clicked her tongue as she buried the explosives given to her by the Duke and destroyed the discovered tunnels one by one.
Boom! The tunnel discovered this time was the deepest one yet. Accompanied by a massive explosion, the ground collapsed with a roar, its power no less than that of the previous earthquake bombs.
Chaffee looked at the earth that had been turned upside down by the blast and marveled at the power of gunpowder once again. However, from within the mound of earth blown open, something strange suddenly gushed out.
A completely unexpected surge.
Oh, what's that? Gush, black liquid gushed out like a fountain. Like the legendary black rain that falls at the end of the world, it pattered down.
What is this?
The pressure increased, and the black liquid began to gush out frantically.
Chaffee looked at the strange liquid
and tilted her head in confusion.
Oh,
fast food culture exists on Earth.
This is not unique to any one people, but a phenomenon that universally appears in all countries after they move from an agricultural society into busy industrialization.
And in this duchy, where everyone is busy working, one figure was particularly rare.
At this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name.
To find Taiwan novels, visit Taiwan novel website.
All the excitement is there. That was Miko, a hybrid of the orc race and humans, and also the president of the Blackwood Merchant Guild. Those guys who look like proboscis monkeys are so annoying.
Did you know?
They're sneakily interfering with our guild's trade.
It's just like seeing that fellow the president of the Dario Merchant Guild.
Miko, who had been away for a long time, returned to the duchy full of resentment, complaining incessantly.
It seemed she had gone through many hardships. Libero, wearing a beret, stood behind her and gave a look that said, "Please understand."
You're saying we lost the oil war because of something called para?
Yes, it's a crop that completely crushes the Dutch's olives.
I managed to get some. See for yourself.
She pulled out several bright red, ripe, and plump fruits from her bosom.
The fruits looked somewhat familiar.
Isaac, filled with doubt, squeezed one with his monstrous strength. With a crack, the fruit was crushed, and an incredible amount of plant oil instantly gushed out, soaking the table.
This is palm oil.
Compared to other oil crops, palm oil's yield per unit area is 10 times higher. It also remains solid at room temperature, and doesn't go rancid as easily as olive oil, making it easy to store long-term, and suitable for frying.
The fruit of the oil palm is the king of
of oil-producing crops. Neither soybean oil nor olive oil can compete with it. In some parts of Southeast Asia, this crop is even a pillar industry, a highly valuable economic crop almost on par with the rubber tree and sugarcane.
It's infuriating, right? We just started promoting olive oil, and they bring this out.
With this, olive oil would have no competitiveness at all. The specialty of the Blackwood Duchy had lost its advantage,
Just like that. How could they defeat such a plant oil-producing country? How about we go burn the oat race's plantations again, like we did with the sugarcane last time?
After losing in the commodity competition, Miko actually requested to directly set fire to the opponent's production site.
I don't know why the story spread that way. We clearly used herbicide back then, not fire.
Our Blackwood Duchy has never burned sugarcane fields.
Really, officially, that is the case.
President Miko giggled, her black tail thumping against the ground.
Thanks to the incident of burning the sugarcane fields, we were still earning huge amounts of gold from sugar.
Powdered commodities like salt, sugar, coffee, and cocoa were truly profitable.
Since we already have a monopoly on the market, we've been trying to use plant spirits to improve sugarcane varieties rather than relying on beets with their limited yield to further increase sales, but there hasn't been any good news yet.
It seemed climate and temperature issues were more troublesome than imagined.
The oil palm trees I worked so hard to find in the forest also seemed to only grow in the Kancha kingdom.
It seemed the heavens did not want to help me.
If we could cross the Draco kingdom that stands in our way and expand our territory to the west, perhaps this problem would be solved.
A flicker of imperialist thought suddenly crossed Isaac's mind. If there isn't enough arable land, why not just expand colonies and use local labor to enlarge the plantations? But Isaac was not a racist like the High Elves or Empress Nesso, so he just thought about it and immediately abandoned the plan.
So, although I don't know what you said, please rest easy, goddess. However, no matter how I look at it, olive oil is likely beyond saving in the western continent. If this continues, the forest farmers will also take a hit to their livelihoods.
Let's just burn down Kancha's plantations.
No, Isaac didn't understand why Miko was always thinking about throwing incendiary bombs onto other countries' territories. Although there was no combat during the sugarcane incident, there was at least evidence and a reason with the other side's fleet coming to provoke us in our waters.
If we burn their plantations now, wouldn't we just be arsonists lashing out in anger because we lost a trade competition?
But we must come up with a countermeasure.
Isaac held another oil palm fruit in his hand, lost in thought.
Generally speaking, there are two main methods for extracting oil from this crop. One is to use a traditional mill for high temperature pressing, just like extracting sesame oil. Currently, olive oil is produced this way, so the efficiency is naturally poor, making the price more expensive than the latter method. On Earth, nothing was more surprising than the price of sesame oil. The other method is to use organic solvents to directly dissolve the crop, thereby obtaining a large amount of oil. This method is more technically difficult, but the production efficiency is worlds apart from thermal pressing. Take soybean oil as an example. The thermal pressing method requires 4 kilograms of soybeans to produce 20 milliliters of oil, while the organic solvent method only needs 110 grams to extract the same 20 milliliters. That's why the price is unbelievably low. When renting a place, don't people always buy cooking oil by the litre and keep it in the cabinet under the sink? But the problem is how to manufacture that kind of organic solvent. Typically, food-grade solvents use hexane or benzene petroleum ether to extract oil from crops like soybeans, flax, sunflowers, olives, and rapeseed.
But Isaac felt that with the Dutch's current level, this was likely impossible.
First of all, both of these solvents are petroleum-based hydrocarbons. Where would we even get such things?
Your Majesty.
His Majesty Isaac.
Even if one has the knowledge, it's useless without the right conditions.
Just as Isaac and Miko were continuing their fruitless meeting, Effie's anxious voice suddenly echoed through the palace.
Effie, what happened? Usually, a messenger is sent to notify him. Effie coming in person meant it was no small matter. Shafe seems to have caused trouble while blasting a tunnel. Now something is constantly gushing out of the ground, and everyone is in a panic.
She said it was a sign of the impending end of the world.
Effie also mentioned legends and stories passed down among various races and kingdoms.
It's normal for water to spring from the ground.
Groundwater is naturally there.
If it's a hot spring, we could even develop it as a tourist resource.
But the water is black.
What? Isaac, hearing this news that absolutely could not be ignored, suddenly stood up from his seat.
Blasting deep underground, black water gushing out. Take me to see it immediately.
Isaac sprinted out oilfield.
In the northern part of the western continent, there lies a race that is short in stature yet strong and resilient. That place boasts countless mines and miners, as well as a 1,000-year-old furnace inhabited by the dwarves blessed with smelting, known as the Armory of the Western Continent, the Stonehammer Kingdom.
The Stonehammer Kingdom, currently governed
temporarily by Princess Lania, maintains a close cooperative relationship with the Armory of the Temperate Continent, the Blackwood Duchy. High-quality iron ore, copper, zinc, tin, titanium metals, as well as mithril and fine steel forging techniques, and a large number of mastersmiths, among others. The Blackwood Duchy, which places great emphasis on industry and weapon production, has the most cooperation with the dwarves. In recent years, the Duchy's demand for iron ore has surged dramatically. Princess Lania once wondered where they use all the iron ore. Later, it was discovered that the Blackwood Duchy smelted all the iron ore into Blackwood fine steel, then used else to build roads, laying them all the way to the Stonehammer Kingdom, claiming it was for large-scale transportation of supplies. Initially, Princess Lania thought this explanation
was a waste of steel, but upon seeing the steam train instantly transport large quantities of goods, and hundreds of dwarf craftsmen to the kingdom, she deeply realized the power and potential of the train.
Chew, the steam train belched thick smoke, accompanied by its distinctive whistle slowly making its way back to the duchy.
It returned dwarves who had finished their work in the duchy to the Stonehammer Kingdom and carried craftsmen about to be dispatched to Blackwood.
Originally, the Blackwood Duchy was a distant and inaccessible place, difficult to return from once gone, but with the lane of the railway, it seemed to become a nearby neighbouring country. So, it's powered by a steam engine.
Right. Princess Lanier, who had been diligently studying everything about the Blackwood Duchy recently, asked in front of the dwarf craftsmen.
Dwarves are usually proud, not easily bowing their heads, and do not readily acknowledge other races in metallurgical techniques.
But there is one exception. The Blackwood Duchy and Prince Isaac.
Just looking at the Blackwood fine steel laid on the railway is enough to evoke admiration. How could one not feel respect for a force that is more proficient than them in using black crystals and can easily forge such fine steel?
For the dwarves in the research department who once tried to make iron cannons but repeatedly suffered from barrel explosions, the Blackwood Duchy had long become a mysterious and worthy force to emulate.
By the way, Your Highness the Princess, that steam engine is an improved version of the device that blew up Kingsbeer by Toddlin.
What? That thing that exploded during the demonstration?
Goodness.
So, they had actually discovered these technologies long ago.
Yet they considered them useless inventions, thought they were dangerous, and were eager to banish them.
Princess Lanier covered her face with her hands in disbelief.
Steam engine if we had such technology.
If the dwarves also had tanks, would they not have experienced the oppression of the high elves? Some people can discover completely different applications from the same phenomenon of boiling water and the kettle lid clattering, especially among the dwarves who embody the craftsman spirit and create countless items. This phenomenon is even more common.
Who would have thought that person would be Toddlin?
When they first saw that small steam device, no one could have imagined it would develop into trains, airships, factories, and railways.
After Toddlin was banished, he met like-minded humans and was able to spread his wings and soar.
Your Highness the Princess, also, among the goods unloaded from the train, there are new types of firearms.
Upon hearing this, Princess Lanier showed a puzzled expression.
The Blackwood Duchy is very strict about weapon exports, especially to the northern regions.
Because weapons like firearms, made of wood and steel, can quickly be mastered and replicated once handed over to them.
What is this?
She held a rod-shaped weapon in her hand.
It looked very much like a matchlock gun, but the round barrel inside had spiral rifling engraved.
Paired with it were Lawrence bullets loaded in cartridges.
It seemed the dwarf foreign minister,
who rode the train to the Blackwood Duchy, had listened to the instructions. He explained the usage and power of this weapon to Princess Lanier.
Such a small thing, combined with rifling, can fly 700 tar.
Unlike smoothbore matchlock guns, this is a weapon with astonishing range.
Moreover, the Lawrence bullet uses the air pressure generated during firing to embed into the rifling, making loading more convenient.
This is truly an amazing and efficient system.
Is this the path the Blackwood Duchy has taken? Have they suddenly become generous?
They rarely released new technologies before. Could it be that they have developed a new weapon system, Your Highness the Princess?
That can't be.
Using muzzle-loading rifles,
They have been enviously watching bolt-action rifles.
to be able to advance further on such an advanced weapon system, Princess Lanier found it hard to believe.
If we can continuously equip such weapons, perhaps it won't be long before we can take revenge on the High Elves.
The driving forces behind a nation or a race are diverse. But currently, the greatest driving force for the dwarves is very simple: revenge.
Although they have killed many High Elves in the struggle for independence, it is still far from enough.
Not to mention intentionally shaving the king's beard. The recorded grievances alone pile up like a mountain.
Only by completely destroying the Avalon Empire can this immense hatred be resolved. If they can continuously develop such weapons, perhaps they can break free from the wings of the Blackwood Duchy, stand on their own, and ultimately achieve revenge.
Now the dwarves are manufacturing and developing weapons at an astonishing speed.
Princess Lanier,
Calculating cold revenge plans in her heart, tightly gripped the Lawrence bullet in her hand. At that moment, a sound tearing through the air came from the sky.
Oh,
What is that?
something is flying over.
Is it Draco or the half-dragons from Blackwood?
What's going on? It seems to be getting bigger.
They originally thought it was just a small thing, but found it growing larger and larger.
Only when it appeared overhead blocking out the sky
Did they realize something was wrong?
this was no half-dragon. A dragon's aura that stiffened their entire bodies struck.
Amid the screams of the dwarves, the giant creature opened its bloody maw.
roll asterisk 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 279.
A country no longer lacking oil. The era of the 8-cylinder engine is coming.
The black tiger tank belched steam, emitting a low rumble.
Isaac sat inside the tank, heading toward the place where the black liquid was discovered, excitedly shouting along the way.
Your Majesty, although I don't understand what you're saying, please calm down first. A slender hand grabbed his restless arm. Isaac looked toward the voice. It was Effie.
He nodded, trying to calm himself.
Well, thinking about it now, I was indeed a bit too hasty.
Effie, I'll temporarily content myself with a 2-cylinder engine that is 2 cylinders. So, what exactly are you talking about?
Effie and the tank crew shook their heads in confusion.
Isaac had a reason for being so excited about the discovery of the black liquid.
If his guess was correct, what they discovered was oil.
By the way, Effie, where was that black liquid discovered?
Isaac had been fantasizing about 8-cylinder engines all the way, completely ignoring this question.
Now remembering, it seemed that when destroying the underground passage to the Saxon Empire, the black liquid gushed out. Could it have been discovered deep within the Saxon Empire?
Fortunately, not within the Empire.
That underground passage is extensive. It is said to have been discovered not far from the Blackwood territory.
Oh, goddess bless.
Those rat folk trying to invade them actually sent such a great gift. Previously, he was annoyed because the rat folk dug tunnels everywhere, wasting explosives and manpower, but it seems these guys are quite adorable. However, the news Effie brought didn't stop there.
Besides this good news, there's also bad news. The location where the black liquid was discovered is near the border of the Hyde Kingdom.
Damn it. What was discovered wasn't an iron mine, silver mine, or copper mine, but an oil field, the source of conflicts on modern Earth and right on the border between two countries.
Even worse, according to Effie's description, the oil field's location leans more toward the Hyde Kingdom side.
Isaac's mouth twitched as somewhat helplessly looking up at the sky.
This time it seems the goddess isn't on his side, Janushan.
But the silver lining in this misfortune is that the lord of that border region died in the last Orc War and had no heir. Thus, the territory was reclaimed by the royal family and became Queen Priscilla's crown land.
Effie's words made Isaac's mood fluctuate like a roller coaster. So does the oil field belong to the National Treasury now?
If it's Queen Priscilla, there should still be room for negotiation.
Isaac saw hope.
Moreover, just like with coal in the beginning, no one currently understands the value of petroleum.
As long as he offers a suitable price, the other party would likely be eager to transfer the extraction rights to him.
Effie seemed to have thought of this as well and asked, but what if Her Majesty, the Queen, adamantly refuses to sell the extraction rights?
Do we have to give up on the oil?
Well, how about we claim we discovered weapons of mass destruction and then forcibly occupy it?
Oh, Effie was completely bewildered by his excited whispering.
Isaac suddenly thought about spreading democratic ideas, but then he reconsidered, realizing his own head as a dictator wouldn't be safe either, so he dropped the idea. Besides, the US military invading Iraq wasn't for oil, at least that's how he remembered it. It seemed his Earth origins made him exceptionally sensitive to oil, especially since this time he had discovered an oil field without the goddess's help. It made him even more ecstatic.
He needed to quickly go back to being a well-behaved apostle in the goddess's eyes.
Add more coal, increase the heat. Black gold is waiting for us.
The tank was filled with the roar of the steam engine.
No one knew why Isaac was so excited, and they all shook their heads.
But this kind of discovery could only be truly felt by someone who understood its value, just like the discovery of coal, the key to the steam age.
With this, the technological bottleneck can be broken.
In the past, people only treated coal as a waterproofing agent or medicine. It wasn't until the 18th century that its true value was recognized. Modern chemical engineering and industry are almost inseparable from petroleum. From the plastics used in daily life to synthetic rubber, chemical products, fertilizers, and cement. From the primary fuel for thermal power plants and steel mills, the lifeblood of national development, to lubricants and asphalt for paving roads, all require petroleum.
Synthetic fibers on Earth like nylon, polyester, and polyurethane are also petroleum-based products.
One could say that modern life, food, clothing, housing, and transportation is inseparable from oil. Discovering an oil field meant they were about to enter a new era. How could Isaac not be excited?
Roger, what are you doing?
Make the water in the boiler boil more fiercely.
Why isn't the speed picking up?
Isaac patted Raja on the shoulder to urge her.
Raja summoned a spirit with a look of impatience. Honestly, you're going to be the death of me.
Thick steam billowed from the chimney at the back of the tank.
Even without the goddess's help, the Blackwood territory was growing like a rolling snowball.
They advanced rapidly, accompanied by the roar of steam.
Asterisk.
Stop the vehicle, stop the vehicle.
They arrived at the border region with the Hyde Kingdom.
Even with a friendly neighbor, driving a heavy tank near the border wasn't a good idea, so Isaac ordered the crew to stop.
Screech cut the engine, shut down the boiler.
The residual heat and steam inside the engine caused the external combustion engine to continue reciprocating even after stopping, taking some time to come to a complete halt.
Although there was a force braking function, they generally didn't use it to avoid damage. This was one of the disadvantages of external combustion engines. Furthermore, starting up took a considerable amount of time as the cooled water had to be heated and vaporized.
If they encountered an enemy while the boiler and pipes were full of high-pressure steam, it would be difficult to reverse quickly. The engine had to be completely stopped before shifting into reverse.
In other words, the reaction speed was very slow.
Therefore, they used a 360-degree rotating turret, using turning instead of reversing to handle such situations.
Chaffee, where is the place where the black liquid gushed out?
Isaac rushed out impatiently, almost wanting to scoop Chaffee up in his arms.
He right here.
Seeing Chaffee covered in black, Isaac abandoned the idea of a hug. Everyone looked disheveled like workers at a drilling site. This made him even more expectant. I detonated the bomb your grace gave me, and the black liquid sprayed out from this hole. It's stopped now, but the traces are still there.
The surrounding earth, like Chaffee, was dyed black.
It seemed the erupting liquid had resealed the cap rock that had been blasted open earlier.
A peculiar smell permeated the air.
Isaac found a small puddle of residual black liquid, walked up to it, and lit it with fire.
Flame.
As soon as the flame got close,
The liquid burned with a bang.
like a gas explosion.
Normally,
This phenomenon occurs when crude oil, a mixture of gasoline, kerosene,
diesel, and so on is ignited.
In other words, this was very likely actual petroleum.
But just like the Pohang oil discovery incident, if it turned out to be a false alarm, he would become the laughingstock of the whole country.
To further confirm the reserves, Isaac decided to use his mobile biological heavy equipment.
Do I hit it here?
The massive hippo stood by the blasted hole, her two legs firmly supporting her body.
She held a giant tree trunk pulled from the magical beast forest, its tip wrapped in steel like an oversized drill bit. Yes, smash it down with all your might. There are many methods of drilling.
According to records, the earliest drilling appeared in China primarily for extracting water and salt back then.
Just like what Hippo was about to do, selecting a long, sharp stone, smashing it into the ground,
then installing a springboard on top,
utilizing the force of people jumping and landing along with the lever principle to drill.
This could be considered the prototype of the percussion drilling method, using a heavy drill bit to strike the ground and using the impact force to break the strata for drilling.
However, this method required building massive scaffolds and was very time-consuming.
Fortunately, they had living heavy equipment. Thump, thump, thump. Hippo used all her strength to slam the giant tree trunk into the ground, one blow at a time, like a battering ram.
It was simply overwhelming physical power.
The massive tree trunk, carrying a heavy steel cone, continuously crushed the strata and drilled downward. Because Hippo struck deep underground with such immense force and weight, the people on the surface also vibrated slightly.
Thump, thump. The loud noises startled the garrison on the other side of the border.
They ran out holding flags to investigate, but after seeing the gargantuan hippo, they quickly retreated.
They probably found an excuse to flee from this eerie place. It won't be a repeat of the Pohang incident, will it?
Could it be that the oil that just sprayed out was all of it? Did we find an oil trap instead of an oil field?
Without the goddess's help, Isaac became exceptionally anxious.
Just then,
something feels a bit off. Hippo felt the sensation of the impact change, and the tree trunk in her hands suddenly sank deep.
Gushed simultaneously, black crude oil erupted just as Shafei had described, shooting straight into the sky.
A rain of black oil poured down, drenching everyone. You have obtained the tool to the next era through your own strength. Achievement points, plus 200,000.
The goddess's certification followed, confirming Isaac's discovery.
I found it. He had actually found an oil field, a rarity even on Earth.
Isaac rubbed his hands together in excitement, as if he had won the lottery.
We are an oil-producing nation now.
Black oil stains drenched everyone, and everyone looked a mess.
But seeing the Duke so excited, the people around him began to cheer as well, even though they didn't understand what an oil-producing nation meant.
What did the Lord Duke discover? An oil field. It's an oil field. We're going to be rolling in money.
The dragon is coming.
In a place called the Wonder Factory, established by the king, who was revered as the divine artificer of marvels, a core technology was being deeply researched and refined.
This was the applied engineering development room of the duchy. Recently, steam and the steam engine had become objects of imitation for various nations.
The jaw-dropping transport capacity of the steam trains and the steel chariots, powerful enough to crush golems, had shocked many monarchs, leading them to dive headfirst into steam technology research, only to encounter numerous difficulties and slow progress. Due to a lack of materials science and metal processing capabilities, even a slight increase in the steam engine's pressure would cause components to rupture or explode. Despite monarchs investing countless craftsmen and technicians, they ultimately only produced expensive and impractical novelties with a long road ahead before commercialization and practical use. What else is there to trim down on this thing?
Under the curious and reverent gazes of the onlookers, the Blackwood development room remained as busy as ever today.
Andrew, a veteran craftsman in rumpled work clothes, scratched his head in helplessness after hearing the king's demands for lightweight and miniaturized designs. This is going to be the death of me.
Andrew's complaints resonated with other craftsmen like Fergus and Harold, who nodded in agreement. If only we could cut away this bulky boiler
and tear down that big chimney while we're at it. Miniaturization would be much easier then.
Power devices using steam as a medium were indeed great creations bestowed by God and the king,
but the separation of the combustion chamber
and the engine,
the need to add water and so on, all limited its miniaturization and enhancement. Although the deity had said there was room for improvements in this technology, the craftsman still felt at a loss. If you tear all that down, how is this vehicle supposed to run?
Stop talking nonsense and get back to the improvement experiments.
Todlin, who also oversaw the development of the railway gun, walked over and spoke to the distressed craftsman.
But even if we continue the experiments
to make it fly in the sky,
and without using gas bags or buoyancy, relying solely on the engine to drive a propeller,
how is that possible? Just how much do we have to compress the power?
Even after exhausting all kinds of enchantments and supernatural abilities, limits still existed. To fly in the sky, a powerful output was needed, which led to an increase in the engine's weight and volume.
To carry a larger engine, even more power was required, creating a vicious cycle. No matter how much they racked their brains, they couldn't think of any breakthrough solution.
Todlin carefully inspected the improved steam engine before him, scratching his head in distress.
For traveling on the ground or sliding along tracks, existing technology was sufficient, but to fly in the sky just then.
It's done. Prince Isaac rushed into the weapons workshop in excitement, his voice echoing through the massive hall. The newly arrived craftsmen and foreign dwarves were startled by this sudden movement, standing frozen in place, not knowing what to do.
Only the veteran craftsmen shook their heads accustomed to this.
Hey Toddlin, does he do this often? Very often.
Toddler nodded to his kinsman from Stone Fortress.
So this is the monarch of Blackwood, the new hegemon of the continent.
And he's seen here often. Sometimes he feels just like an ordinary workshop employee.
Toddling couldn't refute that and could only give a dry cough. However, every time he was this excited, it brought about unexpected new inventions or products.
In this current stalemate, perhaps he could find a way out.
Perhaps this wisest mind of the current age was guiding them, much like the dragons of the past who spread wisdom and magic to humanity. Drain all the water from the boiler.
From now on we're going to use black water to drive it.
As expected, he had a new discovery.
A smile appeared on Toddlin's face as he asked the man who always provided answers.
Did you find a new medium?
Or have you achieved miniaturization?
Another form of the steam engine, a symbol of progress and revolution.
No, the steam engine is outdated.
Why use an external combustion engine?
Oh,
The revolution brought by the prince was even more shocking than they had imagined.
Asterisk.
Azazel, try making this. On a bright, sunny morning atop a high tower, the Dark Elf King held a crystal-clear glass cup and made a proposal to the succubus president of the Duchess Merchant Guild.
Lady Freya, those who don't know better would think I'm just too lazy to do it. Of course, the glass workshop has already tried, but it just can't be made.
At some point, Blackwood Swarovski Glass Workshop had appeared out of nowhere, rapidly eating away at the market for high-priced glassware.
It sparkles in the sunlight just like a gemstone, doesn't it?
Blackwood's products are all very sought after now. Noble ladies are surely flocking to them.
King Freya spoke her impressions frankly.
The president of the Azazel Merchant Guild frowned in dissatisfaction, complaining that she shouldn't be praising someone else's goods.
So how was your recent trade run?
It should have been peaceful, right?
Nothing happened.
In recent years, since Blackwood taught the High Elves a lesson, they had retreated into Chirang and dared not come out, leaving the central continent in peace. This had led to unprecedented prosperity and trade between merchant guilds.
For ordinary guilds that did not pursue war, now is the perfect time to make a fortune.
Everything is fine, except that the movements of the Uru Kingdom are a bit strange.
Uru Kingdom.
You mean Queen Lamia?
Yes, that snake-headed woman.
Freya frowned at Azazel's coarse language but still asked for the reason. They are frantically purchasing thermal weapons, muskets, cannons, even sparing no expense to acquire them from the dwarves in the north.
Moreover, they are expanding their army on a massive scale.
It sounded like they were preparing for war.
But the High Elves are still holed up in Chirang.
It seems they don't intend to use them against the High Elves. The Uru Kingdom has lost to the Draco Kingdom twice in the past, once even coming close to total destruction and being completely plundered. The hatred from being beaten is always deeply etched in the heart.
Azazel believed that the Uru Kingdom was very likely pointing its guns at its neighbor, the Draco Kingdom.
Do they want revenge?
Now they have cannons for sieging and muskets to sweep the battlefield.
And the Draco Kingdom happens to have no thermal weapons at all. They've always been the ones being suppressed. A situation where they have such an overwhelming military advantage doesn't come often. It seems peace has brought new conflicts. When people have power in their hands, they want to wield it, just like someone who has obtained a peerless sword. The cannons and muskets purchased by the Uru Kingdom were worth a fortune, and in such large quantities, it seemed Azazel was right. They indeed intended to take action against the Draco Kingdom. The Draco Kingdom stood in the way of Blackwood's expansion into the western continent, so Prince Isaac might tacitly allow the Uru Kingdom's actions. If an ordinary kingdom used thermal weapons to overwhelmingly defeat another, the demand for thermal weapons would skyrocket and prices would soar. For the sake of national survival and security, every country would buy thermal weapons at any cost. Notify the Henton workshop to speed up the production of muskets and cannons.
Prince Isaac had completely changed the world, and they could only keep adapting.
Fortunately, after the stone fortress in the north, Henton was the second nation to successfully produce muskets and bronze cannons independently.
This was thanks to their proactive attitude and Freya's strong support.
This could very well become a new industry. We can't lose to the northern dwarves. Wait, what's that?
King Freya, standing on the tower and looking out, suddenly froze.
Whoosh, a massive object was flying toward them.
Huge wings spread out, making the air seem to tremble.
Every flap was like a gust of wild wind.
Is it a half-dragon from the Draco Kingdom?
No, the size is too big.
The object drew closer, and its colossal body became clearer.
This was no half-dragon, but a giant beast possessing a suffocating pressure.
The scene was familiar. A giant flying object had invaded Henton's airspace without warning once before.
The giant flying object glided down, breathing fire, and chaos immediately erupted below the tower.
Emergency. Emergency. It's here again. This time it's a dragon. Activate the interception system.
Henton's airspace is guarded by us artillerymen. However, the situation in the duchy was different from last time.
Specifically trained artillerymen were busy making preparations on the city walls. Freya had followed Prince Isaac's method for shooting down the half-dragon, along modifying the cannons into a form that could fire vertically. Black powder was packed into the bores, thick shells were loaded, and the muzzle slowly rose, pointing toward the sky. Freya had someone bring her greatsword and armor, then rushed to the city walls. When she reached the walls, she saw the artillerymen and the artillery captain watching her tensely. Dozens of giant steel cannons pointed straight at the sky like spears. No matter who the visitor was, they had picked the wrong place. Freya raised her greatsword high and commanded the artillerymen.
All units fire.
Fire. Boom, boom, boom. Blinding flashes of fire instantly swallowed the city walls.
Intake, compression, explosion, exhaust. The black powder that led humanity down the path of gunpowder and changed history.
and the black liquid that drives the rapid development of human civilization, becoming an indispensable strategic resource.
In short, black things always leave a significant mark on history, just like their Blackwood territory.
Your Majesty, I'm going to go boil that black stuff right now. The dwarf who was reassigned today for refining experiments shouted.
Discovering crude oil doesn't mean it can be used immediately.
Typically, extracted crude oil is placed in an atmospheric distillation unit, utilizing the different boiling points of its components to separate it into liquefied petroleum gas, gasoline, kerosene, diesel, and heavy oil.
It's similar to the silver refining method that uses melting point differences to separate lead and silver.
Clutter, clutter.
Isaac brought some crude oil drill from Hippo City today to conduct separation experiments in a temporary setup.
Into a refining device that looked like a combination of a stove and a boiler, the black crude oil gurgled in.
There is a village in Indonesia called Wonokolo. There is crude oil underground there, and the locals use a method similar to this, heating the crude oil to over 300 degrees and using principles similar to shot distillation, along with differences in boiling point and specific gravity to manually extract various oils.
Is such a crude and rudimentary method really feasible? It's doubtful, but it actually works.
Of course, the efficiency and quality aren't great, but for now they just need to verify the feasibility.
Whoosh, whoosh.
Besides, they have elemental spirits.
Dozens of fire elemental spirits clung to the device, precisely controlling the temperature, while water elemental spirits extracted the bubbling black liquid.
The combination of oil and magic, isn't this a kind of diesel punk?
Trickle. Something began to flow out from the mouth of a thin pipe.
It started as a drip, then gradually merged into a thin stream. The workers quickly brought containers to catch it.
Your Majesty, the thing you mentioned is coming out.
It's transparent.
Oh,
In the basket, although the amount wasn't much, it held a colorless transparent liquid that sloshed gently.
the oil that was separated
First containing almost no impurities.
A fire elemental spirit brushed past the top, and the liquid instantly turned to vapor, igniting with a whoosh.
It caught fire at the mere scent of heat. It was definitely gasoline. Fractional distillation seemed to be a success. It worked. Now we just need to connect the oil fields on the border of Blackwood territory and the Kingdom of Hyde and lay a pipeline.
So I'll be counting on you two more in the future, Raja and Shafe.
Shafe was in charge of clearing paths and basic civil engineering, while the task of controlling fluid flow fell to Raja. Their workload had increased.
Hearing Isaac's request, both of them made annoyed faces simultaneously.
This was going to cost money again, and Finance Minister Charles, standing nearby, also frowned deeply.
Oh, don't make those faces.
This Black Stream project won't consume too much budget, and it will become a new economic growth point for the duchy.
In this world, only this one oil field has been discovered so far.
Whether more will be found later, no one can guarantee.
Currently, only he understands its value.
It really makes one's lips curl up in a smile.
But this wasn't even discovered in Blackwood territory.
Is it really okay to name it so casually?
Exactly, that border territory is clearly called North.
Raja and Shafe took turns questioning Isaac's naming. Since it spans across two territories, out of respect, how about calling it the Black North Stream?
That name sounds like the pipeline is destined to be blown up by some unknown force. Rejected.
Good grief,
It's just a name. Why is it so taxing on the brain?
aren't you tired of naming everything black something?
Shut up, Raja.
In any case, since crude oil has been discovered and the feasibility of refining has been verified, the era of the black liquid is coming.
Intake, compression, power, exhaust.
Internal combustion engines and reciprocating engines will take flight in the duchy.
Once again, they have broken through limits and barriers.
Thanks to the dinosaurs of this era.
No,
Here it might be the remains of dragons or half-dragons.
of course, the accepted theory is that any organic matter can fossilize into oil.
So we will drill, extract, and refine this black liquid, making it the lifeblood of the duchy.
Your Majesty, you do realize this is being extracted from someone else's territory without permission, right?
Did you get permission?
I'll just go apply for permission now.
Isa shrugged his shoulders as he answered Raja's question.
That's Her Majesty the Queen's direct domain.
Can it be settled with money?
If it can't, usually adding more money does the trick.
A tug of war between those who understand the value of the black liquid and those who don't. It goes without saying who will win.
Asterisk.
A black tiger tank invaded our border. Yes, Her Majesty Queen Priscilla. It is said it briefly entered the North Territory along with a giant. The Queen's purple eyes were filled with confusion. What was this about now? Duke Isaac was always making unexpected moves, and Queen Priscilla racked her brains trying to figure out his intentions. Shortly after, a messenger was sent from Blackwood Territory, and only then did the Queen get a general idea of the situation. Mining rights.
He wants to extract resources from our land.
Yes, that is what the Duke means.
But he wants to mine for 300 years.
She didn't know what was buried there, but he actually wanted to mine it for generations.
Blackwood Territory always loved extracting and utilizing
Resources. It seemed they had found something useful there.
The Queen still didn't
Understand how they managed to find resources on someone else's land that even the kingdom didn't know about.
I remember now, I heard news earlier about black liquid gushing out near the border.
And the timing coincides exactly with when the tank and the giant invaded.
The ministers one after another confirmed this news.
Black liquid gushing from the ground was an unheard of anomaly.
Some religions considered such phenomena to be ill omens.
Queen Priscilla felt something was fishy and dispatched a large group of investigators and prospectors. However, even after a week of investigation using the magic tower and mages, the response was always nothing special. The Queen had hoped to find silver mines, gold mines, or at least some other minerals, but the result was the same as before. The North Territory remained worthless.
Your Majesty, look, this is the so-called black liquid.
According to local residents, the Duke had also tried to ignite this liquid,
So Queen Priscilla also tried to light it as a test.
Whoosh! Oh my! The liquid really did burn.
The flames roared as if there were no better fuel.
After burning fiercely for a few minutes, the flames died out. This black liquid evaporated very quickly.
This smell is strange. It is indeed very flammable. Perhaps it could be used for torches or lighting. He wants to use this as a new specialty product. This flammable liquid did indeed seem useful. In a siege, splashing this stuff and then lighting it would surely have an amazing effect. So how much is Duke Isaac willing to pay for the mining rights? Although the Queen didn't like people from other countries coming and going in her direct domain as they pleased, such inconvenience could be resolved with money. The messenger quoted a price and Queen Priscilla's eyes instantly widened. This for this kind of black liquid, he's actually willing to pay this many gold coins. The messenger nodded affirmatively.
Everyone present was amazed by the Duke's generosity.
He desires this thing so much, could there be some use for it that we don't know about?
If your Majesty feels the price is insufficient, he is willing to increase it to this amount.
The messenger quoted another price, completely dispelling the Queen's doubts. This price could even be used to purchase the mining rights for a silver mine. Everyone present was so shocked they were speechless. Queen Priscilla.
As you know, our country has implemented policies like public employment, agricultural reform, and land distribution to emulate Blackwood territory, and our fiscal expenditures are enormous.
Please be sure to keep this in mind. The Queen was still hesitating when the finance minister, already swayed by the money, spoke up to persuade her. The people around also nodded one after another, seemingly having weighed the gold coins against the black liquid and ultimately choosing the gold.
Sigh, fine.
Then sell him the mining rights for naught. The royal seal was stamped on the document. Ultimately, Queen Priscilla was moved by the massive amount of money and gave up the only oil field in the world.
Dragon War. Aziz woke up with a start, only to find the surroundings in a state of absolute chaos.
She clearly hadn't accepted this sudden turn of events, cursing loudly and reacting violently.
What the hell is this?
As if the previous calm had been a mere illusion, a dragon brandishing the battle flag of the Hyde Owls descended from the sky, launching a fierce attack.
Read good Taiwan books on Taiwan novel website, twken.com. Super convenient.
It had been peaceful for a while. Who would have thought they were secretly creating such a monster on the island?
Cough, cough, cough.
Henton artillery unit. Pull yourselves together and reload the shells.
That thing will come back.
It definitely will.
The city walls, swept by dragon breath, were a veritable living hell.
Black and scorch marks were everywhere, and the air was thick with the pungent smell of sulphur.
Soldiers were scrambling in a frenzy trying to extinguish the fires breaking out all over.
A single strike of that dragon breath just now had destroyed 30% of the cannons on the wall.
Empress Iona,
That pointy-eared woman.
she was utterly vicious. It seemed she was hell-bent on reducing the central continent to ashes.
They were both elves, so how could there be such a world of difference between Lady Freya and her? No wonder a civil war broke out. These crazy Hyde Elves. The dragon circled overhead, and every flap of its massive wings felt like a gale-force wind, striking terror into everyone's hearts.
The behemoth looked down at the devastated land it had ravaged and let out a triumphant roar.
The dragon, wreathed in flames, dove from the sky.
Its massive silhouette blotted out the sun, casting the area beneath the walls into sudden shadow.
The dragon let out a spine-chilling whistle as it dove rapidly.
The knight on its back held a lance emblazoned with a white rose crest, which fluttered loudly in the gale.
Fire, fire, fire.
Despite the chaos, the artillerymen quickly loaded gunpowder and shells into the barrels, and the dark muzzles pointed toward the sky in unison.
These cannons were unlike the cannons of Blackwood. They couldn't automatically range and detonate.
Boom, boom, boom.
But the artillerymen had loaded great shot, which contained dozens of iron balls the size of fists.
In naval battles, they had witnessed the power of such shells to tear enemy ships to shreds. Even large sea beasts couldn't withstand them.
Bang, bang, bang.
They all hit.
Dull sounds of impact echoed.
Dozens of cannons fired simultaneously, and at least hundreds of iron balls hit their mark.
Roar.
However, the great shot that could take down trolls and ogres failed to penetrate the dragon's thick hide, bouncing off instead. Although many marks were left on the dragon scales, the dragon's defense ultimately remained unbroken. Damn it, these shells can pierce even steel.
How is it so hard is that dragon skin?
The beast descending from the sky possessed an overwhelming presence.
Its size far exceeded that of a half-dragon, turning the artillerymen's faint worries into reality. This was truly a dragon.
Watch out for the dragon breath. The dragon opened its maw, spewing forth flames of fury.
Seeing this, Azazel hurriedly shouted a warning, while leaping with all her might to evade.
But she was a step too late.
Just as her pink eyes were filled with the reflection of the raging fire, a rock the size of a house enveloped in holy light rose from the ground like a shield to protect her.
Boom. Was this the fire of hell?
The intense heat melted the giant rock, causing it to flow down as thick as magma. The dragon breath seemed intent on incinerating the rock and the person behind it into nothing but ash. Both Azazel and the soldiers on the wall let out shrill screams. King Freya Vanadis exerted all her strength, beads of sweat rolling down her grey forehead.
However, whether it was a problem with the dragon's breath sac or some other reason, it suddenly stopped spewing
spewing fire. After a few coughs it spread its wings again, and flew back into the sky.
Having escaped death, Azazel slumped to the ground, her legs trembling uncontrollably.
Oh, Lady Freya, Lady Freya.
The giant rock, partially melted by the dragon breath, flew into the distance under the control of King Freya's power.
The one who had intervened was indeed King Freya.
The cannons are useless against it.
It was the same both times we attacked.
I saw it too.
Did they really manage to get a dragon?
King Freya had long expected that the Hide Elves wouldn't let things go, so she had prepared in advance, deploying artillery, firearms, and even cannons. First golems, then airships, and now a legendary dragon. How was one supposed to defend against this?
Empress Siona, just what have you done?
King Freya Vanadis bit her lip and looked up at the sky. The thick, hard, ink-coloured dragon's scales looked just like the black armour of the Hide Elves.
A dragon, it's really a dragon.
What do we do now? Legend had it that dragons once bestowed fire and knowledge upon humanity. Now such a being had become an enemy, and the impact it brought far exceeded that of golems or airships.
But King Freya Vanadis
Believed this dragon wasn't a true dragon. Judging by its overall form and scales, it looked like a counterfeit pieced together from various parts.
The scales are so hard.
If it were a real dragon, there might be an inverse scale.
Hearing this, the people on the wall squinted their eyes, observing the dragon carefully. At that moment, Azazel seemed to think of something and patted King Freya Vanadis' arm.
Lady Freya.
That's right. Just now I think I caught a glimpse. There are no scales on its back.
Although the knight on its back kept trying to block it, I definitely saw it. Because the dragon had been spewing fire nearby, trying to kill her, she had been able to see that detail.
At the same time, the god of order, who had been watching this crisis, also gave a hint. King Freya Vanadis nodded firmly, gripped her sword with both hands, and held it high.
This great sword had followed her through countless battlefields. Now she could only rely on it.
Ice coming again. The god of order watched the earth and poured his power into King Freya Vanadis. King Freya Vanadis infused the god of order's power into the great sword and then hurled it like a cannonball at the incoming dragon.
Whoosh!
The great sword traced a dazzling arc, spinning high into the air like a boomerang before suddenly changing direction and plunging straight toward the dragon's back.
The Hide Elf commander was struck with horror and hurriedly pulled the reins to steer the dragon away, but it was too late.
Chink!
The sound of a sharp blade slicing through flesh rang out. The Hide Elf riding on the dragon's back let out a terrified scream.
He pulled the reins desperately to control the dragon, but the beast began to struggle wildly due to the intense pain.
Roar!
The people on the ground didn't know at first if the attack had been successful.
But when bright red blood fell like rain, they immediately realized that King Freya Vanadis' attack had succeeded.
Though
its back was slashed.
We finally wounded the dragon.
The city walls, which were previously covered in scorch marks, were now stained with fresh red blood.
This unexpected method of attack left the Hide Elf commander in a panic. He shouted loudly, but the dragon still hurriedly changed its flight path.
Its massive wings flapped frantically, whipping up a gale. The dragon is running away.
We survived. We survived.
Brav!
The people of the Henton Duchy had thought it was just a half-dragon, but they hadn't expected it to be a real dragon, and with the cannons and firearms proving useless, they had once fallen into despair.
Having survived the disaster, they cheered the names of their king and their god.
It truly was a terrifying moment.
Long life King Freya Vanadis.
Long life the god of order.
Hurrah!
The soldiers cheered and jumped for joy.
It was another victory, just like before.
But King Freya Vanadis still had a furrowed brow, her heart full of regret.
I couldn't kill it. The enemy's size was simply too massive for a single fatal blow.
Even this greatsword was like a toothpick before it. To be able to heavily wound its back and repel it was already a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. But King Freya Vanadis still gritted her teeth.
I should have taken the chance to kill it.
Whether it was the dragon breath that stopped halfway or the back that wasn't covered in scales, both indicated that this dragon seemed to have been prepared in haste. Therefore she perhaps should have seized the opportunity to slay it.
If this dragon, which even cannonballs couldn't pierce, fully matured and became even stronger before returning, I'll leave the rest to you, Prince Isaac.
After thinking it over, this was the only way.
Only when powers were evenly matched could a true decisive battle take place.
King Freya Vanadis decided to leave this true dragon for the apostle of the goddess of harmony to deal with.
Railway gun. I suddenly feel a chill down my spine. Isaac muttered to himself as he watched the oil pipeline being smoothly laid and the petroleum being refined.
His vassals looked up at the sound, their faces filled with confusion.
What is it, your majesty?
Nothing, just a sudden feeling. Isaac didn't want this sudden strange sensation to ruin the joyful atmosphere of the successful oil refining. Crude oil gurgled out from the small pipe opening. With a whoosh, the fire spirit adjusted the furnace temperature to perfection. Pipes at different levels began to flow with oil of various colours.
Look closely. This is kerosene, this colour is gasoline, and this last one is heavy oil.
Oh dear, they all look about the same to me. Raja waved her hand impatiently, seemingly bored by the explanation. That's why you're a novice, look properly.
These are clearly different types of oil.
Isaac emphasized that each oil had different properties, and the oil refined from each layer had its own specific use. Even the oil residue could be used to manufacture lubricants and asphalt. Petroleum was truly a treasure through and through, with nothing going to waste.
Honestly, why is there always more and more work to do?
Did you think the work would decrease? Until stronger steam pumps were installed, they had to rely on the water spirit to control the flow of the liquids, as they were doing now. Raja sniffed the pungent smell of petroleum and covered her face with her oil-stained hands.
You should go check in the workshop. I can handle things here myself.
It seemed she found Isaac's constant meddling to be a nuisance. This slave actually dared to wave away her master.
That was my intention.
Besides oil refining, the duchy had many other ongoing projects.
For instance, there was the construction project that had begun years ago using massive amounts of iron, or steel, labor, and giants, as well as the new power source project that had recently broken through its bottleneck. The research and development of the internal combustion engine had officially begun.
The era of steampunk is coming to an end.
The development heads of the workshop felt quite regretful about this, but no matter how they lamented, now that internal combustion engine technology had appeared, they had to pivot to the new technology as quickly as possible.
Besides, it wasn't like they were starting from zero.
With a fellow obsessed with metal machinery around, the research direction was already set. All that remained was repeated testing to see the actual results. Petroleum, the gift from the goddess, combined with the internal combustion engine, was a match made in heaven. Steam engines were sufficient for trains on tracks, but in other aspects the internal combustion engine held an overwhelming advantage. Isaac was wondering when he would see a prototype of the internal combustion engine, when Todlin, who was in charge of the Duchy's largest project, came running to find him. "Your Majesty, you should come see this. The assembly for Project Gustav is nearing completion."
The dwarf's face was covered in smiles.
This was truly good news. The project that had made the finance minister's face crumble in despair was actually nearing completion.
Take me there at once.
Isaac couldn't sit still any longer. He immediately set aside the internal combustion engine research and headed straight for the giant weapons manufacturing site.
A massive noise echoed as ultra-large giants were seen busily moving back and forth across the construction site. As expected, big projects required big fellows for construction.
Even in Germany, the Gustav railway gun's design began in 37 with completion planned for 40, but it was delayed until 42 before it officially entered combat.
Although Isaac's railway gun wasn't as precise or refined as that supergiant cannon, its towering barrel was undeniably a railway gun.
Clang boom.
The giants were assembling the components of the railway gun. It didn't just occupy one track. It took up both tracks of what was originally a two-way line.
If it were to be moved, all currently running trains would likely have to stop. It seemed that moving it alone would be a massive undertaking.
Even after the large components are assembled, the subsequent detailed connections and inspections will take quite some time, but this is already excellent.
Amidst the countless complaints about it being a waste of money, we finally have results.
Isn't that the truth? Isaac and Todlin shared a smile. There have been so many voices opposing this crazy plan.
Human Prince.
Why you've come?
The ground trembled as Hippo, holding a giant hammer and directing the work, spotted Isaac and walked toward him.
Isaac waved his hand at her.
Thanks to Isaac, Hippo had survived the plague last time, and since then, she had been very proactive in cooperating with the work. She was a giant race member worth being grateful for.
Your Majesty, what shall we name this railway gun?
One look at this monstrous weapon and you knew it would leave a legendary name in history. Before the Blackwood era and long after Isaac's death, it was unlikely anyone would ever build such a crazy weapon again. It's huge, majestic, rugged, and powerful. Let's call it Hippo, the Hippo railway gun.
How about that? Not bad. We received the most help from her after all.
After spending time together, Todlin and Isaac's thoughts were indeed in sync.
However, Hippo hurriedly waved her hands, saying she had nothing in common with such a giant weapon.
I'm not majestic among the giant race. I'm considered quite slender, like a little girl.
Hey, dwarfs,
listen up. His Majesty said there will be a celebration banquet once the Hippo railway gun is assembled. Don't eat anything else, save your stomachs. We're drinking until we drop tonight. However, Hippo's clearly unreasonable protest was quickly drowned out by Todlin shouting, "Oh, long life the king."
Great.
Let's drink until we pass out.
To commemorate the assembly of the Hippo railway gun.
Even though Hippo expressed her disagreement, the name Hippo railway gun had already taken root in everyone's hearts. More and more people were chanting Hippo's name.
Seeing this, Hippo had a look of dejection on her face.
Asterisk.
The Draco Kingdom, which claimed to be the descendants of dragons. King Forox's lips couldn't help but twitch as he heard the news coming from all directions recently. King Forox, news from the north.
The great being seems to rain fire upon the kingdom of Stumbarrack.
It has turned into a sea of flames.
Your Majesty.
News from the south as well. Henton has also fallen into a living hell.
The countries surrounding the Draco Kingdom were falling one by one without having done anything at all.
Moreover, these countries had recently been actively arming themselves using guns and cannons to make the Draco Kingdom, which lacked any thermal weapons, unable to sleep or eat in peace. They were all countries close to Blackwood.
Heaven is helping us.
Note the Great Dragon is helping us Draconians. Forox could only understand it this way. To save the Draconians from their predicament, the Great Dragon had descended from the sky. It's just that the banners of the High Elves are also flying.
I don't know what method they used, but those Avalon fellows, after golems and airships,
they've actually turned even the Great Being into their ally.
They had also tried to use magic to control the half-dragons, but these High Elves, using unknown methods, were actually able to drive the legendary Great Dragon so ostentatiously. What kind of race are the High Elves exactly? Everyone said the High Elves' momentum had weakened, and they were nothing to fear, but the reality was quite different. They had actually resurrected the Great Dragon without a sound. According to eyewitnesses at the scene, cannons and guns were completely useless, Your Majesty.
That's a given.
Against the true Great Dragon, how could such weapons be useful? Forox spoke loudly, and the surrounding Draconians all showed expressions of joy and chimed in. No matter how powerful cannons and guns were, what the High Elves had summoned was the pinnacle of this continent, the Great Dragon.
They weren't even in the same league.
Duke Gills, send a letter to Empress China.
The enemy of an enemy is a friend. That is how international situations change.
King Thorax saw hope in the High Elves' actions and the Great Dragon. They all had a common goal to expel Blackwood. The king's decision was very swift.
Our ancestral spirits must be protecting us.
Look at that dragon that ignored thermal weapons and destroyed 2 countries. This is the path we should take.
We must reclaim the lands that were shamefully plundered from us.
The Draco Kingdom was originally a nation that revered martial might, gathering many powerful warriors.
It was a gathering place for predators.
Dragon warriors, high-ranking nobles, and priests all cheered in response to the king's declaration.
Unity, dragon race, unite.
Let
The enemy witness the glory and superiority of the dragon people.
Ururu. Asterisk.
The calm dragon, which had set out amidst the researchers' worries, turned everything around it into a sea of fire, and then returned to the Avalon Empire. According to the assault commander, the dragon had acted as if it were deliberately provoking other nations, severely punishing those countries that were closest to Blackwood, and had taken the lead in being anti-High Elf. As a member of the hardline faction and the instigator who pushed for the sortie to maintain racial dignity, Empress Xana was naturally ecstatic. However, behind the exhilarating news there was also a hair-raising report.
That was that the dragon's back, which was not covered by scales, had been severely slashed.
As expected, the enemy's cannons had been useless, but the traitor of the elven race, King Freya Vanadis, seemed to have used the power of a god.
The Imperial royalty had mixed reactions to this.
I knew we shouldn't have sent it out so early.
Look at these wounds. How long will it take to recover?
But even though it's injured, it played a massive role, didn't it?
It also re-established the dignity of the High Elves.
I am glad the Empire is still intact and that we've shown our strength, but to reveal our hand so soon.
The minister's opinions varied.
Moreover, the fact that the dragon's recovery would take time made them even more hesitant. The ministers argued incessantly in front of the Empress. However, one day, letters sent from various places completely turned the situation around.
This is a letter from the Kancha Kingdom.
They seemed to have been observing and had now decided to cooperate with the High Elves again.
Empress Xana broke into a smile.
Truly fickle beastmen.
They only submit after a display of strength.
Her Majesty did Empress.
The Draco Kingdom has sent a letter.
Another unexpected country had also responded.
That was the Draco Kingdom, which had its lands taken by Blackwood and was in direct confrontation with them.
They claimed to be descendants of the Great Dragon, so their reaction to the High Elves being able to control a dragon was very strong.
The contents of the letter were very friendly. It seemed they had found a common enemy. The final matter was the most unexpected of all.
What did you say?
An apostle of the god of plague wishes to have an audience with Empress Xana.
Another apostle of God had taken the initiative to contact Empress Xana internal combustion engine.
Internal combustion engine?
A power device where fuel and air explode within a cylinder, utilizing the high temperature and high pressure energy generated to violently push a piston.
Unlike traditional external combustion engines that require an external boiler, an internal combustion engine completes all work internally, making it an efficient mechanical device.
This complex principle, considered the essence of modern engineering, sounds like a theory established only in modern times, but its prototype was actually proposed as early as 15 Da Vinci.
The internal combustion engine he proposed was a device that utilized the explosive force of gunpowder without a compression stroke.
Based on this, a Dutch physicist in 1673 attempted to turn the internal combustion engine into reality.
In the 17th century, a water-pumping internal combustion engine using gunpowder was developed.
Finally, 18 Otto created the intake compression explosion exhaust four-stroke principle, laying the foundation for all engines.
Such a person can truly be called a genius.
Recently, the people of the duchy have hailed Isaac as a saint, spreading divine wisdom, worshipping him. But as Newton said, Isaac was merely standing on the shoulders of these giants, seeing a little further than others.
He constantly strove to remain humble, avoiding arrogance and conceit.
Isaac looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, hoping that goddess Iris, with whom contact had recently decreased, could understand his efforts.
Since your apostle is so humble and cautious, couldn't he be a bit flexible about that matter?
A vague thought brushed through Isaac's mind, roughly meaning for him to stop dreaming.
Just like last time, even when he asked the goddess to help him stimulate his mana circulation, there was no movement at all. What a strict goddess.
He just wanted to condense some minerals, and for a good cause at that, yet she still wouldn't agree.
PSHHH.
Rumble, 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 oh.
It moved. It moved.
Is this the smell of burning gasoline that the king spoke of?
At this moment, in a workshop where craftsmen gathered, a brand new power device was coming to life on a workbench.
This was a single-cylinder gasoline engine for technical verification. Under the influence of violently ignited gasoline and the powerful force of the piston, this mini power device vibrated violently on the table as if possessed.
The exhaust pipe sputtered out fumes with a put, and the small engine seemed unable to control its surging power, bouncing around on the table.
What a powerful source of energy.
So small, yet it contains such immense power.
This isn't like steam expansion, it's more like a gunpowder explosion. That's right, it's utilizing the power of a fire explosion, isn't it?
If that's the case, it makes sense gunpowder can also hurl massive iron blocks to destroy city walls.
To think that such destructive power can now be used for an engine. The craftsmen and dwarves in the workshop looked at Isaac in unison, as if by prior agreement. Their eyes seemed to ask how on earth did Isaac solve the problems they couldn't figure out, no matter how much they racked their brains.
Isaac felt slightly embarrassed.
If he had to say, it was all thanks to his experience of dismantling and reassembling his father's agricultural tiller countless times.
Although he was scolded by his father for refusing to farm and secretly tinkering with these things, being told he would squander the family fortune, and receiving quite a few beatings, that experience was exceptionally precious. At the time, Isaac was full of energy, even making and detonating black powder himself, unable to stop. Bang!
Just as Isaac was immersed in memories of a wild youth quite different from others, the workshop door was suddenly thrown open. The heat and the smell of burning gasoline inside the workshop instantly rushed out. The messenger froze for a moment, then spoke.
Your Majesty,
Something has happened in the Avalon Empire.
the north and south have been attacked by dragons.
The messenger, who had come from afar, brought news. The secret weapon prepared by Empress Kshana and the evil god had made its debut in its first actual combat.
With a massive body and hard skin, it was said to be like a resurrected ancient dragon. It conducted air raids everywhere at lightning speed.
Although spies had been stationed along the coast and around the Chiran kingdom to monitor the movements of the High Elves, it flew above the clouds, making it difficult to detect.
Is that really a dragon?
How did they resurrect it?
The long-vanished dragons had actually appeared. He hadn't expected them to be hiding on a closed island, secretly plotting such a thing.
If he had known, he should have bombed their homeland with airships again at any cost.
That way, perhaps he could have dropped bombs on the place where the dragons were being made. But the problem was that even if they could withstand the attacks from the giant magic ballistas piercing the clouds, they were helpless against the platinum-coloured defensive barrier covering the entire city. At that time, to guard against the airships bombing Chiran, they had also set up a platinum egg similar to a giant bell there. Though the principle was unknown, it was indeed very sturdy.
It was the culmination of magic engineering, which even aerial bombs found difficult to penetrate.
Therefore, they were building a giant cannon capable of completely destroying the enemy's defense system, a special weapon specifically targeting the High Elves and the Iron Hammer of the Duchy. The final processes for the railway gun must be accelerated. For this purpose, they carried out a large-scale railway laying project.
They lay railways not only in the stone wall fortress but also in Ruhr, Hensen, and Leikendal.
The monarchs of various countries did not yet know what would appear on these railways in the future. They were simply happy about the improvement of infrastructure and the shortening of distances in the world. Activate it.
The High Elves weren't the only ones secretly manufacturing weapons.
Big guys should face off against big guys. By now, the allied forces and friendly nations must be terrified and at a loss. After a long period of painstaking research, Isaac finally decided to unveil the mysterious railway gun.
Oh, the dazzling platinum palace sparkled as if ground from gemstones. Empress Kshana looked at the contents of the jar presented by the apostle of the god of plague as a symbol of their alliance, her delicate brows furrowing tightly.
Your Majesty the Empress, should this be disposed of?
Get rid of it immediately. It's a bit disgusting.
The thing looked like a living creature.
She ordered the attendants to quickly take away the viscous, gurgling, and bubbling disgusting liquid.
That ratfolk apostle made squeak sounds when he spoke, accompanied by fits of foul odour. Truly a nauseating race.
No wonder they were ostracized and expelled by the entire continent.
But since Blackwood became the centre of conversation, these guys have been surprisingly easy to talk to. It's truly baffling that they claim they will spread a plague even more vicious than serving the god of plague to deal with Blackwood. Although they seem to deliberately avoid detailed explanations, in any case, the ratfolk also seemed filled with hatred and a desire for revenge against Blackwood.
In the past, she would have rebuked these rats, telling them not to dream of contending with the High Elves, but now Empress Kshana had acknowledged that Blackwood was a difficult opponent.
To oppose the apostle of the goddess of harmony, the god of plague and the god of knowledge are joining forces.
Very well.
No matter what kind of human apostle that Blackwood is, when two gods
join forces, will he still be as composed as he is now?
Seeing the flames spewed by the legendary dragons and the continuous appearance of allied forces, a cold smile curled on Siona's red lips.
In this war, I will personally take the field.
Kancha, Draco, and the ratfolk who had friction with Blackwood had already reached a consensus. Empress Siona Edelgard stood up abruptly from her throne and announced her personal expedition.
The worried voice of the Platinum Knight's commander immediately came. But your Majesty, dear Empress, if you go to the continent that's not Chiran, you'll be facing Blackwood, whom even the expeditionary force commander lost to.
Won't it be too dangerous?
The will of the dragons and the two gods is with me. What is there to fear?
Plague will sweep the land, and dragon flames will fall from the sky.
Moreover, this war will not only employ Chiran's standing army, but also involve a large-scale conscription of High Elf soldiers.
An all-out war into which the Avalon Empire is pouring all its strength.
Since they are attacking with full force from both heaven and earth, failure is impossible and unimaginable. So please watch over me, Lord Inathos.
Due to previous failures, she seemed to have lost quite a bit of trust.
Siona clenched her hands tightly, declaring that she would surely return in triumph with victory.
That mass of flesh, which had gradually taken on a human shape, wriggled as if in response to her words.
The decisive weapon against dragons.
Immense things always leave people in awe.
Having drained all of the Duchy's budget to grow into its current form, the Duchy's decisive battle weapon finally unveiled its mysterious veil and appeared before everyone.
Iris, my goodness.
What on earth am I looking at?
Wow, that really is big.
The rugged yet aesthetically pleasing concept of mounting an ultra-large cannon on a train was the Dutch's masterpiece, a demolition sledgehammer capable of spitting out the strongest firepower, the Hippo railway gun.
The towering barrel, the massive wheel hubs, and the steel megastructure filled with artificial beauty left people dumbfounded the moment it revealed its true form. To support this 800 mm giant cannon, which was originally intended as a fixed fortress gun, the chassis of 4 carriages were used, and it even required 2 sets of tracks to run.
Furthermore, the personnel required for its operation exceeded 300.
It was expensive to build and expensive to run. It was practically like scattering money along the roadside. Majestic.
The name Hippo railway gun couldn't be more appropriate.
When it comes to being huge and ruthless, nothing beats a hippopotamus.
This decisive weapon will surely crush all the Dutch's enemies. The unveiling ceremony was grand, with everyone gathered for the occasion.
The excited voices of the vassals continuously reached Isaac's ears.
Even the finance minister and Claire, who usually made a fuss over these crazy plans, showed expressions of surprise and deep emotion upon seeing the machine completed and beginning its trial run.
HMPH. Only Effie, who prided herself on her refined sensibilities, looked troubled by the vassal's comments. Your Majesty, where's the target for the trial run?
Effie, the special operations commander who had boarded the railway gun, asked Isaac the question on behalf of everyone.
Wherever tracks were laid,
the railway gun could pass through without hindrance. The target for the first trial run, let's set it for the Henton Duchy.
There was no particular reason, he just wanted to show off the Dutch's new weapon to a friend who was a fellow apostle of God with similar ideas.
He also wanted to see what kind of surprised expression that battle-hardened 500-year-old elf would make.
Depart. Head to Henton for the trial run.
Following Isaac's command, Effie sent wind spirits into various mechanical parts.
Woof. The train's drive shafts, driving wheels, and trailing wheels began to turn with a rhythmic clatter.
The high-power steam locomotive, capable of pulling dozens of carriages, spewed thick smoke from its chimney as it slowly began to drag the lightweight treated Hippo railway gun.
Seeing the heavy giant cannon move slowly, the watching citizens of the Duchy burst into admiration.
Hello! It's moving. Gosh, they actually managed to get that big thing running on tracks. How did His Majesty think of this idea? To move heavy objects, one must put them in water or on tracks.
The sight of the train spewing steam while transporting the ultra-large mobile cannon led many to praise the divine wisdom
and the achievements of the apostle. No matter when he heard it, it always made Isaac feel a bit embarrassed to think such a massive piece of iron could move.
Lord Apostle truly continues to create things unheard of in this world. Isaac's appearance had brought 2 significant changes to this world. The first was the Blackwood territory, and the second was the revival of the Elysian Order.
Didn't the goddess grant me the status and knowledge of an apostle just so I could do these things?
Don't you agree, Idni?
Crimson Eyes watched him, having approached Isaac's side at some unknown point.
The white-haired Igni seemed to have sensed something. She scratched her cheek and spoke in response to Isaac's words.
However, it seems even the goddess didn't expect things to develop to this point.
Igni said so, and although it wasn't stated clearly,
that was indeed the message conveyed. Since he had already asked, there was no room for second-guessing.
Regret or panic would be of no use.
Even if the goddess had concerns, the train had to move forward.
Go Hippo railway gun.
Isaac watched with a hint of satisfaction as the railway gun, spewing steam and thick smoke, slowly departed.
Gunsmoke and scorch marks still remained in the Henton Duchy.
But through the efforts of King Freya Vanadis and her industrious subjects, the traces burned by the dragon's flames had undergone preliminary repairs.
Henton's royal city was also gradually returning to its former state. However, the fact that just 2 breaths of fire had caused such immense destruction still left King Freya Vanadis with a lingering sense of dread.
If I hadn't thrown my great sword to drive the dragon away,
the losses would have snowballed further and further.
Even if that dragon's fire sack was incomplete, the royal city could have been turned to ashes.
Ever since the Avalon Empire rose, nothing has gone smoothly.
Recently, dragons had been appearing frequently, disturbing the continent, and many allied nations had fallen into turmoil. Unpredictable and indefensible aerial attacks combined with rumors heard from merchants about movements in the Draco Kingdom had caused the peace of the central continent to be shaken once more.
Who could stand against the legendary dragons?
Freya Vanadis seemed to feel this unease. Of course, she also secretly believed that that person might be able to contend with them. After all, past experiences were enough to prove it. Even if the situation was turbulent, Freya Vanadis still believed that Isaac might have a way to shoot down a dragon.
He has triumphed over ogres and the Kraken before. Perhaps he would create a miracle again, just as he did when he shot down the half-dragon.
Of course, the dragon they encountered last time looked much tougher than a half-dragon. The previous giant cannons would likely be ineffective. What is that? On the tracks connecting Blackwood and the Henton Duchy, Freya Vanadis widened her obsidian-like eyes and hurriedly looked for Azazel.
What? On the tracks?
Art Blackwood said they would use a train to transport some materials needed for reconstruction. My God, what on earth is that thing? Azazel, who was speaking, also opened her mouth in surprise. The massive steel structure slowly approaching, spewing steam and thick smoke along with its towering giant barrel, did not look like materials or supplies needed for city reconstruction by any stretch of the imagination. That was clearly a decisive battle weapon born for destruction and explosion. God of order. Freya Vanadis instinctively prayed to her primary god, but received no response.
Perhaps even the god was shocked by the appearance of this weapon that surpassed all imagination.
Is Blackwood also creating monsters?
Just as the High Elves hid in the depths of the continent to create dragons,
Blackwood seemed to be doing the same thing.
Ruther.
like a beast's roar, the chimney spewed thick smoke as the train equipped with the ultra-large cannon slowly arrived. Its size was so immense that it almost obscured the entire field of vision, creating an illusion regarding the sense of distance.
Is this really okay?
It had been said before that the only way to solve the problem was to rely on Blackwood. Only beings of equal magnitude could contend with each other. The conflict between the Avalon Empire and the King of Blackwood was inevitable.
On this land, a battle of behemoths was about to break out,
A battle in which mortals could hardly intervene.
King Freya Vanadis silently prayed for the central continent, which was about to be swept into this war of monsters.
Twin Cylinder, the dark elf with centuries of cultivation, King Freya Vanadis sent a letter to Isaac.
The letter's content was very concise, advising him to stop engaging in strange and unusual activities.
It seemed the sudden railgun experiment had greatly surprised the king. The following paragraphs were densely packed with questions pressing him about what new contraption he had created.
At the end of the letter, the king stated she was aware he had means to counter dragons and urged him to cease his activities as soon as testing was complete.
Though the letter was short, every word between the lines conveyed King Freya's helplessness. But even if she told him to stop causing trouble, he couldn't truly halt his work. Most discoveries and inventions in the world originate from such troublemaking actions. This was almost Isaac's inherent nature. Even back on Earth, he found it difficult to suppress this impulse for innovation. And today, he remained immersed in research that others viewed as utterly bizarre.
Lieutenant Bella, polish carefully.
It's no exaggeration to say the success or failure of this endeavor rests on your hands.
The design for the petroleum-based internal combustion engine was largely complete. What remained was repeated experimentation, failure, improvement, and ultimately successfully manufacturing it. If Lucy were here, she'd manage it without a problem, Isaac muttered. Your Majesty, she's a sword saint. And Blackwood steel is extremely hard, making cutting it very laborious.
Lieutenant Bella continued working, without pause gathering magical energy, while patiently responding, her eyes shimmering with a blue light.
Isaac also acknowledged that the Dutch's steel quality was truly top-notch.
Climb. Dazzling golden sparks flew before their eyes, as brilliant as a small fireworks display.
Accompanied by the piercing screech of metal grinding, pieces of metal were cut away.
Commander Miller, observing from the side and seeing this familiar scene, couldn't help but speak up.
Your Majesty, it seems this child Bella's magical energy concentration has increased again.
It appears so.
Isaac and Commander Miller both widened their eyes simultaneously.
Could she really be on the verge of breaking through to the Sword Saint realm?
It was truly frustrating to compare oneself to others.
While the two of them remained stuck at the bottlenecks of the Sixth Circle and High Knight with no progress, Lieutenant Bella's advancement speed was simply too fast.
Even if she was carefully selected from the talented commoner class, the gap in innate talent was just too vast.
Your Majesty, my hands are getting a bit sore.
I'd like to rest for a moment, Lieutenant Bella said.
Don't stop.
Keep going.
Isaac urged. Not appreciating the fortune you have, Tusk, Commander Miller chimed in teasingly.
Faced with the teasing from her two elders, Bella narrowed her eyes slightly.
HMPH, really now?
Despite being scolded, Bella, relying on her exceptional innate talent, polished the tough Blackwood steel into the shape Isaac required.
The steam-powered machine tool spun at high speed, emitting a squeak grind noise.
The sharp magical energy of a High Knight infused the high-carbon steel drill bit, making it even more keen.
Climb.
As the machine tool rotated, steel shavings were shaved off as easily as slicing tofu, as effortless as carving wood with a sculpting knife. After dozens of cuts, polishing, and finishing, the prototype of the internal combustion engine component gradually took shape.
This part needs to be more rounded, this side needs sharp edges.
Especially the cylinder head, it absolutely must not leak air, Isaac instructed carefully.
What they were currently manufacturing was a horizontally opposed 360-degree inline twin-cylinder engine.
In other words, they were attempting to create a twin-cylinder engine more advanced than the single-cylinder engine from previous experiments.
This one seems to have a slight flaw.
Polish it a few more times.
Steel produced by the Bessemer converter was continuously fed into the machining process.
Eventually, Commander Miller couldn't hold back and joined the manufacturing effort.
The two worked until exhausted before finally producing a qualified component.
Now it's our turn.
Let's assemble it until we succeed.
The bioprinter had already printed the external form and components. The subsequent assembly work was handed over to the craftsmen and dwarves.
In the midst of deep winter, the workshop was as warm as spring.
The development team members gathered around, assembling, disassembling, reassembling the components, and repeatedly conducting combustion experiments. The engine's four-stroke cycle accompanied intense combustion, making the experimental process quite perilous.
Is it a nozzle issue or incorrect fuel injection volume?
Quickly extract the fire element from the engine. Not good. It's going to explode. Your Majesty, shields. Quickly deploy shields.
To protect everyone from shrapnel, they had to cast multiple shield spells.
The workshop was filled with the roar of engines and the thunder of explosions as usual. Air is leaking during combustion.
How was the sealing done?
Quickly use sealing enchantments.
The inline twin-cylinder engine is a relatively simple structured engine commonly used in motorcycles, cars, and ultralight aircraft.
It employs a single ignition system, without complex ignition sequence differences making production difficulty and cost relatively low.
Even so, manufacturing it in the duchy was no easy feat and fraught with difficulties.
Any theory
Faces challenges where applied in practice.
but failure is the mother of success. With the king's full support, they made countless attempts.
Finally, by the following spring, their efforts began to bear fruit.
But the parallel twin-cylinder engine emitted a rugged roar. After pouring in all their abilities and elemental power, they finally manufactured an engine that was barely functional. If one had to describe it, it resembled something more akin to dieselpunk.
The intense explosions and rapid piston movement caused the sturdy table beneath to shake violently, as if it might fall apart at any moment.
The explosive force of gasoline was visible to the naked eye. Now even Isaac couldn't clearly say what its displacement was.
In any case, the cylinders were large. If on Earth, it would certainly incur significant taxes. Why, Your Majesty?
It seems we've succeeded.
Hello!
This is the twin-cylinder internal combustion engine.
Twin cylinders.
Twin cylinders. Dwarves and craftsmen covered in oil stains cheered and danced around the engine. Their faces beamed with the joy of success and the relief of finally being freed. The workshop instantly filled with joyous cheers.
It's still too early to draw conclusions, Isaac said.
What good was it running well on a table?
Only by being deployed in actual combat could its value be demonstrated.
Son,
Bring out that thing from the warehouse.
Let's commence the unfinished Crimson Baron plan.
As mentioned before, while manufacturing steam engines and propeller-driven airships, they had also attempted to build biplanes.
Now it was finally time to retrieve those prototypes from the warehouse.
No wind tunnel experiments, no computer simulations, only courage and determination.
Just like the pioneers of the 19th century who risked their lives conducting flight experiments, this was an era for the brave.
Isaac,
As if possessed by the spirit of the Wright brothers, prepared to glide down from the hillside, using the engine's power to fly for 300 seconds.
Flight had always been humanity's dream.
Isaac aimed to realize this dream through mechanical power, not relying on biological instinct.
depart, head for the hillside.
Chapter 535, The Crimson Baron.
Recently, His Majesty Isaac has been incredibly busy. He is always like this whenever there is a new discovery.
As a result, the ambiguous atmosphere that had recently warmed up between the two of them stalled, leaving Effie alone in her room. She had once tried to stop the busy Isaac to ask him exactly where she stood in his life.
Isaac replied that she was an indispensable existence, as vital as the Rolls-Royce engine of a Spitfire fighter plane.
Effie shared this with the other tree elves,
and they racked their brains together to analyze it, but they still couldn't understand its meaning. Thus, Effie continued her ranger training with a depressed heart.
Finally, His Majesty, the king summoned her urgently, asking her to control the wind on the hillside to prevent interference with an important experiment.
Though she still felt a bit emotional, at least Isaac remembered her, so Effie went gladly. Arriving at the scene, she saw a strange sight.
Toddling, what's going on here?
I don't know how to explain it either. See for yourself, Effie. His Majesty Isaac, wearing a brown leather jacket and thick goggles, sat in a wooden cockpit. He gave a thumbs up to signal that everything was ready, then removed the steam engine, replaced it with a new power unit, and ignited it.
Put, departing.
Wish me luck. The roar and exhaust of the engine echoed across the hillside. The propeller began to spin frantically at a speed far exceeding those on an airship. The bushes on the hillside were blown flat to the ground. Effie was shocked by this incredible power and looked at Toddlin again. He wants to fly into the sky relying solely on the power of the engine, without the help of buoyancy. On either side were slender wooden wings. The propeller spun like a phantom, generating massive thrust that pushed the aircraft forward. The experimental aircraft named the Crimson Baron rolled its wheels, heading all the way up the steep hillside.
Rumble, the aircraft finally crossed the top of the hill.
However, as it seemed to lack sufficient speed, the aircraft disappeared from view, falling downward, just as everyone's hearts tightened, thinking the plane had crashed. Buzz, 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 oh my god! The plane that had just disappeared, accompanied by the roar of a twin-cylinder engine, soared into the sky once again. With no flapping wings and no gas bags to provide buoyancy, it flew relying solely on the power of the engine.
My goodness.
It really flew.
Oh,
Even though it's theoretically possible, it's still hard to believe it can actually fly. His Majesty was right. An airship isn't even in the same speed class as this. We can finally be freed from our heavy workload.
As the craftsman said, without a massive fuselage, and with only a lightweight structure, it could fly using the engine's power, making its speed naturally extraordinary.
Even for an early model, its speed seemed to slightly exceed that of the clumsy Wyverns and Griffin Knights.
As it flew overhead, the sharp sound of braking air was deafening.
Isaac's excited voice drifted down from the sky.
Effie sometimes felt that when he laughed, he sounded like a human middle-aged man. Your Majesty, after the land and the sea, you have conquered the sky with machinery.
Effie looked up at the plane flying in the sky, her emerald-like eyes sparkling.
Isaac had described his dream of the future to her countless times, and now he was turning those dreams into reality step by step. He was an amazing person. As long as it was something he wanted to do, he would surely achieve it. It was precisely because of this that even she, with a lifespan far exceeding that of a human, was willing to believe in him and rely on him. A gratified smile appeared on Effie's face as she watched Isaac soaring freely in the sky. However, something seemed to go wrong with the new engine, as it began to make irregular noises.
Chirk, 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 chirk.
After the ominous noise, the steadily flying plane suddenly lost power and began to fall. The plane traced a parabola and crashed into the ground. Boom, a loud bang echoed.
It was the sound of the plane they had worked so hard to build turning into fragments in an instant.
It was also the sound of the craftsman's hearts breaking.
Your Majesty. Effie cried out in alarm. Amidst the dust and smoke, the spherical shield magic slowly rose.
Fortunately, Isaac had used magic to protect himself.
But Toddling, who had once been exiled because of a similar incident, still had a dark expression.
Amidst everyone's worry and anxiety,
Isaac brushed the dust off himself and stood up unharmed.
He said with a smile that such things were bound to happen a few times, and then said something that shocked everyone.
Looks like it's scrapped.
Nothing for it. Let's start over. Nikako, the Kancha Kingdom, has been in a very good mood lately.
Her long cat whiskers twitched with excitement. She had once thought she had made a misjudgment and latched onto the wrong person, but now she realized that the seemingly rotten rope was actually incredibly strong.
His Majesty Nikaka, please look, this is the mana nuclear bomb.
Marquis Tahoe held a mana nuclear bomb that emitted a strange light. Although there were some bad rumors about its manufacturing process, its power was beyond doubt. Its destructive and explosive power was no less than that of the Blackwood Kingdom's cannon shells.
The cooperation with the Griffin Knights should be very seamless. Exactly what I was going to say.
Nikaka and Marquis Tahoe smiled at each other. Now they both had to admit that it would be very difficult to defeat the Blackwood army on land and sea. But air combat was a different matter.
Her Majesty the Empress had said that airships were slow, and the Blackwood armies, Dragon Knights, could be dealt with using repeating crossbows. The number of wyverns given to the Blackwood Kingdom by the Dragon Kingdom was small, and they held an absolute advantage in numbers.
It was said that the Avalon Imperial Army and the Rat Folk were attacking on the ground. They only needed to control the airspace.
Even if the Blackwood Kingdom had cannons, it was impossible to hit anything above the clouds.
Just as the Blackwood Kingdom used air raids to deter enemies, they could also strike the enemy unilaterally. The High Elves, they finally gotten a taste of their own medicine. Nikaka smiled triumphantly while stroking her long cat whiskers. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Palace,
sitting on his throne, his fat trembling King Farox also wore a bright smile due to the good news coming from all sides. Those Kancha fellows actually have over 200 griffins.
Yes, as you know, they haven't truly fought an all-out war until now.
This in itself was surprising. They tested the waters everywhere as if walking a tightrope.
Farox, who had once lost territory after being defeated for supporting Kancha, couldn't help but sigh.
So this is how it should be done.
Our kingdom has also prepared 95 Dragon Knights.
The High Elves said that as soon as the dragons have finished recovering, they will act immediately.
In the meantime, if we hurry the training, including adult dragons, we might be able to gather 120 Dragon Knights.
Although they had handed over some velociraptors, gorgons, and wyverns to the Blackwood Kingdom as war reparations, as the place of origin, the Dragon Kingdom possessed far more young dragons than the Blackwood Kingdom. With over 300 aerial forces, if they fired mana bolts like rain, and dropped bombs, even a kingdom as strong as Blackwood would likely find it hard to cope.
Farox's fat wobbled as he laughed incessantly.
Although the shaman priests claimed the dragon's identities were suspicious, he couldn't let his efforts go to waste because of that. The Dragon Kingdom had already gained the upper hand.
We will take back our lost lands. At the same time, they would wash away the shame suffered by the dragon race.
Farox looked toward the direction of Press City, his gaze determined.
Just as rotating rifling allows a bullet to travel long distances.
To fly efficiently in the atmosphere, many factors need to be considered.
One of them is increasing lift and reducing drag.
On Earth, aviation, technology, and aviation metal materials have seen significant development.
Because the history of aircraft is closely related to war, outdated fighters are ruthlessly shot down. Even by modern standards, this is quite impressive. Isaac looked at the Crimson Baron before him and let out a word of praise.
The first aircraft was built by the Wright brothers, a biplane powered by a 12-horsepower gasoline engine.
Due to limitations in materials and technology, the form of aircraft did not change much during World War I. The reason lay in aviation materials.
Biplanes at the time had wooden frames covered in canvas, and the manufacturing process was very labor-intensive.
Because the wings were made entirely of wood, they couldn't withstand the pressure of flight if they were too thin.
Combined with engine limitations, they could only adopt the less aerodynamically efficient biplane structure. But Isaac knew the direction of aviation technology's development, and the Duchy already possessed lightweight, high-strength aviation metals that transcended the era. Thus, this brand new metal fighter plane before him was born.
A duralumin monocoque fuselage shining with a metallic luster in the sun, and modern wings extended as slenderly as possible.
It used a twin-cylinder inline engine and had multiple layers of enchantment added throughout the fuselage to improve the thrust-to-weight ratio.
It was a perfect combination of engineering and magic.
The degree of lightweighting in this aircraft would be unbelievable even on Earth.
Recently, there has been news that the Dragon Kingdom and the Kancha Kingdom are training Dragon Knights and Griffin Knights on a large scale. While the enemy pretended to be peaceful and secretly prepared for war, they were also actively preparing. After several changes of seasons, countless failures, and partial successes, the Crimson Baron project was reborn from the ashes. They fixed the engine's defects, increased the power output, changed the weapons, and carried out a series of innovations.
A 8mm caliber magic-cooled fully automatic machine gun was installed both in front of and behind the cockpit.
Although the water cooling system was barely replaced by ice enchantments, and it would still overheat after firing hundreds of rounds, it could continue to be used after cooling for a while. In addition,
They loaded several medium-sized aerial bombs for ground bombardment, and reduced the length and caliber of the recoilless rifle that could previously penetrate medium-sized iron golems, so it could be used on the aircraft.
Hopefully, it would be effective against dragons too.
Just as they had achieved tactical superiority on land, they would never lose their advantage in the air.
The peace of the Blackwood Kingdom must be protected by powerful military force.
Rumble. The propeller began to spin frantically as the engine's power output increased. Isaac sat in this fully armed new fighter plane and gave a thumbs up.
Murphy waved the flag of the Blackwood Kingdom, acting like an air traffic controller.
Wind control was all normal. Rumble, rumble, as Isaac pushed the control stick and increased the throttle. The airflow in front of the aircraft became as violent as a typhoon. The bushes ahead were blown flat, as if urging him to depart quickly.
Isaac pushed the throttle to the maximum, piloting the fully armed Crimson Baron on its first sortie.
Acceleration acted on his body, followed by a clunk, and then the weightless sensation of soaring into the air.
Oh,
It's taking off.
Taking off with a full load.
The engine didn't explode this time.
and it's so fast. Takeoff successful.
Kancher and the Dragon Kingdom, who have been restless lately, just you wait.
Insufficient aerial power will be compensated for the power of machinery.
He who controls the sky controls the battlefield.
They now possessed a high-speed, propeller-driven armed fighter plane that even living creatures could not catch.
Wow.
Restless.
Lycandel, the capital of the werewolf race. Since the fall of the free city of Dragonik, the monarchs of the central nations had often gathered here to discuss major affairs.
Now,
When movements were detected at Duran, the Avalon Empire's forward base, the monarchs in the meeting room were instantly thrown into a state of chaos.
What? How many troops did you say are on the move? The monarch of the Coblin race asked in disbelief. The king of the dwarves, with a heavy expression, repeated the number of enemy forces once more.
An army of 500,000 is being mobilized.
The Ratman race, the scourge of the continent, have all defected to Empress Kshana, and the Kancher kingdom, which had been conserving its strength, has also begun its march.
Tidus, how is this possible?
Damn it, they are coming out in full force. The High Elves were already hard enough to deal with, and now other nations are joining them. Everyone present fell into a state of immense shock and confusion. The meeting room suddenly became noisy.
Just as Prince Isaac warned, since the enemy is coming, what else can we do but fight?
After transformation, clothes only become a burden.
Queen Lycan Elizabeth, scantily clad with a slender and athletic build, spoke, while incessantly shaking her leg.
Fight those who come. This was the creed of the combat-oriented werewolf race.
The monarchs rested their chins on their hands, falling into deep thought. The enemy clearly would not negotiate for peace. Otherwise, the nearby free city wouldn't have been so thoroughly destroyed. In that case, if they wanted to survive, there was only one path left. Damn it, mobilize the army immediately
And prepare for defense.
Facing such a number of enemies, with the High Elves joining in, I can't say we'll win, but at least we can hold our ground. As long as we can hold out, the leader of the anti-High Elf Alliance, Duke Blackwood, will surely come to support us. Exactly. To live, this is the only way. In the past, they would have fallen into despair and panic facing an enemy invasion of this scale.
but it was different now. Someone had once boldly attacked the mainland of the fearsome Avalon Empire and formed the anti-High Elf Alliance, calling for everyone to unite against the High Elves.
We still have hope. Empress Kshana will surely regret making a move on the central region.
The monarch shouted loudly.
Although the enemy was coming with overwhelming force, their voices were filled with the will to fight without a trace of fear.
Asterisk.
Your Majesty King Pharaox, the High Elves have finally begun to move.
With a long, slender tongue like a snake, Duke Girus flicked his tongue and spoke excitedly.
For this moment, just how long had he endured and waited?
King Pharaox could not hide his excitement either. His obese body suddenly stood up from his seat. It's time for us to act as well. How are the preparations for the half-dragons and wyvern knights? Everything is going according to plan. They are all hidden.
They can depart at your command.
The High Elf allied forces in Tirang will soon launch another offensive.
With the well-equipped Avalon Imperial Army and the massive numbers of the Ratmen race, the enemy will surely be unable to cope.
Once the High Elf ground forces advance with unstoppable momentum, Duke Blackwood will leave his fortress-like lair and appear on the continent.
Emerging from the forest like venomous snakes, they would use wyverns and griffins to shoot down airships, seize air superiority, and then pour magic cores onto Duke Blackwood's head from above the clouds.
Wyverns have always been the core combat force of the versatile Dragon Kingdom.
Although they cannot breathe dragon breath like the half-dragons, and can only attack with their claws at most or carry fireworks into battle. But since making contact with the High Elves and obtaining magic cores, the role and importance of wyverns has skyrocketed. The true descendants of the dragon race can finally show their prowess.
But your majesty, as I mentioned before, the Warks still have doubts about the High Elves dragons.
It is said they cannot feel a dragon heart as if corpses were moving. Duke, is now the time to talk about this. He also knew that the doubts of the Warks communicating with the half-dragons were growing.
But right now there were more important state affairs to handle. The former forest territory, though treated as a barrier against magic beasts, was indeed a part of the Dragon Kingdom's territory.
It was his beloved land, yet it was annexed by Blackwood because of the defeat while following Kukuzanka.
And now, the dragon-human race there, instead of resisting, willingly swore fealty to a human duke as if they had taken some sort of confusion potion.
To think they would dare to wag their tails and beg for mercy from an enemy nation.
This is all because we underestimated the enemy.
Back then, the Dragon Kingdom was powerful, and neighboring countries held them in high regard and fear.
At least before Duke Blackwood crossed the forest, they had ruled the east riding wyverns.
Therefore Ferox wanted to recreate the glory of the past. He would burn the residents of Forest who were sincerely loyal to the human Duke and had tarnished the reputation of the dragon human race to ashes along with the human Duke. Order the knights to move out.
We shall go and burn their lands as well.
The long endurance was finally over.
Opportunity always favours the prepared.
Ferox, as if already seeing the sight of Blackwood engulfed in flames, ordered the attack.
Asterisk.
They have finally crossed the border. There is no turning back now. The ground forces of the Avalon allied forces crossed Jurang and marched toward the Central Nations. Marquis Tahoe, sitting in a sedan chair carried by slaves, spoke to King Nikaka, who was tugging at his beard, saying they had no way back. They had always been playing tricks behind the scenes to avoid direct conflict, but this large-scale mobilization of troops meant they had completely dropped all pretenses. By the way, a few days ago, Prince Isaac sent a letter from the Blackwood side.
What was written in the letter?
He said, "Don't do anything you'll regret." Did he plant spies around? It seemed he had already detected conscious movements,
But they were no longer hesitating.
sending just a scrap of paper like that. It seems that fellow is scared too. But it's too late. We have already made our choice. Nikaka lashed the armrest of the sedan chair and the heads of the slaves with his black tail, roaring excitedly. Thump thump.
As the marching speed increased, the stone and iron golems also displayed a suffocating sense of pressure.
Marquis Tahoe, look at those fearsome
Magical weapons.
How could we possibly lose?
Actually, we've lost a few times already.
Even so, this time is different. First of all, the scale of participation is completely different. The vast army almost covered the entire plain they were advancing across. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers moved together, as if the entire world were trembling.
The once arrogant Avalon Empire had abandoned the concept of special conquest operations and officially declared war.
Recognizing their own predicament, they had conscripted high elf citizens on a large scale, mobilizing a full 250,000 troops.
Considering that the Avalon Empire's population was only around 2 million, this was equivalent to gambling the nation's future and its very survival. Empress Kshaw was going to fight a decisive battle to the death with Blackwood. Nikaka also felt it was time to place his bets. Look at the sky. It was said that Blackwood was also secretly preparing something. There were even rumors that they had built a giant train. But now look at the dense winds in the sky. That is a realm that even cannons cannot reach.
The number of Griffin Knights equipped with magic cores and Avalon Mountain crossbows had already exceeded 200. Once they approach Dragon, the Wyvern units will also join in, and by then there will be at least 300 aerial combat units pouring down magic arrows and bombs.
No matter what the enemy has prepared, they will be completely crushed.
And there was that giant airship rebuilt by the High Elf race, now spreading its mainsail and soaring through the sky.
To boost morale, Empress Kshaw personally boarded this airship to participate in this expedition.
Although currently obscured by clouds and not clearly visible, there was also the existence of dragons.
This is a decision I've made after careful consideration, Marquis Tahoe.
The Kancha Kingdom had also sent a large number of Orc race soldiers to join the war. With an army of 100,000 and almost all the Griffin Knights present, if they were defeated, the Kancha Kingdom would perish.
Your Majesty, have you heard the saying, long deliberation leads to a poor move? Shut up, Marquis.
This cowardly were-tiger was always saying things that disturbed the army's morale. Nikaka told him to focus on commanding the army and then looked up at the aerial forces rapidly advancing ahead. The griffins, with their majestic lion lower bodies and giant eagle wings, were vigorously flapping their wings.
Feel the power of a true beast, Duke Isaac.
Too much had happened since the rise of Blackwood.
Now the time was finally ripe. He will reclaim the lost maritime hegemony and trade rights. Including the dried up sugarcane field, everything will return to the state it was in before Blackwood appeared.
Homeland air warfare. If you want peace, you must prepare for war. During these busy days, the Ranger Line reported some unsettling news to Isaac.
Jurang's ground forces have begun their advance again, and a massive aerial forces rapidly are approaching Forest City.
The High Elves, who had been watching closely, finally deployed their troops alongside those equally wretched fellows. While the ground forces drove straight toward the Central Nations, a vast number of griffins, airships, and dragons had already crossed territories and borders, heading directly for Forest City. Despite his warnings that Cat King had still crossed the line. Do they intend to turn the only exposed territory of the Western continent the entrance into a sea of fire before starting the war?
That was the report from the reconnaissance team.
Through a series of events and integration policies, the residents of Forest had fully become Isaac's people. He would never abandon them. Since the enemy threatened the mainland of Blackwood, he had to use every means at his disposal to defend the land. Every blade of grass and tree in Forest City, even every cloud in its airspace, belonged to the Duchy, and he would never surrender them.
We will fight the enemy on land and sea, as well as in the sky and above the clouds, and we will achieve ultimate victory.
It once belonged to others, but now it belonged to Isaac.
To protect it, Isaac immediately ordered Blackwood's army and air force to strike. Although the enemy's aerial forces were numerous, Isaac had anticipated this day ever since the High Elves realized the advantage of the skies and developed airships and magic core bombs. When Kancha and the Dragon Kingdom, which possessed griffins and wyverns, began to act suspiciously, his suspicion turned into certainty. Therefore, the Blackwood Duchy had been preparing for this moment. Your Majesty, the airships have been loaded with water and coal, fully armed, and have taken flight. Then it's time for our fighter flight group to move out as well.
In the center of Blackwood's open ground, there was a straight runway.
This runway stretched all the way to the west, unobstructed by any trees. At this moment, 18 metal fighter planes were parked on the runway waiting to sortie.
4 of them were built by his own hands, while the rest were mass-produced using God's authority.
Fire control officers were busy loading each fighter plane with repeating rounds and bombs. All of this was the result of the Red Baron project.
The official name of these fighter planes was Eagle.
For this day, he had exhausted all his accumulated achievement points, nearly bankrupting himself.
But Isaac didn't regret it at all.
Your Majesty.
Wait for me.
Wrapped in a thick leather jacket with goggles covering her face. As Isaac climbed into the cockpit of the flagship, Eagle 1, Effie came rushing across the runway.
Today, she would serve as Isaac's co-gunner, using an automatic machine gun to strafe pursuing enemy planes and drop bombs.
She could even influence the course of the battle.
Their flight group would not fly against the wind, but with it. What was aerodynamics? There was no need to care about it.
Furthermore, with Sil's help in fending off the enemy's wind magic, she was the sovereign of the skies.
Let's set off following the airships.
Rat-tat-tat. Isaac turned the ignition button and started the engine.
At first, the engine ran a bit unstable.
As fuel was injected and the RPM increased, the propeller finally let out a massive roar and began to spin rapidly.
Even without the Elf King's intervention, a strong wind blew across the runway, flattening the wild grass. Their flight group was in existence that commanded the storm. To serve as the vanguard of the flight formation, Isaac first taxied the plane to the center of the runway. There was a long white line marked on the runway as if guiding the way forward.
Although piloting the plane required full concentration, he could cast simple shield magic at any time to block incoming bolts, fulfilling his duties as the flagship.
Isaac made a silent resolution and placed his hand on the throttle lever. Just then,
Something red suddenly reached out from behind him.
What is this?
This is a lucky charm for your safe return. I knitted it myself.
Effie smiled shyly, her curved eyes full of love.
Oh, this.
It seemed she had heard him muttering things like red scarf while he was building the fighter planes. No wonder she was always fiddling with red yarn and thick needles. However, her skill was quite good.
Her adept knitting reminded him of his grandmother sitting by the fireplace quietly knitting sweaters.
Come to think of it, her age was also.
Are you thinking something rude? Absolutely not. Isaac quickly denied it and took the red scarf full of her goodwill. Wrapping the scarf around his neck, he immediately felt warm. Long-lived species couldn't be measured by human standards. Isaac shook his head and gave the signal to take off to the runway controller.
Runway clear, ready for takeoff.
The controller waved his arms, responding with the same gesture. He gave a thumbs up, saluted solemnly, and then pulled the throttle lever without hesitation. Rat-tat-tat.
The engine's power drove the propeller into a frenzied spin, emitting a deafening roar.
Violent vibrations surged through the fuselage as acceleration and the oncoming strong wind hit him.
Before coming to the runway, Isaac had heard that Empress Kshana would personally participate in this war. It seemed she was truly desperate, going so far as to personally board an airship for the expedition. If that were the case, perhaps he would finally have the chance to see that high elf woman's true face.
In that case, we must perform even better in this battle. I'll have to put a machine gun bullet right in her face.
Exactly.
It's time for revenge with bullets.
Effie pumped her fist, strongly agreeing with Isaac's opinion. For their racial nemesis to dare come to Blackwood was truly seeking death. Eagle 1 sped down the runway.
Feeling that the lift was sufficient,
Isaac pulled back sharply on the altitude control lever connected to the hydraulic gauge.
Take off, vroom vroom.
Blackwood's fighter planes let out a massive roar and soared straight into the sky. Subsequently, over a dozen Eagle fighter planes also sped along the runway, their propellers beating the air as they rose into the sky. In war, the Air Force must control the skies so the army can fight with peace of mind. Land, sea, and sky, Blackwood's power was everywhere. They would fight the enemy in all places and achieve a glorious victory. Form flight formation.
Asterisk.
Everything was going smoothly.
As they approached the border of the Dragon Kingdom, Wyvern Knights joined the ranks.
Now the number of armed aircraft exceeded 300. The Avalon Allied Forces' aerial power flew majestically toward the Blackwood territory. Once we reach Blackwood, I will finally see the face of the arrogant human duke. That human who had chattered like a fool through letters. She would definitely twist off that monkey's head. Empress Kshana stood on the deck of the airship, tightly clutching her magic fan. This ill-fated relationship was truly tangled. He had repeatedly disrupted the plan set by the main god Inatos, defeated the invading commanders, and even attacked the mainland, leaving an indelible scar on the pride of the High Elves. Whenever she thought of this, she burned with rage.
Kshana glared fiercely at the ground below.
Just then, as they were about to reach the skies over Forest City, the lookout suddenly spotted something and shouted,
"Enemy spotted!
A giant Blackwood airship has appeared ahead."
To turn the enemy's territory into a sea of fire, they had lowered their flight altitude, and the enemy's giant airship had likewise appeared in their field of vision. The airship coming into view once more was still just as massive and awe-inspiring. Furthermore, thick cannons were installed on the metal structure at the bottom of the airship. To avoid damage to their core forces, they decided to shoot down this giant airship first. Send out the Griffins and Wyvern Knights. Attack with crossbow bolts and magic core bombs. It should be shot down quickly. Last time, the airship had been riddled with holes by magic ballistae.
Although huge, its defense was not strong. Moreover, it seemed it could only carry about 3 wyverns.
Of course, the enemy could also take off from the ground, but even then, there would only be about 10 of them. Yet their own aerial power exceeded 300. Even if the Blackwood Duchy was equipped with firearms, they couldn't possibly bridge such a massive gap. HMPH let them struggle desperately.
The ignorant are fearless, daring to face such a large army alone.
She waved her fan, signaling the attack. Just then, some strange things suddenly appeared from the tail of the airship that blotted out the sun. Rat-tat-tat. Those unknown aircraft, as if they had been hiding behind the airship all along, were now gleaming with a metallic luster and nimbly scattering to the left and right. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, like a swarm of bees.
Their streamlined fuselages drew elegant arcs in the sky.
Everyone on the airship's deck was stunned and speechless by these strange aircraft they had never seen before.
No matter how one looked at it, these things were not living creatures. What is that?
Empress Kshanna tightly gripped her fan and asked blankly. But no one could answer her question. Meanwhile, those metal aircraft pounced with incredible speed.
Before anyone could react, they were already close at hand.
Vroom vroom. They unleashed a firestorm known as strafing toward the dense units of wyverns and griffins.
Rat-tat-tat-tat.
Bullets mixed with tracer rounds shimmered with a vermilion light pouring down like a rainstorm.
What is this?
Oh, the griffins are hit.
They are hit.
The precious aerial forces, the core of the operation, suffered heavy losses in an instant. The flying magical beasts let out shrill screams as their bodies were pierced by bullets falling one after another like autumn leaves.
Having succeeded in their strike, the metal aircraft hummed and quickly sped away.
Their speed was so incredibly fast that no one dared to pursue them, and Empress Kshanna, facing Duke Isaac head-on for the first time, could only let out a sharp scream like the other commanders.
What exactly is that thing?
The gap is too huge.
Damn it, disgusting rat folk. Covered in blood, the wild and muscular beauty, queen-like in Elizabeth, looked at the dense swarm of the rat folk army ahead, her face showing extreme disgust as she let out a roar.
It was said that the rat folk and the Kanja kingdom had joined forces to oppose the half-elf alliance.
And the first to break through the defensive line was precisely the rat folk army, renowned for their fast movement and endless numbers.
The rat swarm surged like a tide,
frantically crashing against the defensive positions meticulously constructed by the Central Coalition army.
It was previously said that the Blackwood Duchy had fought the rat folk and dealt them a heavy blow, but now it seemed the rat folk's reproductive and growth capabilities were simply mind-boggling.
However, finally, the queen abandoned her human form once more, transforming into a rugged and powerful werewolf better suited for combat. She opened her bloody maw and snapped her jaws onto a rat folk that had lunged forward.
Squeak! With a crack, her steel-like teeth mercilessly bit through the waist of the struggling rat folk.
Then she extended her long claws shimmering with magical light and began to ruthlessly slaughter the swarming rat folk.
Squeak!
Squeak!
The oracle of the god of plague.
Squeak!
Kill that wolf-headed bitch.
Roar!
This werewolf queen is right here. Come and kill me, you rats.
The werewolf queen's wolf fur was already stained red with blood. She swung her claws, tearing 10 charging rat folk into pieces. Every flash of the black magical trails was accompanied by screams and a storm of blood.
The werewolf queen and her warriors galloped across the field like beasts. The battlefield was already a scene of flying flesh and scattered corpses.
Squeak, 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 squeak. However, even though so many had been slaughtered, countless rat folk still brandished oddly shaped scimitars and lunged at the werewolf queen without fear of death. Although the werewolf queen confidently taunted the rat folk to bring it on, in reality, the disparity in numbers between the two sides was far too great. Kill 100, and thousands more would fill the gap, surging forward incessantly.
At this rate, the werewolf queen herself would be the first to exhaust her stamina.
Although the other werewolf race warriors were also fighting hard, they couldn't help but find it troublesome as they watched the rat swarm show no signs of thinning.
The little people attacked the enemy with various strange spells, and other coalition soldiers also brandished their blades and spears in a desperate struggle, but everyone was gradually beginning to feel overwhelmed.
This was only the rat folk's vanguard, yet it was already this difficult.
Just then, it seemed things hadn't reached the point of despair yet.
Oh,
Your Majesty,
the flags.
The reinforcements from the Half-Elf Alliance have arrived.
What?
Almost all nations on the western continent had suffered from the bullying of the High Elves.
After Empress Kshanna officially began her invasion, various nations declared war one after another, leading their armies to provide support. It seemed the constant requests for support sent while building the defensive line had worked, especially the reinforcements arriving from the north and south. They were all aggressive, as if they would have come to hang the High Elves even without an invitation.
Fellow dwarves,
Remember the sacrifices of the north. This deep-seated hatred can only be washed away with the blood of High Elves. Remember the comrades who fell in the dragon attacks.
In the name of the god of law, we shall annihilate the High Elf Alliance.
Viral. The momentum of the reinforcements was like facing an irreconcilable enemy. The monarchs of the south and north had bloodshot eyes, shouting oaths of revenge. On the other hand, Queen Lamia, who had originally intended to attack the Draco Kingdom, but was pulled into the war by treaties and obligations, seemed somewhat uninterested compared to the murderous atmosphere of the other nations.
Wow, there's so many people. Oh well.
anyway, my people, I wish you victory.
20,000 rapid reinforcement troops bringing guns and cannons arrived grandly, kicking up clouds of dust. There were even reports that the eastern continent was urgently mobilizing its military. The news that the already threatening Avalon Empire had actually formed an alliance and taken the lead in attacking was enough to shake the entire continent.
Prepare to fire. Load the gunpowder.
Not a single grain is to be spilled. This is more expensive than your wages.
As the first nations to actively adopt Blackwood's advanced technology, the combat methods of their new style armies were also distinct.
At the commander's order, black gunpowder was filled into the muzzles of the guns and cannons.
Rifled lead bullets were stuffed into the gun barrels, and round explosive shells were pushed into the cannon bores. The soldiers lit the fuses, waiting for the commander's order.
Fire, fire.
Da 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 da. Flickering flames and gunpowder smoke enveloped the soldiers.
The scene of the volley was as uniform as well-trained line infantry.
Sweet.
Over cuff, the large, armed rat folk charging at the front fell in swats instantly.
The bullets ignored armor, piercing through everything that approached row by row.
Bodies riddled with holes were immediately scattered across the ground.
Squeak its guns. Guns.
We must take those guys out first.
Panic-stricken cries came from the enemy ranks. They had clearly heard that there were no Blackwood army troops in the centre.
Among the rat folk, the apostle of the god of plague, Rat, was terrified and ordered the destruction of the new-style army that was currently reloading.
The rat folk gathered as one, the fierce light gleaming in their eyes as they lunged forward ferociously.
Pikeman pike formation.
Everyone raised spears.
The sharpness pikes stood up densely like the quills of a hedgehog, meeting the charging rat folk.
A forest of pikes stood like a wall, waiting to impale the charging enemies.
Volley fire plus spears. This was the tactic of the new-style army that had fully absorbed Blackwood's old tactics.
This army is practically like a killing machine.
Queen Lycan Elizabeth, covered in blood, couldn't help but marvel as she watched the army methodically slaughter the rat folk.
At this rate, before the main forces of Kantia and the Avalon Empire equipped with magical weapons arrived, they should be able to eliminate these ratfolk vanguards and stabilize the relatively poorly equipped Central Coalition army.
Boom, boom, boom. Furthermore, the cannons used by the reinforcement troops also displayed formidable power.
Heavier iron balls flew into the center of the enemy formation and exploded every time flames shot up. They were accompanied by a storm of sharpness shrapnel, sweeping away groups of ratfolk in swats.
The army that had fully absorbed Blackwood's technology had a combat style completely different from the werewolf race warriors who only use their own primal strength. Tusk, they can really fight, even though those things just look like sticks. One of her highly valued subordinates had once proposed importing these weapons, but she had refused at the time, arguing that ranged weapons were not the weapons of a warrior.
Thinking back now, she felt a bit embarrassed.
Queen Lycan Elizabeth.
Get back. It seems they are about to use something else. The voice of the elderly little people king told her to retreat.
Just as he said, the army of the Henton Duchy was moving something.
A curtain slowly dropped.
Immediately after, a heavy weapon with 8 barrels was assembled with a series of clicks.
Click.
Load the 100-round drum magazine. The Dark Elf King looked triumphantly at the heavy weapon they had purchased at a great price.
The prepared gunners quickly turned the cranks, and these expensive weapons began to spit out fierce flames. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Bullets poured out like rain. Firepower that won by sheer volume poured onto the battlefield. The trajectories of the bullets drew lines of death in the air, and the ratfolk fell screaming, spraying blood.
Squeak.
See, can't get close, squeak. The ratfolk fell in swats like leaves swept away by a broom. The soldiers of the Henton Kingdom constantly changed the drum magazines. While retreating, under the Little People King's instructions, Queen Lycan Elizabeth finally couldn't help herself and walked toward the Dark Elf King and the Dwarf Princess who were commanding the battle, asking how she could obtain such weapons and what the conditions were. Regardless of whether it was a warrior's weapon, with such a thing war simply couldn't be sustained.
King of the werewolf race, as you know, it is Prince Isaac.
As long as you join the alliance, there will be no restrictions.
Well, to him this is already an antique.
As long as you're willing to pay, he's more than happy to sell.
It seems the duchy is also quite short on money.
The monarch of Stonbrak confirmed that the Blackwood Duchy was consuming iron ore on a staggering scale and at an incredible speed.
Queen Lycan Elizabeth fell into confusion as she listened to their words.
Such a weapon capable of mass slaughter was actually an antique.
Although she had seen strange weapons like iron golems on wheels before, she hadn't expected something so powerful to already be outdated. Then just how advanced are the weapons the Blackwood Duchy is using now? This thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Even with the help of an apostle, this was too exaggerated.
The werewolf queen, who had returned to human form at some point, couldn't help but smile bitterly.
Preparing to slay the dragon.
To seize air superiority, a fierce battle was unfolding above Press City.
Aim.
Shoot them down no matter the cost.
Faster than a crossbow bolt. What on earth is that?
I don't know.
Damn it. Why is a block of iron flying in the sky?
They weren't even flapping wings.
The Griffin Knights of Avalon and the Kantia Kingdom pursuing the enemy shouted in terror as they watched the enemy aircraft perform unbelievable aerial maneuvers.
Mechanical weapons seizing air superiority with overwhelming maneuverability.
The rotating propellers at the front made a loud buzzing sound, like the spine-chilling flapping of a hornet's wings.
Metal aircraft that looked like heavy blocks of iron, yet could not be caught no matter how much they were pursued.
Whoosh, the sound of a sonic boom cutting through the air.
Those metal aircraft circled in the distance, then precisely dispersed and reformed their ranks, approaching from above and below to pour down bullets once more.
Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat-tat, bullets pouring down while rising and falling at high speeds from 800 tower away.
As if lines of bright yellow were constantly being drawn in the sky. Bang, 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 bang.
Oh, the Griffin's been hit.
Someone help me.
I'm falling.
Oh, the bullets easily pierced through the armor and helmets of the high elves and orcs, sending sparks flying.
The knights who chased after them to fire crossbow bolts were shot down one after another like flies spraying blood.
The enemy aircraft split into two teams, narrowing the Griffin Knight's evasion range and continuing their attack.
The high elves and orc knights were terrified by this relentless style of attack.
On the other hand, the dragon knights of the Draco Kingdom, who had been hiding and joined the battle later, looked at the eerie atmosphere of the battlefield with expressions of horror.
What are the humans? Only flying dragons. His Majesty Farox clearly said so.
They thought victory was certain, but the reality was completely different from what they had heard. The Dragon King fell into chaos. Seeing the knights unable to resist Empress Xana's guards, the half-dragons also left their escort duties and joined the attack. The overlords of the sky took flight. The half-dragons flapped their massive wings and lunged at the enemy from both sides.
The half-dragons pursued rapidly, and flames erupted from the rear muzzles of the aircraft.
But even as dense bullets poured down like rain, the half-dragons deflected them all with their thick scales and continued the pursuit. That's it. This is the pride of the dragon race. After closing the distance, the half-dragons opened their mouths, which were spewing flames. It looked as though they would incinerate those alarming aircraft into ashes in the next moment.
But just then, something long extended from the rear seat and began to frantically spew flames and columns of smoke.
Boom, 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 boom. Dense artillery fire poured onto the pursuing half-dragons.
It was the same kind of portable weapon that had shot down the medium-sized iron golems.
However, engulfed in explosions, the half-dragons let out a shrill scream and spiraled toward the ground. Their fate was unknown.
What were you doing?
Empress Xana watched this scene from the deck of the airship and let out a deafening roar of anger that echoed throughout the High Elf camp. The High Elf high-ranking officials couldn't help but gasp at the Empress's furious roar. Meanwhile, the Blackwood side aircraft, which had almost been incinerated by dragon breath, made a whoosh sound and quickly escaped the danger. No matter how one looked at it, this scene was frustrating.
Our numbers are more than 10 times theirs.
Even if it means paying a price, surround and shoot them down.
Her Majesty the Empress, it is not easy.
They are too nimble, and even if we fire crossbow bolts, they are blocked by the platinum eggshell-like barrier. The repeating ballistae seem effective. We opened all the firing ports and shot down 2 aircraft that were charging at the airship. They opened the deck and all the firing ports, and dozens of ballistae fired simultaneously. But even so, that was the only result.
The enemy took no risks, steadily reducing their numbers like shearing sheep.
Does it turn out like this if aerial maneuverability is inferior?
As a commander, it was enough to drive one mad.
The High Elves looked troubled. Empress Xana bit the edge of her fan hard. This useless magic fan couldn't even control the wind.
Then use the weapons the Empire has carefully prepared. Send it out.
The Empress made up her mind and spoke with a firm tone, deciding to send out the product of magical engineering created with salt life and divine wisdom. But there are airships equipped with cannons in the distance, and it is said that the enemy possesses some kind of strange weapon. Too much talk in war, decisive and swift judgment brings victory.
Her main god also seemed disappointed in their incompetence,
Whispering in her ear, Empress Xana felt the same.
Enough. The incompetence of the High Elves ends here. Send out the dragon.
The Empress made the final decision.
A High Elf nodded and took out a horn filled with an ominous aura of magic, blowing a summoning sound like a siren.
Boo!
Asterisk.
The 2-cylinder engine roared like a beast in front of me.
Exploding gasoline pushed 2 pistons bursting with powerful force.
Whoosh! Isaac pulled the altitude control lever,
And the flaps of the aluminum alloy wings bent downward. The high-altitude gale lashed violently against his entire body.
The rapid ascent made him feel the blood rushing to his back, and his red scarf fluttered loudly in the wind.
Your Majesty.
6 o'clock.
5 flying dragons and 10 griffin knights are catching up.
It seemed they had brought everything that could fly in this world.
A tiresome number of enemy aircraft.
Form the 4-finger formation.
Maintain altitude, he shouted to the flight formation.
The wind spirit, acting like a radio, quickly transmitted his orders in all directions. The 4 Eagle fighter planes followed their train formation and began to deal with the approaching enemies.
Clack, clack.
The sound of a bullet being chambered.
Sitting in the rear seat, Effie turned the charging handle of the air-cooled machine gun on the co-pilot's seat, aiming at the pursuing enemies with the crosshairs in the circular sight. Shoot, fire.
The principles of effective machine gun use were the same whether on the ground or in the air. It was just that the top, bottom, left, and right were all empty, and the fire coverage became 3-dimensional. The enemies eager to pursue fell into the line of fire one after another.
This was the purpose of formation flying.
4 firing points at different altitudes began to pour out 8mm armor-piercing bullets from red dot muzzles. A shooting method that trapped the enemy in a kill zone and attacked with crossfire.
Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat. Even the behemoths that once ruled the sky were nothing more than chunks of meat before bullets loaded with armor-piercing cores.
Darth! The curtain of steel pierced the scales of the flying dragons, tearing through their chests and wings.
The knights flapping their wings in pursuit fell one after another, spraying blood.
Blood-stained griffin feathers scattered everywhere like chicken feathers.
All shot down, Your Majesty.
They're over there.
Effie, who was reporting the results, suddenly cried out and patted Isaac's back.
He turned his head and saw her white finger pointing at the massive airship deck.
It's that woman, Empress Xana. That wicked woman seems to have just appeared on the deck, the Wood Elf's sworn enemy. Amidst the intense machine gun fire and battle, she was actually able to spot the High Elf among the many wing-flapping enemies.
Although Isaac really wanted to drop the aerial bombs he had brought onto the deck, seeing the strict defense, all gun ports open, and dozens of repeating ballistae set up on the deck made Isaac hesitate to approach.
Although he wanted to achieve merit, the safety of his own side was more important.
So that is the Platinum Empress Silona
Edelgard. A blue light appeared in Isaac's eyes. He enhanced his vision with
Magic. Skin as fair as jade,
and platinum blonde hair like molten gold.
But she was staring at Isaac with eyes full of murderous intent, her expression incredibly fierce. Although she had the beautiful face characteristic of the elf race, her heart was full of evil, a type completely opposite to Effie. Should I have the airship behind us approach and blast that face with the 80mm main gun? Isaac's ambitious plan was only half spoken when it was interrupted by a distant roar from above. Roar? The dragon's roar was deafening, and Effie's body trembled along with it.
It finally appeared. The one hidden in the clouds finally showed itself. Its massive body made the sky darken.
Its wings were fully spread as if blocking the entire field of vision.
But this also meant its target area was very large.
Your Majesty.
What should we do?
What should we do?
Solve for as much time as possible,
and then lure it there. It seemed that the previously mangled body was now completely covered in dragon scales.
But they had also formulated a battle plan.
They also had plenty of time. All that was left was to act according to plan. It was time for a monster to hunt a monster.
Isaac was about to begin a dragon hunt that would go down in history.
Asterisk. Rumble.
There are some existences that can draw gasps of admiration just by moving.
There are several such in the central continent.
Originally, they were the giant race and ogres, but here, in the Blackwood army, it was not a living creature, but a steel behemoth travelling west along two rails, a decisive weapon.
The fully armed Blackwood army at the king's summons was heading toward the battlefield.
Even though countless enemies had joined forces with the High Elves to attack, their faces were full of confidence, because beside them, a massive 800mm super-large caliber Hippo railway gun was travelling.
This mythical weapon could turn any enemy into dust.
Hippo.
As they approached Prest, the soldiers held their weapons high and shouted with high morale. This was its first real combat.
What would happen when a shell larger than a person was fired into the enemy ranks? Its mere existence was enough to make everyone's blood boil.
The soldiers cheered fanatically, watching this unprecedentedly massive weapon slowly move toward the battlefield.
This is a bit.
On the other hand, the giant ray-scale Hippo, who had been brought along to handle tank operation, unloading, walked with 4 shells on her back, a wronged expression on her face. This innocent girl's name had become a symbol of brutality in the mouths of the soldiers.
Hippo, the rugged steel behemoth.
The roaring destroyer.
The hammer of Blackwood.
The high elf crusher.
Wood. These names the soldiers had specifically given her, though out of goodwill, made her suffer.
Amidst the fanatical cheers of the soldiers, Hippo finally showed an expression as if she were about to cry.
Oh, this is too much.
Bray, a polymer of the main god's flesh almost completely shaped into a human form.
The high elf priestesses within the sanctuary were focusing all their attention, refining the divine flesh strand by strand with an extremely delicate process.
Known to the world as the demon god, the absolute one in Atos felt the slender jade-like hands of the priestesses moving over his physical body, sensing that the time was fast approaching.
Through his gradually forming physical senses, he truly felt the sensation of touch. This was the most direct proof that his physical body was being born. Despite the various obstructions from the other main gods of the continent, Inatos had stubbornly reached this stage. The sullen moment of resurrection was coming. By relying on forbidden knowledge, he would become the first being to descend to the mortal realm with the body of a god, under the gnashing teeth of the other main gods, amidst the terror of all clerics and through the wails of the mortals who once rejected him. Inatos planned to devour the entire world.
However, this grand plan to awaken death still required more time.
And what he had prepared for this was the apostle of God, the High Elf Empress.
As an apostle, her vision, thoughts, and even her desires, all her senses were shared with the main god.
At this moment, she was wearing a smug smile as she deployed the resurrected dragon into the battlefield.
As soon as the dragon entered the battlefield, it displayed an overwhelming aura, quickly dispersing those strange steel birds that moved with incredible speed. The scene was like a hawk swooping in and scattering a flock of sparrows.
The dragon gave chase relentlessly, forcing the apostle of the god of creation, who controlled the steel birds, to order a retreat.
Inatos recognized him at a glance from the alien nature of the otherworldly soul.
Through the eyes of the High Elf, Inatos watched that human apostle for a long time, sensing that behind the apostle, the goddess was also watching him.
Arch enemies Goddess Iris seemed to be observing each other through their apostles, just as he was. Inatos' mangled lips curled into a hideous smile. He would once again awaken the dragon that had once hindered him and kill her apostle with his own hands. Especially Goddess Iris, she loathed his knowledge of playing with death more than anything, making this a perfect revenge.
If his tongue and vocal cords were fully formed, he would surely be laughing out loud right now.
The dragon suddenly spread its massive wings and lunged toward Iris' apostle.
On the airship deck, the High Elf apostle screamed with excitement.
She clenched her fists tightly and shouted loudly, ordering the dragon to burn that loathsome human to ashes.
Just like its partially repaired dragon scales, the dragon's fire sac had also been fully restored.
Inside its long maw, the roaring flames looked as if they could burst forth at any moment. But just then, Inatos felt a slight abnormality.
His hollow eye sockets twitched slightly.
Even though her apostle was about to be burned to ashes by dragon breath, the goddess of creation remained calm, watching her apostle as if filled with trust. The dragon has already lunged. What could she possibly still trust in?
Anyone could see the apostle's crisis, yet her incredible trust in that human apostle on the rock, the flesh writhed as if breathing.
Inatos watching the battlefield through Silona was filled with doubt
And confusion.
Asterisk.
An air raid unit blotting out the sky.
Fire-breathing half-dragons, griffins, and wyverns were unscrupulously attacking the city of Forest.
Some of Draco's wyverns even dropped magic nuclear bombs, blowing the Dragon King in the city to pieces.
Even though it had already changed hands, the scene of this cruel attack was still shocking. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the legendary dragon also appeared, and all the Dragon Kin of Forest fell into a state of terror.
It was so massive that every flap of its wings seemed to stir up a gale and block out the sun. Known as the apex of all living beings, the dragon had once bestowed knowledge and wisdom upon humans.
Even His Majesty Isaac cannot defeat it.
Such defeatist thoughts spread among the residents.
But at this moment of despair, a presence appeared to turn the tide. The steam miracles from Blackwood roared, and the sound of uniform military boots echoed in everyone's ears.
The emblem of the wood-cutting axe and sword flew high in the wind.
Blackwood's army and the giant cannons,
Which seemed specifically made for hunting giant creatures, arrived at Forest,
instantly changing the atmosphere in the city.
What is that?
Is that giant thing a cannon?
It has a barrel, and there are shells next to it as big as a velociraptor.
Is this really a cannon? Someone actually manufactured such a terrifying weapon.
The sight was just as shocking as when the dragon appeared, sending chills down their spines.
Giant weapons against a giant enemy. The situation on the scene reversed in an instant.
Look,
His Majesty Isaac has already prepared everything for us.
Oh, it was expected of the one called the Apostle of the Goddess.
The Draco Kingdom wants to burn us to ashes.
So we will blast the dragon into fragments. The Draco Kingdom sent half-dragons and dropped bombs in an attempt to level the city of Forest to the ground, but each time, the Blackwood army drove them back with recoilless rifles.
Though they didn't know what method the High Elf used to control the dragon, if they believed in His Majesty Isaac, there might really be a way to shoot it down.
The Dragon King prayed, hoping that the goddess's apostle could create a miracle and defeat that menacing dragon. At the same time, Bishop Igni, who had arrived at Forest with the army, looked up at the dragon in the sky and murmured, "Good heavens, that is not a dragon." It was hard for her to believe that a great being who once stood at the forefront against the demon god had now become the demon god's pawn. After witnessing the dragon with her own eyes, Bishop Igni's face was filled with sorrow and sighs. "Bishop, what exactly is that?"
A corpse that is just a flesh and blood puppet wearing a dragon's skin.
It has no powerful dragon heart, nor does it have a shining soul. What on earth is that thing filled with toxins? Holy power shimmered in her eyes, allowing her to see everything clearly.
That dragon, which seemed so lifelike, was actually patched together from flesh and blood, with its soul replaced by some eerie thing. Igni felt despair for the dragon that could not rest in peace even in death.
At the same time, the goddess of creation, who was with her, was also filled with unprecedented anger. The dead should rest in peace. For a corpse to stand up and harm living beings is a blatant provocation to the harmony of all things.
Apostle Isaac, please completely erase Empress Siona and the demon god from this world.
This has crossed the line. The demon god calls himself the god of knowledge, yet he constantly
Manufactures such things.
How can he be worthy of such a title?
Bishop Igni's mind was filled with the goddess's angry thoughts. Goddess Iris wanted to eliminate this monster and let it rest in peace.
Considering that the emotional fluctuations of gods are usually not large, the goddess's anger at this moment was extraordinary.
Bishop Iris radiated holy power from her entire body, clasping her hands and praying devoutly.
True apostle, please once again display your shining knowledge.
A treasure of wisdom descended to the world, much like the dragon, that once brought new things and blessings to humanity.
She prayed, hoping he would bring punishment upon those twisted races and let the dragon rest in peace.
White-haired Igni accepted the divine will and continued to pray.
Operation named Dragon Slayer. Quest triggered. Repel the hideous flesh puppet using the dragon's corpse.
A long unseen instruction from the goddess filled his entire vision.
Just like when he first discovered the bone wand,
The message from the goddess was filled with undisguised rage. The goddess he served was so eager for victory. As an apostle, how could he not respond?
God's will.
The moment the High Elf's dragon appeared, our combat flight wing initiated operation named Dragon Slayer.
The Warhawks quickly dispersed, assuming a defensive formation.
Your Majesty, it's catching up.
The dragon is right behind us.
I know.
Effie tapped his back anxiously. That was no wyvern or half-baked dragon.
Flying with such a ferocious dragon tailing them required immense courage and guts.
It's too close.
The dragon has caught up.
I know.
The immense pressure made his mouth go dry. If they so much as brushed against the tip of the dragon's wing, this small fighter plane would crash instantly.
The dragon let out a deafening roar.
When it closed into a certain distance, the legendary dragon breath spewed forth.
Ignoring
All other planes, the dragon seemed obsessively locked onto the fighter plane he was piloting.
As the flames swept over them, the absolute defense magic he had painstakingly set up shattered instantly.
Though his life was spared,
He was now completely exposed to the dragon.
with his vision enhanced, he saw Empress Siona in the distance clenching her fists in frustration.
she was practically praying for his death.
One didn't need to think twice to know that the person who ordered all fire to be concentrated on him was that high elf woman.
But did she know?
Thanks to her, things had actually become
Simpler. He could lure the dragon away alone without worrying about losses to the other members of the flight wing.
Your Majesty.
Fire.
It seemed some of the terrifying flames had seeped in when the shield broke. Effie hurriedly slapped at her burning red scarf to extinguish it.
She panted heavily, still shaken.
This is too dangerous.
No matter how you look at it, this is insane.
Is she only realizing it now?
This was a crazy plan from the start.
If you want to hunt a dragon, you have to bet your life.
Effie, there's still time.
It's not too late to parachute out.
That's not what I meant.
How could I leave your majesty alone?
Go faster.
She slapped his back angrily, telling him to stop talking nonsense. His back hurt.
This seemed to be the first time he had seen Effie truly angry.
The fighter plane dived toward the massive cannon barrel standing tall on the ground.
The engine let out a massive roar as the twin-cylinder twin engine motor ran at full throttle.
It was a relief that the engine didn't overheat even under such high-intensity operation.
With Sylph helping to part the air, there was less headwind, but due to centrifugal force he felt all the blood in his body rushing to his head and eyeballs.
His vision gradually turned blood red.
Effie, Sylph, now!
Sylph turned into a streak like an arrow shooting toward the ground troops who were tensely preparing.
Because the shell was so massive, Sylph couldn't guide it completely,
But she could provide aiming corrections.
Wisps of light smoke rose from the propellers and engines. The twin-engine motor erupted with its final strength, like the last flare of a candle.
He lowered the nose of the plane even further.
They dropped altitude and adjusted their angle to maximize the Dragon's target profile for the incoming shot.
All of this was earned by him acting as bait and even enduring a dragon breath attack. The monarch himself had pulled the aggro and delivered the target to the doorstep. All that remained was the killing blow from the ground.
Show your power.
It was said that during the siege of Sevastopol, the gust of railway gun created a massive explosion and shockwave 200 meters wide and 350 meters high.
And the people who witnessed that massive explosion and thick smoke called it
a mushroom cloud. Even without a nuclear blast, a pure explosion could cause such terrifying destructive power.
He saw the massive cannon barrel standing tall on the ground.
Asterisk.
Hippo railway gun ready.
Open the breach.
Load high explosive shell.
The command to load a high explosive shell was common in the Blackwood army, but the difference was that this high explosive shell was much thicker in caliber than any cannon on the battlefield. HMPH.
Hippo struggled to push the shell, which was thicker than a giant racer's thigh, into the chamber of the railway gun.
He had initially had some complaints about the name of the railway gun, but seeing His Majesty Isaac risking his life in the air to fight the dragon, those complaints vanished.
Click.
He turned the handle, locking the breech block.
As the part that bore the brunt of the immense pressure, the thickness of the breech block was impressive, as if the steel of the entire duchy had been poured into it. The dragon spread its massive wings and descended from the sky, as if to blot out the entire ground.
Before it, His Majesty Isaac was piloting a fighter plane, engines roaring, luring the dragon in.
Can we really fire?
The artilleryman second lieutenant gripped the thick trigger, swallowing hard.
That question carried so much weight. The person riding the dragon probably felt the same way right now, didn't they?
Could such a powerful force really be controlled by mere second lieutenant like him?
But the situation didn't allow for hesitation.
What do you mean, not fire?
If you hesitate any longer, His Majesty will die.
Fire now.
A gruff roar.
The pursuer
and the pursued continued to drop in altitude,
the dragon's form nearly filling his entire vision.
It was so massive that aiming became almost meaningless.
Fire.
The second lieutenant, burdened with heavy responsibility, let out a roar that was almost a scream and pulled the trigger.
Boom. Asterisk.
Good. Just like that. Burn that human to ashes. On the airship deck, Empress Siona saw the dragon breath graze the fighter plane and couldn't help but shout out, losing her composure.
But with the unique maneuverability of the steel bird, the fighter plane narrowly dodged the dragon breath time, and again, all blocked it with defensive magic.
Die. Turn to ash, you loathsome human. Her grudge against Isaac went back a long way.
This king of Blackwood had time, and again obstructed the Empire's restoration and the grand plans of her and the chief god.
She clenched her fists, sincerely cursing him to die.
But just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred.
Boom, as if the sky itself were being torn apart, a deafening roar echoed across the battlefield, and a visible shockwave swept across the land.
Then, like an eruption of hellfire, a massive pillar of fire soared into the sky. An ominous premonition welled up in her heart.
Then Empress Siona heard the dragon let out a cry for the first time, not a roar, but a scream of pain from being struck.
The railway guns are firing.
Lieutenant Bella of the Stormtroopers was completely stunned by the rapidly changing battlefield situation.
What is he doing?
She muttered to herself, a complicated feeling rising in her heart as she watched His Grace the Duke actually fly with a fortress-sized dragon dangling from the tail of a fighter plane.
Among everyone she had ever seen, His Grace the Duke was undoubtedly the most reckless.
At the same time, as a conventionally trained military officer, she almost blurted out, "This is not what a military commander should be doing." But she held back. After all, her seniority was low.
The fire.
Her subordinate, the second lieutenant of the artilleryman team, ordered the steel behemoth to fire in a trembling voice. The Elf King was embodied within the shell, and the surrounding artilleryman members quickly covered their ears and threw themselves flat on the ground.
Boom. Only then did Bella realize that an 800mm shell was so terrifyingly powerful that its firing point would also be leveled by the back blast.
Relying on the fact that she was another knight, she stood straight instead of lying down like the others. However, the world-destroying shockwave prevented her from keeping her footing, and she was thrown to the ground like a scarecrow. Even Hippo of the giant race curled up into a ball.
Covered in dust, Bella, still shaken, clicked open her helmet visor.
Then, this fully armed upper knight of the duchy witnessed a violent explosion and a mushroom cloud that shot straight into the sky.
His Grace, the Duke had explained back in military school that a mushroom cloud only occurs when the oxygen at the center of the explosion is violently burned, creating immense explosive pressure. Although she still didn't understand the underlying principles, she clearly knew that the massive explosion before her was a mushroom cloud. The powerful shockwave that struck her entire body made her feel this firsthand. Did we get it?
It looks like a hit.
I heard the dragon scream.
The
The soldiers of Blackwood stumbled up from the blast's impact, looking up in the direction of the explosion. The terrifying dragon, which had been aggressively threatening to burn all ground forces to ash, vanished within a dense explosion. Then a monster's heartbreaking shriek echoed from the dense smoke of the explosion. This unprecedented dragon scream made everyone see a massive silhouette falling from the smoke. Crashed, even the apex predator of the other world, even the invincible dragon, seemed to have suffered a critical blow. It couldn't even flap its wings and plummeted directly to the ground.
The immense impact made the earth shake violently as if an earthquake had struck, and flying dust obscured the entire battlefield.
A hit.
It's a hit.
Did you see that?
I, a mere second lieutenant, actually took down a dragon.
How?
The second lieutenant, who had been shaking with fear just moments ago, was now jumping around excitedly and cheering. Having taken down a dragon just by pulling the trigger, he was utterly awed by the super decisive weapon created by His Grace, the Duke, and he waved his fists triumphantly. I am the Dragon Slayer.
Snap out of it.
You must observe the strike effect after shelling, understand? Just as he was getting carried away, Commander Miller's sharp rebuke sliced through the air like a sword. Facing his superior's reprimand, the second lieutenant recoiled and said, "But with a direct hit from a shell that size, it can't possibly still be alive." From the smoke and dust came the low growl of a wounded beast. The second lieutenant of the artilleryman team's voice cut off abruptly, and he kept repeating, "Damn it. See, could it be? That was a shell capable of blowing up an entire fortress. How could it still be alive?" The Blackwood camp was filled with sounds of disbelief. Just as everyone descended into chaos, Commander Miller, battle-hardened, and having fought the High Elves alongside His Grace the Duke, shouted with firm resolve, "Damn it.
Prepare again. The dragon is alive.
We must find a way to reload
Another shell."
He always remembered His Grace the Duke's teaching, hope for the best, prepare for the worst.
Commander Miller anxiously searched for Hippo, loudly urging him to reload the shell.
Seeing his anxiety, Hippo rushed towards the red-hot barrel of the railway gun. He opened the sturdy breech, and a massive steaming shell casing popped out. "Clang!
Hippo, hurry up!"
The commander's urging continued. Hippo quickly removed the empty casing, shoved the 800mm shell filled with gunpowder into the barrel, and began the reloading process. But at the same time, the fallen dragon was not idle.
Thump, thump, thump.
Since it seemed unable to fly, it strode forward, bursting out through the residual blast effects and thick smoke.
When the people and soldiers of Forest City saw the dragon's silhouette, they screamed in terror.
Oh,
What is that? The railway gun had clearly pierced the dragon's scales, its chest was shattered, and its internal organs were reduced to mush. Like a half-corpse, it charged toward the Hippo railway gun. The massive explosion had blown away half of its head and mouth, and its dragon bones were exposed from the flesh.
most of its body was destroyed, yet it could still move, which was truly baffling.
It looks just like a ghoul summoned by necromancy. That's not a dragon anymore. Damn it. What exactly did the High Elves create? It was no longer a magnificent being. The ugly truth of the dragon was laid bare. The fact that the Avalon Empire had done something unforgivable was now public knowledge. Not only the Dragonkin, but even the soldiers were terrified out of their wits by this horrible, dragon-like monster.
It's coming.
Reload.
Quickly reload the railway gun.
Lord Hippo.
Please.
I won't make fun of you anymore.
Please save us.
The terrifying, zombie-like monster was charging toward the railway gun. Every time it took a step, the earth trembled, and the soldiers cried out, begging Hippo for salvation. I'm trying my best. Hippo was also frightened by the terrifying dragon.
He quickly locked the breech, completing the railway gun's reload.
The human second lieutenant quickly ran over to install the detonator and connect the trigger, but time seemed to be running out.
If things continued this way, they would also be caught in a blast radius.
But just then, air support began in an effort to halt the flesh and blood dragon's advance.
The goddess wants its neck destroyed.
Flight squadron fired with full force. Rat-tat-tat, boom, the Dutch's war eagles poured out machine gun bullets, dropped aerial bombs, and then rapidly ascended. Dozens of pillars of fire erupted on the dragon's back. The dragon let out a painful shriek, its body convulsing violently. The dragon's scales covering it had completely peeled off, leaving it a bloody mess. Taking advantage of the time His Grace the Duke had bought them, the second lieutenant completed all firing preparations and shouted, "Railway gun firing preparations complete."
Then fire.
The massive barrel was no longer pointed toward the sky, but aimed directly at the dragon in front of them.
Hearing the commander's order, the second lieutenant pulled the trigger without hesitation. The detonator exploded, and a massive flame, like dragon breath, filled their entire field of vision, blasting forward.
Boom, Dragon Slayer.
On the hills of Forest City overlooking the entire battlefield, Ignore the Elysian, Order watched the scene with her blue eyes.
Oh,
Is this truly a power that humans can possess?
The non-combatants who had passed through the forest with their army were all left speechless as they witnessed this epic battle. Accompanied by blinding white light, a massive explosion, and a mushroom-shaped cloud of fire rose into the sky once more.
The legendary dragon that had once terrified everyone was completely blown apart by the second bombardment.
Unidentifiable chunks of flesh flew everywhere.
A direct hit from the railway gun caused the front part of the dragon's long body to vanish entirely.
leaving only the headless hind legs and internal organs still standing on the ground. Then, as if the impact had reached a critical point, the magic core embedded between the dragon's bones and organs serving as its heart exploded violently.
Boom, like a secondary explosion, the area where the dragon stood evaporated instantly, and an unprecedented massive blast swept across the entire battlefield.
Even on the distant hills, the power of the shockwave could be felt, making it impossible for anyone to stand steady.
This unbelievable destructive power had been continuing since moments ago.
Terrifying shockwaves and explosions reaching the clouds. Every time it fired, it possessed the power to shake the heavens and the earth.
This sight was like the fierce battle of the demon gods described in the scriptures, a battle between giants
that far surpassed human strength. Among those who witnessed all this, the white-clothed saintess walked up to Igni, who served the god of creation, and asked with a dazed expression, "Bishop Igni, is the power he uses the power of harmony?"
No matter how one looked at it, that pure destructive force had no connection to harmony whatsoever.
Saintess Sophia, who had rushed to the battlefield after hearing the news of the god of plague, and the rat folk joining, asked this question on behalf of everyone.
Yes.
Igni could only force herself to answer,
for even she could not explain the power demonstrated by this weapon.
Perhaps almost no one but the Lord Apostle could understand it.
Regardless, Goddess Iris desired the destruction of the dragon, and that monster which inverted death was once again turned to dust.
What should be dead has died, and ashes have returned to ashes. This is the cycle of harmony.
It all depends on how you think about it. Having experienced so much with Apostle Isaac, Igni's thinking had become quite flexible.
Probably yes.
Asterisk.
Repel the ugly flesh golem using the dragon's corpse.
Completed. Achievement points plus 1 million points.
Thanks to the giant race, the Hebo railway gun was able to quickly finish reloading and spew out 2 massive pillars of fire.
The first bombardment turned the dragon into tattered
Chunks of flesh,
and the second completely blew it into fragments scattered in the air.
Under the watchful eyes of the High Elves, Orcs, Dragonborn, and everyone else, they perfectly completed the mission of shooting down the dragon and confirming the kill. Operation name, Dragon Kill Success.
A thought of praise from the goddess flashed through Isaac's mind.
Effie, did you see that? The weapon I designed succeeded.
The Hebo railway gun took down the dragon.
Oh, the wind blowing against him brushed through his hair, feeling incredibly refreshing. Although Isaac had defeated countless powerful monsters before, it had never been as thrilling as this. They had not only destroyed, but completely pulverized the ultimate weapon secretly prepared by the High Elves, the Demon God, and Empress Sedona. Your Majesty, next time there's a plan like this, please leave it to someone else. Should I hand over the glory of dragon hunting to someone else? Please recognize your own position.
I understand.
Hearing Effie's worried voice, he could only obediently shut his mouth. But if anyone else had carried out this important mission, they would have been roasted to a crisp long ago.
It was thanks to him being a sixth circle magician capable of casting absolute defense magic that the operation succeeded.
Then what about Empress Ivona?
The source of all this calamity, the root of all evil.
While he was being chased by the dragon, a high elf woman's gloating smile made him want to tear her into 1,000 pieces. Only by personally giving her a shot could he quench the hatred in his heart.
Your Majesty, over there.
Effie patted him on the back. Isaac looked in the direction Effie pointed and saw Siona's group along with the remaining half-dragons, wyverns, and griffins beginning to flee frantically from the moment the dragon was shot down. Where does that woman think she's going? Those who commit sins and taboos must pay the price. Isaac increased the throttle as if he would never let her go.
Gasoline sprayed into the cylinders, sparks ignited,
the engine roared, and power began to surge. Thicker black smoke billowed from the engine and propeller.
I know you're not in good shape, having been forced to run just now and scorched by the dragon's breath, but please hold on a little longer, Warhook 1.
Wow. On the ground, a morale-boosted Blackwood ground forces pulling the train set off toward the west once again. There were battles in the air, and the ground forces had their own missions. The steam tanks, freed from the dragon's threat, spewed white steam and raced westward.
This is Blitzkrieg.
Although it was just a concept, they would use armoured units like tanks and stormtroopers to break through enemy lines under strong air support, and then follow-up units armed with new firearms would defeat the isolated territories and lords one by one. They planned to completely crush the treacherous Draco Kingdom, quickly occupy the capital, and have them sign a surrender document as soon as possible. They had to crush the Draco army, blocking their entry into forest, and advance rapidly toward the central region. According to reports, the Central Army is currently engaging the main High Elf forces led by golems and urgently needs support. If they arrive late, no one knows where the front line will be pushed. So let's go. There's no time to lose. The Metal Eagles of the Duchy formed a skirmish formation, avoiding the fire-spitting ballistae as they pursued airships and flying monsters.
He saw Empress Siona on the deck hurriedly duck into the cabin.
Isaac, of course, would not let her go. The death of the dragon had completely changed the course of the battle. Now it was their turn to pursue and hunt.
Asterisk.
Will we win?
No one welcomes a strange neighbour nesting on their own turf.
Historically, territory taken by an enemy has always been a seed of conflict. Even after centuries, it is often used as an excuse to restart a war. Moreover, if that land is incredibly fertile and the centre of continental trade, it goes without saying. Therefore, King Farox never recognised Blackwood's occupation of forest.
He had been looking for an opportunity to reclaim this land, and this time, the opportunity had finally come.
He joined forces with the King of the Dragonborn
and decided to crush the Blackwood army.
For this aerial battle, they sent out the legendary dragon, 2 half-dragons, and hundreds of wyverns and griffins.
But since the opponent was the extraordinary Blackwood army, even with a dragon on his side, he always felt uneasy.
Thus Ferox constantly asked Duke Giles, who was flicking his long tongue, "Duke, can we win?"
"Your Majesty, please rest assured. We have the dragon."
Although that dragon had no heartbeat or soul, and its identity was highly suspicious, it did possess the bloodline of a dragon, along with a massive size, hard scales, and terrifying dragon breath. It was the powerful existence they trusted most.
Therefore, Ferox and the Dragonborn all believed their ancestor would repel the enemy and reclaim the land.
However, their expectations were completely shattered by a few words from a messenger who came from afar.
"Your Majesty, this is terrible. The dragon has been shot down.
It's said that nothing remains of its bones. It was blown to fragments.
And the Blackwood ground forces are approaching.
They have already crushed the territorial army and are advancing west.
We simply cannot withstand the pincer attack from the air and the ground. They will soon attack the capital." It was said that an enraged Prince Isaac was charging toward the capital.
Hearing this terrifying news, King Ferox trembled all over and jumped up from his throne.
They actually lost.
He watched in disbelief as the dragon fell and the front line collapsed, weakly uttering a single sentence.
"We're finished."
Revenge moment. Under the sky, there could only be one master of air superiority.
Isaac's flight squadron, working in conjunction with ground forces, shot down the legendary giant dragon, then relentlessly pursued Empress Sinona's fleeing air forces. Orange-red tracer rounds, like meteors streaking across the night sky, left trails in the azure heavens. Tat-tat-tat, the roar of machine guns was deafening. The flying monsters of the High Elf allied army, like startled birds, frantically flapped their wings and fled in disarray.
Each burst of machine gun fire was accompanied by a dazzling flash.
Orc race and High Elf race members fell to the ground like autumn leaves scattering like ginkgo leaves.
"Paul,
I'm falling.
help!"
What fell were not winged birds, but riders whose backs were riddled with bullet holes like honeycombs.
Wyverns and griffins let out mournful wails, dark red blood gushing out as they spiraled down to the earth.
Death to the High Elves.
The sky belongs to us. Isaac's pilots let out earth-shattering shouts with every enemy they shot down, deliberately provoking Empress Sinona and the others.
Whether it was concentrating fire from light recoilless rifles to shoot down the last remaining half-dragons, or using machine guns to eliminate the flying monsters like flies, they never forgot to taunt.
Is this the power of the noble High Elves?
It's truly laughable.
All your kin are dead. Where are you running to, Empress Siona? Do you intend to live on alone?
These mocking words pierced the proud High Elves' self-esteem like sharp knives.
Originally certain of victory, they had suffered an unbelievable defeat, their minds already crumbling.
Coupled with the continuous taunts, Empress Sinona was driven to near madness.
Hush, hush, hush.
Empress Sivona Edelgard, disheveled and like a madwoman, rushed onto the deck, cursing obscenities.
Her former elegance, nobility, and composure were now completely gone, replaced by a hideous expression like that of a vengeful ghost.
She excitedly cursed in ancient Elvish as if casting a spell.
"Effie, what is she saying?"
Isaac asked.
"Lowly humans, I swear in the name of Anatos that I will tear you to pieces."
At any cost, Effie translated.
Probably curses and insults,
Isaac thought.
Seeing the Empress enraged, Isaac and the others seized the opportunity to launch another round of machine gun fire and recoilless rifle bombardment at the airship.
Bang, bang, bang. Plastic explosive shells trailing white contrails mercilessly pounded the giant airship.
However, the shells were still blocked by the egg-shaped platinum gold defensive barrier, exactly like the one seen in the capital, Coltinova. This was why all the other flying monsters had been shot down, while the airship could still fly in the sky.
Damn magic item, Isaac cursed under his breath.
Was it so heavily defended because this airship carried the Empress?
It was truly an obstacle everywhere.
Without this thing, thermal weapons would have long dominated this world.
But on second thought, the High Elves who used magic weapons probably had the same idea as him, didn't they?
From Silona's perspective, Isaac must also be a thorn in her side.
Originally with the stone golems, they could have conquered the central continent. But due to Isaac's intervention, their conquest plans were repeatedly thwarted.
Your Majesty, that red point Effie pointed anxiously at the continuously dropping gauge.
As Effie said, there wasn't much fuel left.
Moreover, to break the defensive barrier, their fighter planes also sustained some damage when bombing above the airship, being hit by magic crossbow bolts.
Although not severely wounded, just scratches, the hydraulic fluid used to control the flaps was leaking from the wings like blood threads. For easier observation, the hydraulic fluid was dyed red, making it look as if the fighter planes were bleeding.
Since its first actual combats, Warhawk 1 had endured a baptism of magical arrow rain, dragon's breath, and giant crossbow bolts, truly experiencing a brutal coming of age.
Even if the engine stops, Sylph is here, and a powerless glide landing can be performed if necessary, Isaac pondered.
But he didn't want to lose power in enemy airspace.
Moreover, they had already eliminated aerial threats like half-dragons, wyverns, and griffons.
Continuing to entangle with this airship that had a defensive barrier was also a waste of time.
Isaac had already gained air superiority. They had to quickly repair the Warhawks, occupy the Draco Kingdom, and then go support the Central Army, which was in dire need of help.
The invasion of golems, hundreds of thousands of high elves, and Kancha's main forces was causing the anti-high elf allied army's losses to expand every moment. No more time to waste on this woman. Return for rest and recuperation, then support the Draco front and the center.
Isaac, piloting the lead fighter, waved his fist signaling to return.
The commander must flexibly direct troops according to the rapidly changing situation.
But Effie seemed unwilling to let this war criminal go just like that.
She gently patted Isaac, pleading, "Your Majesty, please wait."
I think I can do it.
Effie's eyes gleamed green.
She took down the Greenleaf 928 semi-automatic rifle hanging on the fighter, pulled the bolt, and a sharp steel cord bullet clicked into the chamber.
Finally having the chance to face the enemy who murdered her king, Effie seemed to have been waiting for this moment.
She immediately summoned the Wind Spirit King, capable of moving 800 shells.
It seemed that before leaving, she absolutely had to strike Empress Siona. Sylph, do you remember?
The hardships and suffering our wood elf race endured.
Effie's voice trembled slightly.
Of course I remember, Master.
The Wind Spirit King's voice was as clear as wind chimes.
All of this was caused by that wicked Empress, Effie said, gritting her teeth.
The strong wind howled,
Raging like an angry bull. A massive airflow began to surge, and the Wind Spirit King concentrated all its wind power onto that sharp steel cord bullet.
Effie aimed at the Empress on the deck, her sharp gaze like a hawk's fixed on the scope, her index finger gently resting on the trigger.
Although large area attack bombs were ineffective, an attack concentrating all power on a single point might be able to penetrate the defensive barrier.
Seeing this, Isaac changed his fist, which was originally signaling to return, into a signal for cover fire.
Effie, if you can hit her, I'll reward you.
Anything?
Effie's voice held a hint of expectation.
Yes, anything, Isaac affirmed. The wood elf's long ears twitched slightly.
Effie's face was filled with the desire for revenge, and she adjusted her firearm and body posture even more carefully, as if determined to succeed.
The time for revenge has come, she whispered.
Master, your target seems to have changed, the Wind Spirit King reminded her.
Shut up, Effie said, a bit impatiently.
The Elf King is a pinnacle existence controlling natural forces. The concentrated spirit power was incredibly strong, and the muzzle had already begun to flash with silver light.
Effie took a deep breath, held it, and perfectly aligned the front and rear sights.
Her breathing stopped, and her slender finger gently squeezed the trigger.
Bang! A gunshot echoed, piercing the sky.
Blitzkrieg.
Empress Siona could not understand the current situation at all.
Previously, when she had boarded the airship and led the dragons and hundreds of monster riders to Blackwood, she had been filled with confidence and ambition.
What is going on?
Why?
The sudden appearance of the metal aircraft, emitting a loud buzzing sound, quickly destroyed the High Elves' aerial power, causing her previously certain confidence to instantly collapse.
Empress Siona's face was filled with rage as she stomped her white high heels hard against the deck, repeatedly shouting a certain person's name.
Isaac!
Just who are you to hinder me like this are?
The High Elf Empress roared in fury, clutching her platinum blonde hair, which looked like molten gold, into a mess.
The grudge between her and Isaac went back a long time. It was a long-standing hatred originating from the ancient gods they served.
Even if the ground forces on the central front had achieved brilliant results, what was the use?
She had lost countless knights and the core strength of the Empire, the dragons.
The losses were devastating.
Lord Inathos was also very disappointed in her.
Feeling the main god's intent as if he were about to abandon her, Siona felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety.
Rat-tat-tat.
To make matters worse, those annoying steel birds were still in hot pursuit, relentlessly strafing the airship with machine guns.
They knew they would be blocked by the defense barrier, yet they remained so persistent it was truly infuriating. Such meaningless acts of provocation from humans completely enraged Empress Simona.
What are they doing now? These damn steel birds.
But just then, amidst the countless bullets, a small muzzle flash flickered.
A bullet wrapped in silver light, bolstered by the power of the Elf King, precisely pierced a small point in the defense barrier.
Empress Siona's cursing turned into a scream as she felt a sharp pain in her chest as if pierced by a red-hot poker, and she collapsed stumbling.
The Platinum Knights guarding her side were pale with fright and rushed toward the Empress.
The Empress has been attacked. Protect her Majesty.
Knights in grey and black armor formed a human wall to shield the Empress. But as the Empress fell, those metal aircraft seemed to have completed their mission and flew away without a second glance. The shaken Platinum Knights followed the remaining silver trail and identified the person who had sniped the Empress. This must be Effie, the Wood Elf clan leader, that traitor to her race. Their ambitions, the broken dragons, and the fallen Empress who had been shot. The airship's deck was in utter chaos.
Asterisk.
One could tell from Thorax's obese frame that he was not a king suited for the battlefield.
However, the Blackwood army was unstoppable, advancing before his eyes like a sudden storm.
To boost morale, Thorax had to take up his sword and take to the field himself.
He originally thought he could hold out for at least a month until the main High Elf forces that had completely crushed the central region arrived.
However, in less than a week, the Blackwood army had crushed the Draco Kingdom's army like dry weeds and was now at the city gates.
The Blackwood army simply attacked, and attacked again, leaving the kingdom's forces with no way to resist. He urgently dispatched reinforcements, but those territories were occupied in the blink of an eye, and a vast number of soldiers were swallowed up by the Blackwood army. Even where he gambled everything and conscripted over 100,000 troops, it was like throwing them into a bottomless pit. Today, while conscripting everywhere to defend the capital, Thorax finally understood why the army of the former hegemon Draco had been so powerless.
Whoosh, boom, metal fighter planes hidden in the clouds suddenly dived down, dropping bombs on the soldiers before quickly pulling back up.
This unexpected air raid caused the units riding Gore Dragons and Velociraptors to suffer heavy losses early in the battle, leaving them unable to fight back.
The kingdom's core strength was exhausted in the blink of an eye.
The spectating nobles were all dumbfounded and dazed, but they were helpless.
Even if they used the ballistae and catapults purchased from the Avalon Empire, it was nearly impossible to hit those fighter planes and nimbly utilize the altitude difference.
Once the main forces on the ground were eliminated and the army fell into chaos, Blackwood's ground forces surged toward the capital, kicking up dust and spewing steam.
At the very front, the legendary tanks emitted a massive roar as their steel tracks crushed the ground. Boom, boom! The barrels of the Black Tiger tanks recoiled, spitting out massive pillars of fire. Accompanied by deafening roars, the Dragonkin equipped with ballistae and shields were swallowed by explosions falling in swaths.
The massive tanks rampaged, tearing through the enemy's formations, while the subsequent infantry units fired bullets and plastic explosive rounds at the fragmented Dragonkin phalanxes.
The heavy plate armor units poured down a rain of bullets with machine gun fire, while the Blackwood infantry behind them also used the advantage of their new firearms to make up for their lack of numbers, firing in all directions.
Rat-tat-tat, bang-bang-bang, muzzle flashes flickered everywhere.
The defense of the capital was completely one-sided.
Previous battles at least had some semblance of a grand field engagement, but now the enemy's tactics completely shattered traditional understanding.
The commanders gritted their teeth, unable to think of any way to respond.
King Farouk, standing among the trembling Dragonkin nobles,
Tightly closed his eyes.
Thinking back now, if they had just ceded a single territory, it would have been resolved, yet they had dragged it out to this point. Greed and a desire for revenge had ruined everything. So that's why Kukai. He once didn't understand why Kukai was so foolish, but now he understood that Dragonkin greed was endless, and they would always repeat the same mistakes. Vroom, the fighter planes spotted the gathered nobles and commanders and made their characteristic diving sound as they pounced from the sky.
They are coming.
It's the steel birds that drop bombs. Quickly get out of the way. They had gambled everything on attacking Blackwood, only to end up in such a state.
The aerial bombs,
which decided the course of the war, began to fall mercilessly upon their heads.
Whoosh, asterisk.
Blackwood, why hasn't the Blackwood army arrived yet? Over the past few days, everyone had been repeating those words. When the stone golems appeared, they could still barely manage with old-fashioned field guns Prince Isaac had mentioned. But when the indestructible iron golems appeared, the alliance began to fall apart. Boom, spherical cannonballs fired with black powder hit the iron golem's upper body, but they only left an ugly dent and could not penetrate at all. One of the alliance's most powerful weapons had effectively lost its purpose. Though the orc race fought bravely against the rat folk, they struggled against the main high elf forces, which possessed a large number of magical weapons. The anti-high elf alliance retreated step by step, constantly losing ground, and finally retreated to the border of the Uru kingdom. If they could not hold here, the High Elves would cross the central region and invade their kingdoms.
To defend their homes, desperate bombardments were being carried out everywhere, but the Orc race and High Elf race withstood all attacks and continued to advance the front lines ruthlessly.
Boom, we must hold the line cough. Many kingdom soldiers were trampled into pulp by the giant golems or struck by flying stones.
The shamans of the Little Dwarf race manipulated the earth, and King Freya also used her power, but it was all to no avail.
The anti-High Elf alliance was at its physical and mental limit.
Despair filled everyone's faces.
Even the werewolf queen, who was powerless in the battle between cannons and golems, was the same. What kind of damn battle is this? No matter how brave they were, the werewolf race had no place here. Lycan Elizabeth had long since reverted to her human form. This battle was dominated by thermal weapons and magical weapons.
But as Prince Isaac had said, these old-fashioned weapons were completely ineffective against iron golems.
The anti-High Elf alliance was in a crisis. The werewolf queen bit her lip. Just how did Prince Isaac defeat these monsters?
She could not believe it.
Just how powerful were the new weapons they possessed?
Her heart was full of questions.
And those questions were soon answered by the roar of engines as fighter planes streaked across the sky, and by the massive steel behemoth racing along the Uru Kingdom's rails.
What is that?
A strange hunk of iron is flying in the sky.
Its wings aren't even moving.
What kind of shape is that?
What else could it be? Whenever something strange appears, it's definitely the Blackwood army. The reinforcements are here.
Boom! As soon as the Dutch's metal fighter planes appeared, they dropped bombs on the enemy positions, turning the tide of the battle.
This incredible mobility and firepower caused the various monarchs of the Alliance to rejoice at the arrival of the Blackwood army. Incredibly, they had already conquered the Draco Kingdom. Then the tanks and super railway guns also miraculously appeared, and the soldiers erupted into deafening cheers.
Great.
I don't know what they are, but those monster-sized iron things are here. No way is that really a gun barrel.
Whoa, long live the Blackwood army.
Dominant. Isaac was clad in black armor, his nightmare steed as dark as the night. Once upon a time, he was the commander who led the vanguard to capture Terang.
At this moment, the High Elf Blair was immersed in the joy of victory.
The Avalon allied forces were unstoppable, and he was intoxicated by the sweet taste of power. As the iron golems trampled the soldiers of the Central Army into the mud, and magical crossbow bolts harvested the lives of werewolves and dwarves like rain, a shiver of thrill coursed through Blair's heart.
The shame and humiliation of his previous crushing defeat were washed away at this moment. His bruised ego recovered rapidly as the enemies fell.
At least the joy was real until his eyes saw the Blackwood army reappeared on the battlefield.
An unknown force is approaching.
Their numbers are approximately 30,000. The Eastern Continent kingdoms and the Holy Saxon Empire heavens. There's also the Blackwood Banner. The appearance of the strange army threw the Avalon allied forces into chaos. They were only one step away from the Aru kingdom, yet they encountered the enemy they least wanted to see here.
Commander Blair, what is going on? This isn't what we agreed upon.
Didn't you say the Blackwood army would be dealt with by the dragon? What on earth is that? The penny-pinching orcs of the Kancha kingdom were in an even greater state of turmoil. Ikaka, the king of Kancha, had originally decided to side with the High Elves after repeated calculations, but now he was filled with a sense of absurdity and disbelief.
He had heard that the Blackwood army was invincible, so he had tried his best to avoid a direct confrontation with them.
But now, far from minimizing losses, he was about to face the legendary Prince Isaac head-on. Furthermore, the massive steel machines occupying 2 sets of rails transported all the way to the border filled his heart with unease.
Why is Prince Isaac here?
Speak up.
Ikaka's anxiety finally exploded. He flew into a rage and loudly questioned Blair. Commander Blair tightly gripped the magic swords had been bestowed upon him by Empress Sinona, cursing inwardly.
How the hell should I know? He also found it unbelievable. How could those guys appear at the Aru border? Could it be that the dragon resurrected from death had been defeated? How was that possible?
He had witnessed the dragon's majesty and power with his own eyes. But if not, how else could one explain the Eastern Continent allied forces appearing before him after grandly crossing the Draco Kingdom?
This was almost equivalent to the Draco Kingdom collapsing without a fight.
It seemed they hadn't even managed to hold back the Blackwood army for 2 weeks, let alone a month.
Thinking of that fat-headed king of Draco, Blair couldn't help but grit his teeth. Don't worry, King Ikaka.
We have 22 iron golems, 38 stone golems, and an army of 450,000 equipped with armor-piercing bolts, ballistae, and catapults. In contrast, the opposition consisted only of the Central Allied forces, whose numbers had dwindled to 30,000 after successive defeats, and the 40,000 reinforcements who had just rushed over after crossing Draco.
Even by numbers alone,
They held the winning hand.
No matter how strong the Blackwood army was,
They couldn't be invincible.
since the rate of fire and range of their crossbows had been improved, and with the cover of the Grey Shield infantry, they had caused significant casualties to the enemy during their last encounter. The chronic problem of the Blackwood army was their lack of manpower, and consequently a lack of firepower.
But what made Blair uneasy now was not Blackwood's new muskets, but the massive, ink-coloured iron pillars on the battlefield that radiated an overwhelming presence, an unknown weapon that required the giant race to operate. Although he had previously received reports of unknown objects moving from the direction of Henton, he never imagined it would be something like this. No matter how I think about it, our Kancha kingdom must withdraw.
as the Blackwood army, dressed in black uniforms and equipped with steel and machinery, drew closer, the cheers of the Central Army grew louder.
The Orc King suddenly spoke these nonsensical words. The High Elf Commander Blair looked at the feline Orc Ikaka with a "have you lost your mind" expression. What nonsense are you talking about? We finally formed this alliance and pushed all the way here, and now you say you're withdrawing. But the Blackwood army is different from the plan. We won't know until we fight. If the Kancha army joins, and now we will definitely win.
Asterisk.
Although their numbers had decreased, the Ratfolk still preserved their strength. Combined with the Kancha and High Elf armies, Blair was confident they could achieve victory.
Ikaka, though he hadn't fought the Blackwood army personally, had heard many rumours.
He spoke with a "don't be ridiculous" look on his face.
No, we won't know until we fight.
The fact that they are here, doesn't it mean that the dragon you were so proud of was shot down, and Draco was crushed?
And withdrawing.
No news has arrived, so we don't know the result yet.
Besides, do you think they'll show mercy and let you go if you just withdraw?
Whack up.
Your furry head will be hung on a spear.
You know what those lunatics are like. Commander Blair shouted loudly. If they were defeated piece by piece, all their heads would be hung up.
Ikaka remembered the past when his sugarcane fields were turned into a barren wasteland of death just because he had moved his fleet with ill intentions. Oh, just as Blair said, there was no way back now. They had burned others' lands before. The Kancha kingdom would be razed to the ground just like those sugarcane fields.
Damn it, assemble the troops.
Today, we will eliminate this eyesore Blackwood right here.
Oh, the commander was right. 30,000 against 450,000. They held an absolute advantage in numbers. Furthermore, the Kancha kingdom had not only an air force but also many powerful ground monsters.
From saber-toothed tigers to war elephants that could disrupt enemy formations, they had it all. Although there might be unexpected losses, they could only discuss gains and losses after achieving victory.
Having made up his mind, Ikaka ordered the charge to be sounded, giving the command to attack to the hundreds of thousands of high-spirited, fully armed troops.
It's time to show the world the greatness of the Orc race. All units charge. Annihilate the Blackwood army.
Brew.
Is this truly the power of harmony? Having shot down the suspicious dragon and annihilated the Draco army, the Blackwood army advanced toward the Aru border at an even faster pace. As their army arrived, kicking up billowing clouds of dust, deafening cheers erupted. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Isaac and the ultimate weapon of decisive battle that occupied 2 sets of tracks racing along with the roar of steam, the Hippo railway gun. To manufacture this monster-class weapon, Blackwood had invested massive amounts of manpower and resources, even exhausting several iron mines in the north.
Even the chief designer, Todlin, couldn't help but exclaim, "This is madness."
Truth be told, although Germany's Gustav railway gun possessed a certain romantic flair for a nation,
It was a colossal waste of finances. It was expensive to build yet easily became a target for bombers or could be destroyed in a sneak attack. Thus, it required 250 operators and thousands of guards.
The efficiency was extremely low.
But here with the giant race, the operation and loading crew only needed 1 or 2 people. Combined with magic and elven assistance plus the existence of monsters like dragons, the value of the railway gun was fully realized.
It was precisely in this world that this supersized railway gun proved its worth through actions like shooting down a dragon.
Hippo, rugged steel behemoth, crush the enemy for me.
Isaac stood behind the slender railway gun that occupied 4 train cars, waving his fist and shouting loudly.
In truth, he wanted to be at the front lines, but after his last adventure luring the dragon, he had been lectured by Effie.
She told him this wasn't something a national leader should be doing, so he was relegated to this safe position. Please change the name.
Isaac heard the voice of the giant race chieftain's daughter, a voice that was as gentle as a calf's, completely mismatched with her massive size.
Don't even think about it.
Don't you see how much comfort and courage the Hippo railway gun has brought to the soldiers?
Go and load it, Hippo. Isaac ignored her plea, and Hippo opened the railway gun's breech with a dejected expression.
An 800mm contact-fused high-explosive shell, so large that even an adult couldn't wrap their arms around it, was slowly fed into the depths of the dark breach.
Hippo closed the heavy breech block and shouted, "Ready."
When the Dutch's steel behemoth finished its roar, voices of anticipation rose up one after another from the surroundings.
Hippo, the roaring ground destroyer,
The Dutch's thunder, the high elf crusher,
Dragon Slayer.
While yet another terrifying title, Dragon Slayer, had been added.
Only then did Isaac understand why she disliked the name so much.
Really? The self-proclaimed young girl of the giant race had a tearful face, and at Isaac's command, the adjutant pulled the firing landard.
The ignition primer instantly ignited the propellant.
The majestic barrel spewed forth a pillar of fire like a dragon's breath.
Boom! Asterisk.
Pouncing on their enemy on all fours, tearing them apart with claws and fangs. The werewolf race spent their entire lives fighting such warriors' battles. Today, they followed their queen and witnessed a feast brought about by advanced weaponry and massacre. After the battle began, the high elves and orc race acted like turtles, forming phalanxes with grey shields and slowly approaching, while holding crossbows. Faced with this airtight defensive tactic, werewolf race soldiers fell in swaths.
However, the Blackwood army used troll rifles, precision cannons, and tank fire to ruthlessly shatter the shield formations, then poured fire from the gaps with new model muskets, harvesting lives like a reaper cutting wheat. Rumble fighter planes circled in the sky, occasionally dropping aerial bombs into the center of the phalanxes.
The Avalon Empire tactics that had once driven the Central Army into a corner were now being easily dismantled.
No wonder they said matchlock guns and field guns were antiques. Terrifying explosions and destruction were everywhere, leaving one with no courage to charge.
Queen Lycan Elizabeth, who had reverted to human form, spoke in a low voice, a tone filled with a sense of helplessness.
It was said that Blackwood did not pursue magic engineering, but pure engineering technology, yet this technological gap was simply too vast.
Furthermore, an even more powerful weapon existed.
Get down.
That thing is going to spit fire again.
Boom.
The railway gun seemed to have already loaded its next shell, and the thick muzzle spewed crimson flames once more. The massive 800mm high-explosive shell detonated in the center of the enemy's dense formation. A flash illuminated the battlefield with a shudder as if the gates of purgatory had opened.
Rumble. The violent firestorm instantly vaporized the enemies at the center of the explosion.
Immediately following, a shockwave that tore through the air expanded in a circle from the blast point, sweeping nearby enemies away like scraps of paper.
The enemy's formation continued to collapse amid screams of terror.
The Avalon Empire allied forces had clearly not expected this method of attack. Their originally confident ranks began to waver rapidly.
King Freya Vanadis and the succubus Azazel stood to the side, watching the giant machines prepared by the Blackwood Duchy display their divine might, feeling a shiver run through them.
I was curious before how many blocks of iron we could get if we scrapped that thing. I didn't expect it to be such a formidable weapon.
Indeed, Freya and Azazel had once thought this weapon was a massive waste of resources, but now seeing its overwhelming power, their thoughts had completely changed. Furthermore, Prince Isaac actually brought this terrifying weapon near the capital of Henton, without saying a word. That is very much his style.
The two of them recalled the moment the railway gun approached the city walls and still felt a lingering fear.
Even if it was just a test run, that was far too reckless, Prince Isaac.
Bishop Igni, is that truly the power of harmony? The white-clad Saintess Sophia's tone was full of doubt. Well, it was a good thing that the god of plague subordinates were being blown to ash. As her understanding of the railway gun's power grew, both she and the god she served began to feel a sliver of concern. This is of course the power of harmony. Even facing the doubt of a saintess, Bishop Igni spoke with a thick skin. The nearby priest Pavel and other clergy members also nodded vigorously as if hypnotizing themselves. They swore to God that this was not some evil power. Lord Isaac had said that he was merely sowing the order and rules that conform to the laws of the world, science into this world. Are you serious? All living things eventually die. He is merely accelerating the process.
Furthermore, Goddess Iris had also tacitly approved of his actions against the Demon King, so this was clearly a path guided by the goddess.
Perhaps,
Although looking at this immense destructive power, Sophia would occasionally wonder if she had misunderstood something.
taboo knowledge.
After the long supply lines and multiple battles, the physical strength of the Avalon allied forces had reached its limit.
Their morale was low, like a deflated ball.
Forward, we eat dinner in Turan tonight. Earth-shaking shouts erupted from the Blackwood army.
With the arrival of the Blackwood army and several rounds of shelling, the enemy's offensive completely collapsed, and they began to break into a disorganized rout, scrambling for their lives.
Led by tanks and warplanes, the Blackwood army advanced with irresistible force, and the Avalon allied forces were forced to abandon
The lands and villages they had previously occupied.
They fled in panic like stray dogs.
Once they had completely withdrawn from the kingdom of Aru, the role of the railway gun vanished due to the lack of a railway. Yet the Blackwood army's speed of advancement did not slow down. They pursued the High Elves Orc race and Ratfolk day and night like maggots on a bone, reminiscent of the German army's blitzkrieg. However, while the German army was able to fight day and night because they used a stimulant called pervitin, the Blackwood army relied entirely on the help of the gods, which could be called a miracle.
The Elysian faith was responsible for replenishing the physical strength and vitality the soldiers consumed during the march, giving the officers and men a continuous source of power.
Meanwhile, the healing cult was responsible for treating various minor injuries, ensuring the army always maintained its peak combat strength.
Saintess Sophia had already announced that until the god of plague was expelled from the central front, they would provide unlimited support, which was undoubtedly the Blackwood army's solidest backing. However, the look she occasionally gave Isaac always carried a hint of inexplicable doubt.
Saintess, why are you looking at me with that kind of expression? Isaac noticed the Saintess's gaze.
Are you truly serving the god of harmony?
Sophia couldn't help but ask the question in her heart. She'd even began to doubt the identity of the god Isaac served.
Isaac had to briefly explain science and engineering to Sophia and the god she served, stating that everything he did was to maintain the world's harmony and stability. At the same time, Goddess Iris in the heavens seemed to have complicated feelings.
In the past, whenever the Duchess's technological level surpassed magical engineering, she would be ecstatic. But now seeing Isaac's immense power, she couldn't help but feel a bit worried.
In this way, under the protection of the two gods,
The Blackwood army continued to advance tirelessly,
finally successfully recovering the free city of Dragonik.
Legend had it that a giant dragon slept here, and some suspected they had unearthed the dragon's remains. Upon arrival, they found the rumors were true.
In the center of the raised city, a massive underground hollow and traces of giant remains appeared.
Furthermore, they discovered the corpses of tens of thousands of city residents piled together, their flesh stripped away, seemingly for some evil ritual.
Empress Iona, just how far have you fallen?
Isaac looked at this tragic scene, his heart filled with rage.
It was clearly an extraordinary ritual conducted under the Demon King's instructions.
The entire city seemed to have been used as a sacrifice for some ritual.
Let the giant dragon rest in peace and reclaim the Dragon Tomb achievement points plus 800,000.
Goddess Iris seemed very pleased with the expulsion of the Demon King's minions and letting the giant dragon return to the earth.
Furthermore, they had reclaimed the glorious Dragon Tomb, and the goddess continuously sent messages of praise, as if returning to the close relationship they had when they first discovered ore deposits in coal.
Goddess, since you are so generous, why not split my mana rings into 7 as well?
Isaac hinted to the goddess that instead of giving him this divine currency, it would be better to give him something better like vitality, as she had last time. But she seemed to completely ignore Isaac's request, and a thought of "don't even think about it" flashed through Isaac's mind. My lord, the goddess says no. Bishop Igni relayed the goddess's meaning truthfully.
I felt it too, Bishop Igni.
Isaac let out a helpless sigh.
He hadn't even said specifically what he wanted to do, and the goddess already refused.
As expected of a god, she truly knows everything in advance.
Asterisk.
Goddess, you know me.
Even if I possess power, as long as the enemy doesn't cross the line, I won't use it.
Isaac tried to convince the goddess that he was a man of principles and boundaries.
Just as he had developed phosgene but would not abuse it.
He would only hold it in case of emergency. She still says no.
Bishop Igni's tone carried a hint of helplessness.
Yeah, I felt it too.
Isaac gave a bitter smile.
Persistence was useless. It seemed that just like him, the deity had her own bottom line.
Since the goddess thought so, as an apostle,
Isaac had no choice but to drop it.
However, Isaac thought to himself, even if he held the line, would the Demon King's side do the same?
How could they?
Looking at the half-dead giant dragon, Isaac's answer was negative.
Therefore, he decided to wait for now. Wait for the day the Demon King crossed the line step by step and finally enraged the goddess. Then, his fury would also sweep across the entire world.
He would make the Demon King and his minions pay the price they deserved.
King Pharaox, who had once fantasized about reclaiming lost territory and started a war only for his capital to be in peril and eventually being forced to surrender in humiliation, was now in deep despair. He had raised troops twice and been suppressed twice. Thus, the Draco Kingdom was forced to sign a humiliating treaty that nearly destroyed the nation, ceding territory and paying reparations, losing or face.
Draconians are not descendants of the proud dragons, just a race covered in scales. King Pharaox mocked himself.
They had once relied on racial superiority to constantly invade neighboring countries, but now everything was over. The Draconians had to admit they were just one of many races in the West, and their former glory had vanished without a trace.
It was said that when this news reached the also-scaled kingdom of Aru, Queen Lamia laughed out loud on the battlefield, gloating over the Draconians' defeat.
The former kingdom was divided into states, and Draco's territory was slowly, but surely being incorporated into Blackwood's sphere of influence. Though not forced, it was unstoppable, like a spring breeze bringing rain, silently nourishing everything. Especially since the former King Farox had done so many stupid things. Once the prosperity and improved quality of life in Priest City became known, some states even felt being annexed like this wasn't bad. At least it was much better than being under Farox's rule.
King Farox had no idea this was the result of Prince Isaac's propaganda and political manipulation. He was simply plunged into despair, dragging his heavy steps toward the place where the giant dragon was killed, his heart filled with sorrow and resentment.
I once believed our ancestors would save our race.
King Farox muttered to himself. Were they really not the descendants of the legendary giant dragons?
The dragon's corpse had been hit twice by powerful cannons and was already unrecognizable. Just a pile of rotting meat emitting a nauseating stench. The dragon heart was gone, and even the dragon bones, said to be as hard as mithril, were shattered. Its former majesty was nowhere to be found.
Just then, an abnormality occurred in the dragon corpse before him.
The scattered flesh began to boil as if a scheduled time had arrived.
They liquefied, emitting thick smoke and seeping into the ground, which was extremely eerie. These pieces of meat acted as if they had consciousness, moving according to some will, as if something was about to burst out of the ground.
What is this? King Farox looked at the scene in horror. An ominous aura emanated from the flesh, eroding the land of the central continent like a plague, making him shiver.
He had originally come here to express his resentment, but seeing such a bizarre scene made the fear in his heart expand infinitely.
Could the draconian shaman's warnings?
King Farox remembered the warnings the shamans had once given. Flesh moving on its own was something no magic or sorcery in the central continent could achieve. The shamans had warned them not to provoke the giant dragon and not to disturb the dragon's sleep, or it would bring disaster, but to reclaim Priest City, which had turned into a mountain of gold and silver. The ruling class had deliberately ignored these warnings. Now it seemed they had made a fatal mistake. Farox watched these pieces of meat that seemed to have escaped death, his eyes widening. Previously, someone said that even though the dragon's upper body was blown away, it was still moving, but he hadn't believed it. Now, witnessing this with his own eyes, the fear in his heart could no longer be expressed.
Empress Ilona, you are actually using necromancy.
King Farox finally understood the truth. The cold truth was laid out before his eyes. Golems, airships, and magic items did not represent the High Elves' true strength.
They were using forbidden knowledge necromancy, which would invite the wrath of the mainstream gods and bring disaster to the entire world.
Squeak. Revenge. The road leading to Chirang, the last occupied territory of the Avalon Empire, was littered with corpses. After continuous battles wherever the half-elf allied forces led by Isaac passed, mountains of elf ratmen and orc corpses piled up like rolling hills.
Of the 450,000 enemy troops, 70% had been reduced to dust. It was truly a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a living hell on earth.
This was the first time Isaac had seen so many orc corpses. They covered the earth like weeds, and the scent of decay permeated the air, yet no one in the half-elf allied forces showed the slightest bit of pity. Especially after witnessing the atrocities committed by the Avalon allied forces in the free city of Dragonic, the look in everyone's eyes as they viewed these corpses was nothing but cold reaping what they sowed. Your Majesty, we have captured a war elephant alive. Special Operations Commander Effie Greenleaf came galloping over on her white-horned beast, her blonde hair fluttering in the wind.
A behemoth that even rifles struggled to bring down had actually been captured alive.
Full of suspicion, Isaac looked in the direction Effie was pointing. He saw an armored war elephant being firmly pinned down by Hippo, a member of the giant race, who was also clad in iron armor, rendered unable to move.
The higher order predator from the magical beast forest had subdued it with brute force.
Even the majestic war elephant was now shivering and trembling in fear.
Hippo had an innocent, radiant smile on her face as if seeking praise and said, "How's that?"
I did a good job, didn't I?
We also captured some of Kancha's tamers.
Should we take this giant elephant back to use as hard labor? Effie suggested. Isaac nodded. The giant elephant was massive. While it couldn't be used for farming like oxen or horses, they were carrying out many large-scale engineering projects, and the elephant's strength would certainly come in handy. The former war elephant was about to become a new labor elephant, starting its new career.
As expected of the orc race, they really do drive all sorts of beasts,
Isaac remarked with a sigh. From giant demonic wolves to saber-toothed tigers, the beast army of the orc race had once been quite troublesome for Isaac. Fortunately, humanity's sharp tools firearms had placed humans at the top of the food chain. Under concentrated machine gun fire, those giant beasts scattered and fled like wild animals encountering a raging fire. Effie, is there a fellow named Nikaka among the corpses or prisoners? According to intelligence, Nikaka, the king of the Kancha kingdom, had a flat-nosed face full of wicked thoughts, much like a bulldog or a Persian cat. According to the prisoner's testimony,
He seems to have run faster than anyone else,
Effie replied. Just as I expected. Isaac had anticipated this. Nikaka was a cunning fellow and an indecisive, foolish cat. As the old saying goes, movement is not as good as stillness. If he had just stayed put, he might have been able to linger on for a while longer. However, the Rangers captured Marquis Tama of the Tigerkin race alive, Effie added. The prisoners from Kancha unanimously identified Tama as Nikaka's most trusted advisor, and the conspiracies against the Blackwood territory had also come from his hand.
Effie waved her hand, and a furry tiger man was brought forward.
His vertical pupils, unique to carnivores, were trembling uneasily with fear.
Human prince, I was against this war.
It was Nikaka who insisted on his own way. That foolish king.
Tama immediately began to defend himself.
Enough nonsense, Maki Tama.
Isaac found the speed of his face changing amusing.
This tiger man was truly adaptable, immediately starting to sail with the wind.
If you had truly opposed it with all your might and stopped this war, you might have been able to make up for your crimes.
What a pity.
Isaac shook his head with feigned regret.
Although Tama's crimes were inexcusable, there was no need to destroy his nation just because of a tentative move.
Seeing that his little trick hadn't worked, Tama seemed to give up and asked with a sigh,
The foxkin, specifically that fox woman you captured, is she alright?
he actually cared about the safety of the spy he had sent out.
Lately,
It seems she's taken a liking to an elf prisoner in a neighboring cell.
You can check the details yourself. After all, you'll be spending your days in the dungeon.
To Isaac mocked.
Once ambitious and dreaming of a meteoric rise,
Now reduced to a prisoner.
Tama closed his eyes in pain.
at least let me be locked up with a fox woman.
Don't even think about it. You would agree to such a request.
Besides, she's busy flirting with an elf, so you can just rot in your cell alone.
Weird.
The once glorious power holder was now a prisoner. Such was their end for those who brought trouble upon themselves. Unfortunately, Nikako was not present to witness this scene.
Asterisk.
Squeak. With a hunchback and sharp yellow teeth, Rat, the plague priest, had stubbornly survived the chaotic pursuit as usual.
He was quietly gathering his scattered ratman kin.
Previously, the god of plague and the demon god had held a long and deep
Conversation.
the subject being their common enemy, the apostle of the goddess of harmony,
That human whose actions showed not a trace of the word harmony.
Ever since witnessing the tragedy, where the opponent melted tens of thousands of ratmen with yellow and white smoke, the god of plague had begun to seriously consider the possibility of failure.
And the demon god, who had repeatedly witnessed Empress Ksana's failures, had the same thought. Thus the gods joined forces to devise a secret plan that even Empress Ksana was completely unaware of.
Rat was initially confused by the order to leave priests and soldiers behind, but only now did he understand.
Even now, Rat found it hard to believe that the gods would go to such great lengths for a single human apostle.
Squeak.
The god of plague says that heretical human must be eliminated. Move out, Ratman race.
Rat chattered loudly.
Considering the opponent's past actions and growth speed, it was impossible to defeat him through conventional means.
Thus the plague priest Rat began to execute the god's backup plan on the central continent. We will not yield.
Squeak. All races shall taste the fire of our revenge.
Dig tunnels quickly, priests. The ratmen quickly dug out many tunnels.
Shuttling between the underground and the surface to spread plague was their specialty. However, this time, what they were spreading was some kind of flesh and filth hidden by the gods since ancient times, the embodiment of death.
Squeak. Revenge. Let death sweep across the entire continent.
The time of the dead. The high-ranking officials of the Avalon allied forces fled in disarray, looking haggard.
Even after returning to Chirang, which possessed powerful magical protection, they didn't feel at ease at all. Instead, they grew increasingly anxious.
Damn it, the coastline is completely blocked too.
Sky, Lanchirang's castle has been surrounded so tightly by the prince that not even a drop of water can get through.
He wants to starve us out.
King Nikaka the cat grumbled furiously as he stroked his whiskers. On the Azure Sea adjacent to Chirang, hundreds of half-elf warships watched like tigers eyeing their prey, and a legendary ironclad battleship also plowed through the waves, slowly approaching.
In the sky, massive airships blotted out the sun. A nimble fighter jet started back and forth.
On the nearby land, the aggressive Central Coalition Army and the Eastern Continent allied forces surrounded Chirang completely.
With sea, land, and air routes all sealed off, it was a flawless encirclement.
Didn't you say we could win?
Nikaka glared resentfully at the disheveled offensive commander Blair. There are too many variables on the battlefield.
Blair coughed awkwardly.
During their flight, they had lost contact with Marquis Tama.
Kancha's proud behemoth legion had been completely annihilated, and the elite troops cultivated with vast sums of money had also suffered heavy losses. This expedition could be described as a series of disasters.
Every time they got involved with the Blackwood territory, nothing good ever came of it. The plague apostle that fellow Rat has also vanished without a trace.
The lowly ratman race they acted all respectful when asking for our close cooperation, but as soon as the battle turned sour, they disappeared into thin air.
Nikaka complained.
Offensive Commander Blair shifted the blame onto the suddenly vanished Ratman race.
In this way, the remnants of the Avalon Empire's allied forces were trapped in Chirang.
In any case, we still have the Platinum Barrier.
Even if we get bombed, we'll be fine.
So, King Nikaka, let's hold out until the Empress comes up with a countermeasure.
Boom!
Rumble.
The fighter jets' air raids continued, and the dome of the barrier was constantly bombarded by bombs, letting out deafening roars.
Although the magic ballistae on the city walls fought back, trying to hit those small and nimble fighter jets was like looking for a needle in a haystack.
If those slow-moving giant airships came closer, there might still be a glimmer of hope.
The Avalon allied forces soldiers swallowed hard as they watched the barrier flickering with the light of explosions.
Rumble.
Amidst the panic and anxiety, only one race still held on to hope, the small Horn tribe who had survived alone after the Minotaur King was executed. Rumour had it that there was a Minotaur prince in the Blackwood Territory's army.
In other words, there was still hope for their race and royal line to continue.
Thus the King of Chirang and the small Horn tribe prayed devoutly, hoping that Prince Isaac could liberate this tragic nation that had been reduced to slavery.
Will freedom ever come? They yearn for freedom.
and the object of their prayers was not their race's main god, but the goddess of harmony. The plan to drive the elves out of the central continent was nearing its end.
Currently, following the Elu Kingdom, 2 railway lines leading to Turan were being rapidly laid. Using giants and elementals to lay railways on a large scale served the purpose of bypassing Turan's egg-shaped barrier and smashing it with railway guns.
With sea, land, and air routes blocked, the enemy had no way to escape, and no one could interfere with their plans. With the investment of massive manpower and resources, plus the unreserved support from various countries, the railway construction progressed at lightning speed.
When the railway lines were fully laid, it would be the day of the enemy's annihilation.
At that time, they would be able to completely drive the elves out of the central continent.
Isaac temporarily returned to the safe rear city of Inforus to direct the allocation of supplies and manpower. At this time, Thorax, the puppet king of Draco, paid a sudden visit.
The dragon human race leader wiggled his fat body and brought startling news.
What? You're saying that after the dragon's corpse rotted, it turned into a plague-like liquid and seeped into the ground of the central continent?
It's absolutely true. I saw that flesh squirming like a living thing with my own eyes.
Thorax said with lingering fear, his hands trembling.
At this time, Thorax still held the title of king, but in reality, he was a king in name only.
Isaac planned to let him gradually lose power and eventually step down gracefully.
In a traditional monarchical country, rashly deposing a king could easily spark resistance from the old nobility.
To smoothly implement the integration policy, Isaac temporarily kept him on the throne.
The priests also issued warnings. I found it suspicious from the start. To think they'd dare play such tricks on our territory.
Watch your words, Thorax.
That is Blackwood Territory's land, Isaac corrected. Thorax gave a dry cough and continued.
Anyway, something bad has seeped into the central continent.
We must be on high alert.
That is exactly my intention, Isaac replied.
Blackwood Territory had always been the main force resisting the elves' conspiracies. Ever since the dragon appeared that could move even with its head and body separated, Isaac had a premonition that the elves would repeat their old tricks on the continent.
Although he wasn't sure how they had resurrected the dragon. Bossel Isaac, the goddess, seems very concerned.
I have the same feeling. It seemed he would have to have a line conduct an investigation.
However, those suspicious things had already seeped underground and disappeared. Even an investigation might not yield much.
Furthermore, he had to remind the other kingdoms not to let their guard down just because victory was in sight. They had to be prepared for unexpected events.
At point he and Empress had better surrender quietly and stop making useless struggles.
On Earth, there was the concept of mutually assured destruction. Once the red button is pressed, the other side will press the same button, ultimately leading to mutual destruction. So the apostle of the demon god, do not press that button. Once you press it, I don't know what I'll do either. If he wasn't mistaken, even though the apostle showed burning fighting spirit, the goddess's concerns seemed to have deepened a level. In short, they decided to continue laying the railway while preparing for emergencies.
Effie
Greenleaf, that traitor to her race. We should have pulled her out by the roots and wiped out the wood elves back then.
Empress China's chest was wrapped in bandages, and a healing magic device was attached to it. The elf priestesses in the temple were terrified to see the Empress flying into a rage despite her injuries, and they hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade her.
Please calm down, Her Majesty the Empress.
In the temple, an incomplete lump of flesh trembled slightly, as if it had long anticipated this scene.
That divine arm, emitting foul-smelling pus, suddenly grabbed the shoulder of the enraged apostle.
Empress Xanara and the priestesses were startled and turned their heads to look at the lump of flesh. Our Lord in Athos.
The god had actually moved.
The god's physical body had weakly displayed physical influence in this world.
Well, the priestesses were overjoyed, prostrating themselves on the ground in worship.
The Empress stood frozen on the spot, speechless. That divine flesh, not yet fully formed, began to convey an oracle in a raspy voice.
In the name of Black Ogre Black.
The god's vocal cords were not yet fully recovered.
But as the apostle, Siona still deciphered the god's will.
Be but Lord in Athos, that forbidden knowledge.
Blah blah. Siona's face grew paler and paler as she listened to the oracle.
She swallowed nervously and asked if they could truly use that knowledge.
Inatos whispered in his usual tone that knowledge has no good or evil, nor morality. Also laughed sinisterly, saying that if this spell of the dead were chanted, a certain goddess, who pursues harmony, would surely fly into a rage.
The main god whispered that he had already spread the last of the divine flesh hidden within the dragon's flesh across the central continent. Everything was ready. Now all that was left was the activation spell.
But just do it.
The omniscient god of knowledge declared in a cold tone that they had already lost. If that were truly the case, then the Avalon Empire, which sought to burn the world and destroy the gods, would be left with nothing.
Empress China bit her lip hard.
From the moment she offered her body to the god and attempted to resurrect him in the mortal realm, she was destined to become an enemy of the mainstream gods.
Finally, she nodded and made up her mind.
She took the piece of divine flesh that was connected to the entire central continent and was squirming ominously.
Then Silona began to slowly chant the beginning of the evil and incredible, heaven-defying spell from ancient times that had once triggered the demon god war, immortal, undefeated.
By the will of Black, replace the scattered souls.
Wake up, ye dead. The era of order has ended. The moment of reversal is nigh.
This spell might once again be the beginning of a massive disaster revenge.
Recently, a resounding name has become red hot on the continent, a legendary title destined to leave a heavy mark on the history of the central continent, being loudly chanted by people of all races and nations.
Ebo, the ruthless steel beast.
The battering ram of the Blackwood Territory.
With this unprecedented giant weapon, the giant race girl Hippo is now famous across the continent. She seemed to have given up resisting, keeping her head down and silently carrying shells. However,
The slight redness at the tips of her ears still betrayed the shyness in her heart.
Effie, did you ask for their surrender?
Isaac asked.
I did, your majesty, but they were removed, Effie replied.
After hard work, 2 railway tracks were finally laid to the foot of Chirang.
The steel beast moved along the tracks, making a piercing grinding sound as it slowly moved toward the enemy.
The arrival of the Hippo railway gun announced that the enemy's high walls and magic defense shields had lost their meaning.
Today was the day to pronounce the death sentence on those enemies who had invaded wantonly and committed heinous crimes.
They say this is a holy land protected by God in Atos and told us to bring it on. Effie reported the enemy's clamour.
Then satisfy them, Isaac sneered. By now, the news that the dragon they believed in had been shot down should have spread, yet they were still so stubborn.
This fanatical worship of idols and burning fighting will reminded Isaac of certain countries.
Fortunately, he had once received professional training on how to deal with such enemies.
Hippo, target the elf defense shield ahead.
Shell type, high explosive.
Single load,
Isaac ordered.
No matter how firm the will, it would be turned to dust under the bombardment of the railway gun.
The moment to reclaim the last elf territory in the central continent had finally arrived.
Hippo opened the heavy breech block and pushed a shell as thick as a thigh into it. The surrounding werewolves howled with excitement, celebrating the arrival of this destructive power.
Awu, awu, awu.
The elves trapped in the city were about to face this overwhelming defense shield crusher.
Werewolf Queen Lycan Elizabeth and her followers let out excited roars like beasts looking forward to the upcoming battle.
In fact, they were indeed considered demi-beasts.
Clang, the heavy shell clicked into the breech. The 800mm shell loading process, which would take hundreds of workers to complete, was easily finished by 2 members of the giant race.
The artilleryman, second lieutenant in charge of ignition, looked at Isaac, waiting for his command.
Fire!
Isaac ordered. The battering ram of the Blackwood territory spewed dazzling flames.
The massive recoil left the firing site in a mess with dust flying everywhere.
Boom!
A firestorm swept out, and the defense shield that the elves were so proud of, which had never been breached, was actually shattered by a single shot. The half-elf allied forces soldiers cheered excitedly, raising their hands one after another.
You are...
Inside Chirang, desperate screams rang out.
No, don't!
Our last barrier was actually breached.
It's over.
A wall like this can't stop the army of the Blackwood territory at all.
Bombardment often destroys people's will. During the process of laying the tracks, Isaac had already used the collected cannons and tanks to conduct intensive shelling drills against Chirang.
Now that the defense shield was broken, the enemy's psychological defense line also collapsed.
Should I fire another one?
Hippo asked excitedly.
Amidst the deafening cheers, praises for the Hippo railway gun were endless. Although she was a bit shy at first facing such enthusiastic praise, a hint of pride appeared on Hippo's face. The king of the Small Horn tribe and his people are still in the city. Avoid them and only blow down one section of the wall, Isaac ordered. The power of the railway gun was enough to blow down an entire wall, rather than just blasting a gap like ordinary cannons.
Boom!
A world-shaking explosion sounded again, and one wall of Chirang collapsed with a roar in the massive explosion.
The once tall and sturdy walls of Chirang had now become a pile of ruins.
Although the boulders and rubble piled up into some undulating terrain, overall it had become an open flat ground.
After the obstacles in front disappeared, the panicked expressions of the Avalon Allied Forces soldiers inside the city were clearly visible.
Normally, after a wall is breached, the defenders would concentrate their forces to plug the gap.
However, facing such a huge opening, they were completely helpless.
Charge!
The moment of revenge has come, my warriors.
The werewolf queen let out a battle cry and led her warriors to pounce on the panicked elves and orcs.
Attack! Attack!
The time to end Empress Kshan's mad reign has come.
The Central Coalition Army, the Kingdom of Hyde, and Emperor Emil of the Saxon Empire also ordered their entire armies to attack.
The massive army advanced with grand momentum. The soldiers' morale was higher than ever as they launched a fierce attack on the source of all evil, the Avalon Allied Forces.
Isaac, who had a deep-seated hatred for the elves, also held high a giant warhammer made of pure mithril and stood at the very front of the soldiers. That defense shield crusher, shining with platinum gold light, was like a lighthouse in the vast sea, guiding people forward. It's time to end this long, ill-fated relationship.
Blackwood territory.
Charge!
Fire!
After the defense shield disappeared, fighter jets circled in the sky and tanks and heavy cavalry advanced rapidly on the ground. The power that the Blackwood territory had accumulated for a long time erupted completely at this moment.
The banner of the axe and sword fluttered loudly in the wind.
Asterisk.
Long ago, when the golems knocked down the high walls and invaded the city like destroying sandcastles, was the mood of the king of the Small Horn tribe, just like this.
Chirang seemed as if it were about to be blown to pieces.
The huge explosion was deafening, and when he opened his eyes, the city wall had already disappeared.
To the wall.
Before the terrified elf and orc soldiers could react, fighter jets roared in. After intensive machine gun fire with a boom, aerial bombs fell from the sky.
Boom!
The flames
and shockwaves of the explosion ruthlessly swept through the Avalon Allied Forces, with blood and screams flying everywhere.
The defensive formation was blasted full of holes.
Before they could recover from the shock and confusion, the half-elf Allied forces swarmed in from outside the city.
Now the city walls were useless. Steam tanks were the first to rush into the city, the iron torrent crushing the enemy like a battering ram.
Following closely behind were heavy cavalry clad in titanium, alloy armor, waving revolver pistols, and enchanted cavalry sabers trampling the Avalon Allied forces underfoot.
Da.
Crush them.
Pierce them.
warriors of the Blackwood Territory, capture
Nikaka and Blair, the culprits of the Dragonic Massacre, and the Khan will reward you with sugar cubes.
Oh,
The soldiers cheered in response to Percy's call.
in the place where the Minotaur King was once publicly executed. Now valiant female warriors were driving combat vehicles and galloping on the wide avenues of Turin.
move.
The Minotaur Prince was back.
Clad in armor and filled with the fire of revenge, he brandished a double-edged axe cutting down the demoralized elf soldiers. Commander Blair, are there any magic items? Any magic items that can be used in this situation?
Nikaka's whiskers trembled as he asked anxiously, as if treating Blair like Doryman.
But where were there any more magic items? Blair clenched his teeth.
Even if there were, it would be impossible to stop such a massive army.
There,
Nikaka and Blair are there.
That hateful Wood Elf clan leader, leading the Rangers in a search, finally discovered the enemy commanders.
Following her guidance, a berserker clad in mithril armor, like a wild horse off its leash, released powerful magic power and charged toward them.
Nikaka Blair,
The apostle of the goddess of harmony has come. The Platinum Knights wore grey armor and fought bravely, but every swing of the giant warhammer was accompanied by a dull thud, and the elf soldiers flew in all directions like kites with broken strings. That troll-like monstrous strength was hard to comprehend.
Although we don't have magic items, we have an escape tunnel.
Blair said.
Although he didn't have powerful magic items, he had prepared an escape tunnel in advance. While city walls are an excellent defense system, they also mean being trapped inside.
The lords here would all prepare a way out for themselves.
Although he didn't use it himself, the king of the Small Horn tribe had also dug a tunnel nearby.
then let's go.
That madman is getting closer.
Nikaka and Blair, leading their defeated troops, ran toward the tunnel while the rearguard delayed for time.
Seeing the waterway leading out of the city, Nikaka and Blair finally breathed a sigh of relief.
However, just as they were about to crawl in, the people who had long known of this secret passage's existence suddenly emerged from all directions.
Now, avenge the kingdom of Turin.
For our fallen Minotaur comrades.
Move. Kill.
The king of the Small Horn tribe's eyes were cold as he ordered the ambush.
Even the Minotaur prince clad in titanium alloy armor joined the ambush team.
Seeing this, Nikaka and Blair simultaneously let out a lament and a curse.
Her Majesty the Empress.
Damn it, things sown on the continent, just as a rotting corpse attracts flies and maggots on a battlefield after a great war. Besides field mice and crows feasting on corpses, other things are also drawn in.
The area was covered in traces of the half-elf allied forces hunting down the fleeing Avalon allied forces.
A group of scavengers calling themselves battlefield sweepers, wearing worn-out hoods, were rummaging through the scattered remains of soldiers. For the deceased, dignity and wealth no longer mattered.
The scavengers searched everywhere, looting anything that could be exchanged for money.
Oh, look at this.
A perfectly intact steel longsword.
One scavenger pulled a sharpness longsword from the waist of a corpse dressed in fine attire. Though the original owner was unknown, the quality of this sword was quite good. Buying such a sword at a weapon shop would likely cost several years' worth of savings.
The surrounding scavengers all let out gasps of envy.
A steel sword of this quality could sell for at least 100 silver coins.
No matter how much of a hurry they were in, the Blackwood Territory army is really something, leaving behind such good stuff.
Do they have so much steel they can't use it all? This situation only occurred where the Blackwood Territory army had passed through, a scavenger noted curiously. A well-informed scavenger spoke up with a look that said, "You're just finding this out now. They really do have more steel than they can use. That famous Blackwood steel pours out of the Blackwood Duchy like a waterfall, never ending."
Oh, is that so?
Regardless of the country, still treats steel like a treasure.
Although the Blackwood Territory had been manufacturing various things and consuming massive amounts of steel, it seemed they always faced a chronic problem of insufficient iron ore supply. In any case, this longsword was clearly a high-quality weapon crafted by a dwarven master. With a bit of grinding, polishing, and some boasting, it would fetch a good price.
Oh,
There's also a musket, the kind of weapon that spits fire and can shoot through steel. Everyone's eyes focused on the scavenger who held up a long wooden weapon, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense.
You actually found a treasure that can't even be bought on the black market. For real, I heard 10 steel weapons can't compare to one musket.
Amazing.
Hey, but the barrel is broken in two. It was probably tossed because it's broken.
The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. A chorus of disappointed sighs echoed around. Unless they were part of the regular army of a country friendly with the Blackwood Territory, ordinary people had no chance to touch such legendary weapons. For scavengers, being able to seize a firearm was like striking gold, so their expectations were very high.
This was the site of a massive conflict where tens of thousands of high elves and members of the Orc race perished.
Everyone widened their eyes, hoping to find intact firearms, and began searching everywhere.
However, unlike cold weapons, the number of firearms was inherently small, and every lord prioritized their recovery and managed them strictly. Thus, even digging 3 feet into the ground wouldn't yield a complete firearm. That new weapon, where you just pull the trigger to fire continuously. If I could get one, I'd be set for life. Many people salivated over such weapons. However, the Blackwood Territory army was a strange bunch. They wouldn't even leave the bodies of the fallen on the battlefield, taking them all away instead. It was said that as long as a soldier fought for the country, they would be carefully collected, covered with the flag of the Blackwood Territory, and sent back to their homeland with the highest honours. Some considered this a waste on the dead, but others believed it was precisely this practice that kept the morale of the Blackwood Territory army so high. Damn it, nothing from the Blackwood territory again. A waste of effort.
But I saw Blackwood Territory Rangers patrolling nearby.
Would they really come specifically to catch small-time thieves like us? The scavengers were startled, craning their necks like meerkats and looking around warily.
But the scavenger who first mentioned it shook his head, dismissing the idea.
No, they don't care about us at all.
I heard a silver-haired elf who seemed to be the leader shouting, apparently looking for some ominous signs. He said the High Elves might be up to something again and they need to find it early.
Honestly, that human duke is really worrying over nothing.
The High Elves have been crippled. What kind of waves can they still make? Probably a case of better safe than sorry.
Right.
But it's a bit too cautious.
It was almost like paranoia creating a sense of crisis out of thin air to respond to.
The scavengers shook their heads, deciding that making money was more important, and continued rummaging through the corpses. Whatever, we just need to wait for easy pickings like today, hee. However, just then, the scavenger reached into the clothes of an orc raised corpse, and suddenly, the corpse moved.
Hey, did the orc raised corpse just move?
Another scavenger seemed to have seen it too, speaking with a trembling voice. The scavenger, who had just reached into the uniform to check for a coin pouch, had a look of a rookie as a rookie, and sneered disdainfully.
Tusk, remember, some corpses occasionally have post-mortem reactions.
Before the scavenger could finish his sentence, he felt something grab his wrist, making him jump in fright.
That orc-raised corpse had opened its eyes at some point, its hollow pupils staring fixedly at him as he looted its belongings, which was hair-raising.
A spear was thrust through its chest, piercing its heart. By all logic, it was absolutely impossible for it to still be alive.
Moreover, this phenomenon was not isolated. Eerie low growls came from everywhere as corpses began to twitch and writhe. Things that absolutely should not stand up began to defy common sense, one by one crawling to their feet.
Though most memories from life had vanished, the instinct for combat remained.
One by one, the dead on the battlefield reversed life and death, their hollow eyes slowly opening.
Oh my god, oh my god.
What is happening?
God.
The corpses are moving.
Ghouls.
No, are they skeletons?
Anyway, run.
We'll die if we stay here. The reason they had dared to rummage through corpses so brazenly before was for one reason only: dead people don't hurt the living. But now, the ironclad rule was broken. The corpses grabbed their ankles, tripping them, and then thrust swords and spears at them.
The scavengers screamed and fled in all directions.
The Platinum Knight, whose high-grade longsword had been stolen earlier, also opened blood-red eyes, making a clack-clack sound as he slowly stood up.
Everywhere around were the dead holding the weapons they used in life.
Having witnessed the scene of corpses resurrecting with his own eyes, the scavenger, whose hand was caught, broke into a cold sweat and prayed incessantly to his guardian deity. Almighty God Akaros, please protect me, Almighty God Akaros.
Even though he had once been defeated, he had now transformed into a Death Knight, reborn from death.
A cruel sneer appeared at the corner of the High Elf Knight's mouth as he reached out a rotten arm and grabbed the shoulder of the pleading scavenger.
Ye give up, there is no hope here.
It was an eerie whisper of the dead, as harsh as nails scraping against metal.
Carrying immense hatred and controlled by some will, the dead began to awaken across the continent.
Yug will also become the dead.
Oh.
They held a blind hostility toward the living. From the gaps in the helmet, a blood-red light filled with resentment and hatred shone out. The scavenger was scared out of his wits and tried to break free from the Death Knight's grip to turn and run. Two fused into one.
However, how could an ordinary petty thief dodge a knight's blade? The longsword back in his hand ruthlessly pierced the scavenger's chest.
Puchai, suspicious items. 10 light cavalrymen galloped across the barren plain, kicking up clouds of dust. 6-shot revolver pistols and short swords were tucked into their belts, and on their backs was a symbol of the Duke's deep affection for the clan chief, the Greenleaf Model 9 1928 rifle. This was the standard configuration for the Elf Rangers unit. They dispatched reconnaissance elemental spirits in all directions, while they themselves held fast to the reins of their white-horned beasts, routinely patrolling the central continent. Some people thought this was overly cautious and a sheer waste of manpower, but the Wood Elves had absolute faith in Duke Isaac's intuition. Furthermore, they firmly believed that Empress Kshanai, who would not give up easily, would surely stage a comeback. Just then, a bizarre sight brought the patrol to an abrupt halt.
Whoa, stop, halt.
The warhorses seemed displeased at the interruption, whinnying and pawing the ground. In the distance, 15 figures wrapped in tattered hoods were sprinting toward them at full speed.
The line raised one eyebrow slightly.
What's going on?
Who are those guys? Judging by their attire, they look like the scavengers who have been wandering around recently. But why are they attacking a caravan?
Those guys were like crows, only scavenging valuables from corpses to avoid danger. They only dealt with the dead, never provoking the living.
Why would they suddenly attack a passing foreign caravan?
Moreover, the caravan was not only well equipped, but also had twice their numbers. A lady line, it looks like the scavengers won. However, the situation was developing in an incomprehensible direction. That group, which only ever picked through corpses, had actually defeated battle-hardened caravan guards. The scavengers displayed a beast-like ferocity, even with arrows sticking out of them and wounds from swords. They continued to roar, brandish their weapons, and attack the caravan members, as if afflicted by some kind of berserking curse. This scene was abnormal no matter how they looked at it.
And it looks like they are heading towards us.
Are they trying to attack us?
Did those guys not see the insignia of the cross-logging axe and longsword on our armor? It seemed they had completely lost their minds. After slaughtering all the caravan members, the scavengers, drenched in blood, rushed toward the elves at full speed once again. Despite enduring such fierce fighting, their speed had not slowed down in the slightest. Moreover, it wasn't just the scavengers charging toward the rangers. The caravan members who had just been bitten and stabbed by daggers also stood up one by one, their faces pale, emitting meaningless roars as they charged toward them. What exactly is going on? Even the veteran Alpha line couldn't help but whisper her confusion. She couldn't understand why the two sides who had been fighting each other would suddenly join forces to attack the strongest power on the continent. Since the beginning, nothing had been normal. In any case, one thing was certain now: they had to eliminate all suspicious targets charging toward them with murderous intent. Gyra, like the roar of a magical beast. After tearing apart the caravan members, the scavengers seemed to gain confidence and aggressively launched an attack against the Blackwood Territory cavalry. However, they were not facing the disorganized caravan guards from before. How dare they underestimate the Blackwood Territory Rangers unit, which possessed powerful firepower and mobility. Commence battle.
Open fire.
The Rangers took the semi-automatic rifles from their backs, pulled the bolts with a click, aimed at the enemy, and pulled the trigger, unleashing blinding muzzle flashes and dense streams of bullets. Bang! And bang bang. The powerful recoil struck the elves' shoulders. Driven by gas pressure, the bolt cycled vigorously back and forth, automatically loading the next round. Thanks to the Duke's ingenious design, they now only needed to gently pull a small piece of metal to keep firing until the magazine was empty. The Rangers emptied all 20 loaded rounds. The standard ammunition of the Blackwood Territory was designed to counter humans, large orcs, and magical beasts, thus adopting a relatively thick 8mm caliber. Even in a state of frenzy, they could not withstand the heavy bullets. Their lower legs were blown off, bones shattered, and heads burst open like watermelons. They were utterly incapable of resistance. The bullets, propelled by the kinetic energy generated by smokeless powder, churned the flesh and blood into pulp. The Rangers unit completely suppressed their enemies with overwhelming firepower until they lost the ability to move. The dry ground was stained with putrid blood. Change magazines. Reload. The 10 team members unleashed 200 rounds in less than 20 seconds, sweeping through the area like a storm. Moreover, replacing an empty magazine and loading a full one only took a few seconds.
The Blackwood Territory army was already far ahead of other armies technologically.
Fire again, Hal.
However, just as they finished reloading and aimed their long barrels at the enemy again, the frenzied attackers suddenly stopped, abandoned their fallen companions, and began behaving strangely. Lady Aline, it looks like they are running away. It certainly looks that way. No, to be precise, they weren't exactly running away. It seemed something was directing them. After a strange cry echoed in the distance, they began gathering in a specific direction. It felt as if they had been fighting a group of non-human monsters. Those unknown enemies dragging their mutilated limbs were moving toward a certain direction. Doesn't this look exactly like the things the Duke warned us about?
Yes, highly suspicious. As expected of Duke Isaac,
His intuition was spot on. Aline had once used this method to discover a hidden Ratman race nest.
She once again marveled at the Duke's brilliance and ordered a pursuit.
Pursue, capture those walking dead alive and bring them before Her Majesty. Disharmony. The last bastion of the High Elves on the central continent has fallen.
The Kingdom of Tirang was currently busy with post-war reconstruction.
Although the army of the Blackwood Territory had demolished one of the fortress walls, they were met with enthusiastic welcomes and cheers from the liberated slaves, the Goblins. The Goblin King and the sole Minotaur Royal, Prince Manota, showed them great hospitality and warmth. This was probably the kind of treatment for a liberation army recorded in history books.
it felt like completing the ancient landing.
Taking advantage of everyone's presence, they held a grand victory banquet to consolidate the Alliance's unity and celebrate the triumph.
Although the kingdom of Kancha, the continent's traitor, was still at large, the fact that everyone had worked together to finally eliminate the central continent's greatest threat, the High Elves, was definitely worth celebrating. Of course, as a lord with 1,000 things to do every day, Isaac did not forget to conduct international business negotiations amidst the clinking of glasses at the banquet. In this era, selling 100 bags of flour was not as valuable as selling 10 guns and a piece of black powder. Helping the allied nations strengthen their armaments was an encouraging thing, especially at this critical juncture where Empress Kshanar and the evil god were likely to act out of desperation.
Isaac finally understood a little why the United States always urged its allies and NATO to strengthen their armaments.
The problem, however, was that some central continent nations showed little interest in purchasing weapons and arming themselves.
So you should reconsider, Goblin King.
Isaac was personally lobbying those countries that were making excuses.
The dignity of being a king couldn't put food on the table.
Unlike other monarchs, Isaac was not resistant to such things. That being said, it seems an era of peace has arrived. Wouldn't strengthening armaments be a bit of a waste of the budget? Homer, what were you saying? The Avalon continent far across the horizon is still intact. And do you think that ruthless Empress will just leave it at that? Strengthening armaments as a precaution was one aspect. On the other hand, the arms business was closely related to the Dutch's finances. Watching the gold coins coming and going, Isaac couldn't help but want to become a merchant of death.
Moreover, peace is never eternal.
Was there no war here before the High Elves appeared? But in the short term, nothing else should happen. The Goblin King's territory had once been ravaged and his strength was very weak, but his willingness to rearm was extremely low. Come, imagine it. By cooperating with us you can build a powerful kingdom of Polydina. Cavalry units equipped with revolver pistols galloping across vast lands.
And indestructible line infantry units guarding your borders against any invasion.
No matter how you look at it, this is too much.
Besides, goblins are naturally not fond of fighting.
Power must be accumulated during times of peace.
So for the sake of your people, take action. I will provide the power. At the very least, the Blackwood territory had always governed by the philosophy of if you want peace, prepare for war. And this method had never failed.
Just as Isaac was working hard on his sales pitch, a messenger suddenly appeared and interrupted him.
Your Majesty, the wind spirit sent by the Rangers has returned. It seems something has happened.
See, if you always wait for things to happen before taking action, it'll be too late. You must prepare in advance.
Isaac asked the messenger what news he had brought.
The Rangers seem to have caught something, although it's hard to believe. They say the dead have come back to life.
What? The news brought by the messenger was far beyond Isaac's expectations.
Asterisk.
Even though they had lost their invasion base and were cooped up on the Avalon continent, those enemies who plotted to subvert the world still didn't seem to have given up on their schemes. Learning that the plots of Empress Xana and the evil god were underway, Isaac called an emergency summit. Thinking everything was over, the monarchs of the Alliance were surprised when Isaac summoned them, and they began to gather one after another with puzzled expressions. Before the invasion of the Avalon Empire, there had been various political games and national disputes between them. Now, with the monarchs of all continents gathered together, undercurrents surged as a silent contest was fiercely underway. It was just like the coalition against Dongjiro. Once the common enemy disappeared, each faction began to harbor its own ulterior motives. Speaking of which, the Naga Queen's kingdom of Aru was originally targeted at the weaponless dragon-human kingdom. Of course, because the dragon-human race struck first, Draco was eventually annexed by the Blackwood territory. While everyone is here, I announced that if Kancha formally surrenders the territory near the Komi River will belong to our kingdom of Aru. It's settled.
Don't be ridiculous, snake-headed queen. The losses to our central continent were greater. When fighting together or feasting together, everyone got along harmoniously, but as soon as it involved their respective interests, the atmosphere changed instantly.
Tensions were high everywhere. The strength or weakness of each nation seemed to depend on the number of weapons they possessed and how much national power they had preserved during this turmoil.
Of course, there were also some strange races that stood outside of this silent contest.
Like the werewolf race.
Queen Lycan Elizabeth was picking her ear with a bored expression, completely indifferent to the meeting.
So, Duke Isaac, for what purpose have you summoned everyone this time?
A familiar voice sounded in Isaac's ear, a voice he had heard since his days as an obscure baron. Priscilla, the queen of the kingdom of Hyde, who had recently been practicing I am the state to avoid her power being divided.
Duke Isaac, are you still just a duke?
Your territory has expanded quite a bit after this war. You should be promoted to a kingdom by now, shouldn't you?
Emperor Emil of the Saxon Empire tilted his head upon hearing the title duke and suggested that Isaac raise his rank according to his strength. But that was not the important agenda for today. Align, show that thing to everyone.
As soon as Isaac spoke, the monarchs of various nations gathered around curiously.
Isaac nodded to Align, and the rangers who were laboriously carrying a huge cage signaling them to open it.
Click, clang.
To prevent accidents, double or even triple iron locks were set on the cage.
The thing inside was truly an ill omen.
Isaac considered himself to have witnessed countless strange phenomena and supernatural powers in this world, but if what the messenger said today was true, it was definitely one of the most incredible phenomena among them.
He had always believed that entropy increase was reversible, just as no magic could restore something burned to ashes to its original state. However, Empress Xana had openly violated this common sense.
Bang! The curious monarchs leaned their faces toward the constantly shaking cage.
The cage door swung open, and a hideous, hair-raising corpse reached out its hand toward them.
Jaira, a pungent stench of rotten meat barely hanging onto bones, an upper body with exposed internal organs and mangled limbs.
The dead resurrected from death made a bone-chilling sound of metal scraping inside the cage, scaring the monarchs out of their wits.
Oh my!
Amidst the extreme terror of the crowd, the Naga Queen let out a soft cry and tightly hugged Isaac.
Isaac could feel her slippery scales wrapping around his arm like a snake.
Is this woman crazy?
Look at the occasion. At her age, she's still...
Effie looked at the Naga Queen's behavior of sticking to him whenever she got the chance and gave a slightly mocking smile.
The older monarchs also cast looks that said, in this situation, you still have the mood for this.
The Naga Queen just flicked her long thin tongue unconcerned.
God of Order, isn't this a ghoul?
King Freya Vanadis, who had once wielded a great sword to eliminate necromancers, recognized the thing's true identity at a glance and let out an exclamation.
The people around were also incredibly shocked by the identity of this semi-rotten corpse. How is it possible? I thought the school of necromancy had long since gone extinct.
Edwin, the former teacher and leader of the school, jumped up in disbelief.
From golems and dragons to various things that shouldn't exist, one after another appeared, making the other monarchs feel it was inconceivable.
As you can see, this is the new trouble on the continent.
It's the work of Empress Xana and the evil god. Their enemies we killed are coming back to life one by one.
Thinking an era of peace was about to arrive, they were unexpectedly pulled back to reality. The culprit behind all this was naturally that high elf race that refused to give up.
Their way of being disgusting, even on the verge of death, made everyone shudder.
King of Polydina, did you see that?
Do you still feel like peace or whatever now?
Oh my, I didn't expect it to be like this, unable to rest even after death, having to attack the living and become an army of the dead is truly wicked to the extreme.
Now on this continent one couldn't even find peace in death. The Goblin King closed his eyes, feeling incredibly angry at such a heinous act. What exactly does that damned High Elf Empress want to do?
Of course, it's to fight to the last moment until she completely conquers the central continent.
I hope everyone understands that if we don't eliminate Avalon, there will never be peace.
Whether it was the ancient evil god or his followers, they were all incredibly stubborn and persistent.
The undead in the cage continued to make strange cries, struggling in agony.
The atmosphere in the meeting room also became increasingly heavy. Besides the monarchs of various nations, there was another being who felt incredibly angry about this matter.
That was the absolute ruler above the heavens who watched this world through Isaac's vision and senses. The goddess who loved to see all things living in harmony the most. The goddess's anger and indignation also affected her apostle.
Isaac's heart, surrounded by magic, began to beat violently, more violently than ever before.
Some 2-in-1, Nadashi.
Lord Apostle Isaac would occasionally utter oracles that were difficult to understand, and this phrase was one of them. After understanding its meaning, everyone felt that it couldn't be more appropriate for this occasion. Bishop Igni, I want to learn more about the Elysian faith. Please teach me. I have received too many favors. Please allow me to pray to the goddess.
My faith in the goddess is unshakable.
Please accept me as your follower.
Please guide us sinners toward the goddess.
Beside the collapsed fortress by a river flowing through the farmland, a large group of goblins and a few minotaurs gathered, dipping their feet into the water and bowing their heads in devotion.
Under the terrifying rule of the High Elves, they had abandoned their local gods.
Now the apostle of the god of harmony, holding a mace shining with holy power, had charged into battle for them. It was said that almost everyone in Tuan City witnessed that scene with their own eyes, as well as the terrifying power that destroyed the fortress.
Good.
Everyone line up. I will perform the baptisms for you.
Igni tried her best to suppress the upward curve of her lips,
Speaking in as dignified a voice as possible.
Thinking back, she used to go everywhere to recruit people just to grow the followers of the Elysian faith. But now, prospective believers gathered automatically like clouds.
This was all thanks to Lord Apostle Isaac. It was entirely due to his repeated achievements and deeds. This holy water is a gift from the goddess, and this warm barley bread is her compassion, as vast as the sea. Because so many people had gathered, Igni and the clergy could only continuously take water from the river, bless it on the spot, and then sprinkle it over people's heads to baptize them.
As she handed out a piece of hard barley bread to each person, she told a tear-jerking story.
She said that in her saddest and most helpless moments, this barley bread fell from the sky, a miracle of the goddess. Standing to the side, Father Pavel listened to these words with a somewhat guilty expression.
Lady Igni, I told you before, that was just alms from a passing merchant.
Shut up!
Do you want to miss this opportunity? I'm not collecting money, like some people. I'm just handing out barley bread and mythologizing the goddess a bit.
The goddess will be happy to see the number of believers increase too.
Igni added that she had learned this from the Lord Apostle.
Bishop Igni was becoming more and more like the thick-skinned Lord Apostle Isaac.
Father Pavel looked at the two of them, so worldly and even a bit cunning, and sighed helplessly, feeling like he couldn't go on like this.
The goddess is blessing her new followers.
Come, let us sing a hymn together.
Igni and the clergy, holding Bibles and hymn books printed by the printing press, prepared to hold the first service with a circle of believers.
Flash.
Suddenly, a dazzling five-colored light erupted from the nearby Chirang Palace.
Just like when they sang the first hymn in the territory to escape the crisis of destruction, a powerful holy power swept through all of Chirang.
Whoosh!
Wherever the dense holy power passed, withered plants regained their vitality, illnesses were cured, and people's faces filled with energy. The power of the goddess, symbolizing cycle and harmony, descended upon the world.
Oh, my illness is suddenly gone.
I feel like my whole body is bursting with strength.
Heavens, even the grass roots are growing.
Was this the crops?
It really is Goddess Iris protecting us.
Speak of the devil. What was originally just a routine matter had unexpectedly resulted in the goddess's blessing truly descending upon Chirang.
Not just here, but sounds of surprise and cheering came from everywhere.
It was as if the faith accumulated by countless believers and clergy was being fully repaid at this very moment.
What on earth is happening?
Igni had been so busy attending to the prospective believers who came to her that she hadn't noticed that the goddess, who rarely expressed emotion, was actually this excited. Tidal waves of emotion were transmitted through a divine connection.
Igni and the clergy looked in surprise toward the palace where the holy power had just erupted.
They knew the monarchs were holding an emergency meeting there.
Lord Apostle, what are you doing in there?
To be able to make a god so excited with such intense emotional fluctuations.
Igni stared blankly up at the palace where Isaac was.
Asterisk.
A series of commotions occurred in the palace.
Perhaps because she was also an apostle of God, King Freya seemed to have sensed something.
After the other surprised monarchs left one after another, the shocked schoolhead Edwin and Commander Miller rushed into Isaac's temporary office in a panic.
Your Majesty, no way, right?
It shouldn't be. The room was filled with mana, its concentration so high it made their skin prickle.
Several rings of mana surrounded his heart, rotating violently.
Isaac could no longer hide or control his power. You guessed correctly. Oh, damn it.
It was like studying together, only for one person to pass the exam.
The old knight Edwin, because he had been unable to break through his bottleneck, actually cursed her first for his usually dignified image. Watch your language in front of the Duke.
Even if it was just their own people, he couldn't be so undisciplined.
However, compared to Commander Miller, school head Edwin, who had dedicated his life to magic research, had a much more intense reaction.
Know why someone with no talent? I clearly confirmed it. When I taught him six-ring magic, I confirmed again that he had no talent. These old fellows simply lack delicate observation.
Anyone who had watched Isaac grow up liked to say that.
If you're not satisfied, then become an apostle of God too.
Like me, get the goddess's favor.
The goddess's thoughts were filled with complex emotions.
She seemed to believe Isaac's words, yet
Was also somewhat uneasy.
But you still like me very much, don't you?
My sincere congratulations, your majesty.
You truly are the cleverest person. The corners of Effie's mouth turned up slightly as she praised him wholeheartedly, her eyes filled with genuine joy. See, everyone praises me so sincerely, it's not like it'll cost me anything.
Even if a monarch's rise is due to their status as an apostle, an increase in realm is still a good thing.
However, your majesty, do you still remember our agreement?
Although Effie was smiling, her gaze suddenly turned cold.
Isaac was startled by this abrupt change.
These people really do have their own agendas. Of course I remember.
She seemed to be reminding Isaac that he had said if she hit Empress Kshana, he would grant her any request.
What kind of request did she want to make? I originally wanted to wait until everything was over, but some people always like to seduce you. You seem very familiar with the
Feeling of being wrapped in scales, not even pulling your hand away.
It seemed she was talking about the Naga Queen. Effie had witnessed that scene, and her green eyes seemed to burn with fire.
You've misunderstood.
And then I believe you.
I'll be waiting for your good news.
Isaac explained it was a misunderstanding, and only then did Effie smile, reminding him of the agreement once more before hurrying out of the temporary office. Though she had been smiling just now with only the corners of her mouth turned up, to be honest, it was a bit scary.
Commander Miller also kept his mouth tightly shut because of the subtle atmosphere.
In any case, now that everyone had left, Isaac asked the dejected school head Edwin for advice on how to use this power. Let's develop seventh ring magic together, school head Edwin. The old mage let out a long sigh. The theoretical knowledge is all in the magic tower, but to integrate and master it is another matter entirely.
To be honest, your majesty, I don't know how long it will take for you to fully master seventh ring magic.
This old guy was still lacking in tact, starting to say in a roundabout way again that Isaac had no talent.
At least I'm a seventh ring mage now, right?
That wasn't the result you achieved through investing time and comprehension.
Even if you're an apostle of God,
This kind of favoritism is just too. All roads lead to Rome. As long as the goal is reached, it's fine. These people, honestly, it doesn't matter.
I never intended to bite off more than I could chew and master all magic.
We only need to learn the one you mentioned before, the mana rotator. Finally, this moment had arrived. After long waiting and effort, the sweet fruit was finally about to be harvested.
Among seventh ring magic, there are many powerful spells that can overturn the heavens and earth, or move mountains and fill seas. Why on earth do you want to learn such a single-purpose spell?
Because of the magic will soon lose its meaning.
Just as swords had paled in the face of guns and cannons.
Weapons utilizing nuclear fission would make traditional conventional weapons meaningless. First of all, the scale of the explosion was completely different. The yield of a nuclear weapon was usually measured in kilotons at the start. That was the cruel reality. Ordinary gunpowder, no matter how you played with it, could never reach that level.
So goddess, I will make good use of this power. The goddess's thought flashed through Isaac's mind. She seemed to have done this on a whim out of anger and was now feeling a bit of regret.
But what's done is done.
Moreover, to deal with enemies using unconventional means, one must counter with the same unconventional power.
Isaac was going to make the stubborn Empress Kshana and the evil god pay 100-fold price. He would use an Earth-style, magnificent revenge that only he could carry out.
Asterisk.
The shocking incident of the dead being resurrected in Tulan City quickly spread across the continent. One afternoon, after the monarchs of various countries had returned to their own lands to begin preparations against this ominous force.
Azazel, what do you think this means?
King Freya Vanadis, the apostle of God who valued order and control, and was deeply favoured by the god of order. She had received a letter from the Blackwood territory, and was rubbing her grey forehead with her index finger, seeking the opinion of her adjutant, the succubus Azazel. No way, the pink-eyed Azazel, having just read the first paragraph of the letter, showed an expression of disbelief, gave a bitter smile, and continued. The other party also knows this is an unreasonable request, so they use all sorts of diplomatic rhetoric to write the letter politely, but in the end, they want a king to go work in their workshop. It wasn't a request for soldiers or people, but a request to borrow the leader's power. It said they urgently needed the power of order to freely manipulate and rotate objects. Even for the friendly Blackwood territory, this request was a bit too much. Azazel the succubus's whip-like tail slapped against the floor as she snorted with anger.
How dare they ask our Lady Freya to go to a workshop, and without knowing how long it will take to return? This is simply preposterous.
However, Azazel, who was excitedly complaining, suddenly froze upon seeing the next few sentences of the letter.
What's wrong?
King Freya asked in confusion. The letter said they knew this was an unreasonable request, so as compensation, they were willing to pay a large sum of gold coins and provide the manufacturing method for bolt-action rifles, as well as the technology for a breech-loading cannon that, although lacking a recoil buffer, could be loaded quickly. These were massive benefits that even the Kingdom of Barak,
which cooperated most closely with Blackwood territory on railway gun development, had not obtained.
The calculative Azazel's eyes instantly turned into the shape of gold coins.
Lady Freya.
Think about it. The Hampton Duchy is currently undergoing post-war reconstruction and is a bit short on funds. Also, compared to the northern dwarves who are trying to manufacture steel cannons, our weapon research and development progress is also slower, so what I mean is
Sigh.
Azazel fiddled with her mental abacus, her gaze as if saying, "It's just a trip to contribute to the country." Freya sighed helplessly and covered her face with her hand.
You don't have to worry too much. I will manage the duchy well.
No, that's not what I'm worried about, Azazel.
As friendly apostles of God, helping each other was only natural. But Freya was worried about something else. She knew Duke Isaac's realm had recently increased.
As an apostle, she had also felt that eruption of divine power. What on earth does he want to create that he's willing to pay such a high price?
He didn't hesitate to hand over the design blueprints of existing conventional weapons. For this new plan, he was even going to use divine knowledge, seventh magic, and even the power of order.
Ever since the undead appeared, Duke Isaac seemed to have let himself go a bit.
Respected God of order, is this really okay?
Last time he was like this, he ended up creating a monster like the railway gun.
Just thinking about the final result making Freya feel a wave of lingering fear.
****.
Your Majesty, King Freya has agreed to join our project. The office in Blackwood territory was filled with various metal machinery and minerals, all arranged according to Isaac's preferences.
Oh, that's good news.
Isaac smiled upon hearing the good news. He didn't yet know the power and efficiency of the rotation magic that used violent mana to sweep everything into it, so the more hands, the better. Especially since he wanted to use centrifugal force to separate this mineral, which required extremely high rotational speeds. King Freya seemed to use the telekinesis-like ability only for destruction, but in Isaac's view such an ability actually had many uses.
What kind of plan is it that requires paying such a high price to invite a king for help?
Commander Miller was puzzled by the generous reward Isaac had offered.
Other subordinates, as well as school head Edwin, who had been studying day
and night recently, were equally confused. Isaac picked up a heavy ore of a peculiar color and answered their question. This strange ore was still in a state of alpha decay, emitting radiation that even skin could not block. This is a project to utilize this stone.
Your Majesty, isn't that just a decorative item?
This ore had been sitting in a pile of decorations for several years, so it was understandable they would think so. Not anymore.
But now things were different.
The time had finally come to extract the power hidden within this ore and present it to the world.
Isaac was going to use centrifugal separation to extract high concentration uranium-235.
In this way, this stone would no longer be harmless as it was now, but would emit terrifyingly destructive rays.
Even approaching it would be very dangerous. This was where King Freya's help was needed. Furthermore, if these dangerous substances were gathered to a critical mass, that kind of explosion would naturally occur.
This is a project to discover the third kind of fire. Just as Prometheus brought fire to mankind from the sun chariot, Isaac was also going to bring the third kind of fire to this world. So gods of this world, watch closely.
To counter the evil god, it's time to awaken nuclear power.
The name of this project, let's call it the Manhattan Project.
Although there was no Manhattan here, names were really a bother for Isaac, so he just used this one.
Atomic energy, just as the evil god had used necromancy, we too shall bring a new, unprecedented power down upon this world mining.
Princess Langnier, this is the quarterly material requisition list from the Blackwood territory. The dwarven Princess Langnier decorated her twin tails with pointed ram horns. She took the document handed over by the stout administrator and flipped through it quickly.
Those minerals called beryllium and fluorite, those long-legged fellows finally found and excavated them.
The kingdom of Stonebarak, once hailed as the furnace of the western continent, was known as the source of 10,000 mines due to its endless mineral reserves. Even the Avalon Empire, after landing on the continent, first set its sights here.
This was enough to prove that the abundance and diversity of underground resources in this land were comparable to a blessing from the gods.
Then one day, a civil engineering team of wood elves claiming to have received a revelation from the goddess of harmony arrived in the north in grand fashion and began digging for something.
The dwarves, who prided themselves on knowing every useful metal and mineral like the back of their hands, originally intended to let them search as they pleased, assuming they would fail.
However, those slender, pointy-eared folk actually displayed excavation, screening, and mining techniques no inferior to those of the dwarves through their manipulation of earth elements, precisely finding the minerals they wanted as if sifting through sand.
In any case, after discovering that peculiar sweet-tasting metal and the cube-shaped translucent blue mineral, Duke Isaac personally came to the north.
He also brought along Todlin, who had recently become extremely popular among the dwarves, signed a secret mining agreement, and then departed.
What on earth is this?
The princess held the translucent blue mineral in her hand,
turning it gently.
She had asked Duke Isaac at the time, but he, seemingly thinking she wouldn't understand, told her quite bluntly.
One was a useful metal that could lower the critical mass of something, and the other was a halogen mineral used to produce hydrofluoric acid.
He said that only with these two things could uranium hexafluoride gas be produced to efficiently enrich uranium.
As expected, it contained fragments of divine knowledge, and Langnier couldn't understand a word of it. When she asked Duke Isaac what he intended to make with these things, he pointed to the sun in the sky and said he wanted to master its power. The Apostle of Harmony is truly as eccentric as ever.
The princess closed the file and remarked,
Goddess Iris, who had somehow lost her power,
and nearly had her lineage severed in the mortal realm.
The apostle who descended to the mortal world carrying her will seem to possess more knowledge than the dwarves who had spent their entire lives tinkering with ores. Even looking at the same mineral vein, the same stones, black particles, or seemingly useless ores, Duke Isaac could think of different uses for them.
Oh Barak, the god of metal and smelting, what exactly is going on?
Princess Langnia truly wanted to ask on behalf of all dwarves. However, Langnia was neither an apostle nor a member of the clergy, so even when she directed her questions to the sky, she received only silence in return.
Also, Your Highness, the Princess Duke Isaac has ordered a large quantity of lead, though its purpose is unknown.
We must hurry with the delivery. Last time he wanted to empty Stonebarak's iron mines, and now he wants these unknown minerals and lead. It seemed the Duke of Blackwood territory was so busy because he must have started some new plan again. Previously, he had consumed iron ore and labour in massive quantities like this, and then he created the incredible monster, the Hippo railway gun.
Administrator, you often go to the Blackwood territory on business.
Have you heard any news?
Do you know what they are building this time?
The Kingdom of Stonebarak had been striving to develop weapons, attempting to keep pace with the Blackwood territory.
They had sent many workers from the north to the Blackwood territory.
With the Duke's tacit approval, the administrator could gather some useful clues every time he visited.
However, this time, facing the princess's question, he shook his head, indicating he knew nothing.
The security measures in the Blackwood territory are stricter than ever.
For the sake of secrecy, they have almost entered a state of combat readiness.
The workshops and laboratories are completely inaccessible, and the guards are terrifyingly strict. What on earth could it be that required the entire territory to enter a state of combat readiness, just for secrecy? Princess Langnia grew more and more curious.
This was even more exaggerated than when the railway gun was being built.
No wonder the gods in the heavens are surprised every time. On the central continent, many mainstream gods possessed a large number of believers and clergy. Since the appearance of the apostles of the evil god Inatos and the goddess of harmony Iris, they had been constantly amazed by the events occurring in the mortal realm.
The two rival apostles competed to showcase works that were both awe-inspiring and terrifying.
Like when whales fight and the shrimp suffer, the various nations of the central continent were all swept into this conflict.
Under these unusual circumstances, all the religious orders on the continent blessed by the gods were filled with differing opinions.
Although they had long known that the arrogant evil god who called himself the god of knowledge was always like this.
But the apostle of the goddess of harmony continuously demonstrated unheard of technology and knowledge, which plunged even the mainstream gods into deep confusion.
In short, seeing such tight security in the R&D department, I fear they might be creating something even more terrifying than the railway gun, Your Highness the Princess.
Oh, surely not.
Having personally witnessed and experienced the power of the giant railway gun, Princess Langnia waved her hand, dismissing the possibility. That terrifying power capable of destroying the world and even shooting down legendary dragons sent shivers down everyone's spine.
That sight, like the mighty power of a god, had even caused the number of followers of the Elysian faith to increase significantly after the war. The orders for iron ore have decreased significantly. They probably won't build a weapon more powerful than that.
No matter how much knowledge one possessed, there should be a limit.
Even as formidable as Duke Isaac was, it should be impossible.
Princess Langnia had dealt with cannons her entire life. She firmly believed that there could be no weapon more powerful than the Hippo railway gun. Nuclear power.
Even if the Earth is heavily damaged by war, nature will silently restore itself. The battlefield once covered with the remains of the dead is now covered with soil and vegetation, as if nothing had ever happened. One day, a massive will, like a toxin, seeped into the bodies of the dead sleeping underground.
This was once the place where the crazed vampire lord declared a carnival and launched a large-scale war.
The vampire soldiers of the Blank Kingdom were scared out of their wits by the anomalies occurring at the border during their routine patrols.
Woo SSS as time passed, the flesh and blood had long since turned to dust.
However, with endless killing intent and untiring stamina, skeletons stood up one by one from this land filled with resentment, carrying vague memories of their past lives. Like the dead from hell returning to the world of the living. When the skeletal arms and skulls crawled out of the ground, the screams of the living echoed across the plains.
What?
Why are skeletons standing up? Could this be that phenomenon the half-elf allied forces warned us about? It is said that the dead return to the world of the living with deep resentment for the sake of revenge. Rumors that Empress Kshana obtained forbidden knowledge from the evil god and completed the undead spell were also rampant. Since there were too many rumors in the central continent, making it hard to distinguish truth from falsehood, everyone was half believing and half doubting.
But they didn't expect these rumors to actually be true. Ugh, don't come over here, these monsters.
Die! The vampire sentries were panicked, waving various weapons to attack the slowly approaching skeletons.
Ribs were cut by swords, and white skulls were smashed by blunt instruments.
However, the skeletons were fearless. Even if they were smashed, they would continue to charge. One falls, two take its place, two fall, three take their place.
It was as if all the dead spirits who died on the battlefield were swarming toward them.
The vampires were scared out of their souls by this overwhelming number.
Eventually, casualties appeared.
Vampires who had their weapons taken, bodies pierced, or were bitten to death immediately turned into ghouls and attacked their own companions in turn. Fighting the undead was a losing battle the longer it lasted.
Run away.
We can't win. Retreat.
Tell the Blank Kingdom about this. What is this again? The sentry commander was about to flee when he suddenly saw an enemy wearing red armor and emitting a fierce light, making him gasp. Like red armor stained with blood,
Although no bones could be seen, he recognized at a glance that this was also an undead. The reason was simple. Because it had no head, its head was held in the knight's arms.
I, Blood Lord Balder, have descended once again, the vampire lord of the Black Kingdom who was once beheaded by the divine power of order.
Now he returns to the battlefield as a headless horseman.
In his blurred memory, he struggled to recall the name of his enemy, that hateful dark elf woman who killed him with a boomerang-like sword.
Freya of Henton, where is she?
The cold voice of the dead.
The head held in his left arm asked for Freya's whereabouts in a tone filled with resentment.
No matter where she hid, he would hunt her down, tear her to pieces, and turn her into an undead. That woman should be in the Blackwood territory.
It's already been a long time.
The headless horseman, who was about to charge murderously, suddenly stopped.
Even with a blurred consciousness, he knew that going to the Blackwood territory now was no different from suicide.
But why would that woman, the monarch of a country, run to someone else's country?
You're the former vampire lord, Lord Balder.
Former lord.
We are of the same race. Please don't kill us. Please spare our lives.
The surrounding Sentry companions had already turned into mangled ghouls.
Moreover, they were surrounded. The vampires hugged the legs of their former lord who had returned to the world, groveling and begging for their lives.
The headless horseman looked at their cowardly appearance, gave a cold laugh, and raised his greatsword.
PSH.
WY.
He swung his sword, killing all the surviving vampires. The living are all weak.
But if one can obtain the power of the great will that resurrected him, one can gain an immortal body that does not bleed and never tires. Fused into one. Although his first thought after resurrection was revenge, his instinct told him that he must never go to the Blackwood territory.
Then he would first expand his forces in the Blank Kingdom.
Starting today, the once cowardly and defeated vampire race will be reborn.
They'll become that lord's vanguard and sweep across the entire world.
After the Manhattan Project was launched, various talents secretly invited by Isaac arrived from all over.
Elemental spirits controlling water, fire, earth, and wind, the divine power of order that can freely manipulate objects, Sword Saint Lucy Brianna, who can perform precision metal processing with the sharpness mana sword Edwin, the leader of the Enchanter School, and even shamans from the western continent were involved.
It felt like the top talents of this era were all gathered together.
Isaac gathered these top talents from various fields to prepare for the launch of the Dutch's secret plan.
At this time, a duke from a neighboring country suddenly sent a question. What exactly are you building that requires such great effort to keep secret?
Listen, what we are developing now is the most terrifying and dangerous weapon that has never appeared in this world. When Isaac said he was going to build a weapon more powerful than the Hippo railway gun, everyone was shocked. Lord, something more powerful than the Hippo railway gun.
Are you going to use up all the steel in this world?
They seemed to think that Isaac was going to build a steel beast even larger and more terrifying than before. But what Isaac wanted to manufacture was just a piece of silver metal weighing dozens of kilograms.
The duchy doesn't have that much steel, how is that possible?
I just want to refine a certain metal, which is why I called you here.
Gathering so many talents just to refine metal, that's right, just to concentrate a rock.
But even just that is already the most terrifying and dangerous thing on Earth. If someone excessively enriches uranium, the international community would be in an uproar.
We're here. They had expressions of you called us here, just for this little thing. It was truly appreciated.
A cylinder of uranium-235 enriched to over 90%.
This is my response to Empress Chana, who dared to violate the taboos.
Compared to the complex chemical processes on the highly developed modern Earth, the process of enriching uranium was unexpectedly simple.
First, uranium ore is diligently mined from the mines, ground into powder, dissolved in hydrochloric acid, and then filtered for impurities using sulfuric acid to make yellow cake.
It's the bright yellow uranium concentrate powder that a certain government once trying to develop nuclear weapons secretly received.
This powder contains a large amount of uranium-238 and a very small amount of uranium-235, which can be used to manufacture nuclear weapons.
By placing this powder into a centrifuge along with uranium hexafluoride gas made from fluorite, the lighter uranium-235 can be separated.
If one can manage to manufacture uranium-235 that reaches critical mass, as long as the separated uranium-235 is recombined, it can trigger nuclear fission, thereby creating a powerful atomic bomb. The technology itself is not complicated and has a long history, so even North Korea, which drives charcoal-burning cars and still uses biplanes, can easily manufacture nuclear weapons.
Of course, extraction, efficiency, beryllium reflection layers, and the missile technology to launch nuclear weapons are another matter.
It's not that everyone can't do it, but that they don't want to. Especially South Korea. They have nuclear power technology. If they wanted to, they could continuously produce enriched uranium at any time.
They had conducted several similar experiments before and almost got exposed, so they have been restraining themselves. Everyone, this is the uranium concentrate that can achieve independent national defense.
The huge centrifuge, because there was no corrosion-resistant Teflon coating, could only be replaced with sturdy and durable titanium alloy. Normally, an ultra-high-speed motor should be installed in the centrifuge, but here, there's no need for such trouble.
Because this incredible human-shaped generator is right here. A world where even the monarch of a country has to personally take the field.
It looks like just ordinary bright yellow powder.
Is this the core substance of this experiment, Your Majesty? The merfolk and the laboratory staff worked day and night and finally completed the production of the yellow cake.
Under the gaze of Duchess Freya, Toglin, and other main people in charge of the project, Isaac nodded and answered Effie's question.
Now let's separate these two substances.
People often say that nuclear fission and nuclear fusion are the power of the sun.
Of course, the latter is closer to the sun's energy source.
Anyway, injecting gas into the centrifuge and then using powerful seventh circle magic to make it rotate at high speed will cause the lighter uranium-235 to float upward. Then use Duchess Freya's ability to freely manipulate non-living things to collect it. If shiny silver uranium metal can be extracted, we will be one step closer to manufacturing nuclear weapons. On Earth, because of the attention of the international community, Isaac could not conduct such experiments.
But in this world full of magic and mystery, he can finally go all out.
Mana spinner.
7 mana circles rotated violently.
Isaac felt the surrounding mana boiling and began to inject rotational power into the centrifuge.
*******.
This was a series of baffling experiments.
Injecting heated gas into a cylinder using powerful seventh circle magic to make it rotate, and then using divine power to extract the lighter part, and repeating this process.
Although the experimental process was tedious and difficult to understand, the Dark Elf Duchess was full of energy when she thought of the rich rewards the Henton Duchy would receive.
She looked at Duke Isaac, who was so devoted to this project with eyes shining, and thought he was truly an incredible person.
When she was first called, she thought it was some major event that required 2 apostles of God to join forces, thinking that some new ultimate weapon was about to be born. But it turned out to be just for concentrating in metal.
Days passed.
Finally, after a feasibility verification experiment was successful,
A tiny experimental result wrapped in a shield was placed in
Duke Isaac's hands. A piece of silver metal the size of a fingernail created by gathering the power of many high-level talents.
The people in the laboratory looked at this piece of metal
And felt it was somewhat inexplicable. But Duke Isaac ignored the reactions of others and watched it excitedly.
Oh, this is it.
He looked as if he had fulfilled a long-cherished dream.
Moreover, it wasn't just this human apostle who was shocked by this result.
Through the eyes of the Dark Elf Apostle, the God of Order who witnessed the experimental results firsthand, also fell into deep shock.
The god's thought flashed through Isaac's mind.
What she said was incredibly shocking. Why would the Apostle of the Goddess of Harmony possess the power of the Sun God? A deity would actually feel uneasy because of a small stone.
Freya also couldn't believe that a mortal could actually manipulate the power of a god.
She looked at Isaac with eyes full of suspicion. What exactly did you create?
And my lord,
Spread.
with its coastal terrain that was easy to defend and hard to attack, powerful magic engineering defense barriers, and giant ballista capable of piercing through the clouds, it was a fortress city renowned for its impregnable defenses.
However, even so, when the news of Empress Xana's crushing defeat at the head of her great army arrived, the High Elves fell into a state of extreme panic. They had once thought they could trample the entire continent under their feet and act with impunity, but now they feared a large-scale expedition or retaliation from the central continent. The entire Avalon continent was in a state of anxiety.
Successive failures and the loss of the High Elf race's dignity began to shake the foundations of the Empress's rule.
Faith in Inatos wavered as well, but Sonona played the undead countercard to retaliate against the central continent, thereby stabilizing the people's hearts to some extent.
Although this power was hair-raising, their guardian god had said that knowledge knows no good or evil. Besides, it was just something happening on the other side of the ocean. Though it was a war, in the end, it was those fellows from the central continent who had killed hundreds of thousands of noble high elves.
Therefore, most of Avalon's populace felt that even if those people were killed by the undead, they deserved it.
In this way, Empress Sedona Edgarth consolidated her ruling position once again. Her Majesty, the Empress necromancy has begun to spread on a large scale.
The vampire kingdom has fallen, and vengeful undead are appearing in other places as well.
The commander of the Platinum Knights, as usual, kept his head lowered as he reported the situation in the central continent to Empress Xana.
Empress Xana, far from feeling fear at this bizarre world that violated the taboos of all gods by mixing the living and the dead, instead clapped her hands in delight.
Oh.
She curled her bright red lips into an insidious smile. Previously, she would maintain a facade of elegance and dignity, but now, having suffered severe physical and mental blows, she no longer hid her cruelty and coldness. Some found her fallen appearance even more captivating, but for the commander of the Platinum Knights who served by her side, it was a spine-chilling sight. The Empress held a slender platinum staff in her hand with an unknown piece of meat attached to the tip that was constantly writhing. This was a miracle from Lord Inathos, allowing her to control the undead in the central continent even from thousands of miles away. Although the guardian god said knowledge knows no good or evil, this staff and the Empress herself exuded an eerie and sinister aura.
Excellent, kill them all.
All those lowly people who brought me shame and pain. I no longer desire to conquer other races. I will level the central continent to the ground and start anew there. Now, even if occupied lands like Jurang were offered to her, she wouldn't want them. She wanted to turn the entire central continent into a land of death. Except for the Avalon continent where the High Elves gathered, the entire world would be filled with death. In this way, Lord Inathos' wish for revenge against the mainstream gods could be realized.
This was Siona's new goal, and her ultimate plan.
The taboo lines set by the gods. I will cross them without hesitation. Let's see how far we eventually go.
Siona said, biting her lip.
The entire continent had united to drive the High Elves out of the central continent.
Now they must be immersed in the joy of victory, having let down their guard. However,
the knowledge possessed by Lord Inathos was vast and boundless. Those races that looked down on the High Elves would one by one march toward extinction in fear. Before the undead army, which grew stronger with every battle and expanded in number and scale, they would fall into despair.
While it's a pity I can't see it with my own eyes, I'll be satisfied just hearing the news of their destruction from this throne.
The High Elf Empress acting with impunity according to the divine will.
Inathos was very satisfied with this.
According to the guardian god's will, they would no longer back down.
This time they would follow this path to the very end.
Sitting on the platinum throne, with her legs crossed, Empress Xana's eyes sparkled with an evil light as she let out bursts of sinister laughter.
Warm sunlight nourished all things. Isaac's office was filled with bright summer sunshine. Under the light, a glittering metal block was held in the human duke's hand and gently turned, watched by a wood elf.
Isaac looked at the highly enriched uranium block, which had been increasing in volume over time, and showed a satisfied smile.
The amount extracted before was only the size of a fingernail, but now it was almost the size of a palm. Uranium ore mined by Chaffee and the workers from the mines was continuously transported here by train. Then, the personnel involved in this project placed these ores into titanium alloy centrifuges using centrifugal force to separate uranium-235. Duke Freya's ability to manipulate objects was more powerful than imagined.
Thanks to her help, the enrichment efficiency was higher than expected, and enough quantity should be collected soon.
We'll see about that, Empress Sedona and Inathos.
I'll show you what happens when a person who has mastered knowledge and means lets loose.
Isaac held the powerful force in his hand and let out a sinister laugh.
At the moment, the thoughts of the goddess, who had been increasingly worried lately, entered his mind.
Don't worry, I'm just saying.
I'm not like Empress Iona.
The goddess told him through bishop in his mouth that many gods, starting with the god of order, were watching him.
While they were incomparably angry at the evil god who disturbed the world order and resurrected the dead, they knew nothing about what Isaac was creating, so they could only wait and see for now.
Really, just trust me.
Isaac sealed the object that looked like an ordinary metal block tightly with a shield, tossing it as he talked to himself. If even the guardian god didn't trust her own apostle, what else could be done? However, the goddess was still full of worry and concern for him. It was truly a cold world lacking in trust. In this dark age where many died and the dead rose again, Isaac felt that perhaps only the thermal radiation of a nuclear explosion could warm this indifferent society. Your Grace is always talking to yourself, even when I'm right in front of you. Whenever he undertook a new project or research, Isaac couldn't find anyone to discuss it with, so he had developed a habit of talking to himself.
Effie sat opposite Isaac, eating Blackwood Territory's combat rations, beer rations, and said with bulging cheeks.
She would come to find Isaac every time after training ended. Even though there was an officer's mess right next to the training ground, she insisted on bringing these canned foods to eat in front of Isaac.
He took a hard bite of a piece of meat that had been sterilized under high temperature and pressure.
Her pale pink lips were covered in a greasy sheen. Isaac watched her silently, and she looked up in confusion, asking,
"What's wrong?"
"Nothing, I just think you're eating with great relish." Commander Effie, who always maintained a serious image in front of the soldiers, would only show such a relaxed side here. It seemed she was more comfortable with the ruler of the country than with the soldiers she commanded. Isaac waved his hand to indicate it was nothing. Effie smiled charmingly and then continued eating. The golden-haired wood elf's beauty mark on her face added to her charm as her expression changed. It had to be said that observing her up close, Effie was indeed a world-class beauty.
Back on Earth, Isaac probably wouldn't even have the courage to speak to her.
I heard that wood elves are guardians of the forest and only eat leaves and dew.
Can you really eat meat?
Isaac suddenly thought of this question and asked casually. Our race was hunted almost to extinction, and even basic survival was a problem.
Who had the luxury to care about those things? Indeed, in this world ravaged by famine, no one would be so particular about food anymore, especially the wood elves who were once driven to a dead end.
And Your Grace, you're the one who turned me into this.
Oh,
Effie said as she spread chocolate from the beer rations onto a pound cake. I never knew before that bread could be so soft, that sugar and chocolate could be so sweet, and that fried foods and meat could be so delicious. I am no longer a guardian of nature, but a grim reaper harvesting lives on the battlefield, long accustomed to the power of firearms.
Oh,
Isaac's perfunctory response made Effie narrow her eyes in slight dissatisfaction.
I can no longer return to my previous carefree life in the forest. So, Your Grace, you must take responsibility from me.
Oh,
although they were of different races, this was the first time Isaac had heard a woman say such a thing to him. She actually wanted him to take responsibility. All you know how to say is, oh, honesty.
Asterisk cough cough dot asterisk. Effie's expression was clearly a bit unhappy.
Her coquettish look made it hard to believe she was already an elf who had lived for 200 years.
Isaac was just about to say something when he was interrupted by Vice Commander Hans, who suddenly burst in.
Bang!
Duke Isaac, urgent intelligence.
Vice Commander Hans didn't even knock before rushing into the office shouting loudly. A headless horseman named Balder has conquered the Blank Kingdom. Now, undead have appeared in the Eastern Continent as well. Halfway through his report, Vice Commander Hans saw Effie's cold gaze and broke into a cold sweat.
Has the evil god's conspiracy already spread to the eastern continent?
Isaac had long expected this. That was why he had informed various countries about the appearance of the undead in advance, letting them strengthen their armaments, tacitly allowing the North to develop weapons, and generously giving the breech-loading cannon blueprints to the Duchy of Henton. It seems we need more firearms.
Using cold weapons against the undead would only increase the enemy's numbers.
Therefore, the workshops and R&D departments of the Blackwood territory were using the viscous petroleum extracted from the oil fields to develop a powerful weapon.
An inextinguishable flame that could burn ghouls and skeletons to ashes.
Before the development of nuclear weapons is completed, let's eliminate as many of those appearing undead as possible. Since wars and disasters had swept the entire continent for a long time, Isaac didn't know how many vengeful corpses were buried in this land.
In fact, this was a battle of national destiny between the undead and the R&D department.
They had to do their best to block and eliminate the undead to buy themselves time. When the moment came that the means of attack and nuclear materials were ready, while the undead were being eliminated, Isaac would completely destroy the source of all evil thousands of miles away and restore everything to its original state.
For this reason, he practiced seventh circle magic and launched the Manhattan Project.
So please believe in me, Goddess Iris.
Isaac silently looked up at the sun-drenched sky.
The dead come back to life. The magic tower is separated from political power, prioritizing academic research and education in magic. Beneath this intellectual ivory tower lies a burial chamber for mages. Only the great mages who have left a significant mark on this world are eligible to be buried here. The remains of Count Enil, a once powerful six-circle mage, are also interred here.
The elder mages believed that even though he was an enemy of the current queen, his contributions to magic should be honoured, so they insisted on burying him here.
Thus the magic tower pushed through with the plan despite opposition from the royal family. Then one day, an ominous aura rose from the ground, sweeping through the entire underground burial chamber. A dark blue mist of unknown origin filled the chamber. Sarcophagi treated with various magical wards began to creak and slowly open. A skeletal hand, adorned with jewelry, reached out from the gap of a sarcophagus. Thud, the heavy stone lid hit the ground with a loud bang. An undead creature filled with hatred for the living slowly stood up. It had signed a contract with a powerful will returning to the world of the living to seek vengeance. Once a wise man of the era who led countless mages yet fell into eternal sleep hereafter opposing Duke Isaac. Eerie blue flames like condensed mana burned within its hollow eye sockets. Count Enil, resurrected from death as a leak, looked at the words on his own tombstone and let out a cold, raspy chuckle. Though there was almost no flesh left on his face to form expressions, his shoulders trembled incessantly and his teeth clattered together.
Who's thou?
If you're grave robbers, get out now. How dare you intrude upon this sacred cemetery?
A mage on duty,
Hearing the commotion, rushed over.
He illuminated the chamber with light magic only to scream in terror at the sight of the undead crawling out of the grave. Why are there undead here too? Despite all the magical treatments, an undead had appeared. Raging flames erupted in the chamber. The mage immediately cast a third circle fire spell to attack the undead, but the flames scattered as if hitting a wall, having no effect whatsoever. Instead, the undead absorbed the mana released by the mage, converting it into its own power. Aelith, the mage recognized the creature's identity and was scared out of his wits. An undead proficient in magic is the natural enemy of a mage.
the duty mage,
Hoping for a miracle, attacked the Lix Phylexry, the gemstone located in the middle of its ribs with ice magic, but it still had no effect. Child, a Lix Phylexry can only be destroyed by high-level magic. Did you not attend your classes at the magic tower? A raspy voice spoke. The Lix hand seized the neck of the mage who was trying to flee. The mage gasped and struggled desperately. Tell me who is the strongest mage now? Is it the Seventh Circle Duke Huey? Cuff, he was already killed by Duke Isaac in the war against the Saxon Empire. That detestable fellow had actually risen from a baron to a duke.
just as he had done to Enil, a sixth circle mage. He had also struck down the seventh circle great mage, Huey.
The Lick's teeth clattered as he laughed, as if finding it amusing.
If that were the case, there was no longer a mage in this world who could kill him. Isaac, you've really shot yourself in the foot. What a foolish fellow to make such a mistake. Clack, clack, clack. Fortunately, he had a trick up his sleeve. Though his soul was bound, Count Enil could finally have his revenge. He snapped the mage's neck with a sudden jerk, his joyful laughter echoing through the burial chamber.
The ****.
Under the leadership of a driven monarch, Hyde Palace was always a hive of activity. Amethyst purple eyes scanned the documents rapidly. Queen Priscilla was swamped every day, busy preparing for potential undead attacks while simultaneously governing the nation. Although many powerful figures coveted the throne and her beauty, she kept them at arm's length and remained single. The reason was simple. In this world, for a queen to marry meant sharing half her power with a husband.
And those who considered themselves candidates for her hand were, in her eyes, foolish, incompetent, and bound by convention, unable to offer a single novel idea.
They couldn't even understand the national policies she implemented, let alone keep up with her pace. In short, none of them satisfied her. At this rate, you'll end up growing old alone, Queen Priscilla.
Duke Passus stroked his thick beard and advised her earnestly.
Queen Priscilla had been pleased at first, but now she felt Duke Passus was poking at a sore spot, and she frowned.
My standards have become high, what can I do?
I don't care for those people. So then go find the person who made your standards so high.
Duke Passus shrugged and suggested, I don't have any reason to suddenly go find him. Besides, he seems only concerned with the Western continent lately.
Since the invasion of the High Elves and Empress Xana was mainly concentrated in the Western continent, Duke Isaac's attention was naturally focused there. His concern for the Eastern continent was pitifully low, which made Queen Priscilla somewhat dissatisfied. After all, the Hyde Kingdom was his neighbour. Just as Queen Priscilla was about to complain, a messenger hurriedly knocked on the palace doors, bringing news.
Your Majesty, it's terrible. Undead have been discovered in the Hyde Kingdom as well.
Queen Priscilla's eyes snapped open, the document in her hand crumpling as she stood up abruptly and asked,
Where? Near the magic tower. It's said that a legendary lich has appeared there. The kingdom's mages were thrown into a state of panic.
The dead were truly rising one after another. Was the Duke's warning about to come true? The heinous crimes committed by the High Elves and the evil god in the central continent had spread here. The Queen of the Hyde Kingdom looked toward the magic tower, her face filled with immense worry.
Gods of the continent, please protect us.
Unpopular faces 2 in 1. Although the minions of the evil god who disturbed the continent had been repelled, the nightmare they brought lingered. Disturbing rumors and news of the dead rising spread everywhere.
Because of that ruthless Empress Simona's mad if I can't have it, I'll destroy it behavior, the people of the continent now couldn't even rest in peace after death, which filled them with immense rage. In this age of insecurity, no one knew when the remains of their parents buried in the cemetery, or their neighbors and relatives would turn into undead and attack the living. And just then, an even more shocking piece of news arrived. A legendary lich had been resurrected, and it wasn't just an ordinary ghoul or skeleton. Count Neil of the Kingdom of Hyde, the same 6-ring great mage who was hit directly by Duke Isaac's cannon.
Emperor Emil of the Saxon Empire asked in surprise upon hearing the news brought by the brown-eyed female knight.
Sir Ebony, the sword saint, nodded and recounted in detail what had happened at the neighboring country's magic tower. Our empire must also be careful. By the way, how was Duke Hugh's body handled? The Kingdom of Hyde had a 6-ring mage,
while the Saxon Empire had a 7th-ring mage.
Both had died after being struck by cannons.
A lich's phylactery can only be destroyed by high-level magic, making them extremely dangerous.
Following Duke Isaac's suggestion, we cremated the body.
Although the mages strongly opposed it, we had to do it for the safety of the Empire. Unlike the Kingdom of Hyde, which legally conducted its War of Succession according to the late King's will, the magic tower of the Saxon Empire had supported Crown Prince Joseph's illegal rebellion. Emperor Emil, who had finally reclaimed his throne, first carried out a thorough purge of the magic tower in retaliation. He completely crushed the power of the mages who once swayed the Empire's direction and brought them back under imperial authority. Thanks to Duke Isaac's advice, he was able to have the buried bodies exhumed, cremated, and scattered into the river in the name of imperial authority before the undead appeared. Although it was widely believed that destroying a body in such a way would prevent the deceased from returning to the earth hole and cause them to suffer after death, the safety of the Empire was paramount. Furthermore, the Emperor's faith did not include such superstitious beliefs. Thus, unlike the Kingdom of Hyde, the Saxon Empire disregarded opposition and eliminated all potential threats.
Your Majesty, the undead are not only appearing in the Kingdom of Hyde. As we expected, many restless undead have also appeared within the Empire's borders.
Sir Ebony explained that the Saxon Empire could not completely escape the evil god's curse. Emperor Emil felt that even if it caused public outcry, he had to vigorously promote cremation as a burial method. Also, something has happened in the Imperial Palace.
What is it, Sir Ebony?
The Imperial Mausoleum was robbed.
I fear that unfilial son has been resurrected as a Death Knight fueled by resentment.
They had failed to grind Crown Prince Joseph's bones to dust or cremate him. To be precise, it was because he was neither a great mage nor a sword saint, but merely an ordinary person with power, so they hadn't taken him seriously. Is it dangerous? It shouldn't be.
Crown Prince Joseph only showed off on the battlefield by relying on magic items. His own abilities aren't strong. The Crown Prince, who had run rampant everywhere with his black armor and magic items, only to be struck dead by lightning in the end.
Yes, that's the kind of person he was. His ambition far exceeded his ability.
The other princes were all normal, but the eldest son just happened to be a twisted fellow.
However, while his abilities are mediocre, he is very good at winning people over. It seems he's gathered the undead of the eastern continent and formed a massive army. This could cause trouble for the Empire. Sight that also sounds like something he would do. Did he intend to lead an army of the undead to attack his father, the Emperor, again?
What a truly unrepentant, unfilial son.
We are mobilizing a modern army equipped with firearms.
Since we never relaxed our weapon imports and independent research and development, our military strength is quite considerable.
Your Majesty need not worry too much.
When fighting an undead legion, the most important thing to watch out for is preventing new deaths.
Otherwise, soldiers who are bitten or killed will become part of the enemy, becoming daggers pointed at the Empire.
It seems my later years are destined to experience a great storm. Must he lead a personal expedition at his age?
Emperor Emil really wanted to throw in the towel and find a place to live in seclusion.
He wanted to hand everything over to a prince who wouldn't attack his father and then retire behind the scenes to enjoy his remaining years.
If only I had a prince as clever as Duke Isaac.
Your Majesty, your wish is too unrealistic. Sir Ebony ruthlessly poured cold water on the idea and Emperor Emil sighed. In fact, he knew it was just a beautiful dream.
Sigh. Asterisk.
The Azesi stretched out endlessly.
Heavens, what is that?
The mixed-blood princess of the Kingdom of Jurat,
The industrious library stood on the deck of the merchant ship with her mouth wide open in surprise.
If she wasn't mistaken, many ships had just leaped out of the water like dolphins from beneath the surface.
The crew members standing beside the halfling princess were all like her, their faces written with shock.
Whoosh! The sea was turbulent. One ship after another broke through the waves. Tattered flags and rotting barnacles attached to the hulls all emitted an ominous aura.
Crew members who looked like lifeless ghouls stood on the decks, wandering about with cutlasses in their hands.
They are all undead just like the ghost ships of legend. Lady Liebrit, should we run?
A merchant suggested they forget about trade for now, saving their lives was more important.
Those ghost ships, resurrected from shipwrecks on the seabed, seemed to have spotted the merchant ships of the Kingdom of Jurat and began sailing toward them.
They were surrounded by ghost ships from all directions.
The enemy was too numerous, it seemed even cannons would be of no use.
Damn it, even the sea everyone run.
The merchants reacted quickly and immediately decided to retreat.
Library ordered the fleet to turn around.
The schemes of the evil Godinatos had already spread to both land and sea.
****.
The Kingdom of Kancha, which was once known as a maritime hegemon alongside the merfolk.
Recently, they had been engaged in a heated debate over the surrender advice sent by the half-elf allied forces.
To defeat his nemesis Blackwood territory, King Mikaka had sent out the giant monster legion that the Kingdom of Kancha was so proud of, along with a large land army.
However, the war ended in a crushing defeat and the king who caused this disaster was captured.
Now they had no allies left.
No matter how optimistically one looked at it, the current situation was a disaster for them.
Surrender. We have no chance of winning at all.
What?
Surrender.
How can you even say that? Once the surrender agreement is signed, the Komi River, which the Kingdom of Kancha relies on for survival, and all its territories will be carved up by the allied forces.
It was said that the Narva Queen of the Kingdom of Aru had always been eyeing the resource-rich Komi River region. The Kingdom of Kancha, once one of the hegemons of the Western continent, was now like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others.
The orcs who had once dreamed of building a powerful nation could now only sigh in despair.
Moreover, the compensation amount proposed by the allied forces was high enough to bankrupt the Kingdom of Kancha, so the high-ranking officials had been engaged in meaningless bickering.
However, while they were stalling for time, something changed.
The High Elves began spreading death across all the lands of the continent except for the Kingdom of Kancha.
Undead armies appeared everywhere, and no one had time to worry about the Kingdom of Kancha anymore.
Could this be Chukaka, a feline orc royal who was acting as regent in place of the captured King Mikaka? He tapped the armrest of the throne lightly with his index finger as if seeing a glimmer of hope for survival.
It seems the Kingdom of Kancha still has a chance.
Ghost ships appeared at sea, and resurrected demonic beasts were running rampant everywhere, but these attacks all avoided the Kingdom of Kancha.
Regent Chukaka watched this incredible scene, his flat nose twitching as a bold idea formed in his mind.
This might be an opportunity, as everyone knows. Although our land army suffered heavy losses, the pride of our kingdom, the navy, is intact. The orcs' ears perked up, appearing very interested in this suggestion. Although undead were creepy things, the enemy's misfortune was their gain. Kancha's subjects began racking their brains to figure out how to exploit this opportunity.
Your Majesty Chukaka, you don't really intend to, if so,
please reconsider.
The people of Blackwood territory are very terrifying. In the last war, all the capable commanders had fallen.
Because he had previously fought against Blackwood territory, Wolfgang Bone was reappointed as commander by Chukaka.
However, this Wolfgang orc did not show any fighting spirit. Instead, he expressed concern about the kingdom heading toward another risky move.
Commander Wolfgang, have you seen the compensation amount proposed by the allied forces?
This is a matter of burning one's boats and fighting a last-ditch battle to secure a chance at life.
But your Majesty,
HMPH, I didn't reinstate you to hear such discouraging words.
Do you want to be a traitor who watches helplessly as the country perishes?
Wolfgang had wanted to persuade Chukaka that there might be better room for negotiation, but the regent and the orcs all seemed to be dreaming of Kancha's resurgence.
The regent forced him to make a choice, either continue hiding underground or lead the army. I understand, Your Majesty.
Ultimately, Wolfgang had to face the Blackwood territory he so dreaded once again and took command of the fleet.
Due to the High Elves' interference, the situation on the continent had become blurred and unpredictable. After this disaster, what would be left?
Wolfgang only hoped the Kingdom of Kancha could weather the storm.
****.
Those unwelcome faces appeared before the world once again.
Recently, undead armies have been rampaging on both land and sea.
Since long-range projectile fire was the most effective way to eliminate the undead, the demand for firearms skyrocketed.
Blackwood territory was also actively preparing various weapons to deal with the new enemies.
Since ironclad battleships had wooden keels and inherent limitations, Blackwood territory had long since begun producing all-steel warships and, after obtaining oil, started designing new tanks based on internal combustion engines to use weight and firepower to crush the swarming ghouls and skeletons and carry out a one-sided slaughter. Steel weapons were indeed the most effective. In addition, Blackwood territory was stockpiling napalm bombs based on benzene and gasoline, so soon the smell of charred flesh and bone would permeate various parts of the continent.
Count Iniel, couldn't you have just stayed dead?
Why did you have to be resurrected in this form?
The six-ring mage of Second Prince Good, who had occupied the magic tower after slaughtering dozens of mages. When he returned to the Kingdom of Hyde, the place was already in chaos due to the appearance of the Lick. When he asked why, the Lick's teeth clattered as he pointed at Isaac as if saying it was because of him.
Someone like you actually killed the seventh ring Jukiri.
That's right, someone like me killed your great mage. And now I've come to deal with you.
How dare he call Isaac someone like you? It seemed he had died too early and was too poorly informed. You can't do it. You personally killed the only 7th ring mage who could stop me.
A lick, a special undead that only high-level mages could become. A lick can only be affected by magic of a higher level than its own, so they are known as the natural enemies of mages.
Count Ineal let out an ominous laugh while fiddling with the phylactery tucked between his ribs.
To eliminate the lick, the kingdom's mages, high-ranking nobles, and Queen Priscilla had all gathered here, their faces full of worry.
Meanwhile, the Psy from Blackwood territory remained calm even when facing a lick wearing a skull mask.
Since Isaac had been immersed in the research and development of nuclear weapons, he had not made the news of his breakthrough public.
Mana rotator. He would use the enemy's ignorance to launch an attack.
Immense mana distorted space, creating a massive centrifugal force.
Rumble.
The earth trembled. Crack.
Rocks on the ground and surrounding stone houses were torn apart.
Eerie blue mana swept through the entire space.
Like a hurricane destroying houses and buildings, the mana storm rampaged.
Hard rocks and metal fragments rotated violently, tearing the lick to shreds as if it had been thrown into a blender.
Cough, crack, crack. Ribs and scrawny limbs could not bear the weight and snapped one after another.
Cracks appeared on the skull, and the phylactery shattered into several pieces.
Trapped in the irresistible mana storm, Count Ineal shouted in disbelief.
WY.
You can use 7th ring magic.
Because I'm a 7th ring mage.
Many things have changed during the time you were reduced to dust.
Isaac's cold response made the lick, who had dedicated his entire life to magic, let out a roar of disbelief.
If Count Ineal still had flesh on his face, it would surely be filled with resentment and rage right now.
Even if I practiced for a lifetime, I couldn't break through the barrier of the 7th ring.
Our god of magic. Why does he possess such a realm?
Even as his body was being decomposed, he was still full of resentment and hatred. The wail of a former 6th ring great mage who was once arrogant, but was now being turned to ash.
To be honest, I feel a bit sorry for him.
This is too unfair.
Don't empathize with the enemy, schoolhead Edwin.
Isaac gave him a helpless look.
Again, if you're not satisfied, you should become an apostle of the goddess too.
Mana rotator. Isaac ignored the 5th ring schoolhead's nonsense and once again activated the mana rings in his heart, accelerating the rotation and increasing the centrifugal force.
The power that distorted everything completely crushed Count Ineal.
Just die already.
I'm busy and I was dragged here by you people.
Since everyone, including the lick, was unaware of Isaac's realm, this battle was easily settled. The people around all showed expressions of disbelief. Queen Priscilla was the same.
In the face of the power bestowed by the goddess, all evil shall be crushed.
Finally, Count Ineal's phylactery shattered with a crack, and he completely vanished, leaving behind only one last shrill scream.
Having eliminated the evil thing hated by the goddess, the quest complete notification appeared before Isaac's eyes.
The goddess seemed very pleased. Isaac intended to eliminate all the undead that appeared.
Once he accumulated enough points to register that thing in the armory, he would attempt mass production.
Isaac wiped away the traces of the lick with his foot and muttered to himself, "It's a good plan."
The world changes like the sea turning into mulberry fields 2 in 1.
Although Count Ineal reappeared after more than 10 years, he immediately turned into points and vanished without a trace. As an iconic lick undead who once shocked everyone, the points he brought were quite considerable, far exceeding expectations.
Appearing suddenly and leaving behind 400,000 points. You really are a walking golden goblin, Count Ineal.
His Majesty Isaac, it has been a long time.
Are you preparing to leave already?
Just as Isaac finished settling old scores and was preparing to return, Queen Priscilla spoke in a slightly flirtatious voice.
The woman he had served since his time as a baron had now blossomed into a mature and charming woman.
For the most convenient reading of Tawar novels, look for us.
Duke Passes, who was standing nearby, was also fanning the flames.
The surrounding courtiers all looked at the two of them with expectant eyes, as if anticipating some good show to unfold.
Just as I said to the lick earlier, Our Majesty has a myriad of affairs to attend to and is very busy.
Regrettably, catching up will have to wait until next time.
Effie seemed to have sensed something.
She emphasized the word "our" particularly heavily. While pulling on Isaac's arm, she smiled affectionately.
Although the people of the Hyde Kingdom warmly invited Isaac to the royal palace for a full banquet, expressing their desire to host him properly, Effie, acting like a dutiful secretary, rejected them, one by one on the grounds that Isaac was busy.
Queen Priscilla and her courtiers
all showed expressions of regret, seemingly very reluctant to see Isaac leave.
After handling the affairs of the Hyde Kingdom, Isaac returned to his office in the duchy.
As soon as he returned, he received news from all directions. The Headless Horseman, who claimed to be the former vampire lord,
had actually annexed the Blank Kingdom, which had been obediently paying its reparations.
A ghost ship resurrected from a shipwreck was also rampaging at sea.
Furthermore, the Kancha Kingdom was taking advantage of the chaos, refusing to surrender and acting suspiciously. These were all reports brought by the messengers. The Kancha Kingdom is seeking death yet again.
It wasn't easy to seek death so many times.
They likely felt that paying the reparations would bankrupt their country, so they started plotting their little schemes. Did none of these orcs think that they could use the current situation to negotiate a lower reparation amount?
Truly irrational.
In that case, we can only respond irrationally.
What they relied on was probably the Kancha Kingdom's intact royal navy.
While magical beasts turned ghouls and ghost ships rampaged everywhere, only the navy could still operate normally,
which is why they chose not to surrender and instead tried to seize an opportunity to profit.
Then let's ring them all up together.
To this end, the Blackwood Territory had long prepared the appropriate weapons. Captain Raja, how is the construction progress of the new warship?
Ever since she handed over command of the ironclad battleship to Queen Eldorado due to proficiency issues with large vessels, this mofolk had been eagerly awaiting the completion of the new ship.
Unlike the word skipper, the title captain made Raja's eyes sparkle.
The shipbuilders say they're working day and night and have completed 70%. The steel keel, armor plates, turrets, propellers, and so on are all ready, but that thing called the steam turbine is a bit tricky. However, if they keep working hard, it should be finished soon. This new type of warship was different from previous ones, starting with its power system. To obtain the power to drive a steel beast and the ability for high-speed sailing, the Blackwood Territory's new warship abandoned the traditional low-speed, double expansion, steam engine in favor of a steam turbine.
This was a propulsion method used even by dreadnought-class battleships featuring high thermal efficiency and large power output.
Possessing such formidable power, defense, and firepower, the Blackwood Territory's warship would remain invincible regardless of how ghost ships and magical beasts attacked. This was a symbol of the Blackwood Territory's national strength and industrial prowess. As the king of traditional naval warfare weapons, this warship was gradually revealing its ferocious face in the port of Align. You will be in command of this warship, so keep a close eye on its construction progress. Also send an aerial letter to Queen Eldorado telling her not to act rashly before we set out.
Do you understand?
Yes, I will pass it on to her. Everything was in chaos right now, and the Blackwood Territory had temporarily given up control of the ocean. But this was only temporary. Ghost ships were also existences that disrupted the world's balance, so sinking each one would yield a large number of points. Just as Isaac was calculating how to farm points, an unfathomable piece of news arrived. It was less a matter of surprise and more a matter of being speechless. Your saying Crown Prince Joseph has been resurrected as an undead. That spendthrift who nearly destroyed the Saxon Empire was actually starting to cause trouble again. The messenger said he was carrying that signature black sword and gathering undead everywhere. Did he pick up some sword of the treacherous son on the road like in a game? To inherit the throne, he was actually willing to fall into undeath. Quest issued. Someone is willing to turn their country into a land of death just to reclaim it. Please be sure to stop him. The goddess seemed very worried about the crown prince's obsession. She entreated Isaac that he absolutely must not let the empire become a puppet of the evil god. Due to a spell that disrupted the concept of death, the world was heading toward collapse and the goddess was becoming increasingly anxious. As time passed, her concern for Isaac seemed to have been gradually replaced by hostility toward the evil god. If this continued, perhaps even nuclear weapons, which the gods themselves hadn't figured out yet, could be successfully registered in the armory. Should I go beg the undead to make an even bigger scene? Isaac's move was complicated. Where is that unfilial son? The messenger from the Saxon Empire scratched his cheek and answered Isaac's question. That because of those shoes that allow him to fly, he is elusive. Although there are traces of him everywhere, we still don't know his exact location. The Crown Prince turned undead carried major engineering equipment that, though warped and mutated, still retained its original functions. It must be that pair of magic items called the Boots of Hermes that the High Elves gave him.
How troublesome.
It seems he intends to wait until he has gathered a certain number of troops before officially showing his face.
That show-off Crown Prince would definitely want to blatantly display his power after humiliating his father, the Emperor, and Isaac. Once his tracks are found, I will dispatch troops to support you. But Duke, if you could act in advance. I said it when I was in the Hyde Kingdom. I am busy. The core of this uranium enrichment plan was the 7th-ring magic mana rotator, so Isaac could not leave. The Duchess' plans were the most important.
Therefore, he had to resolve the enemy quickly and return to the Blackwood Territory.
Although he could understand the other party's anxiety, for the sake of the core project's progress, he had no choice. However, it seemed it wasn't just the Saxon Empire that was anxious.
Seeing Isaac prioritize uranium enrichment, the goddess expressed the same concern.
But Isaac thought differently. In any case, the undead would keep appearing incessantly. It was as meaningless as pouring water into a leaking bucket. So rather than being pinned down by these undead, it was better to directly solve the root of all evil.
Although I understand the goddess's feelings.
It was like treating an illness. One must find a root cause to cure this pathological continent.
I will have the army and weapons placed in a state of semi-combat readiness.
So please tell Emperor Emil not to worry too much. After the harmonious cycle maintaining, the world's balance was broken. The entire world was in a mess. It was said that the gods of other sects were also angry at the evil god for violating taboos and had exceptionally granted their clergy divine power.
To appease the angry goddess Iris, Isaac also had to take some action.
Once the Crown Prince showed his face, he would dispatch troops.
To combat the evil god,
he had to continuously accumulate points. Yes, I will pass it on to his majesty. The messenger from the Saxon Empire complied and turned to leave. The war clouds brought by the undead shrouded the entire continent.
Asterisk.
Somewhere in the Saxon Empire, shrouded in the shadow of death, a group of scavengers, like rats, were searching for valuables among the ruins. They heard that an unidentified Black Knight had razed an entire village to the ground. However, they did not know that the Empire had concealed the Black Knight's true identity from the outside world. Moreover, they ignored the basic rule of this era: never approach a place where corpses are piled up, and were soon surrounded by an army of resurrected undead.
Seeing a knight in black armor commanding the undead army, they knelt and begged for mercy.
We won't ever go near corpses again. We will never disturb the rest of the dead again.
Beneath the Death Knight's helmet, a red light burned within the narrow eye sockets.
He no longer possessed his former golden hair and handsome face, only twisted flesh like that of a ghoul remained.
He removed his helmet, revealing a face like a demon from hell, and the scavengers screamed in terror, collapsing to the ground. "Oh, mercy spare us."
That charred, horrifying face looked as if it had been deep-fried.
Perhaps remembering the pain from that time, the Death Knight chosen by the evil god Joseph spoke through gritted teeth. "Where is Lord Blackwood?" His voice was filled with murderous intent.
Seeing that the scavengers did not answer immediately, a magic sword wreathed in black aura was pressed against their throats.
And maybe...
Are you talking about Duke Isaac?
What? Duke? That small lord from the countryside of the Hyde Kingdom had actually become the king of a nation.
A more ferocious light burned in Joseph's eyes as he ordered the scavengers to explain exactly what had happened. Trembling, the scavengers recounted the rise of the Blackwood territory.
And so the Blackwood Duchy became the hegemon, controlling both the eastern and western continents.
Nonsense.
You're lying to me.
Do you want to be turned into ghouls? How could a tiny territory gain such immense national power in less than 100 years? The Death Knight raised his magic sword again, threatening to kill them.
The scavengers shook their heads frantically, insisting they weren't lying.
It's true. Every time, Duke Isaac would bring new weapons like tanks, battleships, airships, and fighter jets to expand rapidly. What kind of nonsensical weapons are those? Are they not muskets and cannons?
Oh, muskets.
What kind of antiques are those? Steel beasts racing across the ground spewing steam, and metal fighter jets flying at high speeds in the sky. And what on earth was a railway gun, which was said to be able to shoot down dragons?
Damn it,
Crown Prince Joseph had been resurrected from a humiliating death.
However, during the time he had his eyes closed, the world had undergone earth-shattering changes.
A dark and damp underground prison. The Kancha Kingdom had appointed a new acting king, refused to surrender, and chose to fight the Blackwood territory to the end.
As soon as he heard this news, Nikaka knew he had been abandoned.
This calculating race discarded pawns faster than the speed of light.
The feline beastman's body trembled with rage.
Suddenly, the tightly closed cell door opened.
2 wood elf rangers walked in, carrying something.
The ransom negotiations have broken down.
You know what that means. Wait, there's another way.
In Nikaka's mind, an image surfaced of himself being hung on a spear.
If a ransom isn't received, hostages are usually executed to increase the success rate of future ransoms. Moreover, the Kancha Kingdom was now colluding with the High Elves and was not being attacked by the undead, so they were viewed as a common enemy. The reasons to execute him were more compelling than ever.
Nikaka's tail twitched as he shook his head desperately.
However, Duke Isaac is merciful. He said that as long as you provide valuable intelligence, your life can be spared. Since the negotiations failed to tell us everything you know, you've colluded with the evil Empress Kshana for so long, you must know a lot.
Due to past purges, the Wood Elf Rangers were filled with hatred for the High Elves and their accomplices.
I don't know.
My relationship with Empress Kshana wasn't even that good.
Whether what you say is true or false, this search engine will judge for itself, so don't worry. What engine, what can it find out? He had picked the wrong side, and it was a disastrous mistake.
Like a gambler placing bets everywhere, he had ultimately lost everything and met a miserable end.
One of the Wood Elf Rangers pulled out a red-hot branding iron, answering Nikaka's question.
Though I don't know what kind of engine it is, the Lord calls it sizzling. The Lord said it was the best interrogation tool.
The heat radiating from the iron, heated by fire elements, singed Nikaka's cat whiskers.
Mafti Tahoe
and Assault Commander Blair know more than I do.
Torture them instead.
To save his own life,
He did not hesitate to sell out his subordinates and the commanders of his allies.
They're next, so don't worry. Everywhere were corpses with eyes wide open in death.
The leaders of the 3 allies, the Kancha Kingdom, the Avalon Empire, and the Ratman race all had to take responsibility for this or provide intelligence. With such a sense of mission, they began the interrogation.
While chanting the incantation the Duke had taught them,
The fire knows the answer.
Sizzle the branding iron scorched the fur the beastman was so proud of. Nikaka jumped up and finally couldn't help but shout,
Wait,
I'll talk.
I'll tell you everything.
The 2 dukes had put their efforts into this project day and night, and finally, they saw results. The size of the highly enriched uranium had already exceeded the size of a palm, and it could even be used to forge a real longsword.
My lord, this is asking too much.
I feel less like a duchess and more like a tool.
It's not an illusion.
I'm exhausted too, so take comfort in that.
HMPH, is this how you convince the employees in the workshop?
If they saw their leader working harder than them, it would be embarrassing to complain.
Duchess Freya seemed to understand why the workshop employees were worn out. She touched her haggard grey skin and gave a bitter smile.
Sigh to think that dukes revered by tens of thousands are here doing such repetitive manual labour.
What are you talking about?
Although the enrichment process was a bit monotonous and taxing, the results were anything but boring.
The blocks of uranium metal, with an enrichment level exceeding 90%, were steadily progressing toward becoming nuclear weapons.
By the way, my lord, where did that sword of yours come from?
Isaac's life was like a spinning top, constantly repeating, using a magic rotator to drive the centrifuge, separating specific guesses,
then recovering mana
and repeating.
If one only ate and worked, it would be easy to break down.
Thus, to fulfill his dreams and satisfy his curiosity, Isaac had forged a sword using uranium metal.
Look closely. This is the true magic sword, the uranium 235 sword.
The captured assault commander, Blair, used a magic sword called Talbin.
But Isaac felt that this sword, which could release destructive rays, turn its surroundings into a land of death, and even shorten the user's life if a shield wasn't used, was more like a true magic sword. Isaac proudly held up the sword, while the Dark Elf Duchess looked at him with an expression that said, "What on earth are you doing?"
Isaac brandished the sword, which, though a cold weapon, was made of uranium. Perhaps because Isaac had been so focused on uranium enrichment and was delaying leaving the duchy, the goddess finally couldn't take it anymore.
"You have created a sword with terrifying potential.
Point plus 300,000.
The goddess seemed to recognize the uniqueness and creativity of the sword, identifying it as a weapon, and a prompt for a point reward popped up before Isaac's eyes.
Then the uranium 2 and 235 sword was grandly registered in the armory.
Goddess.
Was she trying to get him to hunt more monsters for points so he could mass-produce this sword?
Suddenly, there was a new way to produce enriched uranium.
Weapons that bring peace.
Crown Prince Joseph has made his move. The High Elf commander of the Platinum Knights, clad in shining platinum armor and holding a lip-reading magic tool, arrived to report.
HMPH, has he finally come? Empress Siona Edelgard, seated upon her throne with her chin resting on her hand, let out a contemptuous smile, as if saying it was about time.
She brushed her wavy, platinum blonde hair behind her ear and gestured for the commander to continue.
Ever since she began reciting the
Undead incantations, she had become increasingly decadent.
It seems his eloquence is as sharp as ever. He has actually won over the warlord who turned into a ghoul, intending to transform the eastern continent into a land of death strewn with corpses.
He's certainly being proactive.
But it's already too late. I won't be praising him.
Empress Siona clicked her tongue.
According to the original plan, they should have taken the Kingdom of Hyde over a decade ago and incorporated the eastern continent into the territory of the Saxon Empire.
To that end, they had orchestrated the assassination plot against the Emperor Emil and provided support with magic tools.
Who could have guessed that a fellow like Count Blackwood would suddenly appear? It couldn't be helped, Her Majesty the Empress.
The commander of the Platinum Knights comforted Empress Simona, saying it was an unpredictable calamity.
Just as he said, a minor lord who appeared out of nowhere had messed everything up, like someone muddy in a pool of clear water.
The diplomatic mission sent to the Saxon Empire was also captured, and a plan for the eastern continent failed completely.
The one who tied the knot must untie it.
Since he has set foot on this land again, let him be responsible for turning the continent upside down.
Undead who had sold their souls to be resurrected in incomplete bodies. The pawns stirring in various places began to move. Among them were several individuals specifically infused with forbidden power.
However, Her Majesty the Empress, I am still a bit worried.
That Crown Prince has already suffered a crushing defeat once before.
What if he gets struck by lightning and dies again this time?
That won't happen this time.
I violated the taboos slightly to give him a body that won't die from being struck by lightning. Empress Silona smiled insidiously as she stroked the writhing tip of her platinum staff.
She had given Crown Prince Joseph a body that could regenerate even if slashed or struck by lightning, and let him keep those powerful magic tools, so this time he would not fail so easily.
Ordinary weapons would find it very difficult to kill him now.
She had consumed a vast amount of mana for this, but she believed it was all worth it.
Furthermore,
Crown Prince Joseph seemed to have won over hundreds of thousands of orcs. Having received such a great favor, let him create as many corpses and as much chaos as he desires.
even in death they must serve the High Elves.
The Empress tapped the ground with the tip of her staff and cast a cold, heartless smile toward the other end of the continent.
Asterisk.
Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated.
In war, intelligence gathering is of paramount importance.
Oline, the ranger who first encountered the ghouls, was still rushing about everywhere, conducting reconnaissance and searches.
The Blackwood territory not only emphasized reconnaissance, but also did not neglect the interrogation of prisoners.
Recently, they had obtained a large amount of valuable battlefield intelligence from captured high-ranking officials. My lord is the underground passage where the Apostle of Plague is located right here. The dark elf woman with silver hair shining in the sunlight and grey skin asked Isaac, lightly poking the dry earth with the toe of her riding boot.
It should be here.
I can feel the decaying aura of the Apostle of Plague right beneath us.
Saint Sophia, disregarding her decorum, lay flat on the ground, sniffing for traces of the Apostle of Plague like a drug-sniffing dog. After interrogating the assault commander Blair and the Kaka, although they knew nothing of the undead's existence, they knew that a ratman named Rat had dug many underground passages for the war. Based on this intelligence, the people of Blackwood Territory caught several ratmen in a cave. After an interrogation using a sizzling search engine, it was discovered that they had not only dug tunnels, but also scattered nauseating lumps of flesh in various places.
In other words, this terrible undead disaster was not only the responsibility of the evil god, but the god of plague also bore part of the blame.
The god of plague was already the goddess's archenemy, and now he had violated the taboos of all mainstream deities, so it was only natural for Saint Sophia to be so agitated.
That's right, Freya. The ratman we caught finally confessed, saying it's right here.
That fellow was truly stubborn. As a fanatic of the god of plague, he only surrendered the detailed map of the underground passages at the very last moment.
They utilized the goblin shamans and Shafei's elemental spirits to break open the ground.
Under the combined effect of sorcery and elemental spirits, the progress of the excavation was comparable to a tunnel boring machine.
Soon,
the underground passages used by the Ratman race were exposed to the sunlight.
A swarm of red-eyed Ratmen wielding scimitars
surged out from the dark passage.
Ratata, squeak.
However, machine guns and semi-automatic rifles were already waiting in formation, riddling them like honeycombs, until flesh and blood flew everywhere. The area around the tunnel was piled high with corpses and blood flowed like a river. The Ratman race also counterattacked with magic crossbow bolts, but they simply couldn't penetrate the shield spells or Freya's power of order, which could forcibly stop projectiles.
I don't see the Apostle of Plague named Rat. Besides the evil god, this fellow was also one of the chief culprits behind this disaster.
He should be inside this cave.
The god of healing tells me he is inside. He seems to have sensed our presence as well. Saintess Sophia pointed into the depths of the pitch-black shadows. In the darkness, two red glows were staring intently at them.
Apostle of Plague Rat.
Drop your weapons and surrender. Otherwise, you will pay a heavy price.
Isaac's roar echoed through the dark passage. However, Rat let out a squeak and roared with battle intent within the cave. A cloud of black mist billowed out from the depths of the cave. Saintess Sophia furrowed her brows, her expression one of disgust and contempt.
She said the enemy had begun spreading the plague.
Refusing the easy way out, I see. Despite having gas masks and the orders, holy water, Isaac didn't want his soldiers to enter such an underground passage and repeat the mistakes of the Vietnam tunnels.
To him, one of his own soldiers was more important than 100 enemies. Freya moved those bombs into the cave. Effie, please blow some wind in there. The Dark Elf Duchess used her power of order to send bombs fitted with time fuses deep into the cave. Incendiary bombs that would explode deep in the cave and release gas.
Bang,
bang, bang. While there were no violent explosions, a liquid bright yellow gas began to spread everywhere, filling the entire cave. Under the influence of the gale created by Effie, the lethal mustard gas seeped into every corner of the cave.
An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth.
Isaac's principles remain unwavering under any circumstances.
In a closed space, the enemy had no way to defend against or escape a chemical weapon attack. Under the intense agony of their proteins being dissolved, even the stubbornly resisting ratmen eventually let out shrill screams and fled from the cave.
Sweet. Blood flowed from their eyes and ears.
Their bodies were covered in blisters as if they had been scorched by fire. Their lungs and esophagi were dissolved, leaving them unable even to scream.
Though still alive, they had turned into monsters resembling ghouls.
These fellows who tried to turn the world into an undead hell finally tasted a true hell today.
My lord, I must say, this is truly a terrifying weapon, this mustard gas.
While it looked a bit disgusting, it was just one of many weapons that could eliminate the enemy.
Besides, the enemy had struck first this time.
As the goddess's silence indicated, Isaac's cause was just. Freya, don't make such a fuss. What we are making now is far more terrifying than this.
More terrifying?
What is it?
Well, a weapon that can easily bring peace, haha, don't think too much about it.
Though it was a weapon capable of destroying humanity, it was also one that could forcibly maintain peace. To counter the evil god and the entire Avalon continent, such a weapon was indispensable. So there was no need to speak of it prematurely and cause panic. When the time was ripe, they would naturally find out.
The mainstream deities had already reached a consensus. The evil god must be eliminated at all costs.
So, just like before, it was better to act first and report later.
Raise the sword of enriched uranium. The former crown prince, once known as the Emperor, Death Knight Joseph, looked at the army before him with a satisfied expression, though his twisted features made the expression look somewhat grotesque. 400,000. How magnificent. Even when I was Emperor, I never commanded such a massive army.
Although he had initially looked down on collaborating with lowly orcs, he immediately changed his mind when he saw the undead army growing like a rolling snowball. The orc warlord also wore a contemptuous smile before him. Though they had both become rotting monsters, they shared a common goal. That was to take revenge on the living.
An immortal army that knows no fear or fatigue, only obeying orders and charging at the enemy.
Former armies of the living were easily crushed by fear, easily shattered, and easily collapsed, making them powerless against guns, cannons, and Spanish tercios.
But this army was different. If there were 400,000 undead, the enemy would have to completely wipe out all 400,000. But how could that be easy? Every battle would bring new deaths, and these dead would turn into undead joining their ranks. This is an army that grows stronger as it fights. Moreover, the undead were not as easily killed by bullets as the living. A living person would bleed incessantly and die quickly from a single shot. But the undead, even if hit, would only leak a bit of foul blood and keep moving forward.
So let them come.
Whether it's the Emperor of the Saxon Empire or the Duke of the Blackwood Territory, I'm waiting for them. The former Crown Prince wanted to see their expressions turn from shock to despair.
In the distance, a vast army appeared amidst clouds of dust. Seeing the sudden appearance of hundreds of thousands in the undead army, Death Knight Joseph laughed triumphantly as the Eastern Continent allied forces scattered in fear.
However, a massive steam-belching steel behemoth appeared in the distance, slowly approaching along the tracks with a clack-clack sound.
Hebo, Hebo, Hebo.
The battering ram of the Blackwood Territory, the undead crusher. There were also steel chariots that moved on their own, letting out loud roars without needing horses or oxen to pull them, as well as airships and fighter planes that blotted out the sun. Those rumors, they were all true. The orc warlord beside him also let out an incredulous groan as he looked at these new weapons appearing on the Eastern Continent battlefield. However, even if the enemy brought strange things, it could not change their absolute numerical advantage and the terror of the undead army. Death Knight Joseph raised his sword high and ordered the attack. Let the undead army drag the living into the abyss of death. Charge.
Asterisk.
Previously, news of ghouls and skeletons being discovered had come from various places. Aside from Count Daniel, Isaac had only known of the existence of the undead through reports. Today, he finally saw the true face of the undead army with his own eyes. Moreover, it was a massive army that stretched as far as the eye could see.
Oh my god, holy crap.
Someone cried out in fear. As if crawling straight out of hell, the hideous undead charged toward the Eastern Continent allied forces with deafening footsteps.
Wrought like a tide, the densely packed enemies covered the entire battlefield.
Like a moving black cloud,
There were a full 400,000, reminding him of the green orc tide from before. These undead, who had died with their eyes open, emitted a foul stench and evil aura, seeking to drag the living into the same abyss as them.
load the shells.
Machine gunners prepare for battle.
Don't be afraid.
They just have numbers. They don't even have a single gun.
The multinational allied forces, equipped with thermal weapons, made clack-clack metallic clicking sounds as they prepared for battle. Due to the different industrial and technical levels of each country, a strange sight of muskets and semi-automatic rifles coexisting appeared within the allied forces. Isaac had already learned from the Ranger Line that the undead were not as easily killed by bullets as the living. Therefore, he prepared to unleash a firestorm today instead of a steel storm. In the previous Orc Tide, Isaac had used a water attack to block the enemy's advance and achieve a great victory. This time, he planned to use the discovered oil and improved industrial capacity to launch a large-scale fire attack.
All units fire the napalm bombs.
Following Isaac's command, the artillerymen responded loudly.
Set them on fire.
Burn their bones to ash.
Dozens of Eagle fighter planes roared with their twin-cylinder engines, cutting through the sky. Aviation bombs filled with viscous flammables and gunpowder fell from the sky like carpet bombing.
200 cannons also pointed their muzzles at the sky, simultaneously firing napalm bombs.
Rumble.
Deafening explosions and a firestorm swept across the battlefield. Like a tsunami, the raging sea of fire swallowed the enemy. The terrifying flames not only scorched the rotting flesh but even burned the bones to ash.
The undead struggled in the sea of fire like sinners being burned by hellfire.
Those whose vocal cords had not completely rotted away let out shrill screams, their bodies contorting. Wails of the undead were everywhere on the battlefield. It was as if hell on earth had descended once again.
The soldiers from other countries who had been nervously watching the undead just moments ago were now staring dumbfoundedly at the burning enemies.
The smell of napalm in the morning is truly special.
Fire knows the answer.
Just like the previous water attack, the raging wall of fire blocked the enemy's advance, swallowing them bit by bit.
A southeast wind blew.
Even the wind was helping them.
This fire attack would definitely not fail.
And my lord, I told you before, this is a bit too much. Don't misunderstand Freya.
This is just the work of turning the dead into dust.
You have turned twisted existences back into ashes.
Point plus 200,000.
See, the goddess agrees with my methods. Although it looked a bit cruel, in the end it was equivalent to cremating the corpses.
This was a massive collective funeral.
Your Majesty. Your Majesty.
Over there.
Crown Prince Joseph is over there. Using the wind to spread the fire further, Effie keenly spotted the Crown Prince dressed in black.
Joseph still looked as he did when he was struck by lightning last time, wearing that indestructible armor.
That unfailing son.
Igni, give me your blessing.
Isaac called for Bishop Igni, asking her to infuse his weapon with holy power just as she had when they destroyed that magic bow.
The silver blade was slowly drawn from its scabbard.
You really brought that sword.
Of course.
Isaac wrapped the sword in a shield and answered Freya's question. Since it had already been forged into a weapon and the goddess had approved of it, it should be used on the battlefield. All units, concentrate fire.
We will fight our way right to Crown Prince Joseph.
It was time to end this ill-fated relationship.
Isaac raised the sword of high-enriched uranium, which could destroy enemies at the DNA and cellular level, and shouted loudly. A multicolored holy light emanated from the blade, even without the use of light magic.
Perhaps because the goddess's will was attached to it, the light was so brilliant that Isaac even briefly thought it was Cherenkov radiation produced by radioactive substances.
Of course, with the radiation intensity of this sword, such a phenomenon was impossible.
But holding it still made Isaac a bit uneasy.
Tank units advance.
Heavy cavalry prepare for the second wave of attack. Today, no matter what, we must take that unfilial son's head. The enemy's offensive stopped.
Crown Prince Joseph was thrown into disarray by the sudden napalm fire attack and stopped commanding. Isaac brandished the glowing sword and ordered the entire army to concentrate their fire.
Attack.
The destroyer of the world 2-in-1. A treasure sword gleaming with an eerie blue light, magic armor, said to be impenetrable by any blade or spell, and the boots of Hermes that allow one to fly free. The Death Knight Joseph was equipped from head to toe with treasures that seemed to have come straight out of ancient myths.
Though it was with the help of those pointy-eared fellows he once possessed power surpassing a sword saint enough to take on 100 men alone, which filled him with confidence.
However, on this even more bizarre and perilous battlefield, he no longer had time for self-congratulation. Boom! Joseph leaped high to release sword energy from the air, only to nearly collide with an Iron Eagle fighter jet. He was scared out of his wits by the attacks from the metal flying machine soaring through the sky at high speeds.
WY is a block of iron flying.
The Iron Eagle fighter jets dropped incendiary bombs onto the army of hundreds of thousands of undead and strafed him with a relentless rat-tat-tat of gunfire.
Even though he had become undead, his emotions dulled and his body granted infinite regeneration. This war continued to deliver shock after shock.
Distance 800 meters.
Warhead, cluster munition.
Loading complete. Fire, fire, fire.
The steel chariots on the ground made a clack-clack sound as they crushed the charging skeletons and ghouls. These iron behemoths, composed entirely of machinery, spewed steam as they rampaged across the battlefield. Boomer, the tank's cannons, and coaxial machine guns spat fire-tearing ghouls to shreds before firing another shell that leveled everything in the vicinity. After the steel storm passed, only rotting flesh and foul blood remained on the ground, as if a layer of black paint had been splashed over it. Following closely behind these iron behemoths and gunpowder weapons was the Hippo railway gun slowly advancing along its tracks.
Hippo, 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 fire!
Whenever that massive barrel slowly rose, the Allied soldiers erupted in deafening cheers.
a shell as thick as a giant's thigh was loaded with a clack.
This was the legendary, unheard of giant cannon that used the giant race as loaders.
After completing its aim, it finally spat out earth-shaking flames.
Boom, a massive pillar of fire shot into the sky, followed by a tsunami-like shockwave. Joseph watched, dumbfounded, as tens of thousands of undead were blown away by a single shot. A monstrous weapon that turned the battlefield into a living hell with just one blast. In less than 100 years, how could it have become like this? Joseph shouted in disbelief.
Even before the battle began,
He had been stunned by the enemy's bizarre army,
and as the fight progressed, everything happening exceeded his understanding. Within the undead army, nothing could stop the advance of these iron behemoths.
If the executed Archlich was still alive, perhaps they could have used magic to intercept them. So the former Crown Prince, now a Death Knight, decided to take the field himself.
Joseph's treasure sword released a long arc of sword energy, slicing off the wing of a fighter jet flying toward him.
Swish, red hydraulic fluid gushed out like blood, and the Eagle fighter lost power.
The pilots panicked and bailed out with their parachutes.
Joseph regained his confidence, holding his sword as he dove down like a hawk.
Crossfire from the ground, machine guns, and canister shot that tore undead apart poured down like a rainstorm. But his black armor, reinforced by the power of death, blocked all attacks, only giving off a few sparks.
Clang! I can't even cut through it. The sword energy of this magical blade had once swept away heavy armored knights like falling leaves. Yet the tank before him was incredibly hard. His sword couldn't even pierce its armor.
Though the sword energy left a shallow mark on the black metal plating, it failed to penetrate completely.
This was definitely no ordinary steel. It must have mithril mixed in. He gritted his teeth and launched an attack at the tank's relatively weak treads.
Clack! A metal tread snapped.
The tank lost its mobility, but its turret could still rotate, firing shells and bullets.
The massive barrel ground the undead to dust before turning toward the Death Knight. Joseph hastily used his magic boots to dodge. The ponderous barrel couldn't keep up with his nimble movements. It was ironic, despite having the most powerful weapon, he couldn't kill the enemy.
Joseph smiled helplessly.
Once he was the master of the battlefield. If he hadn't been struck dead by lightning, he would have become an invincible one-man army.
How did it end up like this?
I, Isaac, commissioned by Emperor Emil, have come to subjugate you.
Rebellious son Joseph, accept your death. A loud roar echoed from the enemy lines. Was it because he saw the fighter jets and tanks being destroyed, or was it because of the request from the Emperor of Saxony?
Duke Isaac, wielding a giant mace and a silver longsword, charged into the undead army like a sharp blade. With a swing of his longsword wrapped in multicolored lights, he sliced ghouls in two. And when he swung his mace, it carried immense weight, sending 5 or 6 skeletons flying like scarecrows.
What terrifying strength.
He didn't look like a mage at all, even as an undead. Isaac remained puzzled by this.
Come then, bring it on.
I, Death Emperor Joseph, shall cut you in two with this sword.
Ilya, lightning strike. Without another word, a massive amount of magic power warped the surrounding space and dark clouds gathered in the sky.
Rumble, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk.
A deafening roar of thunder. A bolt of lightning tore through the sky, striking the Death Knight directly on the head.
Rumble, rumble.
Isaac's magic power was as vast as the sea, and he continuously released powerful lightning magic.
The storm-like lightning attacks shocked everyone on the battlefield. Sizzle.
The magic armor that had once shone with golden light was now charred black under the continuous lightning strikes.
A full 15 bolts of lightning had hit Joseph.
Even an ogre likely wouldn't have survived such a fierce bombardment.
Yet incredibly, though Joseph trembled all over as if electrocuted, he slowly stood back up.
Hey, why can he still stand?
The moon elf, Ilya, who had been summoned to Isaac's shoulder to guide the lightning, muttered to herself in disbelief.
She had always believed the power of lightning was supreme, so she was utterly shocked by Joseph's resilience.
Look, how can the undead be killed again? My body has received the blessing of Anatos, allowing me to regenerate from the smallest unit.
Your lightning can no longer kill me. Joseph's voice emerged from the scorched magic armor filled with triumph.
It seemed he had gained some kind of power after his resurrection. Could it be cellular level regeneration?
Goddess, did you hear that?
He says he received a favor from the evil god. It's about time you granted me some favors too.
The highly enriched uranium sword shone with holy light. Isaac looked up at the sky, asking the goddess for strength.
The way you speak sounds like you're collecting a debt from a creditor.
When you're out in the world, you have to do what you have to do, Ilya. With the undead rampaging everywhere, the goddess also seemed a bit anxious, actually allowing him to duplicate the magic sword.
Facing the resurrected crown prince, the apostle and the goddess were of one mind.
If these fellows kept resurrecting, it would be a major headache later. The holy power Igni infused into the blade erupted with an unprecedented light. What is this ominous light?
Swish. Joseph seemed to sense the holy power that was incompatible with him and immediately swung his sword at Isaac.
The sharp sword energy, like a blade, sliced through the air and struck Isaac's breastplate with a metallic thud-thud.
Why won't it cut?
This is made of pure mithril, Joseph. This was the ultimate defensive gear Isaac had spent a fortune to craft, turning him into a human tank.
Under the effects of the enchantment, Isaac's strength surged.
He kicked off the ground and lunged at Joseph.
The holy power that had once reduced bone bows and other magical items to dust shone in his hand.
Though he didn't know how Joseph's body regenerated, Isaac intended to use this bizarre magic sword capable of disrupting physical structures, severing DNA chains, and destroying at the cellular level to end him for good.
You unfilial son.
Let's see you try to regenerate from this.
Isaac cast a shield on himself and thrust the glowing uranium sword into the chest of the panicked Joseph. The blade easily pierced through Joseph's faded magic armor.
Joseph's body shook violently. Something that absolutely should not exist had been thrust into him.
Under the dual effects of the holy power and the magic sword, he could not regenerate.
Wait.
So, I can't die again like this.
The goddesses will let out a furious roar at Joseph, who had tried to turn the world into a land of the dead. The holy power, incompatible with the undead, exploded within Joseph's body.
Bang, before the power of a god, Joseph's body shattered into pieces.
For an undead who still coveted the throne even after death, this was perhaps a fitting end. The shockwave of light radiated in all directions like a ripple, swallowing the surrounding undead.
The remains of the Death Knight turned to ash and drifted to the ground.
Return to dust.
A notification of the goddess's point reward appeared before Isaac's eyes.
It seemed he had unintentionally performed another cremation.
This was a correct cycle. Isaac held high the lungs that radiate in holy power and announced to everyone that he had killed Crown Prince Joseph once again.
Joseph, I have killed him once more. Wow.
Asterisk.
Lord Azazel, the news that our Henson Duchy has developed bolt-action rifles and breech-loading cannons seems to have brought quite a shock to the north.
It is said that Princess Lanya was fleeing into a rage, questioning how we surpassed their technological level. In the office of the Henson Duchy, a nation composed of numerous miners, Duke Freya had temporarily left at the request of the human apostle, so the succubus Azazel was temporarily managing the Henson Duchy as her proxy.
She raised an eyebrow with interest after hearing the report from the researcher of the Weapons Development Department.
Except for the Blackwood territory, they always prided themselves on being number one in technology, with a sense of superiority.
This time,
they've finally been taken down a peg, ho ho ho.
She laughed gloatingly. Although the kingdom of Saxon Barak was a friendly ally to the Henson Duchy under the protection of the Blackwood territory, they were merely competitors in the field of the weapons industry, which concerned national security and strength.
These achievements were all obtained by relying on the knowledge and design blueprints exchanged for the temporary loan of the Dark Elf Duchess.
Azazel looked toward the east again, where the Blackwood territory was located.
That man could always create all sorts of novel things.
However, the more we study, these breech-loading cannons that load shells from the rear, and these bolt-action rifles that can be easily loaded manually, the more incredible they seem. I really don't know what he was thinking, to hand over such advanced technology to us so easily.
In the laboratory, the researcher, who was conducting in-depth research on Duke Isaac's knowledge, looked at the succubus and asked, "Can we really accept this technology?"
Azazel didn't answer immediately. She toyed with her whip-like tail while twirling her pink hair.
She also found it strange.
If this technology and firepower could be mass-produced, it would not be inferior even when compared to the Blackwood territory.
Although they had lent out the apostle of the God of Order, Duke Isaac had still handed over these technologies, which could be called the pinnacle of traditional weaponry, far too easily.
Lord Azazel, I heard that the Duke also invited Lord Freya to carry out a new project in the duchy. Could it be because he is secretly developing a more powerful weapon that makes these firearms completely meaningless, which is why he gave us these technologies so easily?
That shouldn't be possible. Azazel shook her head. How could these thermal weapons that changed the landscape of the battlefield become meaningless?
That was too exaggerated.
She felt that Duke Isaac would, at most, create something similar to that railway gun. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't imagine what Duke Isaac would do next. His next move was always unpredictable.
Perhaps he just feels that with the undead running rampant, it's a crisis for humanity, so he's sharing this knowledge with us.
The same Duke whom Lord Azazel calls the miser and a money grubber.
I think that's unlikely. Indeed, Duke Isaac was not like other monarchs who focused on face and honour. He valued profit even more than a merchant.
Especially recently, he had made a fortune through the arms trade.
Would he just hand over core technology?
Just to borrow Lord Freya's power of order.
Wait, the more I think about it, the more something feels off. Duke Isaac was a calculating man. He would only act when he was certain that even by giving up these technologies, he could obtain even greater benefits. So, just as the researcher said, he was likely secretly developing a weapon that would make existing thermal weapons meaningless. It was said he had even invited a sword saint and a seventh circle mage.
What exactly was he trying to unleash upon this world?
An inexplicable sense of dread welled up in Azazel's heart.
Asterisk.
It feels great to be in sync with the goddess. After Isaac had eliminated all the resurrected undead and sent them back to the earth, he returned to the Blackwood territory with the goddess's blessing. Since the undead were everywhere now, he immediately returned to the Blackwood territory to continue the Manhattan Project. However, since there was now another method of production, Isaac used the armory's function to duplicate another uranium sword, forming a pair of dual swords. Duke Freya narrowed her eyes as she watched this and asked, "What do you mean by this? My lord, why has your sword become two?"
She was naturally confused.
Creating one such sword was already extremely difficult.
It's help from the divine. This is just the beginning.
I've eliminated many undead and accumulated a large number of points, so from now on, this demonic sword is going to start multiplying in large numbers.
Just like when he mass-produced the water dragon magic scrolls back then. Amidst the glow of light, Isaac continuously duplicated the highly enriched uranium swords. If there were a nuclear inspection agency here, the alarms would certainly be ringing incessantly.
See, this is the result of our joint efforts.
Effie is watching too, mind your words.
Then let's call it everyone's achievement.
Effie breathed a sigh of relief.
Although he had duplicated many uranium swords using the accumulated points, he was still a bit short of the critical mass of 52 kilograms. However, that didn't matter. They also had a beryllium reflector, which could reflect the neutrons produced by nuclear fission to continuously bombard the atomic nuclei. Although the dwarves didn't understand why they were mining this stuff, it was a magical metal that could significantly lower the critical mass.
Let there be light.
It is said that during the Manhattan Project era, although many scientists opposed it, a powerful reason of saving the world from the threat of Nazi Germany ultimately facilitated the implementation of the project, and now they faced a similar situation. In fact, because the undead were attempting to destroy the living, the reason now was even more compelling than it was then. This was a desperate situation that even the gods would turn a blind eye to. If they only barely resisted, it would only increase casualties and instead bolster the enemy's ranks. In such an unfavorable war, a rule changer was needed to turn the tide. All military weapons must undergo field testing to determine their performance. Therefore, a test explosion had to be conducted. If they simply believed in its power and went on an expedition with it only for it to be a dud, the loss would be immense. Anyway, since mass production was now possible, and there were undead everywhere to farm points, the Long Manhattan Project had finally reached its conclusion.
Freya, let's see the results of our efforts. On a plain far from the duchy, and at an even more distant observation post.
At the place where everyone gathered, Isaac cast an absolute shield spell and then had Freya slam the 2 uranium pillars wrapped in beryllium reflectors together with force.
Even though you say that, I still don't understand.
Slamming 2 pillars together didn't look like a weapon at all. With a puzzled expression, Freya extended her grey arms. Under the influence of divine power, the 2 heavy uranium pillars slammed together with great force.
Flash, a flash of white light streaked across.
Like a chapter from Genesis, it illuminated the entire world.
The intense light was almost blinding.
The people at the observation post were thrown into chaos.
Boom, when they regained their sight, what they saw was an overwhelming destructive force sufficient to destroy the world.
The earth churned, the sky was torn asunder, an explosion that turned everything to nothingness.
And then, a massive mushroom cloud and heatwave.
The participants of the Manhattan Project looked at this scene and then turned to Isaac one after another. "And my lord, what did I just see?"
"Your Majesty, I'm not lying. I thought the end of the world had come just now."
The Dark Elves and Wood Elves were frightened out of their wits by this unprecedented weapon of mass destruction. Even Lucy, who had only come to help with the cutting, Claire, who had been called out of curiosity, and the dwarven craftsmen were all stunned.
The god of Ordino, all the gods have felt this power. They are all shocked, my lord.
Even without the eyes of an apostle,
one could feel this massive explosion.
The shockwave was sweeping across the entire world.
What happens when an atom splits and releases energy? Now the gods knew the answer. To deal with an increasingly powerful and evil enemy, they had perhaps crossed a point of no return. But what else could be done? Things had already progressed to this point. As Oppenheimer said, now they had become death, the destroyer of worlds. Obstacles to landing 2 in 1. Something has happened in the Blank Kingdom, known for its red wine and the vampire race. Queen Lamina of the Naga race, in order to understand the situation, sent a messenger to the Blank Kingdom.
However, the messenger returned with wounds from being bitten by something.
After the wounds festered, the messenger took his last breath, only to be resurrected as a ghoul, shocking everyone. Shortly after, Queen Lamia received a letter from someone claiming to be the former vampire lord, now the king of the dead Balder. The letter stated that if they surrendered, they would be granted a painless death. Queen Lamia didn't know whether to laugh or cry at such an absurd proposal where death was the only outcome regardless. A headless horseman without a head actually dares to call himself the king of the dead. It's the height of absurdity. While he doesn't have a head on his shoulders, he carries it in his hands, Queen Lamia. Yes, that's exactly the problem. An entire country being occupied by the undead was likely the most terrifying sight the mainstream gods didn't want to see. It was estimated that by now, all the citizens of the country had been turned into undead, numbering perhaps in the hundreds of thousands. Nearby countries, hearing that their neighbor had fallen to the undead, began to strengthen their armaments one after another. At that moment, another piece of news arrived. New weapons were being delivered to the kingdom of Aru via the newly constructed railway. Steam trains pulling large quantities of weapons arrived in the kingdom of Aru, then blew their whistles and departed.
Every time she saw this efficient method of transport, Queen Lamia felt immensely shaken.
Sent from the Blackwood territory were powerful conical lead bullets and 900 rifles. There were also dozens of rifled field guns, which featured an improved bore design that significantly increased accuracy.
Finally, there were 20 Gatling machine guns, weapons they had greatly envied during the last war.
Though it cost a vast amount of gold, obtaining so many hard-to-get firearms in these turbulent times was truly a rare opportunity.
The commander of the new army, equipped with muskets and field guns, raised his hands in excitement and cheered, "Banzai!
Duke Nabura, did you see that?
This is all thanks to me clinging to the human Duke's arm and acting cute."
In fact, because weapon production in the north and south had already reached self-sufficiency, the surplus weapons were being sent to the kingdom of Ru. But Queen Lamia didn't know this, and she triumphantly tossed her thick green hair, which looked like seaweed. "The soldiers can hear you.
Please mind your words and image, your majesty."
While happy that the kingdom had obtained weapons to defend against the undead, Duke Nabura felt somewhat embarrassed by the queen's self-boasting. "You should know how much precise calculation and effort I put in for the sake of the kingdom."
"That wasn't calculation at all.
"You clearly just wanted to seduce him, but you got scared by that wood elf named Effie and backed down."
What nonsense are you talking about?"
"That was all a strategy for the national interest."
How could I be scared?"
Queen Lamia's tail slapped against the floor with a thwack whack, seemingly displeased with Duke Nebura's words.
Is it not so? Everyone saw it. In fact, every time I held the Duke's arm, that woman kept her hand on the trigger. They say she even shot a 7th Circle Archmage.
To be honest, I was a little afraid.
It was said that the Wood Elf commander once piloted a hot air balloon to bomb everywhere and had even sniped enemy leaders from an extreme distance. She had many legendary achievements. Moreover, she was always so serious in front of other monarchs and subordinates, but in front of her own duke she's like a little fox wagging her tail and acting cute. Those seductive eyes and gestures were just like a fox spirit. Queen Lamia seemed to recall the scene at the time and furrowed her brows.
I heard they have been together since his time as a lord. Perhaps they were in that kind of relationship all along.
It was your majesty who lacked the tact and tried to seduce him, attempting to wedge yourself into their relationship.
Whose side are you on anyway? Let me say it again.
We Naga are naturally inclined to cling to others. It can't be helped. And thanks to that, they had obtained so many weapons, Queen Lamila said proudly, puffing out her chest. Duke Nebura scratched his cheek helplessly. You should just be quiet.
In any case, setting aside the Queen's embarrassing behavior, the replenishment of a large number of new weapons was an undeniable fact.
During this time, all nations were working hard to replenish their firearms, and the Kingdom of Eru was also using its limited weapons to train soldiers.
Now, everything was ready, only needing the final push. A powerful modern army was about to be born. The kingdom's defense power had increased significantly, and whatever the reason, Duke Nebura felt very happy. However, just then, a sudden piece of bad news arrived.
Queen Lamia, urgent intelligence.
There is large-scale military movement in the Blank Kingdom.
The numbers are estimated to be in the hundreds of thousands,
an army of hundreds of thousands appearing out of nowhere.
Normally, the number of troops a country can mobilize is limited. Even drafting 20% of the population into the military would be a war for the nation's survival. But the undead had no such restrictions. They didn't need to farm, nor did they need to work.
The entire country, including all the vampires, had turned into soldiers.
That was the terrifying part about the undead.
TCH, has it finally begun?
Duke Nebura, notify all allied nations to prepare for battle.
It was said that the eastern continent was already in a state of chaos, with the former emperor turned into an undead and an orc army rampaging everywhere.
Now it was the western continent's turn. All the clergy have said those things are the enemies of humanity. Therefore, we Naga will not be afraid. We will fight them to the end. The Queen of Eru, though she complained a lot, usually always led the charge on the battlefield. The Naga soldiers cheered, holding up their newly acquired firearms.
Oh, Asteris.
Phew, your majesty, I've persuaded them all to go back.
Special Operations Commander Effie returned to the office with Ignite, looking relieved.
She wiped the sweat from her forehead. It seemed the situation just now had been very chaotic. Good work, Effie. I'm glad I could be of help to your majesty.
Effie showed a brilliant smile upon hearing Isaac's praise.
Unsure who had taught her, she had recently been finding every way possible to get close to Isaac.
It seems my popularity among the gods has been rising lately as well. It's only because you caused such a massive explosion. It's natural for the gods to pay attention to you. The Dark Elf woman complained.
King Freya seemed to still be holding a grudge against Isaac for making her participate in that terrifying plan without explaining it clearly. Previously, Isaac had only said he would give her the latest weapon blueprints, and she had agreed without hesitation. But now she had started complaining.
What can be done?
It's in the past now, so stop looking at me like that.
How can I not worry when you're actually thinking of continuing to manufacture those things?
That's for dealing with the High Elves.
In any case, as Effie's fluster indicated, many clergy members had come looking for Isaac.
Though they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, the mainstream gods seemed to have sensed something unusual and sent their clergy to inquire about the situation. Consequently, Isaac was overwhelmed by believers and clergy from all over. Even if they heard it, what could they possibly understand? Dealing with Sophia, the saintess serving the god of healing, and the dark elf duchess who inherited the will of the god of order was already enough for him. They had been questioning him incessantly about why he was developing such weapons. They were a saintess and an apostle, so their words were equivalent to the will of the gods.
At the same time, it was also equivalent to indirectly blaming the goddess of harmony who had brought him to this world.
Your majesty, no matter what others say, I will always be on your side. Effie tightly gripped Isaac's sleeve. Even after seeing a sight capable of destroying the world, her eyes were still filled with trust in Isaac. This kind of unconditional trust was something Isaac had never received from his parents.
At this rate, she might even build a temple to enshrine a statue of Isaac.
When my clansmen died before my eyes, I hated my own powerlessness immensely. So this is for the best.
Rather than sitting and waiting for death, it's better to have the power to strike first.
Okay, I get it. Don't turn to the dark side any further. Isaac saw a dangerous light flickering in Effie's eyes and quickly stopped her.
At this rate, she was going to grow a strange little mustache.
In any case, the Dark Elf Duchess, in order to support Isaac, did not even hesitate to reopen her own painful scars.
Even if the gods stop you, I will believe in you.
I know that even if you possess the power to destroy the world, you will not abuse it.
It's great that you can understand me.
As long as one has power and uses it correctly, it's fine. But those big shots in the sky just don't understand that.
The two of them were truly of one mind.
Having someone support him unconditionally was truly a reassuring thing.
Seeing the two of them chatting as if no one else was there, King Freya couldn't help but speak up.
How lovey-dovey.
Anyone who didn't know better would think you two were eloping.
If you're going to do something, hurry up. My subjects are all hoping I'll produce an heir soon. This 500-year-old dark elf woman watching the slow-paced elven-style romance before her felt a bit anxious and couldn't help but pat her chest. As a man, you should take the initiative.
I can help if needed.
I'm not sure about Effie, but you're just a green boy who's lived a few decades. Perhaps you lack experience in this area. What are you talking about?
I only seem like a child in the eyes of an old monster like you who's lived for centuries.
I'm not a child who knows nothing anymore.
And besides, Effie's ears suddenly turned red all the way to the roots.
Without waiting for Isaac to finish, she fled in panic.
Her reaction was like that of a startled fawn.
It seemed this woman, who had lived for hundreds of years without ever being in love, was completely unable to handle such topics. See, she ran off like a little deer.
What am I supposed to do?
HMPH, then catch her and take her by force. You usually act like you know everything, but I didn't expect you to be such a useless coward.
It is said that everyone has a weakness, but even a dense man like Isaac had such a side to him.
Freya seemed to have only discovered this side of Isaac after coming here, and she smiled helplessly.
Tusk.
Asterisk.
Living here were people with thin ears.
The eye-patch Queen Eldorado, holding the trident that symbolized her status as the Queen of the Kingdom of Bucania, continued her voyage.
The sea breeze blew through her sea blue hair.
She was Queen Eldorado, who had purged all the merfolk who betrayed her and established absolute rule over the kingdom.
Though she went through a period of chaos, with the support of the Blackwood Duchy, she quickly became the master of Bucania once again.
Furthermore, she offered experienced shipbuilders, large battleship operation techniques, and construction technology to the Blackwood Duchy.
She didn't know what the Blackwood Duchy was building, but they seemed to have a great need for these shipbuilding talents.
At first, when I was captured by the human Chukano by Master, I thought my life was over.
She used to plunder merchant ships and sell slaves.
Now that it was her turn, she had been utterly despairing, but now it seemed things weren't so bad.
The Blackwood Duchy didn't force her to do anything, they only asked that she not betray them. Later, the Blackwood territory drove the High Elves out of the central continent, becoming the true rulers, and even set fire to the Avalon continent, which made her even more grateful for her choice back then. Duke Blackwood did not retaliate against the merfolk for their resistance. The kingdom of Bucania seemed to be on the verge of peace and prosperity. But now, those damned ghost ships are starting to cause trouble again.
Why were those dead things coming back to life?
Queen Eldorado angrily slammed her myth-repaired trident onto the deck.
Your Majesty, please mind your language and your image.
Shut up, old man. Although the elderly courtier advised her to mind her status, she didn't care at all.
Queen Eldorado was staring intently at the unidentified vessels before her.
Can't they just stay sunk at the bottom of the sea? Resurrected undead in ghost ships that seemed to possess a life of their own obscured the horizon.
Once, a ghost ship had suddenly emerged from the sea to attack her, scaring her half to death. Under the Duke's command, the merfolk had finally given up piracy and begun productive activities.
The Kingdom of Bucania had also formed merchant fleets and begun various maritime trades, gradually getting on the right track.
However, the undead were destroying all of it.
Following the land, had the ocean also been occupied by them?
If the ocean was also controlled by the undead, then traveling to the Avalon continent would become extremely difficult.
This might be Empress Chana's plot. Just then, boom, a black shadow appeared beneath the surface, and the seawater churned violently as if struck by a bomb. Seawater fell like rain as massive tentacles and suckers reached out from beneath the waves.
That thing has been resurrected too.
A sailor's worst nightmare, an invincible giant sea monster. The ocean no longer belonged to the merfolk. It had become the territory of the undead.
Queen Eldorado realized that the merfolk could not reclaim the ocean with their strength alone, and her brow furrowed deeply. Damn it, we're finished.
Asterisk.
Even with the title of the largest and best shipyard on the continent, the people here still worked day and night to build new ships. For the generous pay, shipbuilders and laborers from all over gathered here. On the sun-drenched docks, sailors in worn clothes stood knee-deep in seawater, pulling hard on thick cables. To ease the fatigue of their work, they sang, while working in rhythm, moving like a giant gear. Heads down, heads down. Don't make eye contact with them. You'll stay here until you die.
Hero.
The workers sweated in the shipyard, while singing the strange labor songs Duke Isaac had taught them.
In a nearby clearing, the merfolk
Raja and the dwarves were testing the power system of a new naval weapon destined for the Avalon continent. The Lord had said that for long-range landing operations, thorough preparations must be made. Therefore, the craftsmen here were also working day and night.
However, compared to the dwarf engineers who were conducting repeated experiments to find the best solution, Raja, who had been sent to help solve the steam problem, seemed even more anxious.
You can't keep failing. Without this, the battleship won't move. It should be about time for a success.
I know, so please shut up, Captain Raja.
I'm Captain Raja now.
I'm counting on you.
I said I know. Don't you understand what shut up means?
The dwarves who were reassembling the turbine shouted impatiently.
But Raja had her reasons for being anxious.
She hadn't been out to sea in years. It wasn't just because she wouldn't be able to command the battleship heading for the Avalon continent. For the merfolk, the ocean was more than just a vast expanse of water. It held a deeper significance. Furthermore, she wasn't even a captain now, but could only tinker with strange liquids and experiments in a laboratory on land, which made her feel incredibly sad.
Although others envied her for gaining Duke Isaac's trust and becoming a core member of the project, she herself was weary of this life.
The sea.
I want to go back to a place full of water.
Fine, I get it. Go add water to the boiler.
The dwarf pointed to the engine and steam turbine used for testing.
Duke Isaac had once said that steam was a versatile energy source because it was easy to obtain and had a high volume expansion rate. It would continue to be used even as technology advanced. He also said some strange things like how even if a sun-like nuclear fusion energy source appeared in the future, it would still be used to boil water to drive steam turbines. Splash!
In any case, blue elemental spirits of water was summoned and began pouring water into the boiler. The ironclad battleship only had 4 boilers, while this new ship was equipped with 8 water tube boilers capable of withstanding high temperatures and pressures.
The steam produced by these boilers would drive the steam turbines, providing power for this massive steel ship filled with long-barreled cannons.
Whoosh! To speed up the experiment, fire elemental spirits were sent to boil the water.
Steam billowed from the funnels, and the 2 steam turbines began to turn one by one.
Click-clack!
The steam turbines meshed precisely and operated. This required superb skill and fine manipulation akin to wielding a sharp sword. Only a sword saint could achieve it. As the boiler temperature continued to rise, high-pressure steam jetted out, and the steam turbines spun faster and faster. Raja, who had been squatting on the ground, suddenly stood up.
Oh, the meshing is very smooth this time.
Have we finally found the optimal gear ratio?
It worked.
It worked right.
Tell me quickly it worked.
Vroom, vroom, vroom. The steam turbines spun at high speed, letting out a massive roar.
Even in a high-speed state, they continued to run smoothly. Furthermore, the power was successfully transmitted to the temporarily connected propeller.
Oh, success, success.
Raja jumped up in excitement.
She seemed even happier than the engineers. What a chatterbox. Even the Duke has given up on you, so don't bother.
The craftsmen shook their heads helplessly.
Duke Isaac had once said that since the entire ocean had become enemy territory, they needed a battleship that could crash through the sea like an icebreaker.
This was the prototype of the weapon they would take to the Avalon continent to reclaim the ocean.
The core of the ultimate naval weapon, the steel battleship, was complete.
Hooray, hooray, Haristalsis.
The high-ranking high elves gathered in the sanctuary of Avalon.
A high elf, holding a sound transmission magic tool,
spoke with a grave expression.
We have lost contact with Emperor Joseph.
Joseph had once gathered an army of hundreds of thousands of undead and joined forces with the Orc warlord, displaying formidable political skill.
He seemed poised to make a major move, but at some point he had suddenly vanished from contact.
Reading Taiwan novels used the most practical sight. The High Elf's report plunged the people around the round table into silence.
A vein throbbed on Empress Kshanna's smooth forehead.
She frowned impatiently, habitually stomping her white high heels against the floor as she spoke.
Dusk, what a useless piece of trash. To think I actually picked him up, I was so foolish.
Humans, as expected, were useless even in death.
Those stupid orcs were the same.
The races of the central continent, even when turned into undead, were nothing but a bunch of incompetent failures. The Empress's words and actions were becoming increasingly crude.
The lump of flesh writhing at the tip of her platinum staff seemed to mirror her anger, thumping against the marble floor rhythmically. However, the undead forces on the western continent remained strong.
It is said that Lord Balder has already annexed the Blank Kingdom and is gathering an undead army.
Even if Joseph's forces are wiped out,
as long as people continue to die, the continent's transformation into a land of the undead cannot be stopped.
This is all thanks to the knowledge and help bestowed upon us by Lord Inathos.
As long as we buy time, we High Elves can become the rulers of the world. They only needed to wait patiently. It was the consensus of everyone that time was on the side of the Avalon Empire.
Indeed,
Empress Kshanna felt their reasoning was sound and calmed herself down. She looked toward the back of the sanctuary, the writhing cocoon.
The god of knowledge, Lord Inathos, had entered the final stage of his complete resurrection in the mortal realm.
He was an absolute existence who could stir up titanic waves with a wave of his hand, trigger earthquakes and thunderstorms, and level the world.
The High Elf priestesses were carefully wrapping threads as red as fresh blood around the cocoon, which was enveloped in red magic. Dozens of massive magic cores were connected to the cocoon.
Like a caterpillar transforming into a beautiful butterfly, Lord Inathos was using this in complete body tumult into a true god within the cocoon. This was not mere possession or a divine descent, it was the arrival of a true deity into the human world. The longer we stall, the greater the advantage for the High Elves. This was true whether it was the increasing number of undead or the resurrection of their guardian deity.
Empress Kshanna's tone was filled with confidence.
However, just as she was feeling triumphant, the cocoon suddenly writhed violently, and an incomprehensible thought flashed through her mind.
Empress Kshanna, what is the matter? It is nothing. It just seemed like Lord Inathos wanted to say something just now.
But Inathos, trapped within the gestating cocoon for the final stage of resurrection, was unable to communicate with the outside world. Kshanna shook her head in confusion.
I couldn't hear clearly.
Honestly, it's probably nothing.
Is that so?
Yes, it is.
Furthermore, you should now focus your energy on using the undead to disrupt the central continent and on maritime defense. We must never let the enemy near the Avalon continent.
In this way, the Empire can become the master of the world.
Time is completely on our side.
Despite some setbacks, Empress Kshanna remained full of confidence in victory, mentioning the resurrection of their guardian deity.
The surrounding high-ranking nobles also showed joyful expressions, as if seeing the dawn after their hardships. However, the cocoon gestating the deity continued to writhe incessantly, as if issuing a warning.
Inathos wanted to tell Empress Kshanna something, but he was blocked by the cocoon and could not convey it.
Writhe, writhe,
The High Elf Empress believed time was on their side, but not long ago Inathos had felt a powerful force capable of destroying the world. This terrifying destructive power had likely been felt by all the major deities of the mortal realm, leaving them utterly shocked. Therefore, he wanted to warn Empress Kshaina that the apostle of the god of harmony was creating a terrible weapon.
Perhaps time was not on their side.
If the unknown object descended before his resurrection, everything would be over.
He had to find a way to stop it, but the foolish high elves were immersed in the joy of the deity's impending resurrection, blindly optimistic.
An egg is most vulnerable before it hatches.
He had to remind them to be cautious, but his thoughts could not be transmitted.
So the cocoon could only writhe in vain writhe.
Language from hell.
Are you saying a bomber?
Following Isaac's requirements,
The craftsman shaped the metal wings and created a streamlined monocoque fuselage.
They looked at the new aircraft design and asked,
exactly.
A propeller engine will be installed on each side of the wings. It's a twin-engine bomber.
To carry heavy loads, its takeoff weight must be very high, and its flight endurance must be very long.
This wasn't the kind of medium bomber designed for agility and dodging anti-aircraft fire in the sky.
It was a specialized bomber designed for a single purpose.
But in that case, even with two engines, wouldn't the speed be too slow? I'm afraid even wyverns and griffins could catch up to it.
High maneuverability wasn't necessary, it would be escorted by Eagle fighter planes anyway.
Don't worry, it has only one purpose.
What is it, Lord Duke?
To drop a block of iron onto enemy territory.
Two metal columns that would collide high above enemy territory.
To allow this bomber to take off at sea, Isaac had already ordered a massive vessel, even larger than the Ocean Empress, from the shipyards of the Kingdom of Barcania.
This aircraft carrier had no combat capabilities or evasive maneuvers, it simply featured an elongated hull with a runway laid on top for planes to take off and land.
naturally, it lacked devices like steam catapults.
They planned to use the abilities of the Wind Spirit King and Freya to manipulate objects to catapult the planes. While experiments were still needed, the ultra-long runway combined with these special abilities should be sufficient to generate the lift required for takeoff.
And to protect this carrier-light ship, an escort of steel warships would be necessary. I will start working on it, but to pay such a high price for just a few planes...
It's worth it. Just build it.
Very few people knew about the Manhattan Project.
At the very least, the person in front of him was unaware.
Even now, Isaac publicly claimed that the experiments being conducted near the Forbidden Zone at Desolate Plain were for a new type of railway gun.
Yes, sir.
The craftsman, startled by Isaac's firm tone, hurriedly ran out.
After arranging the manufacture of the transport, Isaac went to the secret laboratory where uranium enrichment was being conducted to check on the progress of the cargo.
Effie, how much enriched uranium have we collected?
Since few people knew about this, Effie had been very busy lately.
She flipped through the documents and reported the uranium inventory to Isaac. Thanks to your Majesty's mass production capabilities, progress has accelerated significantly.
However, the amount you require is so vast that it will still take some time.
Because of the beryllium reflector layer surrounding the uranium, the critical mass required for nuclear fission had been greatly reduced.
But to create a larger, more violent explosion, naturally, the more enriched uranium, the better.
Isaac's goal wasn't just to meet the minimum conditions for nuclear fission, his ambitions went far beyond that.
I heard there are headless horsemen on the western continent and ghost ships at sea to collect points. I'll have to go hunt some more undead.
Ever since uranium was registered in the armory, a strange phenomenon had occurred.
Normally, the undead were loathsome beings to be avoided, but for the Blackwood Duchy, they had become a means to easily obtain high concentrations of uranium. In the current situation, the more undead there were, the more advantageous it was for them. They even needed to actively seek them out.
Your Majesty, you don't need to worry about that.
The undead instinctively seek out those they held grudges against in life, and on this continent, the person with the most grudges from the undead.
Effie paused there. Everyone in the laboratory stole a glance at Isaac.
Why are you looking at me?
They were the ones who provoked me first.
At the very least, Isaac had never launched a war of aggression out of greed. In most cases, the enemies had brought it upon themselves.
In any case, they will come to us voluntarily.
Moreover, Joseph, who gathered them together, has already been eliminated, so the undead of the eastern continent are no longer a major threat. We are picking them off one by one. The purification work seemed to be progressing smoothly.
No wonder the goddess had been in such a good mood lately.
Is that so? They are all coming for me.
It seems my popularity truly transcends life and death.
Indeed. Do you have any idea how hard I've worked to block those annoying fellas for you?
Although they were referring to different things, Isaac realized that the accumulation of points was proceeding steadily.
However, the amount of uranium he needed was so large that he had to send troops to the western continent and the oceans.
He wanted to build 2 atomic bombs, one called Little Boy and the other called Fat Man.
The High Elves would likely choose collective suicide due to their religious beliefs, so they had to be forced into submission with overwhelming power.
Persuading them to surrender.
Utterly useless.
Just look at their actions in spreading the undead across the entire continent.
Only through force could they be made to yield. Therefore, to deploy at least 2 atomic bombs, he had to continue collecting uranium.
As long as their capital was destroyed and their will to resist was shattered, they would eventually surrender.
And if they still refused to surrender even under the attack of nuclear weapons, then initiate the Ragnarok project. Ancient Elvish would become the language from hell.
Asterisk.
A calm yet eerie coast. Hundreds of warships cut through the waves, sailing forward.
The decks were crowded with fully armed orcs.
Surrounded by the terrifying ghost fleet and sea monsters, the Kancha Kingdom's fleet sailed unharmed.
As expected, the undead ignored the orcs.
Perhaps it was the powerful will controlling them that made them do so.
Port sighted ahead.
Just as expected, it's defenseless.
The ghost ships and sea monsters could only roam the vast oceans, seemingly bound by some power,
and unable to make landfall. But the living were different. So now the only ones capable of attacking ports from the sea were those of the Kancha kingdom. This is the territory of those fellows who killed our Kancha soldiers in the last war. Burn them all, loot everything. The year of our grace has arrived. Wag! Large ports were usually places where wealth gathered like a golden egg yolk. The moment for plunder had come. The orcs held up repeating crossbows capable of piercing steel from a distance, letting out deafening cheers. However, among them, only one orc felt uneasy. This isn't going to work. All their experienced senior commanders had died in the last war, so Wolfgang was the only commander who had faced the Blackwood territory. He gripped his baton tightly, trembling with unease. The people in the port saw the Kancha kingdom's fleet and fled in terror. The Kancha kingdom's crew members stared at them greedily, as if they would charge at any moment. They were all coveting gold and spoils of war. Sigh whatever. Land. Attack. Gold.
Asterisk.
The distortion brought by the evil god was gradually being purified.
The ambitious apostle of harmony displayed a powerful presence.
Yet at the same time, Goddess Iris's other concern was growing day by day. Your Majesty, we have finally finished.
The wood elf pointed excitedly at something.
In a secret space, a large number of silver metal blocks were stacked, divided into two massive columns.
Bishop Igni was praying over them. The wood elf was happy that the Duke's goal had been achieved, whereas the dark elf woman, having witnessed the power of this thing firsthand, still looked at it with a worried gaze, as if concerned on behalf of the god of order.
My lord, can you tell me now? Why would two metal columns crashing together cause such a massive explosion?
If Isaac didn't explain clearly, she would refuse to help in the future.
Lord Apostle, I'm curious as well.
The white-haired Bishop Igni expressed the same doubt. She often felt the concerns of the goddess of harmony, which mirrored those of the god of order.
That's because when atomic nuclei split,
They release a massive amount of energy.
so at the moment nuclear fission occurs temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees, and shockwaves are produced. Does the explanation make sense to you?
The explanation was almost as if it were intentionally meant to be incomprehensible.
Freya looked at the two columns of enriched uranium, which appeared to be just ordinary metal blocks, and shook her head helplessly.
Bishop Igni also tilted her head in
Confusion.
and through her ears. Goddess Iris, hearing this explanation, was equally perplexed.
What deity would interrogate their own apostle so thoroughly?
Goddess Iris strengthened her holy power and transmitted her thoughts to Isaac. However, her apostle was a divine descent insulator. No matter how hard she tried, Isaac only scratched his cheek and said he felt like he sensed something.
Communication felt less smooth than it did with a female bishop.
Lord Apostle, could you please explain in a way that would put the goddess at ease? Fortunately, Bishop
Igni understood the goddess's intent
and asked on her behalf.
Isaac looked up at the sky, then pointed at the two silver metal columns harboring immense energy, and said, "This is a power capable of destroying all of humanity."
This opening was anything but ordinary. Everyone present was startled, except for one wood elf.
But conversely, it is also a weapon that can force peace into existence.
Because they fear mutual destruction, countries possessing such weapons would never dare to start a war.
Isn't that a good thing?
Goddess Iris fell into a state of confusion.
To use such a method of mutual threat to force peace.
What kind of beings were the humans on that blue planet?
The speed of development and change in this world was too slow.
Therefore, to counter the invasion of the evil god who possessed all knowledge, Isaac wanted to inject some brand new knowledge into this world. But now it seemed he might have chosen the wrong person.
Goddess Iris began to think seriously about this issue. Lord Apostle, the goddess doesn't seem very satisfied with your explanation.
Is that so? I felt that too. Although not good at communicating with deities, Isaac's intuition was very sharp.
Resource acquisition. The history of the Blackwood Duchy is a history of continuous development and production.
One day, while they were going all out in the mass production of enriched uranium, they encountered a problem and convened an emergency meeting.
The meeting had only one theme.
That was a certain something in the eastern continent was running dry.
Although there were still sporadic appearances here and there, since they killed everyone that showed up, the numbers began to dwindle. It seems the impact of annihilating the army of 400,000 undead last time was significant. The frequency of undead appearances in the eastern continent has dropped drastically now. This was summarized by Commander Miller based on scouts' reports. It appeared that because they hunted the undead day and night, the number of undead began to decrease. Unexpectedly, their lethality was actually faster than the speed of undead resurrection.
The development of technology and weaponry had actually surpassed evil necromancy.
But this was only the situation in the eastern continent. Don't worry, there are still plenty of resources in the western continent.
Oh, resources!
That's right, resources, Commander Miller.
The undead which plunged the world into fear were not a terrifying existence in the Blackwood Duchy. They were merely tools for points and enriched uranium.
Purifying the polluted world and receiving the corresponding rewards.
It felt great to be in sync with the goddess. The goddess probably thought so too.
Perhaps.
But Your Majesty, can a terrifying weapon really be used on living people?
Due to the immense power of the atomic bomb, which even made the gods feel uneasy, Commander Miller unconsciously spoke of the concept of human rights, even though such a concept did not yet exist in this world.
Lord Miller, the High Elves are not like us.
Effie Greenleaf declared without hesitation to strip the High Elves of their human rights.
This girl with the cute appearance of a doll actually spoke such terrifying words. I wonder who she learned this from. She really is a scary child, Effie. You cannot treat them as people like us.
They are collaborators with demons and targets to be annihilated.
Therefore we should use any means necessary to raise them from this world.
Effie's resolute tone startled everyone present.
She was a racial avenger and a fanatical follower of Isaac. At this rate, she was going to become a propaganda minister delivering general mobilization speeches over the radio.
Right, Your Majesty.
Yes, indeed. They worshipped the evil god who sought to destroy the world, and for the goal of world domination, they did not hesitate to spread the undead across the globe, a forbidden act.
Since they use any means necessary, why should we be restricted?
In this mad world, where even the living cannot sleep in peace, all of this must be stopped.
And the only way is to completely destroy the source of all evil, the Avalon continent.
Eliminating the evil god and his forces, erasing them from this world, is the most important task.
So let's work hard to collect points. Isaac picked up a sugar cube biscuit, took a bite, and said,
Yes, Your Majesty.
I will prepare the army.
It is said that a certain headless horseman has collected a large amount of resources.
This way we won't have to go through the trouble of searching for them.
The subordinates all agreed with Isaac's decision. The moment of the final battle was approaching. After the decision to march to the western continent
And collect resources, the meeting concluded, and drinks and beverages were brought to the table. Here, whenever people gathered, wine would be served like flowing water. What kind of wine is this? Isaac pointed to a transparent crystal old-fashioned glass and asked.
The glass contained a caramel-coloured liquid.
Your Majesty, this is Blackwood whiskey brewed by the Duncan Distillery in Russ Village.
Oh, the kind we brewed a long time ago.
A long time ago, Isaac had visited the distillery and stored whiskey in oak barrels for aging. This was the Dutch's new industry.
He seemed to see again the yeast bubbling and fermenting in the oak barrels and the grains emitting a malty aroma.
After more than 10 years of aging in oak barrels, it was finally finished.
Isaac allocated funds every year for the brewing of the next batch of whiskey, so this industry would grow like a snowball. Alcohol, like sugar and salt,
Is a commodity that never goes out of style.
Since everyone is here, let's taste it together. Finance Minister Charles and the president of the Miko Merchant Guild handed glasses to everyone, letting them critique the whiskey as if evaluating weapon performance.
It feels like tasting the history of the Blackwood Duchy.
During the process of this rich caramel-coloured liquid absorbing colour and aroma in oak barrels, the duchy had gone through many ups and downs. Isaac's title had also climbed from baron to count to duke, eventually becoming the duke.
The aging time of this whiskey in this world, where average life expectancy is short, could almost be considered an adult.
This glass of wine carries a long history and many years. Let's raise our glasses together.
Cheers! Isaac clinked glasses with the people who had gone through thick and thin with him. Although Effie was not good at drinking, she still shyly took the glass Isaac handed her.
Everyone took a sip of the whiskey and choked out a cough from the pungent taste and rich aroma.
How is it?
In internal tests, merchants raved about it, calling it a drink from the heavens.
It's said that a barrel of wine is finished very quickly.
Some even say it tastes better with honey and milk.
Finance Minister Charles and Miko were both alcoholics, and seeing their efforts over the past decade or so finally pay off, they were both a bit excited.
It is indeed good. It will surely sell well.
Although the situation is complex now, shrewd merchants always consider what happens after the war ends. The rich oak aroma spreads in the mouth.
Due to the long aging time, the taste is mellow with a long-lasting aftertaste. However, Isaac still preferred sweeter wines. Even with great wines, he only liked sweet wines and ice wines.
So, he poured some lime-flavoured cola into his glass, something considered sugar water on Earth, but viewed as a high-end beverage in this world.
The colour in the glass turned
Tan, just like a rum and coke. Oh, I didn't expect it could be done like this. How does it taste?
Charles and Miko both looked at Isaac with some expectation.
However, unlike rum, whiskey and cola didn't seem to pair very well.
The taste of a first kiss.
Here, 50.
Hearing Isaac's poetic evaluation, Effie spat out her drink. The people around looked suspicious at Effie, who couldn't stop coughing. Your Majesty, this woman, who usually acted like a cold and ruthless propaganda minister, actually became so flustered because of a single sentence.
A smile appeared at the corners of Isaac's mouth.
He took pleasure in Effie's embarrassment and drained the wine that carried years of history in one gulp.
Asterisk.
The new army, equipped with rifled rifles, rifled cannons, and Gatling machine guns, actually numbered as many as 10,000.
Due to active weapon imports and self-production of muskets, the thermal weapons units of the Uru Kingdom were no longer what they used to be.
With the addition of over 40,000 traditional troops forming large phalanxes with spears, Queen Lamia didn't care at all about the invading undead army. Even though reinforcements had been sent from both the north and the south, Queen Lamia was still full of confidence and wanted to personally set out to stop the Headless Horseman, who called himself the King of the Dead.
However,
this was her miscalculation.
Although rifled weapons were powerful because they were muzzle loaders, the reloading speed was extremely slow.
Moreover, their enemies were not the kind of creatures that could be killed with 1 or 2 shots, but undead that required at least 10 bullets to be knocked down.
Damn it.
The enemies won't die, fall down.
These half-dead monsters.
The worst combination of enemies. The Uru Kingdom's army tried to stop the enemy's advance with the Spanish tercios composed of spears and muskets, but ultimately suffered heavy casualties and retreated steadily.
Meanwhile, the undead army continued to grow at an alarming rate.
The Naga soldiers who failed to retreat turned into undead and pointed their weapons at their own comrades.
In painful regret, Queen Lamia commanded the army to retreat, finally understanding the cruel fact that the death of a comrade meant an increase in the enemy's strength.
How can this be?
I heard that on the eastern continent side, it's very easy to eliminate the undead.
Because Duke Isaac is there. Anyway, we must give up resistance and retreat.
Queen Lamia, Duke Ibura pointed out the difference between the two sides and wanted to quickly escort the queen to the rear.
Are my soldiers my people? When will the reinforcements arrive?
I heard they have already set out from the north and south.
Moving a large army requires considering logistics and supplies, so it takes time.
Until then, we can only rely on the strength of the Eru kingdom to hold on.
Then in that case, our soldiers' casualties will be even greater.
Who doesn't know that? But she had no choice.
The Headless Horseman, calling himself a vampire lord perhaps because of his past experience of being defeated and killed, had tactics that were more flexible than imagined.
The Headless Horseman Balder utilized the characteristic that the undead do not feel fear or suffer from low morale to effectively dismantle the Spanish tercios.
Even as the front lines continued to fall, reinforcements from the south and north could not arrive in time.
However, because the Naga were too panicked and the distance was too great, they forgot that on this continent, there was still an army that could be rapidly deployed by train.
Woo! In a moment of despair, the sound of a steam whistle caught everyone's attention.
The flag of crossed woodcutting axes and long swords fluttered in the wind. For Alliance members, this flag was synonymous with saved.
The Naga soldiers, who were originally crying and fleeing, burst into cheers upon seeing the suddenly appearing Blackwood Territory army.
The Blackwood Territory army? How did you suddenly appear in the western continent?
I don't know, who cares?
Anyway, we're saved, hurrah.
Fire!
This was probably what it felt like for a savior to descend. For soldiers fighting on the battlefield, Blackwood Territory was in existence like a god of war.
Steam tanks and trains slowly arrived, and soldiers wearing black military overcoats stepped out of the carriages.
Fully armed soldiers with their equipment quickly joined the battle, and the battlefield was once again filled with hope and a thirst for victory. That tall figure holding a mace appeared.
Duke Isaac, as usual, led the army into the fray. Queen Lamia, seeing Isaac running toward her, excitedly opened her arms and shouted,
"Oh, Duke Isaac, have you come to save me?
How can I ever repay your kindness?
Soldiers of Blackwood Territory,
annihilate all the undead before you. This is the goddess's will."
However, Duke Isaac ignored the Naga Queen's gratitude and charged straight toward the undead.
The Queen stood awkwardly in place, arms wide open, motionless.
The massive platinum mace shone with light, and the soldiers of Blackwood Territory cheered, raising their weapons.
Uru. Duke Isaac didn't care about the Uru kingdom at all.
He just felt that since the Headless Horseman had already collected the resources for him, he should harvest them quickly before they dispersed.
Today they shall die twice.
We will reclaim the lands occupied by the undead.
The Apostle of God, who was in tune with the goddess's heart, was just that resolute and swift.
The weapons of Blackwood Territory had a rate of far exceeding muzzle-loading rifles. Under the blessing of the goddess, the army of Blackwood Territory, as if enveloped in religious fervor, began to crush the undead on the battlefield. New boat. Once the Blackwood Territory ordered a ship from the kingdom of Bacania that was larger and longer than the Empress of the Sea. Unlike previous designs filled with cannons, this ship simply had an enlarged hull and a long deck of unknown purpose laid across it. Even for transporting cargo, the design was too strange. However, due to the poor financial situation of the Kingdom of Bacania, Queen Eldorado still accepted the order. She mobilized the remaining manpower from the kingdom's large shipyards and began building the ship. However, by the time the ship was built, the situation at sea had changed, making delivery impossible. To eliminate the ghost ships wandering the waters near the Kingdom of Bacania and reclaim the lost ocean, Queen Eldorado led a fleet of fully armed warships out to sea.
Although the ocean was full of terrifying monsters, she felt that a battle could still be fought in the near-shore waters.
You restless souls,
Die once more.
The Queen, wearing a skull-eye patch, stood on the deck and shouted loudly.
Rumble.
Queen Eldorado commanded a Kara-class battleship named the Saber.
The other warships were also equipped with muzzle-loading cannons obtained from the Blackwood Territory, and their gun ports had been modified.
She piloted this warship, originally intended for containment and patrolling of the Avalon continent, and suddenly turned, commanding the cannons on both sides to fire.
Crack, crack. Just like in the Calido Islands, the Kara-class battleship, equipped with 12 cannons, rampaged through, sinking the barnacle-covered enemy ships one by one. Those enemy ships without long-range weapons were blown to pieces before they could even get close. The merfolk soldiers raised their weapons and cheered joyfully. No matter how many undead the enemy had, they posed no threat as long as they couldn't get close. That human know, is this how the Master felt back then? Queen Eldorado felt as if she had become the incarnation of the king of naval warfare, Duke Isaac. Just as when she had briefly commanded a battleship, she once again felt like the master of the ocean.
Rumble.
The cannon spat fire and recoiled backward.
A large hole was blasted into the side of another enemy ship.
But as the battle progressed, a problem arose. Damn it. Why won't they stop coming?
No sooner had they sunk one ghost ship than a new one emerged from the sea.
Just how many ships were sunk on the seabed?
Boom.
Both. A ghost ship suddenly appeared from nearby waters and rammed into Queen Eldorado's warship. Queen Eldorado was shaken by the impact, but she immediately ordered point-blank fire. The merfolk soldiers pulled the white match gods. An enemy ship was blown to pieces by the close-range bombardment and sank to the bottom of the sea.
Her Majesty Queen Eldorado.
A fleet is approaching. It's the royal fleet of the Kingdom of Kancha.
However, misfortunes never come singly. In the distance, a large number of flags appeared, fluttering in the wind.
Those warships had no barnacles and no rotting planks. They were well-maintained giant warships reinforced with armor.
Unlike the ghost ships that could only perform close-range attacks, the Orc race fleet was equipped with small catapults that could fire mana bombs and repeating ballistae said to be able to penetrate wooden armor.
It seemed they had received significant support from the High Elves. These brutes, Queen Eldorado had long heard that the Kingdom of Kancha was taking advantage of the chaos.
Once they had worked together to oppose the Blackwood territory, but now they met at sea as enemies. It seemed the delivery of that ship would be delayed indefinitely. Queen Eldorado gritted her teeth as she looked at those who wanted to seize her kingdom. Come then, bring on whatever you've got. They had always been fighting openly and secretly for supremacy over the ocean. One ocean could not accommodate two masters. Queen Eldorado ordered the reloading of shells and shouted toward her former ally, now enemy, the Kingdom of Kancha. You filthy brutes.
Asterisk.
Just as Sam migrate back upstream when the season comes, the merfolk Raja also wanted to return to the sea. However, she had recently learned through aerial reconnaissance that the ocean had fallen into the hands of the undead. That vast fly-filled ocean was actually being ruled by the dead, which filled her with immense rage. At the same time, she received news. An orc fleet that was not attacked by the undead was pillaging ports everywhere, and they also intended to invade the Kingdom of Bacania. Green Eldorado sent a signal for help to the Blackwood territory. Although Raja personally did not like Eldorado, the Kingdom of Bacania was an important transit point for attacking the Avalon continent, and furthermore, there was an aircraft carrier under construction there, so it was a request that could not be ignored. 8 water tube boilers, 2 steam turbines, the power transmission system, and the ultra-large propellers. Finally, everything is assembled. The Duke will surely be very satisfied when he returns.
To reclaim the ocean, the Blackwood Duchy had long ago begun secretly building a powerful warship. Giant race workers were running about performing the final assembly work.
Is this the legendary warship? This warship condensed the entire strength of the nation. It was the ultimate weapon for the decisive battle at sea. Moreover, it was named after her, the Raja-class battleship. This completely swept away her regret over giving up the name of the ironclad battleship to Queen Eldorado. Equipped with 3 triple-mounted 180mm main gun turrets, 2 in the front and 1 in the rear. There are also 2 40mm anti-aircraft guns, 4 15mm heavy machine guns, 8 light machine guns, and depth charge launchers. This is the true queen of the sea. Raja spoke incessantly about the configuration of this latest type of warship, which was packed with various enchantments and new weapons. Queen Eldorado would surely go mad with jealousy when she saw this warship. This was the new behemoth of the sea, following the monster of the land, the railway gun. It was also the secret weapon of the Blackwood Duchy, which would destroy all ghost ships, Kingdom of Kancha fleets, and sea monsters that hindered their landing on the Avalon continent. Look, this is the steel warship, the Raja-class battleship. He who controls the ocean controls the world.
Raja excitedly slapped the shoulders of the dwarves who had dark circles under their eyes and jumped around in place.
A symbol of naval power 2 in 1.
The sickening stench of rotting corpses permeated the battlefield.
Ghouls covered in rotting flesh and skeletons with a chilling, eerie glint in their eyes. The army of the undead, who died with their eyes open, let out bursts of strange cries as they charged toward the plains.
Kill them all.
Judgment will be carried out by the goddess. Bright holy magic erupted from the tip of the platinum mace. This fanatical shout was reminiscent of the Albigensian crusade. This was the new charging cry of the Blackwood Territory army as they crushed the undead.
Lord Apostle, the goddess says she will not perform the judgment.
As the goddess's spokesperson, Igni shouted loudly, saying that this was incorrect. Judging the dead and guiding the spirits was the duty of other deities. Honestly, these gods really love to quibble over words. I was just saying it.
Rumble.
Steam tanks spewing billowing thick smoke advanced along the roots crushed by their twin tracks. With a loud boom, the thick main cannons fired shrapnel shells, while the coaxial machine guns also spat fire. The charging undead were physically pulverized. The Naga race and Queen Lamia cheered every time their enemies were wiped out. Leave none alive.
Kill them all.
Lord Apostle, they are already dead.
Then let them die again.
In short, they just had to kill them all.
The mission points issued by the goddess were increasing in real time.
On the other side of the battlefield, that headless horseman was holding his own head while commanding the undead army. Meeting the headless horseman again, he utilized the unique durability and fearlessness of the undead to employ various unheard of tactics. But tactics are only effective when strengths are roughly equal. This rotting flesh that only knew how to engage in melee combat was as fragile as paper before the tanks and machine guns. Their defensive power and death-defying tactics were useless against the well-equipped, well-trained Blackwood Territory army and its officers. The former vampire lord watched helplessly as the positions he occupied were constantly lost, and the undead army he had painstakingly gathered melted away rapidly. He cursed in a fit of rage. Since he had been hiding within the undead army, it had been difficult to find him, but now he had finally exposed his position.
I will be the one to end you.
Since the project could not proceed without Isaac, Duchess Freya had also come to the battlefield. However, when she raised her massive greatsword, the enemy headless horseman was actually scared out of his wits and turned to flee. What's the situation? It seems to be because of me. His head was cut off by this very sword. It was said that Freya used divine power to cleanly separate his head from his body. That was why he had become a headless horseman holding his own head.
Clatter, clatter, clatter. He summoned a hideous phantom horse that looked like it came from hell and then fled desperately.
His speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he had run over 2,000 meters, nearly out of cannon range. If things continued like this, they would likely lose track of him,
and the task the goddess gave them to eliminate the Headless Horseman and the undead would fail.
Whoever can kill him, I will grant them any wish.
It seemed they could only rely on those rangers who could create miracles.
Isaac had full confidence in their sniping skills. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the rangers lit up. They one after another took out the large caliber orc rifles they had prepared long ago.
Boom, boom, boom.
Massive flares cut through the sky, leaving dazzling trails.
Unfortunately, because the enemy's speed was so high, several bullets missed.
However, Effie's bullet was as incredibly precise as when they first met. Even from several thousand meters away, it accurately struck the head the Headless Horseman was holding.
Bang! The rotting head exploded like a watermelon. The contents inside splattered everywhere.
The Headless Horseman, having lost his head, fell to the ground along with his phantom horse. The goddess's mission completion notification appeared before Isaac's eyes.
Effie, you always manage to surprise me.
This wood elf was truly a treasure.
She had already rendered countless services, so many that Isaac had lost count.
Hearing Isaac's praise, Effie happily hugged her massive rifle and flashed a brilliant smile. Following her shooting of Empress Kshnat, she had once again earned an opportunity to have a wish granted.
2 wins in a row.
Although the last wish was used somewhat wastefully, this time it probably wouldn't be.
However, Effie's smile suddenly froze as she was grabbed by the arms and dragged away by the surrounding wood elf women.
Then the clan leader Effie Greenleaf was lectured by them. Those wood elves were like nagging mothers-in-law, pointing fingers at her. Even if you hadn't killed Kshnat as long as you made a wish, why did you have to go alone? This time, you can't be like last time and waste it.
Something big will happen.
They seem to be secretly discussing something.
These rangers actually dare to lecture their superior Effie.
Effie lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong. What a strange race. Perhaps because they were a long-lived race, the relationship between superior and subordinate was not the most important thing to them.
After listening to everyone's opinions, Effie seemed to have made up her mind. She gave Isaac a meaningful look and then left.
Isaac felt her gaze was somewhat unusual, so he asked Vice Commander Hans beside him, who just shrugged.
This is a signal.
What signal, Vice Commander Hans?
You should experience it for yourself.
How dare he be so insubordinate?
What do you mean? It's just like that.
Just tell me directly. I can't.
Then Vice Commander Hans actually left as well.
Isaac felt as if he had been isolated by everyone. Beside him, Freya couldn't help but laugh.
What a strange duchy. Asterisk.
Due to the appearance of the undead, all countries needed to rapidly increase their military combat power, but since Duke Isaac was away, the launching ceremony for the new battleship could only be held without the monarch present.
As his kin, Claire Blackwood attended the ceremony on Isaac's behalf and threw a bottle of aged wine at the bow.
I declare the Raja-class battleship officially launched.
Woo!
The wine bottle smashed against the thick steel hull and shattered. Unlike ironclad battleships where armor was added to a wooden keel, this battleship from its frame to its outer shell was made of hard Blackwood steel. As this unprecedented giant battleship crouched in the dry dock preparing to launch, the shipbuilders let out exclamations of awe.
9 massive shining main cannons.
In the engine room, it seemed they had already begun fueling and starting the steam turbines. As thick smoke billowed from the funnels,
the shipbuilders, giant race mages, elemental spirit users, and dwarves were all thrilled to have personally manufactured such a battleship that would shock the world.
Open the dock.
It was time for it to leave its cage and soar upon the sea. The dock gates opened, and seawater rushed in with a splash. This Blackwood Duchy, decisive naval weapon, covered in various enchantments and blessings from the clergy, rocked a few times in the waves before slowly floating to the surface. Just as countless experiments had proven, after starting its engines, it relied on its own power to slowly sail toward the open sea. The massive propellers churned the seawater, leaving behind white foam and bubbles like contrails.
Oh,
it's floating. It's floating. I was already shocked when I saw the railway gun last time, but Lord Duke's wisdom is truly endless. To think we could build something like this. He has made that steel behemoth move again.
Claire, who had originally just been called in temporarily to help, couldn't help but gape at the sight of the battleship launching.
The launching ceremony was a complete success.
It was the culmination of years of effort, along with massive amounts of materials, manpower, and funding.
This steel battleship seemed born for combat, its entire body bristling with cannons. It braved the wind and waves, sailing forward majestically.
Raja, conquered by the battleship's aura, was more excited than anyone and cheered loudly.
Long live the Raja class.
Asterisk.
The Headless Horseman's head had been blown apart. However, even though he was dead, the mess he had caused had still not been cleaned up.
Since he had turned the entire kingdom into undead, the Blackwood Territory army had to face the entire blank kingdom, and the number of remaining enemies was still vast.
Of course, the Blackwood Territory army had originally come to the western continent for this very situation. Since the undead had no concept of surrender, they would only attack frantically. Blackwood Territory had to resolve the issues here as quickly as possible and then head for the sea. This was because they had received news that the Bucania Kingdom and its queen were currently under attack.
With the full support of the goddess, the Blackwood Territory army was continuously eliminating the undead.
At this time, armies from the north and south also hurried over to join the battle.
Since the evil god and the High Elves had brought a great disaster to this continent, the allied forces gathered once again.
With the arrival of a large number of reinforcements for the convenience of command, the battlefield entered a temporary state of reorganization.
The undead did not need rest, but the Blackwood Territory army did.
They had been fighting day and night for a long time, so they had to set up camp and take a good rest.
Even with the blessings of the Elysian faith clergy, they couldn't fight forever.
Isaac heard that the armies from the south and north had not brought enough supplies in their haste to arrive, so he distributed the materials brought by train to them. Blackwood Territory's B rations not only had plenty of sugar and salt, but also snacks like cola and chocolate balls. These luxurious supplies left the soldiers of the Henton Duchy and Stonbarak Kingdom stunned.
They even wondered if these were really field supplies for an army.
Since in their countries these foods were only enjoyed by nobles, the soldiers all opened the cans and devoured them ravenously.
My lord, no matter how much money you have, you shouldn't be so wasteful.
To have sugar and chocolate on the battlefield.
Do you eat these things every time you go to war?
No wonder your morale is so high.
The monarchs of other countries complained with envy and helplessness.
They worried that if the soldiers knew about this, they would be hard to manage in the future. But they were the ones who had first asked for supplies. What they usually ate was bread as hard as stone and thin, watery soup made from meat requisitioned locally.
Just marching would consume a lot of calories. How could they fight while eating that stuff? Eating, sleeping, and relieving oneself, these were all closely related to an army's morale.
That was why the once wealthy US military would spare no expense to fry donuts and provide ice cream on the battlefield.
This in itself was a tactic.
Since we've replenished the supplies, let's also try our Dutch's newly brewed whiskey.
Have a good taste after returning to camp.
Isaac distributed Blackwood whiskey to the monarchs and nobles of various countries, essentially wanting them to help promote it.
Such luxury alcohol would only show its value and scarcity if the upper class enjoyed it first.
Is this wine?
It's different from rum. The colour is so beautiful.
Stop bringing out these things, or President Azazel will surely be frightened.
These were the words of the monarchs of the Stonbarak Kingdom and Henton Duchy.
Just as Isaac was chatting and laughing with them,
Someone suddenly grabbed his arm and pulled him out of the crowd.
Isaac looked back and saw it was Effie. Her cheeks were flushed and she seemed drunk.
Your Majesty,
Are you free right now?
I'm free. What's wrong, Effie? Have you been drinking?
Effie didn't usually like to drink, but she smelled of alcohol.
Who gave this woman a drink? She had a low tolerance, and when she got drunk, she was a bit like a puppy.
Isaac remembered the incident that was called a kiss but was actually a headbutt. She was the only woman who had ever physically attacked her own monarch.
WHYY, are you drinking with him?
Drink with me instead.
See, she immediately started making drunken mistakes.
She suddenly appeared and expressed dissatisfaction to Isaac, who was doing business with others.
With you, Maeve? I have a lot of food in my tent and a lot of snacks.
Her tongue was a bit tied. It seemed she had at least 2 glasses or more. Who on earth
dared to get this special operations commander drunk, the one who had once shot the High Elf Empress and blown off the Headless Horseman's head with a single shot?
Could this be your wish?
Yes, that's right.
So, although she boldly made the request, she didn't dare look Isaac in the eye, only nodding her head vigorously.
Her wish was truly simple and unpretentious.
All right, what good food do you have?
That's what was it called?
cream?
At this moment, Isaac finally understood what Vice Commander Hans meant.
Even as dense as he was, he understood this signal.
It was like she was inviting him to her house to eat ramen. Your Majesty, this bottle of whiskey has been aged in oak barrels for 17 years.
Just like some people, it has been waiting.
It's been a long wait.
Although her tone was a bit strange, Isaac understood her meaning.
Isaac hesitated for a moment, and Effie tightly grabbed his arm as if she had made up her mind.
She was doing things that didn't fit her usual image, and a faint blush rose on her snow-white face.
When a cold and ruthless beauty on the battlefield shows such a shy side, what man wouldn't be moved?
Just then, Isaac felt someone pushing him from behind.
He looked back and saw it was Duchess Freya, who was using the power of order to push his back.
No wonder he felt a bit strange. It turned out everyone was in on it. Even if they didn't say it, he knew what to do. These people, honestly.
Isaac smiled helplessly.
Recently, he had either been busy dealing with various crises or slaughtering on the battlefield.
Even in this undead hunt, he had been blinded by points and always ignored the people around him.
All right, let's go have a drink together. Since the final battle with the evil god was not far off,
perhaps today was the time to take a good look at the people by his side support. In the early morning of the next day, a group of women with graceful figures gathered in front of Patriarch Effie's tent.
They were chattering away, discussing the events of the previous night.
Do you think they succeeded?
I don't know, maybe 50-50.
With looks and a body like that, for the success rate to only be 50-50, there must be something wrong with both of them.
These women were the culprits who had plied their patriarch and superior Effie with alcohol before sending her to the Duke.
These wood elves, who had once listened to Effie pour out her troubles, were now gathered like a bunch of gossiping aunties to discuss their commander.
Talking sense into her was useless.
That's why I got her drunk.
You did the right thing. I've wanted to do that for a long time.
They've been ambiguous for so long.
If only one of them had taken the initiative, it would have happened ages ago.
The atmosphere on a battlefield always makes one's blood boil, turning people into something like wild beasts. Some felt this was a good opportunity and egged the two of them on.
Whoosh!
At that moment, Effie pulled back the tent flap and stepped out. She had already changed into her neat uniform and had sobered up, but a faint blush remained on her face. The surrounding women excitedly crowded around her.
Lady Effie, is there any good news?
Did you follow my advice and take action?
If you didn't do anything, that would be far too incompetent.
Even for nurturing feelings slowly, there has to be a limit.
We aren't trees that can just slowly take root and sprout.
The wood elves were so excited they were gesticulating wildly, drawing stares from those nearby.
Seeing people gathering to watch, Effie panicked. She stammered for a long while before finally fleeing in embarrassment. She never backed down on the battlefield, but in this situation, she ran faster than a rabbit. The elves initially thought she had failed and were preparing to tease her, but one of them seemed to sense something from Effie's stiff, slightly awkward gait. She clapped her hands and cheered.
Oh,
My.
it happened. It happened.
3 women make a drama.
The news spread rapidly throughout the camp.
Effie ran even faster. Shortly after, the tent flap was lifted again.
This time it was the tall Duke Isaac who stepped out.
Looking at the gathered wood elf rangers, he asked,
Was it your doing?
What are you talking about, Your Grace?
A relaxed smile played on Duke Isaac's face.
The elves seemed to have a guilty conscience, answering hesitantly.
Isaac chuckled.
No wonder Effie has been acting a bit strange lately.
Is that so?
Honestly, such busybodies, even if you hadn't interfered, things would have taken their natural course.
Duke Isaac shook his head helplessly.
The wood elves also muttered under their breaths, somewhat speechless.
Sigh, you really don't understand at all.
What?
Oh, nothing, Your Grace.
It seemed they felt that no matter how anxious the people around them were, the two of them were developing their relationship at their own pace. The wood elves secretly felt relieved that they had taken action.
Astoris.
A fierce battle was unfolding on the surging sea.
Boom!
Something exploded, and a large chunk of wooden armor was blown away.
Wood splinters sprayed from the battleship's hull like blood.
At first glance, it looked like a ghost ship had been hit by a cannon, but in reality, it was a section of a Kara-class battleship's deck being blown apart by a mana bomb fired by the Kancha Kingdom's fleet.
Furthermore, they had lost a precious cannon.
Queen Eldorado gritted her teeth in rage.
Queen Eldorado, where are you going?
Get back here. With all sails unfurled and catching the wind, Queen Eldorado and her fleet were fleeing desperately. The orcs behind them mocked them.
Where is your master?
His slave is being beaten
To a pulp
here, and he's nowhere to be seen.
He must be trapped under a pile of corpses on land, ha ha ha.
Under the pincer attack of the numerous ghost ships and the Kancha Kingdom's fleet, which possessed long-range attack capabilities, the tide of battle had turned sharply for the worse.
Queen Eldorado could only rely on the power of the water elemental spirits to barely escape.
If this continued, her port would also be occupied by the enemy.
Damn it, but she was powerless.
To think she was being routed at sea by the Orc race instead of the Blackwood Territory's army.
Just as Queen Eldorado was sinking into rage and despair, a massive man-made steel object appeared on the distant horizon. Only the Blackwood Duchy possessed steel warships on the sea, so Queen Eldorado and the merfolk thought that the Blackwood Territory's ironclad battleships had come to support them.
You bastards, my master is here.
Oh.
Although they had said many discouraging things before, Duke Isaac indeed would not easily abandon his subordinates. Queen Eldorado shouted loudly as if to let everyone know.
However, she was still a bit worried. They were surrounded by hundreds of enemy ships while their side had only one warship.
The enemy's warships were loaded with magic ballistae capable of firing rapid fire bolts and small catapults that could hurl minor bombs. Even the most powerful battleship could not face such a massive fleet alone. Wait, what is that?
As the distance closed, the truth became clear. The steel warship appearing on the horizon was not an ironclad battleship at all.
It was a larger, more majestic, and more powerful weapon of the sea.
As this giant warship braved the wind and waves towards them, everyone on the battlefield was stunned, their mouths hanging wide open.
King of the ocean.
The Kancha fleet was full of confidence in their victory. Mana bombs loaded.
Fire.
The small catapults no longer relied on the elasticity of ropes, but used mana to launch red bombs. With the order to fire, shooting began simultaneously on the decks of 150 battleships.
Red trajectories streaked across the sky like meteors.
The bombs poured down like hail.
Rumble.
Crack, crash. The mana bombs penetrated the decks and wooden armor of the merfolk battleships before exploding inside.
Red explosions burst everywhere, and flames soared into the sky.
The merfolk had finally managed to hold back the ghost ships charging like ghouls with their cannons, only to be caught off guard by the sudden rain of bombs.
Damn it. To think they'd joined forces with the undead. Those beasts. Wearing a skull eye patch, Queen Eldorado leaned over the railing and roared in anger. The orcs of Kancha, however, laughed gleefully on their decks. The merfolk fleet tried to counterattack with their cannons, but those ghost ships covered in barnacles swarmed from all directions, attempting to ram their ships. This blocked their firing angles, making it impossible to mount an effective counterattack.
The battleships of the Bucania Kingdom were sunk one after another under the combined assault of close-range rammings and long-range catapult fire.
However, the god of the ocean had not abandoned the merfolk. In the moment of crisis, an unfamiliar battleship appeared at the other end of the battlefield.
Lord Wolfgang.
Look!
Something is coming.
Commander Wolfgang Peng was uneasy at first, but after a series of victories, the cooperation of the ghost ships, and the excellent performance of the magic weapons, he had regained his confidence. He looked in the direction the soldier on deck was pointing, only to see a massive battleship, leaving him frozen in shock.
My god, what is that?
The commander and the orcs all leaned over the railing, their eyes wide with shock.
A massive steel giant, as if a fortress had been moved onto the sea, pushed through the waves and sailed toward them.
Commander Wolfgang, this is completely different from the intelligence we received about the battleship. They said it was just steel added to a wooden battleship. What on earth is going on? Compared to the monster before them, a battleship was still within their realm of understanding.
After all, it was just steel armor added to a traditional wooden battleship.
But what was this massive steel battleship covered in large caliber cannons?
It was a type of battleship they had never seen before.
Unlike the ships of the Bucania Kingdom, its cannons were not arranged on the sides, but installed in the center of the ship.
Furthermore, it had no masts. Instead, there was a towering metal bridge and a funnel belching black smoke.
Did those fellows from the Blackwood territory discover a steel vein or something?
It's too big. How can such a heavy block of iron float on water? They were already shocked when they saw the battleship before, but the ship completely defied their common sense.
It looked as if it were built from all the steel in the world, indestructible.
Moreover, they initially thought the distance had caused a visual distortion.
But as the distance closed, the enemy ship only grew larger.
Even standing on the Kancha Kingdom's largest ship, the Wolf, they had to look up at it. The nobles of Kancha all wore expressions of terror. However, when the Orc captains realized that this giant battleship was alone, they felt they still had a chance. They had already tasted victory, and they had the cooperation of the ghost ships as well as mana bombs.
It's huge, but we still have a chance.
It actually dares to face our hundreds of ships alone.
Exactly.
We brought so many ships just to deal with the ironclad battleship.
Although the enemy had brought something more terrifying than expected, it made no difference to them. They had hundreds of ships, ghost ships constantly emerging from the sea, mana bombs, and ballistae capable of penetrating steel plates of a certain thickness. They were only slightly surprised, thinking this ship was likely just like the battleship, a wooden ship with a layer of iron skin.
Could it be that everything from the keel to the hull was made of pure steel?
Commander Wolfang, please give the order.
Besides, they had no way back.
They had plundered countless ports and even planned to attack the merfolk who had submitted to the Blackwood territory, so they could only fight to the end.
Isaac's arrogance is truly atrocious.
Entire fleet attack.
Sink that arrogant ship that dared to venture deep into our lines alone.
I really don't know what he's thinking.
But since he dared to come alone, he must be dealt with now.
Wolfgang suppressed the unease in his heart and issued the order to attack to all ships.
Ruro *****.
Standing on the back of a steel giant, that's probably what it felt like. Master, those guys seemed to want to fight us. Raja, wearing a captain's hat, gave a disdainful smile. She seemed intoxicated by the joy of being able to control this giant battleship, a weapon for decisive naval battles. What should we do?
What else?
Wipe them all out, of course, Raja.
Isaac was physically and mentally exhausted, having first taken a fighter plane and then used flight magic to get here.
The goddess will bless our battle. He made a throat-slitting gesture, signaling Raja to finish it quickly.
Raja was also eager to see the power of the ship she had helped build, so she nodded and ordered the start of the battle. Large number of enemy ships detected.
Notify the entire crew.
All hands to battle stations. All hands to battle stations.
The new captain let out a sharp roar.
Urgent voices were heard everywhere on the ship as the Raja-class battleship sprang into action. The sailors moved quickly according to their training.
Ready. Engine output to maximum.
Full speed ahead to support Queen El Dorado. They saw the Bucania Kingdom fleet in distress. The steam turbines increased their power output, and the propeller spun rapidly. White foam churned out as the massive hull pushed through the waves, racing across the sea. Despite its massive size, its acceleration was still astonishing with the help of the Water Spirit King. Captain, strange ships covered in barnacles are approaching in large numbers.
Those are the ghost ships.
Isaac rubbed his chin and said,
A tattered undead fleet like ghouls.
They swarmed toward them, carrying their hatred for the living.
The battleship turned slowly, adjusting its firing angle.
Range 3,400 meters. Elevation 20 degrees.
180 mm high explosive shells loaded.
Gunnery officer reporting. All guns ready.
Awaiting orders. Fire a test shot first.
A thick gun barrel turned slowly.
Even after modification, the ironclad battleship only had one rotating turret with a small caliber, barely able to rotate like an anti-aircraft gun. But this ship was equipped with true large-caliber naval guns. The Raja-class battleship was the true embodiment of big gun ideology.
Fire.
At the captain's command, the shell went screaming out. Boom, a sound like a thunderclap echoed across the sea.
And 180 mm main gun spat out a massive flame.
The massive shockwave even blasted a large crater in the sea below the muzzle. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 hit. Crash.
A massive block of metal struck the target.
A shell as heavy as a person embedded itself deep into the center of a medium-sized ghost ship, and then exploded.
The ghost ship was blown into two pieces. The undead battleship that had crawled up from the seabed like a ghoul was sunk with a single shot, sinking back into the depths.
Hit. It's a hit. Oh, incredible.
Taken out in one shot.
Previously, they needed a broadside from dozens of guns on a battleship to sink an enemy ship, but the power of the Raja-class battleship was immense. To think it could sink such a large ship with just one shot. This is what I wanted.
This is a battleship worthy of the name Raja.
The merfolk captain danced with excitement, completely forgetting her position. But no one blamed her, as everyone was stunned by the battleship's power.
There are still many enemies left.
Don't get carried away, hurry up and destroy the remaining ships.
HMBH, I know. Though Isaac couldn't help himself and began to direct the battle personally.
Raja straightened her captain's hat and continued to command the battle.
Rumble.
This time, all 9 main guns slowly turned toward the enemy ships. These fellows actually tried to seize control of the ocean, while Isaac's attention was diverted to the undead on land. Isaac would let them know they were wrong.
It was time to end the Orc race's arrogant notions.
Fire.
Rumble.
Deafening explosions and shockwaves swept across the entire battlefield.
9 main cannons simultaneously spewed out massive flames.
Asterisk.
The deafening explosions and dazzling firelight left the merfolk completely stunned.
Every time a massive pillar of fire erupted, an enemy battleship was sunk as if kicked by a giant. The violent sounds of explosions, gunpowder smoke, the shouts of orcs, and the squeak groans of tearing wooden battleships were all interwoven.
Thick ropes snapped one by one, and tattered sails flew everywhere.
A lone battleship charged recklessly through a fleet of hundreds of enemy vessels.
Queen Eldorado, please pull yourself together. The merfolk on the deck called out the Queen's name.
But Queen Eldorado was deeply captivated by the battle scene before her eyes, unable to look away. Boom's shell struck the center of a Kancha Kingdom battleship. The shockwave of the explosion tossed the ship high into the air before it snapped in two and sank into the sea. A thick mast snapped with a crack, and wood splinters flew in all directions.
A large amount of wood floated on the sea surface like blood.
The orcs on the deck screamed, trying to abandon ship and escape.
But the anti-aircraft guns and heavy machine guns on the ironclad battleship mercilessly tore them to pieces.
Rat-tat-tat-tat. On the vast seas, a single battleship kicked up a firestorm. Covered in cannons of all sizes, it sank the ghost ships and the Kancha Kingdom fleet one by one.
D-damn it, how can it be so strong? Crack!
A medium-sized ghost ship, just like it had done to the merfolk ships before, launched a ramming attack against the steel battleship. However, due to the massive difference in size and material, the ghost ship was shattered like an egg hitting a stone. The ghost ship's bow was flattened and its keel was completely twisted. It wobbled on the verge of sinking. Medium-caliber anti-aircraft guns fired again, turning the incapacitated ghost ship into a sieve.
The bow was destroyed, seawater poured in, and the ghost ship sank into the seabed once more. Ghouls and skeletons also struggled in the seawater before sinking into the dark depths.
Oh, to block a ramming impact so easily. The saying that steel material and massive size are the true kings was once again proven true. This steel battleship used its massive body to block the ghost ship's ramming.
Now only the Kancha Kingdom fleet still firing catapults and ballistae remained.
They poured out all their magic weapons, but the steel battleship remained unmoved. Even when hit directly by mana bombs, it remained unscathed because it was forged from blackwood steel.
It was as indestructible as a steel tank slaughtering everything on land.
This is like a peasant with a spear facing a knight in heavy armor.
This was Queen Eldorado's evaluation.
Just as she said, the Blackwood Territory's steel battleship was sinking the enemy ships one by one.
Queen Eldorado had previously worried that only one battleship coming to support would be insufficient, but now it seemed her concern was unnecessary.
Moreover, a massive water elemental spirit king was helping that giant battleship push through the waves.
It seemed the one commanding that battleship was her former navigator Raja. TCH, to think I fell out with her over a mere ironclad battleship. What a narrow-minded person she was. Watching Raja's battleship slaughtering its way through hundreds of enemy ships, Queen Eldorado shook her head helplessly.
Asterisk.
Following the crushing defeat of the resurrected Death Knight Joseph, news of the defeat of Headless Horseman Roe Balder also reached the Avalon continent via magic items.
After the Eastern continent, the undead army of the Western continent had also suffered a heavy blow.
Although small-scale undead resurrections were still occurring, the High Elves generally believed
they could no longer pose a threat to the Blackwood Territory and their allied forces. Consequently, Empress Sona Edugard abandoned her usual haughty posture and, for the first time, admitted the national crisis before the people.
We High Elves wanted to save this divided and chaotic world.
Those foolish races, those incompetent races, those full of greed and selfishness, we wanted to unite them under the Empire's banner and rule over them. But now look,
their ungrateful greed has spread to the Avalon continent.
She played the victim, as if she had acted out of good intentions only to be wronged. Due to the great distance from other continents, information was blocked, and because the entire race was caught in a collective frenzy, the truth was distorted. So I, Empress Kshana, want to ask you, no matter what difficulties we encounter, will you believe in the Empire and Lord Anatos and follow us?
The Empress used the racial crisis to incite the people's passion and raise their morale. The eerie red mana of the evil god through the apostles shrouded the entire continent. Since the apostles of God claimed this was God's will, the entire empire fell into a frenzy. For Anatos and Avalon,
for the Empire,
for total mobilization. Wow! The Empress said that the only way to overcome this crisis was through total mobilization of the entire population.
Regardless of gender or age, everyone had to contribute to the war. Everyone was to be sent to magic factories to produce magic crossbow bolts and magic weapons.
Regardless of age or gender, everyone produced crossbow bolts, ballistic golems, airships, warships, and mana bombs.
To prevent a shortage of weapons, they even prepared spears and cold weapons.
The High Elf race, numbering 1.5 million, would perform a total Jayakusai sacrifice.
We will fight in the sky, on land, and in the ocean.
As long as we can stop the enemy from landing and wait for the Guardian God to resurrect, we will achieve victory. The High Elf race will become the rulers of this world. The enemy would never be able to step onto the sacred continent. They would be the victors of history, not the losers.
Those deluded by the god and committing countless crimes were now acting with incomparable fanaticism.
Long life Siona.
Long life Anatos.
Oh God, please protect the High Elves and the continent.
Asterisk.
In the Eastern continent, which had temporarily regained peace after the undead were crushed, and at the military academy of the Blackwood Duchy. One day, news arrived. A special purpose army was about to be formed here.
This mysterious unit would be composed of personnel drawn from various units such as the Rangers, the Black-clad unit, the Stormtroopers, and the Blackwood Territory Navy.
And seemingly related to this unit, the Blackwood Territory was undergoing lightweight and modular modifications to its steam tanks for easier transport.
They were also manufacturing iron landing crafts capable of withstanding enemy fire and delivering soldiers to the coast.
Since all of this was personally commanded by Duke Isaac, the people of the duchy were full of curiosity.
The army of the Blackwood Territory is already very strong.
Why build such a special unit? Vice Commander Hans.
Bella, who had been promoted to captain after numerous battles with the undead, raised the question on behalf of everyone.
Vice Commander Hans flipped up his scratch-covered helmet with a clack and answered,
To completely eliminate the High Elves.
Empress Kshna and the High Elves had always acted recklessly, relying on their location in a distant continent, but now it was time for them to pay the price. All current preparations were for this purpose. His Majesty Isaac had said that long-distance expeditions were very dangerous, so they had to be fully prepared. The first step was to train a professional force.
What is the name of this unit?
Bella's question was met with agreement from the others.
Perhaps at this moment, a secretly infiltrated airship was already hiding in the clouds, evading interception from giant ballistae and griffin knights, carefully scouting the enemy's terrain and defensive formations.
His Majesty calls this unit the Marine Corps.
From the ocean to the land.
They were not for defending the homeland, but for penetrating deep behind enemy lines. This was an unprecedented unit.
What was so hard about transporting a large-scale army from sea to land?
His Majesty said he would first use carrier-based aircraft from aircraft carriers to bomb the enemy, then use the battleships fire to strike them fiercely, and finally send in this unit.
Vice Commander, then what is this unit's mission?
Another new recruit also raised a question.
Vice Commander Hans smiled, as if thinking it was a good question.
His Majesty had said they would be responsible for the most complex and difficult part of the war, amphibious operations. Preparing for an expedition, the ocean was once covered by the undead.
With just a single battleship, control of the seas was reclaimed.
Equipped with 9 main guns, 2 medium-caliber anti-aircraft guns, heavy machine guns, and depth charges, the Raja-class battleship showcased its immense power before everyone's eyes.
In a massive naval battle involving hundreds of warships, it fought alone and turned the tides of fleet unprecedented in history.
Furthermore, it sank every ghost ship that attempted to drag the world into the abyss of death. Thus, Goddess Iris, who wished to restore the world to normalcy, was full of praise for it.
Through your exceptional insight and knowledge, you have won a great naval victory achievement points plus 500,000.
You have eliminated the Orc forces colluding with the evil god at sea achievement points plus 350,000. You have driven the entities eroding the world back into the depths of the ocean achievement points plus 400,000. Whenever the steel battleship poured its firepower into the enemy ranks, divine notification messages would appear before Isaac's eyes.
It was like a steel giant wolf charging into a flock of sheep.
The Raja-class battleship sank nearly 100 ghost ships on the spot, as well as 80 warships from the Kanchu Kingdom.
Using its reinforced hull, it rammed the rotting ghost ships in two, turning the battlefield into a sea of fire and becoming the true king of the ocean.
Of course, the enemy did not give up resistance easily.
Several catapults were installed on each warship, and red bombs fell like rain upon the battleship's armor plating. Some auxiliary weapons were damaged, and a few bombs landed on the deck, causing some casualties, but due to the battleship's thick armor, it could not be sunk even when covered by a rain of bombs. Moreover, since the enemy's projectiles were incendiary bombs that could only cause surface damage, they couldn't penetrate the battleship's armor, allowing it to one-sidedly massacre the enemy vessels. Although they faced no real danger due to the enemy's insufficient firepower, Isaac was briefly worried that their shells and bullets would run out because of the sheer number of enemies.
Master, it looks like they're trying to run.
Seeing the enemy abandoning so many warships to flee in all directions, Raja jumped upon the bridge. Even the ghost ships resurrected from death were fleeing one after another.
The undead do not feel fear, so this must have been an order from the powerful controlling them.
If Igni was right, the evil god's tentacles had already reached the ocean. Calm down, Raja.
We've achieved an incredible victory, haven't we? Isaac had been worried about running out of shells, and since they only had one battleship, it was impossible to pursue all the fleeing enemies.
MHM, that's true, but you really did design a terrifying monster. The sea trial was just a trial. In actual combat, Raja finally witnessed the true power of the new battleship, and she was struck with awe.
The Raja-class battleship had proven its combat capability and demonstrated who the true king of the ocean was, while also earning a massive amount of points. That was enough.
Wood fragments and other traces of battle floated upon the azure surface of the sea. Leading Queen Eldorado's still shaken fleet, they prepared to return to Bacania port.
To protect this port, where most of the kingdom's industries were concentrated, the Kara-class battleship had fought a desperate battle and was now in a state of ruin.
Queen Eldorado stood on the deck looking up at the steel battleship in stunned silence. The messenger of the sea god has entered the port.
May Wei, the ruler of the ocean, is here.
Whoa, this battle concerned the fate of the Pacania kingdom, so all the merfolk had come out to watch.
Having single-handedly defeated the Kancha kingdom and the undead fleet, a Raja-class battleship was welcomed like a hero as it entered the port, with people cheering and jumping for joy.
Thera, long live, because it had suddenly appeared in a moment of crisis. It had become the messenger of the sea god in the eyes of the local merfolk. As the battleship slowly sailed into the port, the cheers of the merfolk grew louder and louder.
This battleship had earned such a resounding title right upon its debut.
Don't get ahead of yourself. Lower your shoulders and fix that smirk,
Isaac said to Raja, who had a silly grin on her face.
Did this captain intend to disembark with that expression?
He once exiled
Slave has actually become the messenger of the Sea God Master. That's the Raja-class battleship.
It's all Raja anyway, hee.
Raja shrugged smugly, seemingly unable to control her excitement. There was absolutely no sign of the dignity and decisiveness a captain should possess in her.
Isaac felt he might have had too high expectations for this woman.
Wow, Blackwood. In any case, they had other purposes for being here, so they pushed through the crowd and headed toward Pacania's large shipyard. There they met Queen Eldorado.
She seemed to have calmed down and hurried over.
Human master, the entire merfolk race owes you a debt of gratitude. Queen Eldorado touched her eye patch, her tone filled with gratitude. She used to call Isaac human duke, but now she had grown accustomed to calling him master. It's good that you know. Now let me see that ship you built, Eldorado. Due to fuel tank limitations, the range of aircraft was limited. Therefore, it was difficult for planes to cross the ocean alone to attack other continents. But there was something that could solve this problem, a mobile offshore platform.
You ask about that as soon as you arrive.
You should listen more to the merfolk's praises, or hold a victory banquet to enjoy the joy of triumph.
I'm busy enough that I don't even have time to nurture my relationship with Effie.
Queen Eldorado, as usual, was slow to react to news from the central continent, and she tilted her head in confusion.
At Isaac's urging, she finally took him to see the completed giant wooden vessel.
This ship was constructed from timber from all over the world, and its keel was unprecedentedly massive. When Isaac saw the physical ship, he found it even larger and longer than his initial requirements.
Didn't you tell me to build it as large as possible?
Did I do something wrong?
No, you did very well, Eldorado.
Just as Isaac had requested, the lower two decks, originally meant for cargo and trade goods, had been merged into a single massive hangar for carrier-based aircraft, while the topmost deck was laid with a long runway.
It reminded him of the Kayo, a large commercial passenger ship converted into a light aircraft carrier.
But, human master, you had me build this ship according to your specifications. What exactly is it for? Anyone seeing this ship for the first time would certainly be puzzled by its purpose. But to Isaac, the flight deck, lengthened and widened for aircraft takeoff and landing, was incredibly familiar.
Although much technology was still needed for an aircraft carrier to truly function, others would be responsible for transporting the aircraft to the deck and launching them.
You'll see just how massive a role this simple-looking ship will play on the battlefield. The importance of aircraft carriers in naval warfare went without saying.
It could bring immense tactical advantages and was an indispensable presence in landing operations.
But Queen Eldorado looked at this large ship, which seemed to have no weapons at all, and then at Isaac with a face full of disbelief.
It certainly looked ordinary because the most important thing for such a vessel was not its own combat power, but the combat power of its carrier-based aircraft.
To the end, the Blackwood Duchy was manufacturing a type of medium bomber that could carry a large load of bombs. Once the fighters and bombers were loaded, another ruler of the sea following the battleship would be born.
However, it couldn't be put into use in its current state, so it first had to be towed back to the Blackwood Duchy for modifications to allow it to sail under its own power.
In any case, we finally have an aircraft carrier.
Though it lacked catapults and elevators to move aircraft to the flight deck.
Even if it looked like just an ordinary ship for carrying planes, with Freya's help it would surely be able to fulfill its role.
To prevent the Blackwood Duchy from landing, the Avalon Empire would certainly resist to the death, and this carrier would become another vanguard for the Blackwood Duchy in naval and landing operations.
Asterisk.
The Avalon Empire had entered a state of wartime nationwide, with a general mobilization of the people. All High Elves were working together to produce bolts, ballistae, and magical weapons.
At this time, a precious magical tool was being smashed to pieces by someone as an outlet for their anger.
Yet no one dared to stop her. Communication magic tools were difficult to produce and were consumables, making them very precious, but it was now being crushed under a white high heel. However, Her Majesty the Empress's rage had yet to subside, and her shoulders continued to tremble. The reason for her fury was simple. It was because she had received disastrous news from the once confident Kancha Kingdom fleet. Those beasts now, they were worse than beasts. Myrots. Trash. She had given them so many ghost ships thinking they could at least hold out at sea for half a year. But for them to be completely annihilated by a suddenly appearing steel battleship just because they were trying to raid the merfolk was something she still couldn't believe. It's not like we didn't give them magical weapons. In the battles against the battleship, the human fleets had at least put up a decent resistance, but this battle had completely defied common sense. It was said that even when the ghost ships used ramming tactics, they couldn't budge that steel battleship an inch.
Knight Commander, how is the construction of the coastline fortifications coming along?
Yes, we are building fortifications in various locations and have formed a rapid response force that can support any area in need at any time. We have also deployed large catapults, ballistae, and mana bombs, and are maintaining a strict coastal defense. Every citizen was a soldier. The High Elves' strategy was to blockade all possible landing sites. Fortunately, they possessed the products of magic engineering golems, which could perform large-scale engineering work, even building a fortress in the blink of an eye.
Also, this is a report I just received. Our Griffin Knights discovered an airship hidden in the clouds during a night patrol.
What? That damned airship again?
Yes, we immediately deployed the mobile giant ballistae to try and shoot it down, but it seemed to have spotted us and fled instantly.
Its speed was very high. It seems to be equipped with an elemental spirit king.
The mobile giant ballistae were modelled after railway guns using golems.
That eerie flying machine that moved through the air as if riding the wind was the culprit that had once bombed their capital.
Siona slammed her hand on the armrest in anger upon hearing it had escaped.
Tusk, they actually dare to scout us.
That wood elf woman.
With the undead on the central continent mostly eliminated, the High Elves began to sense that the Blackwood territory was eyeing the Avalon continent. A fierce battle for the defense of their homeland was about to begin.
Stop their landing at all costs.
Whether on the coastline or at sea, we will fight to the end.
Of course, Her Majesty the Empress.
Siona had to gather the ghost ships and the remnants of the Kantra Kingdom's fleet.
Moreover, the Avalon Empire's warships were also massing along the coastline.
These were giant warships that the Empire had poured all its strength into building after the last naval battle.
On their decks were installed unprecedentedly large catapults and mana bombs.
There were also the giant sea monsters left behind for homeland defense.
Good time is on our side.
So, as long as we can stop them at sea, we can wash away the humiliation we suffered alongside the evil god.
The Empress clenched her fist and declared that time was on their side, that the deity's cocoon was writhing incessantly. It wasn't just the High Elves making preparations. Time perhaps was not on their side.
However, the divine will was still unable to break through the shackles of the cocoon that yearned for resurrection squirm.
To save the kingdom of Bacchania, the Raja-class battleship rushed to the battlefield alone.
Although some were worried, it single-handedly sank hundreds of enemy ships
And even towed a strange, giant vessel of unknown purpose back to the Blackwood Duchy.
This ship, destined to become an aircraft carrier, slowly sailed into the port, arousing everyone's curiosity. Since it needed to take off on land aircraft, it couldn't have masts or sails, so it had to be refitted with a propulsion system to sail on its own.
After sending the ship they had fought so hard to obtain to the Olaine shipyard, Isaac and Freya arrived at the workshop in Blackwood territory.
Is this the improved tank
And landing craft you mentioned.
Duke Isaac and Freya were inspecting the research and development achievements of the Blackwood Duchy.
an iron landing craft equipped with a twin-cylinder engine and a propeller propulsion system.
Although a bit slow, it was sturdy.
It would safely deliver the Marine Corps ashore under dense crossbow fire.
Its shape reminded Isaac of the Normandy landings.
Tests using captured magical weapons showed it could withstand crossbow attacks. The results also indicated it could even withstand attacks from magical ballistae at 200 meters.
However, to facilitate mass production and reduce weight, its armor thickness was reduced, so it could still be penetrated if the distance was too close.
Therefore, they had to first use naval guns and bombers to destroy the enemy's coastal batteries.
That's right.
Isaac looked at the improved Black Tiger tank, which had undergone lightweight and modular modifications. They planned to transport the ammunition separately and, upon reaching the destination, use water elemental spirits to add water to the tank.
But unlike the landing craft, it doesn't seem capable of landing on its own.
Indeed, it's too heavy for that function.
How to transport it from the ship to land?
Isaac silently glanced at Freya.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Why am I looking at you like that?
Of course, because you're the one responsible for transporting the tank to land.
From the moment she could launch house-sized rocks like cannonballs, Isaac knew her abilities were incredibly powerful.
And as their cooperation deepened,
Isaac increasingly felt her abilities were invaluable. Such versatile abilities, used only for combat, were truly a waste.
My lord, I must remind you I am not an engineer.
I know.
And I am not the chief blacksmith of the workshop either.
I know that too.
Once a respected duchess, now being ordered around by Isaac like a worker, Freya seemed to have mixed feelings.
What good does knowing do you need to act just seeding the centrifuges and those silver gods metal gives me a headache?
Since witnessing that massive explosion in the Manhattan Project experiment, people started calling highly enriched uranium gods metal. After Isaac returned, the accumulation of highly enriched uranium resumed.
Having experienced the Blackwood style of work, Duchess Freya spoke with lingering fear.
Do you really want to let the evil god and his forces go like this? Your god of orders seems quite worried too. In fact, all mainstream deities felt this way.
They believed they should first deal with the evil god who was destroying the world's foundation.
It was a feeling of choosing the lesser of two evils.
Of course, Isaac didn't consider himself a bad person. Nor did he intend to turn this world into a place where everyone possessed destructive weapons like Earth. As someone once said, knowledge itself is not sinful, but the humans who use it are full of sin.
So, after this war that determines the fate of the continents ends, Isaac plans to destroy all documents related to this project, letting it become dust in history.
The personnel involved in the project only grasped partial knowledge, so there was no need to worry about leaks.
As long as the undead were eliminated, this world could return to peace.
That's my plan, goddess.
Are you reassured now?
Isaac looked up at the sky, asking in his heart.
The goddess gave no clear yes or no answer.
Only an ambiguous feeling.
She seemed worried that Isaac would use this world-destroying power to upset the world's balance.
But she was truly worrying unnecessarily.
Effie was still here. How could he do such a thing?
Isaac suddenly remembered the beautiful blonde elf who had left Blackwood territory for aerial reconnaissance. The war and the evil god had separated them. He had to end this war quickly and restore peace.
My lord, your expression is a bit strange.
Oh, is it?
You're definitely thinking about that young wood elf clan leader.
Can you?
You've misunderstood.
The shameless old dark elf duchess.
Experience trumps youth. Her insight was truly sharp.
Anyway, don't worry too much.
The refinement of God's metal is almost finished.
Duchess Freya tilted her head in confusion upon hearing Isaac say the work could soon stop.
Actions speak louder than words.
To prove his words true, Isaac forcefully pushed open the door to the secret warehouse deep in the laboratory.
Sunlight streamed in, illuminating the warehouse filled with gleaming silver metal cylinders.
To avoid reaching critical mass, these highly enriched uranium cylinders were stored separately.
Duchess Freya's eyes widened at the sight. No, my lord, when did you collect so much?
Why do you think I went on a business trip to the sea?
If land resources were insufficient, then go to the sea. Using the armory's functions, Isaac frantically produced highly enriched uranium.
Now he had collected enough uranium to make a second atomic bomb. So does that mean you finally completed it?
That's right. Let me introduce you. This is Little Boy,
And this one being made is Fat Man.
Little Boy was no longer just a silver metal block. It had been encased in an iron shell, becoming a real atomic bomb. It was a new type of nuclear weapon gun type atomic bomb that triggered nuclear fission by colliding two cylindrical metal blocks in enemy airspace. And Fat Man was an atomic bomb that triggered nuclear fission by inserting a column. The weight of the enriched uranium Isaac had prepared far exceeded the minimum critical mass. He had collected so much uranium that he even felt it wouldn't matter if he dropped this thing in the center of the enemy's capital. Isaac hoped Little Boy would solve everything. But if one atomic bomb wasn't enough to make Savona surrender,
Then they'd have to send out Fat Man.
only then would the enemy truly understand what destruction meant for the world of the living.
The High Elves reacted violently to the airships hidden in the clouds as if an old wound had flared up.
The Avalon Empire immediately dispatched all its Griffin Knights and even brought out the giant ballista used to defend the capital from the ground. Like using sonar to guide torpedoes, the Avalon Empire used golems to rapidly deploy long-range magical weapons.
It seemed they had made many improvements since the last airship raid.
To avoid the bolt shot into the clouds, the airships of the Blackwood territory could only retreat quickly with the help of the Wind Spirit King. Outside the airships, the gale created by Sylph continued to push the massive hulls forward at high speed.
The Griffin Knights eventually gave up the pursuit due to the enemy's speed and overwhelming firepower.
As I write this, I hope readers will remember our domain name.
To read Taiwan novels, come to Taiwan novel website, twken.com.
Excellent.
In any case, the Rangers had observed and scouted the enemy's movements for a long time, so the mission was considered a success.
They successfully escaped the dangerous enemy airspace and were on their way back to the Blackwood territory.
Perhaps because they were passing through rain clouds, the windows inside the ship were covered in water droplets.
The droplets slid down the windows like raindrops.
The master of the Wind Spirit King breathed onto the fogged-up window and then drew something on it with her finger, seemingly immersed in some beautiful memory.
A man with gentle eyes and refined features appeared on the window. Lately, he seemed to be exercising frequently, as his physique had become more robust.
Moreover, because he had become an archmage, he still looked very young.
He went to sea. I wonder how he's doing.
That sea area infested with the undead everywhere.
It was always those damn High Elves causing trouble. Enemies who couldn't be helpful for a lifetime. Because of them, she and Isaac had to be separated, one at sea and one in the air.
They had clearly expressed their feelings for each other, and it was exactly the time when they wanted to be together every moment. The Wood Elf rangers around her, seeing her looking all sentimental as if they had been separated for years, couldn't help but laugh. Honestly, when people get old, they love to get sentimental.
If I didn't know better, I'd think you two were parting ways forever.
The two of them just had a spark of love.
Effie merely sighed for a moment and was immediately met with unanimous eye rolls from the women around her.
Was it because the two of them had been dragging their feet for so long, making everyone impatient, that they were now facing retribution?
Effie explained somewhat
Flusteredly. WH, what are you all saying? How dare you mock your superior? Shut your mouths this instant.
but her tone lacked conviction.
Usually majestic, she now looked like a flustered young woman.
Yes, future princess consort.
We have offended you. Do you have any orders? However, they didn't seem to intend to let Effie off, continuing to mock her with feigned formality. The staff on the ship also couldn't help but laugh. Effie's face turned red to the tips of her ears.
Oh, stop it. Seriously, the once self-disciplined clan leader was now like a balloon that would pop at a touch, filled with bashfulness.
In short, the armed airship of the Blackwood territory, filled with a warm atmosphere, finished its scouting mission and was returning to the Blackwood territory.
Asterisk.
The massive airships, every time they appeared, cast a giant shadow that commanded awe.
The armed airship that had gone to the Avalon Empire returned safely to the Blackwood territory.
There were some marks on the circular hull where it had been hit by ballista bolts. It seemed they had some small-scale skirmishes during the battle with the Griffin Knights. Isaac led his subordinates to greet them.
The elf rangers should have brought back valuable field reconnaissance intelligence.
However, Effie, having not seen Isaac for several months, sprinted toward him as soon as she saw him. The wood elf threw herself into Isaac's arms, the scent of lavender wafting into his nose.
Everything is hard at the beginning, but once that barrier is broken, this is what happens.
Your Majesty, are you alright? I'm fine, then you. Isaac shrugged and replied.
There are battle marks on the airship.
Are you hurt?
No, Your Majesty.
Was everything smooth for you at sea?
A bit lonely.
Well now, you shouldn't be lonely anymore. Effie leaned into Isaac's embrace and said with a smile. Her eyes curved into crescents filled with tenderness and affection. Claire, seeing this scene, dropped the ledger in her hand, her mouth agape in surprise.
WH, what's the situation?
Claire had been busy in the rear with her abacus, so she knew nothing about what had happened on the battlefield. She squeezed between Isaac and Effie, wanting to know what was going on. Administrator Peter, Finance Minister Charles, and other subordinates who were also busy in the rear stared at them in stunned silence. Your information is too outdated. Never mind that. Report the scouting results first, Effie. Yes, Your Majesty.
Now was not the time for this.
Isaac and Effie smiled at each other.
Claire, however, glared at them with some dissatisfaction. Effie ignored her and spread the battlefield map on a temporary table. The map was densely packed with various information.
The news of the undead's defeat seems to have reached the Avalon continent as well.
According to the scouting results, just as your majesty predicted, Empress Siona seems to have made full preparations for defense.
They seem to think that as long as they hold out they will achieve victory, so they have put all their energy into defense. Effie's slender fingers pointed here and there on the map. The High Elves had also deployed heavy troops along the coastline to defend against their landing operations.
The enemy's fortifications were indeed not to be underestimated,
especially since they had deployed giant magical catapults and ultra-large mana bombs in various locations.
It is said that stone golems and iron golems are still practicing throwing these bombs like shot puts.
It is unknown what the range and accuracy of these bombs actually are.
They had already witnessed the power of the mana bombs in the central continent and at sea. Since the battleship's armor was hundreds of millimeters thick, even a direct hit only scorched the surface. But for the smaller Black Tiger tanks, even if they were made of mithril alloy, a direct hit could cause the tracks to break or result in an ammunition cook-off.
This was an issue that needed attention when commanding the operation. It seemed that the decision to send out scouting forces was correct. Also, on the routes to the Avalon continent, there is an island called Midway Island. Effie pointed to an island on the map and said that Empress Siona was mobilizing golems to transform it into a fortress.
The routed Kancha Kingdom Navy, the resurrected ghost ships, and the fleets gathered from various parts of the Avalon Empire were all congregating there. They seemed to want to engage the Blackwood territory in a naval battle there to prevent them from landing.
Since we intend to conduct a landing operation, we cannot ignore it.
Fortresses are such a nuisance.
If they ignored it and continued forward, they might be attacked by enemies appearing from the rear by the time they landed. Landing operations are inherently risky, so no new risk factors should be added.
They had to advance step by step and fight steadily.
Therefore, they had to accelerate the development of medium bombers and the modification of the aircraft carrier's propulsion system to better control maritime supremacy.
With these two things, they could easily destroy all defensive fortifications, including the sea fortress. How should I put it? The High Elves don't seem to truly want to achieve victory, but rather just want to stall for time. They weren't aiming for ultimate victory, but were stalling for time.
Isaac also felt that the enemy's defense served this purpose.
But he still didn't understand why they were doing this.
What was the point of stalling like this?
These fanatics who loved corpses seemed to have no intention of surrendering.
At least, not until the first nuclear bomb exploded. Lord Apostle, I have some thoughts regarding this matter.
The white-haired bishop was responsible for limited communication with the goddess.
She raised her hand to Isaac, conveying the goddess's will.
The power of the evil god is growing stronger by the day.
The final stage of resurrection.
Goddess Iris said she felt an unprecedentedly powerful aura from her archenemy.
Isaac had long known that the evil god wanted to resurrect its physical body, but he didn't expect it to be so soon.
The goddess also said they must resolve this issue within 2 years.
We must speed up. They couldn't afford to waste any more time. Even if it meant putting the Blackwood Duchy into a financial deficit, the development and modification of major weapons had to be accelerated.
They had accumulated a vast amount of wealth anyway. No wonder the goddess had been getting more generous lately, giving out reward points every turn.
Isaac thanked Effie for completing the report and then rolled up the map. Claire stood there in a daze until the report ended. Then she snapped back to reality and said,
"Wait.
Tell me what happened.
Otherwise you're not going anywhere, brother."
Perhaps only his sister would dare to
publicly stop him who now possessed absolute power.
It was so embarrassing to have to say what had happened in front of so many people, but Isaac felt that if he didn't say it, Claire would keep pestering him, so he briefly recounted what had happened on the battlefield.
Claire and the subordinates all wore shocked expressions.
What, so that means your function has no problems at all?
What? You always avoided me, so I thought you had some kind of problem. I was even worried about whether I should help you carry on the family line.
This girl really had no filter.
Isaac couldn't help but give her a flick on the forehead.
Claire clutched her head and jumped up in pain.
Now I can rest easy. Finally, the issue of the heir can be resolved.
Goddess be praised.
If you didn't have a problem, you should have earlier. It seemed the old ministers were all worried about this issue. They all breathed a sigh of relief and began discussing the matter of an heir.
They looked as if they had shed a heavy psychological burden.
Even though they had just heard about the abnormal movements of the Avalon Empire,
they seemed more concerned about Isaac's personal life.
Honestly,
even if they didn't say it, he would handle it himself.
Isaac expressed his dissatisfaction, and at that moment, Duke Freya said with a smile,
"Congratulations, but let's put the matter of the heir on hold for now." With a great war imminent, she was worried that the master of the Wind Spirit King would be distracted by this.
Of course Isaac thought so too.
At the very least, I should give my son and daughter a peaceful world without the undead, shouldn't I? Things must be prioritized.
I think so too, Freya. Indeed, this issue was also important.
The current world was too turbulent and unsuitable for sowing new life.
Therefore, they had to first restore the world that had been twisted by the High Elves and the evil god to its original state. For future generations, for a sustainable world of the living, they had to eliminate the tumor on the other side of the continent.
Preparations for the final battle.
Autumn passed and winter gave way to spring. The Blackwood Territory's army had transformed into an expeditionary landing force. The various nations of the central continent were also preparing for the final battle to save the continent.
You idiots!
Are your heads filled with crossbow bolts?
Move faster.
Dawdling on a beach under heavy enemy fire was a death sentence.
On a certain beach in the Blackwood Territory, Marine Corps soldiers were undergoing grueling, amphibious landing training.
Captain Bella was in charge of commanding them, so her tone had become quite rough.
It seemed the Marine Corps truly did have a way of making people more rugged.
Landing exercises were being conducted on a deserted beach.
Landing crafts opened their hatches, and Marine Corps soldiers jumped out one after another, hitting the sand.
Simple bunkers made of mithril alloy were planted into the beach.
Rumble.
Out at sea, the Raja-class battleship was firing its cannons at large targets meant to represent ballistic catapults and golems.
Each bombardment kicked up massive waves. Though their coordination was clumsy at first, practice made perfect.
After hellish training,
The Blackwood Territory's army had gradually adapted to landing operations.
furthermore, to adapt to the new era of warfare, they hadn't just reformed the army.
Throughout the changing seasons,
They had conducted countless weapon R&D sessions,
and finally,
a medium bomber was ready for service.
engine start.
The test pilot shouted. The co-pilot was busy operating the hydraulic systems in the cockpit.
This twin-engine bomber was different from the Eagle fighter planes. Its two engines were mounted on the sides of the wings.
Thanks to the use of lightweight durability and doubling the engine power, it could carry much heavier payloads.
Since air superiority was the responsibility of the Eagle fighter planes, this bomber was only equipped with a single machine gun for minimal self-defense. All other space was dedicated to carrying bombs.
But even so, it was still much faster than other flying magical beasts.
While a few more tests were needed, its bomb load was expected to be very high due to the removal of unnecessary components and weight reduction.
It should be capable of transporting Little Boy and Fat Man.
Rumble. Once the engine started, the propellers on both sides began to spin rapidly.
Due to the special purpose of this aircraft, this test was not conducted on a safe land runway, but on a modified aircraft carrier. Compared to a land runway, the carrier's deck was much shorter.
To simulate takeoff weight in actual combat, they loaded the plane with a metal block roughly equal to the weight of an atomic bomb.
Boom, the two engines spat fire,
And a gale swept across the deck.
the rapid rotation of the propellers generated massive thrust, and the medium bomber taxied forward quickly.
The pilot pulled back hard on the control stick. The flaps lowered to gain more lift, but the aircraft carrier's flight deck was almost at its end. The runway was too short, and the power was insufficient.
Under the current lift, it couldn't take off smoothly.
Holy power isn't meant to be used for this kind of thing.
At that moment, Duke Freya thrust her grey hand forward with force.
An invisible force pushed the bomber, increasing its lift.
The bomber's wheels left the deck. The bomber, carrying a cargo equivalent to the weight of an atomic bomb, successfully took to the skies.
The most important experiment of this war, launching an armed bomber from an aircraft carrier, was a success. We did it. Achievement unlocked.
They had made thorough preparations for this war,
And the goddess seemed satisfied with their performance. As an achievement prompt appeared before Isaac's eyes.
points were credited, and the medium bomber was registered in the army as a carrier-based aircraft.
Previously,
They only had one prototype, but now they could begin mass production.
Oh, it's flying.
it's flying.
Fly Albatross.
Tear the high elves to shreds.
The Eagle fighter planes were responsible for seizing air superiority, while the Albatross twin-engine bomber would show the enemy the price of losing it. As expected, my trust in you wasn't misplaced.
Good work, Freya.
My lord, ever since I arrived here, you've always sent me to do strange things that have nothing to do with combat.
It wasn't an illusion. Her abilities had indeed played a massive role in this operation.
Isaac felt that saving her at sea back then was truly the right call. Thanks to that connection, she was able to help him this much.
As colleagues, I hope we can continue to get along well, Freya.
Count me out.
Once this war is over, it would be best if we saw less of each other.
Perhaps it was because she had stayed here for too long.
Freya shook her head with a hint of weariness.
*****.
Summer passed and autumn came. To fight the final battle against the forces dragging the world toward death, the allied forces of the central continent had finished assembling.
For the future of the continent
And to oppose the evil god, expeditionary forces from various races and nations across the eastern and western continents gathered here in a grand display. Supply lines and troops stretched on endlessly. The Kingdom of Hyde, the Kingdom of Eruth, the Duchy of Henson, the Kingdom of Stomberag, the Saxon Empire, countless armies raised their respective banners and gathered at the port. However, their weaponry varied wildly, ranging from muzzle-loading muskets to rifled muskets, then to bolt-action rifles, and finally, the semi-automatic rifles of the Blackwood Duchy. Like a museum, hundreds of years of firearm development history were on display here.
The fleet from the Kingdom of Jurat has arrived as well.
Battleships requisitioned from all over arrived one after another.
Since they had heard reports of sea monsters, they seemed to have prepared bombs with time fuses and waterproof enchantments to mimic the Blackwood Territory's depth charges. It appeared everyone had made thorough preparations.
Is that the legendary steel battleship, Duke Isaac?
As soon as Queen Priscilla arrived in the Blackwood Duchy, she asked around for the whereabouts of that steel battleship.
Her sparkling purple eyes were fixed on blinking on the battleship out at sea.
That's the one.
However, the aircraft carrier docked next to it received no attention.
Perhaps it was because the secret weapons, the carrier-based aircraft, were hidden on the lower decks.
But the ship was the true trump card for the upcoming naval battle and nuclear strike.
This carrier was loaded with weaponized medium bombers and Eagle fighter planes responsible for air superiority.
Duke Freya stood on the long flight deck. She hadn't been able to board the Raja-class battleship she had longed for, so she looked at Isaac with a bit of dissatisfaction. In any case, shortly after, Queen Eldorado arrived at the port with the remnants of her fleet and the merfolk. Now it was time to end this long war.
Though their races, cultures, and weapons were different, their goal today was one and the same. Death was encroaching upon the world, whether commoner, noble, or royalty. All who died were being insulted.
In this twisted world where even a natural death had become a luxury, we have endured much and faced many obstacles, but our half-elf allied forces have finally arrived here.
The apostle of the god of harmony stood at the port shouting to the gathered armies of various nations and a fleet sailing on the Azure Sea.
All sorts of flags fluttered from the masts.
Not just the port, but even the decks were packed with allied soldiers all looking up at Isaac. They had already crushed all the enemy's ambitions to invade the central continent. Now only the Avalon continent remained.
Isaac raised his giant mace high, and it shone with light.
So let us seize back our peace and tranquility from their hands.
Under the blessing of the gods, we shall usher in an era of prosperity. Together, we shall surely achieve victory. Either crush the evil god's conspiracy and restore former peace, or let the central continent be consumed by the undead. Only these two options remained. The goddess's holy power erupted once more, as if to overshadow Isaac's light magic.
All the gods were watching them. Light symbolizing the blessing of life showered upon the earth, and shouts filled with battle intent echoed across the battlefield.
Yura,
Race to the ground.
Blackwood has appeared.
They are going to invade our Avalon continent.
Soldiers clutching capital issued repeating crossbows shouted in sheer terror.
When had the self-proclaimed noble high elves ever experienced such trepidation on their own soil?
Our novel website is super convenient. Visit twcan.com to read anytime.
This was likely the first time they had faced such a predicament since the ancient elven civil war that erupted over the rejection of the new god.
They had always believed that war was something that happened in the distant central continent, unaware that the seeds of war sown everywhere had now taken root and sprouted, returning as karmic retribution to sweep them away. Now the high elves of the Avalon mainland were inevitably being sucked into the vortex of war. As far as the eye could see, colourful flags fluttered across the sea. It was as if the nations of the central continent had united for a collective crusade against the Empire.
One didn't need to think twice to know that those coming were filled with burning rage. The high elves swallowed hard as they watched the enemy forces crowding the horizon. The numerous wars of aggression they had once been fanatical about, the human experiments conducted to develop magic weapons, the forbidden spells to resurrect the dead, the sins they had committed were too many to count.
If they lost the entire race, a nation could face total annihilation.
Previously, they had placed absolute trust in Emperor Simona's one-sided propaganda and underestimated the enemy's strength. Now, witnessing such a massive enemy force in person shocked them even more.
The sense of impending doom had finally tangibly descended upon them.
Damn it, how did we high elves fall to such a state?
In the beginning,
they were seduced by the whispers of the new god, considering themselves superior and believing they should rule other ignorant races through force.
They had given their fanatical support when the regular army was first dispatched for conquest. However, things had gone against their wishes. The expeditionary force was repeatedly defeated by Isaac, and now even the doorstep of the Avalon continent had become a battlefield.
Those high elves who had once cheered for the Empress and the soldiers were now being forced onto the battlefield themselves, their hearts filled with absurdity and loss.
Since they're here, it means Muddy Island Fortress has fallen.
Does that mean the last assault commander also are?
Her Majesty the Empress and God Inatos, what should we do? Empress Theona had always proclaimed that the high elf race was incomparably great. Not only that, she had used divine knowledge to create magic-guided technology that other races could only dream of, which was why the high elves were so fanatical about her.
However, when they finally woke up, what they saw was an angry vengeance from the central continent. Is the high elf race going to experience the dark abyss once again?
Relying on meticulously dug trenches and fortress defensive walls, the soldiers let out cries of despair.
Just a short while ago, they had witnessed Empress Silona abandoning them and fleeing to the capital.
Although the Empire had issued magic crossbow bolts capable of piercing steel,
and golems, magic catapults, and ballista positions built from divine knowledge were deployed everywhere, the morale of the Avalon Imperial Army had plummeted.
This scene infuriated the field commanders who were filled with devout faith.
You idiots!
Wake up! How dare you question God Inatos and his apostle?
Do you want to be executed on the spot?
Commotion began to spread through the army as several fierce-looking high elf commanders appeared, shouting rebukes.
If there were priestesses in the temple assisting Inatos in his resurrection and the creation of magic cores, then on the battlefield, there were these commanders who propagated divine oracles and maintained discipline and loyalty to the Empress. They drew their pitch-black sabers and pointed them at the enemies approaching from the sea. Use your brains and think. The Empress and God have bestowed such powerful magic weapons upon us. How could we possibly lose in a war to conquer the continent? It's all because the mainstream gods of the continent conspired to suppress our high elf race. Otherwise, how could this be possible? And it was because of this persecution that our old gods suddenly vanished.
Do you want to experience something like that again?
The commander's roaring reprimands caused some soldiers to snap out of it and lift their heads. Inatos' red divine power, channeled through these devout commanders, shrouded the present high elves like a mist. An eerie light burned in the eyes of the fully armed soldiers. The elves only wanted to regain the status they once held when favored by the gods, yet the world was so cruel to them.
Thus the Avalon Imperial Army boosted their own morale and fighting spirit while repeatedly chanting the mantra that the central continent and the gods are all evil.
We don't need to defeat them.
We just need to hold on. As one commander said, they only needed to rely on the sturdy coastal fortresses reinforced by golems. They would achieve victory just by stalling for time.
At this moment, in the temple of the capital Coltinova, Inatos' resurrection ritual was nearing its end.
Once he opened his eyes, the enemies would be turned to ash.
They possess such advantageous conditions for victory. Enemy fleet approaching.
Distance 8,000 tar.
It looks like a large-scale landing is about to begin. Just as they were boosting their morale, the fleet of the anti-High Elf coalition had already closed in golems carrying mobile ballistae moved toward the coastline, and the High Elves operating large magic weapons also nervously prepared to meet the enemy. Medium-sized golems pulled back the ropes of the catapults, which were loaded with giant magic core bombs capable of destroying large warships in a single hit. Thick crossbow bolts were also infused with red magic and loaded into the chambers of the giant ballistae. How dare they invade the Avalon continent? Come on, just a little closer.
The High Elves growled through gritted teeth as they loaded the bombs and bolts.
The magic ropes twisted to their limit, and accumulating massive energy emitted a faint glow. Once fired, these giant bolts could fly over 4,000 tar. Even an airship above the clouds could be pierced by them.
They planned to wait until the enemy ships entered range, then use these bolts to completely transfix them from bow to stern, opening a massive hole in the hulls.
However, as if sensing the plan of the magic weapon units, the Central Continent fleet suddenly stopped just outside of range after approaching a certain distance. At that time, the High Elves were prepared to stop the enemy landing even if it meant mutual destruction. But they clearly didn't understand Isaac's style. He was calculating and preferred one-sided attacks.
The enemies who understood this had already been wiped out on the Central Continent and Muddy Island.
Rumble.
An ominous explosion echoed from the distant sea. Dazzling pillars of fire erupted like a dragon's breath, and the massive steel warships shuddered slightly under the impact of the recoil. Simultaneously, Blackwood's twin-engine aircraft had taken to the skies at some unknown point, descending from the heavens like birds of prey with a deafening roar of engines. Wow, what is that coming? Everyone get down. The Imperial Army and the coastal fortresses, which were preparing for a desperate resistance, were instantly baptized by intense artillery fire and bombs. Thick fortress walls and towers constructed by golems collapsed in the explosions, with shattered rocks and dust flying everywhere. With overwhelming range and firepower, the Blackwood army destroyed the defensive positions they had meticulously prepared from a distance. Raging walls of fire swept across the battlefield mercilessly.
Rumble. Boom. Off.
Abandon the fortress. Abandon the fortress.
We're dead if we stay here.
The massive fortress was nothing more than a giant target.
Blackwood's naval gunfire covered the entire coastline, as if intending to devour all life.
The power of the massive shells was terrifying. Even the medium-sized golems trying to replace the collapsed walls were hit directly, their upper bodies blown away. Large weapons loaded with magic bolts and magic core bombs also turned into soaring pillars of fire under the precise and rapid air strikes of the aircraft.
Their previous courage and arrogance had long since vanished. Everyone on the battlefield fell into chaos, screaming in terror.
The area around the catapults was even more ablaze, as the magic core bombs seemed to have suffered a chain reaction of explosions. How can this be? How is it so one-sided? Even with the Empire's most advanced magic weapons gathered, they were still unable to withstand the enemy's artillery and airstrikes.
The enemy maintained a tactical advantage, crushing the High Elves' resistance, step by step, steadily
and surely. Only at this moment did the High Elves of the mainland finally understand why the Avalon Imperial Army had been repeatedly defeated on the Central Continent. No matter how determined they were, it was meaningless. Duke Isaac wouldn't give them any chance at all. The soldiers who had faced the Duke had all died in foreign lands, so the mainland elves had known nothing of this information.
Swoosh.
But it was all too late.
A sharp whistling sound tore through the sky.
The human Duke had already decided to raise the landing zone to the ground. An endless firepower poured onto the coastline. It's coming again. Arc God. Frenzied impact. Every time the giant main guns of the battleship fired, shockwaves swept across the entire sea surface and the ship's hull.
Explosions and flames dotted the homeland of the High Elves.
Whenever pillars of fire shot into the sky, the High Elf soldiers would fall in swaths like autumn leaves. After the naval guns destroyed most of the ballista positions, the Albatross bombers began carpet bombing, emitting a unique whistling sound. Writing up to here, I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel website, which is super practical and easy to read.
The coastline where the enemy forces gathered was suffering relentless devastation.
The presence of battleships and aircraft carriers became particularly prominent as they unilaterally destroyed the enemy's fortresses and magic weapons.
Boom, boom, deafening explosions echoed across the sea. It was as if a steel fortress equipped with giant naval guns was floating on the water.
Soldiers from many nations looked on in shock at the destructive power of the Blackwood battleships.
Duke Isaac has already cleared the path for us. Now is the time. The time to achieve great deeds has come. Let's go to. Don't just stand there watching.
After the battleships and aircraft carriers remotely destroyed the most concerning large siege weapon positions and golems, the Allied warships also began to enter range, using their muzzle-loading naval guns to bombard the enemy positions. A rain of fire from incendiary bombs poured onto the coastline. Gun ports on both sides of the wooden warships continuously spat tongues of flame.
The coastline was shrouded in flames and the thick smoke produced by black gunpowder. The Avalon Empire's army suffered heavy losses under the concentrated artillery fire.
Before the pillars of fire from the explosions could dissipate, new attacks covered the battlefield again. After several hours of non-stop shelling,
The ground of the landing zone became pockmarked with craters, and the defensive facilities were blown to bits, leaving a scene of utter chaos. However, even though the magic weapons and defensive fortresses were destroyed, a large number of Avalon Empire soldiers still hid in the trenches, resisting tenaciously. They seemed to understand that once they lost this position, there would be no way back.
Just how many troops had they mobilized? Was the legendary 1.4 million shattered jade battle real? The Allied captains worried that their shells and gunpowder would run out first.
Boom, boom.
Fortunately, Duke Isaac possessed divine authority and could produce shells on the spot. The fierce bombardment continued for several more rounds. Judging that the ground batteries had been completely destroyed, the various national fleets began to send out landing forces. Wooden landing craft packed with soldiers equipped with advanced firearms sped toward the enemy positions with the help of water spirits.
Blackwood also decided to begin the landing, sending out iron landing craft that appeared much sturdier.
The military landing craft relied on their own power to cut through the waves, while the soldiers in the co-pilot seats frantically fired heavy machine guns. Soldiers, it is time to sweep through the Avalon homeland, those who have invaded our continent countless times. Avenge our fallen compatriots. Use gunpowder and lead bullets to punish those who desecrate peace.
The landing forces, filled with hearts of revenge and a sense of honor, heroically charged toward the enemy lines. News that the gods of the continent were watching this war had already spread widely. As large numbers of landing troops approached the coast, the High Elves, despite suffering heavy losses under the artillery fire, still poked their heads out of the trenches to launch a fierce counterattack with magic bolts. They would never allow the enemy to set foot on their land.
Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh.
Arrows imbued with red magic dyed the sky in variegated colors.
Avalon's attack poured down like a torrential rain. Even from a distance, these arrows could penetrate plate armor.
Some of the wooden landing craft at the forefront were pierced, and the cabins were instantly filled with screams and the smell of blood.
Allied soldiers jumped into the shoulder-deep seawater one after another. In contrast, although Blackwood's iron landing craft were heavy and slower, their unique defensive capabilities could withstand all arrow attacks. The arrowheads driven by magic cores tapped against the armor plates of the landing craft with a clink-clank sound, like beans being dropped.
Although they blocked the attacks, the Blackwood Marine Corps members inside the craft still looked on with lingering fear. From out of nowhere, some surviving ballistae and similar weapons began to roll their wheels forward, threatening the approaching Blackwood landing craft with their bolts.
Swoosh.
A massive sound of breaking air, as if it could tear even a large warship apart.
A red bolt flew over the heads of Captain Bella and the Marines, leaving them shaken.
In this battle concerning the fate of their race, the High Elves fought to the death despite their heavy losses under the artillery fire. If this battle is lost, the only future for the central continent is death. We must seize this coastline.
So charge, my kinsmen.
The Naga race commanders raised their spears and gave the order to charge. Under the dense rain of arrows, the landing area near the crashing waves was already dyed dark red with blood and corpses.
Nonetheless, for the future of their races, the landing forces continued to clear the obstacles set by the High Elves, pushing forward step by step.
The dwarfs who landed with them also began using magic to construct earthen walls as temporary cover.
Even the weaker races were fighting for survival, which made everyone's blood boil with excitement.
Now it's our turn.
All members prepare to land.
As soon as the hatch opens, rush out quickly according to plan.
You Marines,
Captain Bella roared inside the landing craft while observing the nearby landing point, as if she were being sent into the heart of the battlefield. As the distance closed, the enemy's resistance became increasingly fierce.
A golem that was thought to have been destroyed somehow resumed action. It threw magic core bombs like shot puts, kicking up huge water columns along the coast.
Despite their rigorous training, the soldiers couldn't help but feel a bit nervous facing the battlefield so close at hand.
Pull yourselves together.
You're the elite of the elite.
It's not like you were press-ganged.
I was press-ganged.
I was originally a naval officer.
Stop your whining.
What's the difference between fighting in the water and fighting on land?
Captain Bella reprimanded a complaining soldier.
Perhaps influenced by the military atmosphere, the once simple Bella had now become fierce and intimidating.
As the landing neared, her face was filled with murderous intent.
Shut up and move. Marine Corps charge.
When forming this Marine Corps, Duke Isaac had repeatedly emphasized their spirit.
That was an indomitable will to charge and a tenacious fighting spirit.
He said that to rush into an enemy formation under a hail of arrows, one must possess these qualities.
Bella was mentally prepared.
Clang!
The front hatch of the landing craft slammed open.
Landing infantry wearing special mithril alloy armor stepped onto enemy territory and began to advance.
Charge.
Hero!
Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh.
The Avalon Empire army spotted the Blackwood landing force. They leaned out of their trenches, pulled their crossbows, and fired frantically. However, the weapons that had once achieved great feats appeared useless against the well-prepared Blackwood army. The red arrows carrying sparks struck their armor and were deflected after leaving only shallow scratches.
Clink-clank.
Clang!
The Marine Corps began to counterattack with semi-automatic rifles and machine guns. The dense firepower suppressed the enemy positions, and this time, it was the High Elves' turn to be unable to lift their heads. It's the Blackwood army. As expected, they are different.
The Blackwood Marine Corps acted like a battering ram, impacting the stalled coastal defense line, and the previously landed Allied forces also began to rise and join the battle.
The landing operation finally achieved a breakthrough.
Seeing the landing operation regain hope, the monarchs of various nations cheered and sent reinforcements to the front. Subsequent landing units arrived one after another, and more Allied soldiers began to appear on the coastline. Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat.
Soldiers took out muzzle-loading smoothbore guns from grease-smeared waterproof paper packets and poured firepower onto the enemy with dry gunpowder. The battlefield, which originally smelled of the sea, was gradually replaced by the smell of smoke and gunpowder. However, as they continued to advance, some stone golems suddenly emerged from earth mounds and attacked the allies.
Don't panic.
Prepare the recoilless rifles.
The enemy's defensive preparations were very thorough, but due to the Duke's foresight, the Blackwood army was also fully prepared. At Captain Bella's command, soldiers equipped with plastic explosive warheads aimed at the medium-sized golems that had suddenly appeared and started attacking the allies and fired their shells.
Boom, boom, boom.
The golems were engulfed in the light of the explosions. Amidst the explosions came a series of tooth-gritting crashes as the golems shattered into rocks and metal chunks collapsing to the ground.
Those golems that happened to survive were also slain with sword Kai by the sword saints and grand sword saints who followed.
The obstacles hindering the landing operation were cleared one by one, and the Marine Corps and Allied landing forces began to break through the enemy's defense lines, continuing to push forward. The trajectories of flames and bullets intertwined in the air. Just as the Empire's attention was drawn by the landing troops behind the landing zone assembled, tanks began to land one after another.
The bomber groups, having completed their bomb and fuel replenishment, also emitted a deafening engine roar again, diving in from the distance.
Despair began to appear on the faces of the High Elves. And for the Allies this was the symbol of victory. Even the fanatical enemies seemed to begin to realize the ultimate direction of this war. Captain Bella, who was commanding the Marine Corps on the front line, felt that victory was in sight. She loudly encouraged the Marines, making them let out a sky-shaking shout.
Charge. Show them your ruthlessness and crush them.
It's time to use nuclear weapons.
A massive mana core beat like a heart. Countless blood vessel-like pipes connected the mana core to a cocoon-like object within the High Elf temple. In this unprecedented emergency, where the homeland was being invaded, everyone had rushed to the battlefield. And in this temple, the being slumbering within the cocoon finally began to slowly awaken. Crackle, crackle. The being inside the cocoon released a burst of divine power, and a tiny crack appeared on the cocoon's surface. The crack was nearly invisible, but Inatos inside the cocoon was thrilled by it.
The cocoon-like object trembled violently.
Along in agonizing wait, the gods who sealed me, and the ants who worship them, I will turn you all into the dead. With the crack in the seal, Inatos was finally able to communicate with the outside world. By releasing his divine power, he could also gain a general understanding of the situation outside. Inatos probed the continent of Avalon with his red divine power. Suddenly he discovered an unbelievable, shocking fact. What? Why is the aura of the goddess of harmony appearing in Avalon? Something was wrong. The aura of the goddess of harmony was not coming from the distant seas, but was close at hand.
It was certainly being transmitted through her apostle.
Moreover, that destructive power capable of tearing the world apart, which he had felt last time, also seemed to have arrived near the continent. These incompetent High Elves, why are they appearing right under my nose?
Inatos, who called himself the god of knowledge, expressed his disbelief in a dry, raspy voice.
He had clearly instructed them to just stall for time until he could be resurrected. Yet now two massive threats had appeared at his doorstep. As soon as Inatos opened his eyes, he faced a massive crisis. Must resurrect quickly. Since he had not yet fully restored his physical body, this self-proclaimed absolute being could only express his anxiety by violently shaking the cocoon.
Asterisk.
Forward. Drive the enemy away from the coastline. Anyone who dares to retreat, I'll kill them.
The mana sword in Bella's hand flickered with a ghostly blue light, her tone carrying a hint of dead seriousness.
Under the commander's roar, the Marines pushed forward with a howl. The Allied forces followed closely behind, charging forward. You're getting more and more feisty, Bella. I feel like I'm seeing my younger self, Your Highness. Commander Miller stroked his beard at the side, speaking with a smile. Bella was originally just a somewhat aggressive street brawler. Did the position in the Marine Corps really make a person this tough? Or was it because of the heavy responsibility of being a commander? If it isn't like this. Regardless, perhaps inspired by this momentum, the Allied forces had already occupied almost the entire landing zone.
The flags of various nations fluttered in the wind on the land.
A large number of High Elves had gathered here for defense, and now most of them were eliminated. The road to the capital, Coltonova, should be much smoother.
At this rate, they might reach the capital within a week. Although the warship's cannons couldn't reach that far, if they built a makeshift runway locally, they could get air support. This was the importance of carrier-based aircraft that could transport military planes to the battlefield.
Well then, it's time to prepare the ultimate measure.
Isaac stood on the wide flight deck looking down at the battlefield, muttering to himself. Coltonova was likely to be heavily defended by platinum barriers and large magic weapons, as seen last time. He would try to demand a surrender, but the enemy likely wouldn't agree. If they forced an attack, it would only cause massive casualties. Therefore, he had to first use overwhelming power to intimidate the enemy, and completely destroy their will to resist.
Commander Miller, it's time to prepare the sledgehammer.
Sledgehammer was a code name that only those here could understand.
The old commander nodded with a solemn expression. The core weapon of the Dutch appeared directly on the deck. Like an ordinary bomb, it was encased in a metal shell. To lower the critical mass, a beryllium reflector was used. Internal explosives would detonate a uranium column, releasing massive energy in the air to completely crush the enemy's will to resist and their military forces. It was a giant aerial bomb. Your Highness, could this bomb be?
Are you finally going to use the divine metal?
Effie tightly grabbed Isaac's sleeve.
As a large, rounded bomb underwent final checks on the deck, King Freya Vanadis asked in surprise.
Only those who had participated in the Manhattan Project would be so surprised. Most people had no idea what this thing was. The High Elves and the monarchs of other nations who hadn't participated in the experiment were all completely ignorant of it.
Only saw St. Lucy Bruvanna standing beside Priscilla stared wide-eyed at the round bomb.
That's right, it's time to let the enemy see the power of fission.
What happens when the most stable matter is forcibly decomposed?
This power is enough to destroy heaven and earth.
The massive aircraft carrier carried 2 such bombs.
As the landing battle just now showed, the enemy's will to resist was very stubborn, and the demon god was also attempting to resurrect at this moment.
So it was time to use nuclear weapons.
In this situation, the gods should also understand our choice of last resort.
Probably dot crushing.
Shining platinum armor, carrying the faith and fighting spirit to protect the capital of the High Elf race, the Knights of Avalon built a solid defensive line.
Stakes, trenches, battlements, and various magic-guided siege engine positions.
How could they tolerate the filthy alien army defiling the noble Coltonova?
Stay the Platinum Knight commander who served Empress Kshnat personally led the Imperial Guard and hundreds of thousands of conscripted troops massing them at the frontline defensive positions.
In the name of Her Majesty the Empress Siona, I command you.
No matter what happens, we must defend this line to the death.
Crimson magic swept through the surroundings,
with the gods watching over them. The pointed-eared elves, driven by religious fervor, even set aside life and death to formulate this defensive operation plan.
Once this place fell, the capital would be in imminent danger.
The gods' resurrection sanctuary and all the Empire's military industries would suffer a heavy blow.
Therefore, the High Elves' will to resist was firmer and more determined than ever before.
However, despite their high morale, the Platinum Knights and the Capital Defense Force were only responsible for protecting the palace and the capital, and had never faced the Blackwood army head-on. Saya was finally about to face the army of Prince Isaac, which he had only heard of in reports and rumors.
Swish, pillars of fire rose into the sky.
The roar of artillery was uncompromising.
The High Elves, who had gathered to buy time, only realized that self-destruction and death-defying resistance were meaningless after facing the Blackwood army head-on and enduring a one-sided baptism of fire.
What is that flying over here?
Heavy blocks of metal sliced through the air, making a dull whistling sound.
The temporary fortresses and the painstakingly constructed defensive lines were instantly covered by artillery fire flying in from nowhere. High explosive shells poured down like a rainstorm, destroying the hard-won fortifications, counter-attacking ballistae and catapults in one fell swoop. Deep craters were blasted into the ground, and wood splinters flew everywhere.
Boom, rumble,
violent explosions and pillars of fire raged through the High Elves' artillery positions. The fortifications built with heart and soul were reduced to ashes in an instant, and the High Elves' once thermal crumbled along with them, leaving them speechless and agape. After those highly threatening large weapons were cleared by the first wave of attacks, dust rose on the other side of the horizon as something sped toward them. Something was approaching the positions where only a few magic-guided weapons and infantry remained.
Saya,
the Platinum Knight commander, noticed that the ground beneath his feet had been vibrating violently for some time.
Its tanks, the Blackwood Army's black tiger tanks, overappeared. Heavyweight, deafening roars and gushing steam. This was the Blackwood Army's steel weaponry he had only seen in reports by Empress Kshnat's side. Entirely covered in mithril alloy, it was driven completely by mechanical power.
The deafening engine roar and indestructible armor made the High Elf soldiers holding crossbows tremble uncontrollably.
Following the tanks, the Blackwood Allied Forces soldiers, who had successfully landed and regrouped, let out world-shaking shouts. Their numbers were staggering.
It was as if the forces of the entire central continent had been gathered here.
They were advancing rapidly and irresistibly toward Coltonova, the capital where Anatos was being resurrected.
There is no retreat.
No backing down.
You are the proud High Elf race. Show your courage and fighting spirit. Today, even if we die, we will die here to block them. As long as they held out until the deity was resurrected, they could turn the tide and achieve final victory in this long war of conquest.
Saya held high his longsword shimmering, with sword kai, shouting slogans of fighting to the death as he began to command the army.
Facing the bullets and shell fragments pouring down like rain, the High Elves raised their massive grey and black shields, using iron golems as cover to resist with all their might. These are shields bestowed by Her Majesty the Empress. They can block ordinary attacks. Crack. However, the 80 high-hardness steel armor-piercing shells fired from the main guns were no ordinary attack. The High Elf soldiers who trusted their shields and gathered in groups were pierced row by the shells, turning into heaps of shredded meat. Even with their desperate defense, the tank fire still passed through the gaps in the iron golems, mercilessly crushing the High Elves.
Rumble.
It's falling from overhead. Bombers emitted deafening whistles as they flew through the gaps opened by the explosions, conducting carpet bombing. The Blackwood Army used tanks and bombers to advance the front line rapidly, catching the defensive forces off guard. The sight of the formation's chaotic collapse was plain to see.
Don't panic.
Use the golems to throw magic cores at them.
Saya said not to panic, but he himself seemed to be the most panicked one.
He had thought he could block the enemy for a while, but after actually engaging, he found it was simply impossible to withstand them. After all efforts failed, the iron golems let out strange roars and rushed forward. Just as the tanks entered range in their rush to occupy the capital,
The golems threw the magic core bombs like shot puts, with all their strength.
Now's the time.
Destroy those steel monsters.
Go!
Iron giants of Avalon.
Massive magic cores drew red arcs in the sky, flying over hundreds of towers.
If magic cores this large hit directly,
They might be able to destroy the tanks.
The High Elves clenched their fists tightly.
however, their hopes were shattered as a silver trail flashed from the distance.
Boom! The magic cores were sniped mid-air by anti-tank bullets infused with elven power, exploding. Immediately after, the large-caliber bullets of the Wood Elf Rangers, shining like lightning, also flexibly avoided the golems like living things to accurately snipe the piled-up magic cores.
Rumble.
The magic cores triggered massive explosions in densely populated areas. The army of hundreds of thousands, already scattered by the air raids, began to show a visible and severe collapse.
Eek, the tanks are charging. Arrows won't penetrate.
These demonic steel monsters.
The tank groups spewed fire from their front firing ports, the 80 cannons on their turrets, and machine guns crushing the infantry phalanxes as they charged forward.
After the tanks rolled over, heavy cavalry equipped with revolver pistols and cavalry sabers followed closely behind, charging in a line.
The heavy steel beasts pounded the ground, crashing into the enemy ranks. Crunch, squelch,
Ow!
My leg.
Help!
It was a brutal massacre.
High Elf soldiers were hit in the legs by machine gun bullets and fell, only to be crushed into meat paste by the rumbling tank tracks.
Magic crossbow bolts were fired like a deathbed struggle, but the mithril alloy armor shut out all attacks, advancing heavily.
With the disappearance of counter-weapons, the Blackwood Army's heavy weaponry became absolute tyrants.
The smell of blood and the heat of gunpowder filled the entire battlefield.
Didi,
A High Elf holding a magic core bomb as big as his head tried to launch a suicide attack.
But a Wood Elf stopped his mad action.
Swish!
Boom, the flash of silver light passed, and the charging High Elf exploded along with the bomb.
The violent explosion left not even a bone of him behind. In the distance, a Wood Elf was using a human prince as a rest to fire an anti-tank rifle.
A woman with flowing blonde hair and pointed ears, just like theirs. Now a ghost known to everyone on the battlefield, a Wood Elf burning with the fire of revenge.
I feel Thea hysterically shouted the name of the elven traitor persisting.
As the Blackwood Allied forces devoured the front lines and continued to advance, a heart-wrenching feeling naturally arose. The Coltonova Imperial Palace, in a state of high alert with a steel-like defense system established, had been in a wartime state of emergency for days. People were constantly gathering intelligence on lost units and directing the frontline battles. Her Majesty Empress Kshanan news has come from Prince Isaac.
He demands that you hide in a bunker and end your own life, or surrender unconditionally.
Otherwise, you will pay a heavy price for your previous atrocities.
Isaac's threatening demand for surrender.
Due to their countless past crimes, the High Elf high-ranking officials in the meeting room couldn't help but gulp.
History is written by the victors. If they could win the war, their sins and atrocities would be forgotten, but if they failed, they would become heinous war criminals.
What a joke.
Coltonova further strengthened its defenses after the last air raid and now possesses a triple platinum defense barrier. So as long as we stall for time, our High Elf race will emerge victorious.
To buy time, they had sent a large number of High Elves to the front lines.
The surrounding High Elves also believed that as long as the front line held, the omnipotent god would resolve everything, and they nodded in agreement. Just then something streaked across the sky and began attacking the capital. In the outskirts of the outer city, which was not protected by the triple platinum defense barrier, flames soared from the villages' farmlands and military camped outside the city walls.
Boom! Rumble!
At first, there were only 2 or 3 explosions, but as time passed, the sound of explosions gradually increased to over a dozen, and then dozens. The capital, which had been as calm as the eye of a storm, was finally shrouded in the clouds of war. The High Elves were in a panic, whispering among themselves.
Is it an air raid? If so, quickly use the large ballistas to construct an anti-air net.
No, it's not Her Majesty the Empress. This isn't an air raid by bombers, but a bombardment from cannons. It wasn't an air raid, but a large-scale bombardment from the land.
This meant the enemy's army had broken through all defensive lines and approached the capital, bombarding it from close range.
Realizing this, the faces of the High Elves around the round table turned pale. It's fine. The enemy's advance was much faster than expected. The battlefield's situation was taking a sharp turn for the worse.
But was Silona being calm and composed, or was she deluding herself?
She lightly tapped the unfolded battlefield map with a fan in her hand and continued. We have 3 layers of powerful platinum defense barriers forged with divine knowledge. Instead of panicking here, we should quickly give orders to Knight Commander Steyer. Have him regroup the troops and attack the bombarding enemy from behind.
That way the situation will improve.
Empress Kshanan was skilled at inciting people and bewitching the masses in the name of God, but she knew nothing about strategy and tactics,
as evidenced by her countless previous failures. She didn't seem to understand what it meant for the enemy to be at the gates despite their desperate defense.
But the High Elf commanders and lords here understood.
It meant that all defensive forces had been annihilated.
Her Majesty the Empress.
A heavy silence hung over the heavily guarded palace meeting room. Someone had to speak. An indescribable emotion spread among the High Elves.
Knight Commander Steyer.
Since the defensive forces were wiped out, we've lost contact.
It is said that he unilaterally resigned from his position as Knight Commander and has disappeared.
This was battlefield intelligence that had come through a magical device not long ago.
The gathered high elves all closed their eyes. Hearing this, Empress Xana's hands trembled as she placed her fan on the table.
Her anger seemed to radiate through her trembling eyebrows and fingertips.
Heretics, traitors. The god Anatos is watching us. How dare you? You all deserve to be executed. You useless trash.
Do you even deserve to be called the military power holders of the glorious High Elf Empire?
Her white high heels didn't stomp on the floor. Instead, she kicked the high-ranking high elves sitting around the table. She completely lost her mind, using her hands and feet to beat the surrounding elves. She completely discarded her former dignity and the mask of an apostle, roaring frantically. The high elves outside the door couldn't bear to watch and closed their eyes. Just then, another explosion sounded, shaking the capital of Coltonova.
This time, an air raid and cannon bombardment attacked the platinum defense barriers simultaneously.
However, perhaps because they were forged with all their knowledge and power, the triple defense barriers were sturdier than imagined.
Especially as they progressed from the vast outer city to the inner city, and then to the even narrow palace tower, the defense barriers grew stronger. At this rate, they might hold out until the end.
Her Majesty the Empress, perhaps if we hold on like this we can. Yes, that's right. Although I don't know what they're preparing or for what reason, the enemy's offensive is weaker than expected.
At this rate, we might hold out until the moment of resurrection.
Unless weapons like
The railway guns active on the central continent appeared, but weapons of that scale couldn't possibly be transported across the sea.
That is why many nations have failed in their overseas expeditions.
Although they could do nothing but take a beating like rats in a trap, what did it matter? As long as they could achieve victory.
Even if it was a victory achieved by groveling and relying on a god, it didn't matter.
Oh, the god Anatos will punish them. Was it because they had come from afar that they didn't bring many cannons and bombs?
From the abyss of despair, the high elves saw a glimmer of hope once more. However, at that moment, the will of the god was conveyed to Serna through a crack in the slightly split cocoon, interrupting this brief joy. Silona was startled by the god's whisper and jerked her head up.
What?
Stop it right now.
Stop what?
Everyone looked at her in confusion, and even she as an apostle was equally bewildered. Light that tears the atomic nucleus. For across the expedition, quick decisions and decisive action are paramount,
especially when something extraordinary is stirring and attempting to revive. Thunderous means are required.
Isaac's group advanced with unstoppable force, seizing the Tuba coast, breaking through the Imperial Army's layered defences, and driving straight into the heart of the territory. After penetrating deep into enemy territory, the army immediately dispatched Orc and Wood Elf engineering units to construct simple airfields, allowing bombers and fighters to take to the skies for combat.
Since landing on the Avalon continent, Empress Xana and her high elves had used every means at their disposal to obstruct Isaac's advance.
They not only launched fearless suicide attacks, but also despicably took hostages to stall for time, acting like a group of irrational fanatics.
Engaging with these crazed enemies, Isaac gradually realized the truth. Against fanatics, any words are futile.
Your Majesty, Empress Xana has flatly rejected our call for surrender.
It seems she is convinced the demon god is about to revive and intends to resist to the bitter end.
In the distance, the platinum city of Coltonova stood tall. Since stepping onto the soil of the Avalon continent, Effie's expression had been somewhat subtle. Today, her emotions were particularly intense.
It was only natural to have mixed feelings when revisiting one's homeland.
Since she is bent on seeking her own destruction, I shall grant her wish. Even though the enemy capital was within artillery range, Isaac did not order a general offensive.
There was simply no need. In this world, military explosives with the power equivalent to just 1 ton of TNT were enough to terrify the locals. But what Isaac prepared today was a little thing with a theoretical explosive yield of 15,000 tons of TNT, a tactical nuclear weapon.
Because of this, strikes with conventional weapons seemed meaningless, and the consumption of shells needed to be avoided as much as possible.
However, the other side had clearly misjudged the situation. They seemed to believe that by relying on that indestructible platinum shield, they could withstand a storm of steel and buy time for the demon god's revival. They really won't give up until they face the inevitable. During the advance, Isaac's army destroyed many military factories and labor camps along the way, discovering numerous traces of human experimentation and slaves who had been forcibly conscripted. These poor souls were used as coolies, and their ultimate fate was to become materials for magical devices. Now that they had regained their freedom, they couldn't help but burst into tears. In this world, where gods truly exist, the phenomenon of committing atrocities in the name of a god seemed common, and the perpetrators felt no guilt.
Effie, initiate Project Fall.
As Isaac's voice fell, Effie was slightly stunned, then nodded solemnly. Isaac took a deep breath, channeled the mana within his body, and ordered the entire army to cease fire and retreat along the entire line.
Full retreat, fall back immediately.
Although the platinum shield remained strong, and the army had completed its encirclement, Isaac's retreat order threw the allied generals into confusion.
Only those who had participated in the Manhattan Project could faintly guess Isaac's intention, their eyes widening one by one.
Your Majesty, do you truly intend to do this? Even with my help, are you really going to let the sun descend upon this place?
Queen Priscilla, you must order a retreat immediately. Fast.
Is it really necessary?
Isaac thought.
If not, why would he have spent such enormous manpower and resources?
Effie notified the airfield to prepare for a nuclear strike.
The Wind Spirit King was as fast as lightning, relaying the order down. The goddess seemed to want to say something, but Isaac could faintly sense that she wasn't strongly opposed.
It was likely because the demon god was reviving there.
For these obsessed fanatics who believed in gods,
Only by demonstrating absolute power capable of crushing their faith could they be made to wake up.
Isaac decided to unlock the shackles of this ultimate weapon from Earth.
Your Majesty,
It has taken off.
It will soon be over the target.
accompanied by a massive roar, an albatross twin-engine medium bomber, its size far exceeding that of a regular fighter, took to the skies. Today, it carried not hundreds of aerial bombs, but only one, a special bomb composed of a highly enriched uranium core and a reflector layer.
The bomber continued to climb, preparing to drop the bomb over the capital.
Are we finally going to use it, Your Majesty? Yes, they force my hand.
The mass of the loaded enriched uranium was quite substantial.
Once it explodes, everything within a 500-meter radius will instantly evaporate, and intense thermal radiation will sweep through areas 3 kilometers away, leaving nothing alive.
This meant that everything within several kilometers of the explosion center would be reduced to nothing.
But Isaac did not regret it. Gods above, if anyone pities these sinful high elves, please forgive my actions today.
I will understand you.
The wood elf beside him seemed to sense Isaac's emotions and gripped his hand tightly.
So this was how it felt to have someone you could trust. Boom, then there was light.
The light of neutrons ripping through atomic nuclei. A massive amount of energy poured out as the power of atomic disintegration raged over the high elf capital white flag.
In Atos's urgent cry filled Empress Xana's heart with doubt. What could possibly cause such terror in this all-knowing sage? Immediately after she heard the god's warning laced with fear,
She instinctively looked out the window and understood the reason in an instant.
an unknown power, one that even the god of knowledge could not comprehend, was sweeping toward them with the force to destroy heaven and earth. To the readers, please remember our domain name.
For good Taiwan books, visit Taiwan novel website. TC is super convenient.
Light.
In the span of a single breath, an incandescent white light submerged the entire world.
That light seemed capable of searing retinas, making it impossible to look at directly. Isaac closed his eyes briefly.
When he opened them again, a storm of destruction, a weave of fire and shockwaves was leveling the capital, Coltonova.
The rumble.
The platinum shield of the outer city, which could easily withstand artillery fire, shattered like thin paper. Amidst the earth-shattering explosions, the vast outer city of Coltonova was reduced to ashes in an instant.
The surging explosion slammed into the inner city's second platinum shield. It didn't hold for long before collapsing with a roar.
A massive explosion, sweeping in like a tsunami and howling past like a hurricane, filled Isaac's vision.
God, oh God.
The glorious platinum city was being annihilated in real time. As the apostle of God, Sabona could only pray helplessly for divine protection in the face of the oncoming hellish firestorm.
Asterisk.
Like a chapter from Genesis, a light that tore through the world flashed, and everyone on the battlefield let out terrified screams.
What is this light?
When they regained consciousness, all they saw was a dazzling sun hanging over the capital. A flash,
The hypercenter at the capital's outskirts vaporized instantly upon explosion, vanishing without a trace.
high-temperature radiation of several thousand degrees charred everything within a 4-kilometer radius.
Even the rock sizzled, leaving behind only the black marks of where life once existed.
Finally, an ultra-high-pressure shockwave exceeding hundreds of thousands of pascals ruthlessly swept through what remained of Coltonova's sturdy buildings. Crack, crack, crack. This was divine punishment. There was no other explanation.
Elven-style buildings were uprooted,
Thick city walls collapsed like sandcastles, and massive fragments flew about like toys.
The world turned upside down like the end of days.
an absolute existence composed of fire and destruction seemed to crush the city underfoot. The massive explosion that shook the entire continent of Avalanche sent out one final, clearly visible shockwave that lunged toward Isaac's position like a tsunami. Boom, something's coming.
Shield.
The casters and mages within the allied forces turned pale, and hurriedly deployed combined magic informations.
Even so, the earth trembled.
The violent shockwave made it impossible to keep one's eyes open, and people let out shrill screams as they were blown about like falling leaves. Clothes and hair whipped wildly in the gale.
The gods are angry.
That was the only thought people had. Voices praying for divine protection rose from everywhere.
The shockwave and storm finally passed.
Isaac used elven power to disperse the dust obscuring their vision. What the soldiers saw was a scene of destruction, as if heaven's wrath had descended.
A massive mushroom cloud far larger than any from a railway gun rose into the air.
The energy remaining after destroying the surface shot straight out of the atmosphere.
It was the death mark indicating that all destruction was complete.
When the dust settled and visibility returned, several lords murmured to themselves,
What is this?
I closed my eyes and opened them.
and Koltonovich just gone.
The ground was riddled with cracks. The walls surrounding the vast outer city, the platinum shields, and the thick secondary walls and shields surrounding the inner city had all vanished without a trace.
The thousands of densely packed buildings and hundreds of thousands of people had turned to ash, as if they had never existed.
In the middle of this wasteland, only the Imperial Palace stood tall like a final fortress.
A final flickering platinum shield seemed to have barely withstood the impact of the explosion.
While magic and magi-tech engineering could occasionally achieve things beyond common sense, this was simply too shocking.
Isaac was surprised that any building had survived, while the surrounding allied forces remained immersed in the world-destroying explosion, speechless for a long time.
Hundreds of thousands of people had vanished in the blink of an eye. The army of 200,000 fell silent, as if by agreement.
Today, rare sights were occurring one after another.
Countless gazes focused on Isaac, the one who had caused all of this.
Your Excellencies, this really is a small atomic bomb. King Freya's voice was weak, filled with disbelief. Of course, this was the result of accumulating enriched uranium beyond the minimum critical mass, which produced such immense power. It was just that compared to the larger one this was relatively small, which is why it was called small.
Everything is relative.
Prince Isaac, then the power of the large one is... I don't want to use that one unless absolutely necessary, Queen Priscilla.
Another twin-engine heavy bomber, standing by in the rear and ready to sortie at Isaac's command, waited quietly. Just as Isaac said he did not want to use that weapon.
Settling the gods and shaking the world once was enough. There was no need to repeat Earth's mistakes.
The true face of the atomic bomb secretly developed by the duchy was now fully revealed, and everyone present was plunged into fear. The lords turned pale, especially upon learning that an even larger nuclear weapon existed.
I will be obedient from now on, Master.
Having witnessed the power of the nuclear weapon, Raja, the merfolk captain, whispered beside Isaac. It seemed her flippant attitude, which no amount of lecturing could fix, had finally been reined in. Prince Isaac, at some point, queen-like and Elizabeth, who had transformed into her werewolf form, quietly approached Isaac. She struck a pose, as if ready to run on all fours, and pointed to her furry back, saying to Isaac, "Please, please ride." Isaac looked at her with a confused expression, not understanding what she was doing. Then the king of the dwarves from the neighbouring central country spoke up to explain.
When a werewolf offers their back, it means they're willing to submit to you, Prince Isaac.
It was said to be the highest honour the werewolf race could bestow.
Previously, she had used her long wolf muzzle to suddenly cover Isaac's face to show she viewed him as a peer.
Now she actually viewed him as a high-ranking existence.
I don't need that.
Isaac replied briefly and then pushed her away with brute force. He hoped she would quickly turn back into a human. This was too unsightly.
Don't just stand there dazed, lords.
Have the troops continue to retreat. Even if the enemy's city has been destroyed, no units are allowed to advance.
Everyone stay within the protection circle set up by the mages and casters.
The mushroom cloud had already risen. To avoid issues with nuclear fallout, Isaac intended to use elven power to push away the wind or rain clouds. Sylph, who controlled atmospheric flow, and Undyne, who manipulated all moisture, having these top-tier elemental spirits on his side was truly convenient.
Isaac hadn't come to create a dead zone, so he would use purification magic to deal with the radiation-contaminated land. Purification magic capable of neutralizing all pollution would seem like a fantasy to someone from Earth. But just like lubrication magic that could reduce friction coefficients to near zero, or the close quarters purification shells created through reverse thinking, some things that were impossible on Earth were merely low-level magic here. The magic spinning machine had also been just an ordinary practical spell before it met Isaac.
Your Majesty, why have those people suddenly become so obedient?
They have no other choice, young wood elf.
Just as Effie and Freya said, the atmosphere had indeed changed. Before, they merely recognized the Blackwood Duchy's strength and technology, but after the nuclear weapons debut, they were filled with fear and awe toward the Blackwood Duchy.
The Allied forces were numerous with complex interests and command systems, making them slow to act.
But now, with one word from Isaac, they moved as quickly as if they had received orders from their direct superiors.
Having witnessed the power to destroy a city in an instant, they were all scared out of their wits.
If Isaac were to announce a ban on fighting within the Alliance now, they would likely accept it obediently.
So this is what you meant when you said this nuclear weapon could force peace into existence.
The result is slightly different, but it certainly acts as a force for peace.
Isaac nodded in agreement.
A peacemaker that forcibly creates a world without war.
The so-called Pax Blackwood. Did you see that?
The peace the goddess desired is right here.
Isaac shrugged as a certain will of the goddess flashed through his mind.
Bishop Igni scratched her cheek and spoke up.
Lord Apostle.
You don't have to say it, Igni.
Yes.
Isaac felt the same thing. That indescribable complex emotion regarding entrusting such immense power to a single person.
To summon him and then not trust her own apostle, she was truly a difficult goddess. Just then, Your Majesty,
a white flag has been raised over the
Avalon Palace. Perhaps sensing Isaac's reluctance for meaningless slaughter, and his desire not to use the final bomb.
Atop the tower of the platinum-coloured Imperial Palace, a snow-white flag was fluttering in the wind.
Though forbidden resurrection, panic, chaos, despair, and fear, various emotions churned like boiling venom within the palace of the High Kingdom, swallowing everyone's sanity. Whether looking out through shattered windows or peering down from the highest towers with the best vantage points, only one sight met their eyes. They're all dead.
The city has been razed to the ground.
The high officials looked as if they had lost their souls, their despairing wails echoing through the air. Cardanova had become a scorched wasteland, and they seemed to be the only survivors left in the world, the chill of despair soaking into every inch of their marrow. However, amidst this atmosphere of despair, a sharp female voice pierced the silence. At this point, I hope readers will remember our domain, Taiwan Novel website. All books available for your choosing. Who gave the order to raise the white flag? The owner of this voice was none other than the Apostle of God, the ruler of the Hyde Empire, Empress Xena. Hundreds of thousands of Hyde elves had vanished into ash before her eyes. Even she could not hide her shock, her slender fingers trembling uncontrollably. But she seemingly had not given up her desire for victory, harshly questioning who dared to raise the white flag without permission.
The ruthlessness in her eyes made the surrounding Hyde elves shudder.
For that one and only chance to come back, she had already staked everything on a single throw. At the same time, deep within her mind, Inata's voice was more urgent than ever, like a life-flaming curse.
But Your Majesty,
you also saw that explosion just now, like a sun descending.
We have no chance of winning. No matter what magic weapon we use, it's impossible to defeat that kind of power.
For the sake of the remaining Hyde elves, we must raise the white flag and surrender.
Chop,
You traitors, the palace and the sanctuary are still intact, and you're already thinking of betraying Lord Anathos.
Deep within the palace, the imperial sanctuary still stood. Empress Xana ordered the priests and the remaining knights to move the incubating god's cocoon to the safest of places.
But your majesty,
The god's cocoon still needs at least a week to hatch.
Our defenses have already failed, and the enemy's advance is far faster than expected.
They even have means to destroy defensive barriers.
It's all over.
Only by admitting defeat can we save the remaining Hide Elves.
Shut up.
Admitting defeat meant bowing to the lowly races of the central continent, and it meant giving up on Lord Anathos' resurrection.
As the apostle of God, she could never accept such a demand.
knights and priests brought over the already cracking god's cocoon. Empress Xana, surrounded by red divine power, stared fiercely at the cocoon.
Look at it. Lord Anathos' resurrection is close at hand.
Just offer a bit more flesh and blood, and it will be complete.
Originally, the resurrection required absorbing magic cores converted from souls and flesh to catalyze, but now that the situation was critical, she could only resort to this desperate measure, directly crushing living people as sacrifices.
But your majesty, we no longer have any sacrifices to offer.
Could it be, your majesty?
The Hyde nobles noticed Siona's gaze was as cold as a blade, and an ominous premonition rose in their hearts.
Siona waved a hand toward the fully armed imperial guards.
Offer their flesh and blood to the god's cocoon.
The empress's command was like a thunderclap. She was actually going to use her own compatriots as sacrifices. The knights expressionlessly drew their long swords and walked slowly toward the terrified Hyde elves.
My Empress Siona, you can't do this.
The god's cocoon seemed to sense the approaching sacrifices and writhed more violently, as if something was about to break out of the cocoon.
For the empire, for the chief god, your sacrifice will be remembered by all, even if this sacrifice was not voluntary.
Siona held the staff of the undead, a frenzied light flashing in her eyes as she whispered to herself.
Asterisk.
Isaac had once read a research report from an American institute
That simulated the results of dropping a nuclear bomb slightly less powerful
than Little Boy on Seoul.
The report assumed the bomb was dropped at night and concluded it would cause over 120,000 deaths. At the time, he thought the number was exaggerated, but seeing the scene after the nuclear explosion with his own eyes, his thoughts completely changed.
If one word were to be used to describe Cardanova now, it would be scorched earth.
Only this level of power can make those fanatics surrender obediently.
This was truly a cruel way to demand surrender.
Seeing Empress Xana ascend the palace tower, with a white flag, Isaac, riding the hovering half-dragon Fran, flew into the air to speak with her.
The palace's defensive barriers seemed to still be functioning, ensuring Sinona's safety, while Isaac had cast an absolute shield on himself.
Your Majesty, I'm going to.
Effie hugged Isaac's waist and sat on the saddle behind him. She seemed to really want to witness the scene of Siona's surrender with her own eyes.
Bishop Igni grabbed Effie's waist and also pressed against the dragon's back.
She said the goddess wished to confirm the demon god's complete disappearance.
The three of them were linked together like train carriages.
Whoosh!
However, as Fran approached the center of the explosion zone,
He began to resist.
Isaac pulled the reins, wanting him to fly toward the place where the massive explosion had just occurred, but Fran struggled desperately, seemingly unwilling to get close.
He was like one wanting to return to a safe furnace, only wanting to stay away from danger. Lately, from harpoons to anti-aircraft guns, various weapons that could threaten his life had emerged one after another, making him as timid as a mouse, only wanting to return to that home where he could live a comfortable life just by occasionally breathing fire.
What a coward.
Shut up, you guy. Isaac slapped Fran's back hard. This was the trouble with biological mounts.
As expected, cold machines were more reliable.
Your Majesty.
It's Empress Xana.
Empress Ona Edelgard stood at the top of the palace tower with a sinister face.
But her formerly neat image was long gone. For some reason, her long white dress was covered in shocking blood, fluttering in the wind.
She was actually feigning surrender, but in reality she was stalling for time.
Your Majesty, something's wrong.
Lord Apostle, I feel it too.
An evil red aura is constantly strengthening.
Effie and Igni won almost simultaneously.
Their expressions were incredibly grave, indicating the seriousness of the situation.
Effie's intuition, which had saved Isaac from danger countless times, and the judgment of the bishop who listened to the goddess's teachings could never be wrong.
Lord Apostle,
It's the demon god's aura.
the goddess says some kind of barrier wrapping around him is breaking.
Siona,
You actually...
The red magic power Isaac had seen countless times was erupting within the palace.
He had thought that Siona would make a rational choice for her people in such a desperate situation.
But in the end she had made a foolish decision.
what reliance did she still have to keep making mistake after mistake? At this point there was no other choice.
Since she dared to act like this even under these circumstances, there was only one explanation.
In a world dominated by Blackwood, the dead shall not return to life. This time, the goddess of harmony and her apostle were in agreement. Stop resurrecting already, isn't it annoying?
A second nuclear strike, like history repeating itself from Earth.
Isaac turned Fran around while ordering Effie to drop the second Tsar Bomber atomic bomb.
Your Majesty,
The second bomber has already departed.
this atomic bomb was stuffed with enriched uranium equivalent to 3 atomic bombs,
And used enchantment techniques to overcome the power limit of such a structure.
Most of this enriched uranium came from the eliminated demon god and the undead, spread by the Empress. Now, it was time to return it to its original owner.
This one would surely hurt.
Even a newly hatched god would surely die.
The final hatching.
Stepping onto her home, and after a long time, Dark Elf King Frey of Anades felt no sense of ease.
Looking at Kotanova, which had been razed by a single blast bomb, Freya felt as if she were witnessing the brutal Great Purge of the past, and she couldn't help but whisper, "Even this is not enough to quell the hatred in my heart."
While she was immersed in complex emotions, she suddenly saw Prince Isaac, who had gone to accept the surrender, return with a solemn expression, instantly giving her an ominous feeling.
What happened? Not only Freya, but also the monarchs of the central continent, who were discussing how to divide the rule of the Avalon continent, stopped their discussion and looked toward Isaac. They saw a half-dragon Fran covered in a thick shield, desperately flapping his wings and flying toward the crowd.
On Fran's back, the blonde wood elf Effie Greenleaf and the white-haired cleric Igni were tightly holding Prince Isaac.
The situation seemed dire.
Just as Isaac and his party landed, a blinding light descended upon the earth again in the distance.
The dazzling flash and a scorching heat wave terrified everyone who had witnessed this power before, causing them to cry out in alarm.
King Freya also witnessed all this. She looked at Isaac with a reproachful expression, as if questioning what exactly he had done.
At least say something before detonating it.
Boom! The deafening roar instantly swallowed Freya's shout.
The earth churned, dust flew up, soaring straight into the sky.
An earth-shattering shockwave swept in all directions like a hurricane.
The unprepared people were like scattered leaves in the wind, staggering and rolling uncontrollably from the sudden gale.
Kaka, the second nuclear weapon brought by Blackwood territory, was truly terrifying in its power.
The massive explosion, which seemed capable of splitting the world in two, had a power far surpassing the previous one. Whether it was the Imperial Palace or other defensive facilities, the High Elves' defensive measures were rendered useless against this explosion and were completely destroyed. The once glorious capital, Kotanova, was now nothing more than scattered sawdust, gravel, and rubble, completely reduced to ruins. Boom! Accompanied by the final loud bang, a massive mushroom cloud rose again, enveloping the utterly destroyed battlefield. Not only the epicenter was affected, the Allied forces' camp was also hit by the sudden explosion, leaving many still reeling, their ears ringing. Freya covered her pointed ears, then released them, then covered them again.
All her senses were dulled, as if she had lost consciousness.
Neither the first experiment of the Manhattan Project nor the first combat use of Little Boy compared to the power of this explosion. Just as everyone was in a daze, seemingly following Isaac's instructions, elves and sprites began controlling the air currents, attempting to prevent the spread of the dust of death, the side effect of the nuclear explosion. Freya was still puzzled by this.
Could the black dust really be so dangerous?
Was it even more terrifying than the massive explosion itself?
Tusk, the power of this blast bomb is truly becoming more astonishing.
Just how many more weapons like this does Prince Isaac have?
If this nuclear bomb were to land on Saxony's capital, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Emperor Emil of Saxony shivered at the thought of hundreds of thousands of people instantly turning to ash, and the subsequent demise of the empire, and dared not speak further. The surrounding monarchs and lords felt the same way, their hearts filled with fear and awe. It's a good thing Isaac is the one who possesses this weapon, otherwise, this king truly wouldn't know what to do. Freya recalled first meeting Isaac, believing him to be merely a merchant selling specialty goods and cash crops. He hated war because it interfered with his business and agricultural development.
Hearing Freya's words, everyone gradually recovered and nodded in agreement.
Compared to a strict ruler, a peace-loving goddess of harmony was indeed preferable. That is certainly true. If this kind of weapon fell into Queen Silona's hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone present understood Isaac's personality. He was definitely not the type to conquer the world by force. Moreover, Blackwood territory now possesses power capable of rivaling the entire world, even without using nuclear weapons.
Most important, this guy prefers hiding in his workshop, tinkering with strange inventions.
If no one provoked him, he would probably remain obsessed with developing new products. Thinking that the ruler who was about to dominate the world had such a personality, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Even the god of law, whom Freya served, secretly let out a sigh of relief at this moment. A human who could make even the gods feel secure was truly incredible.
How did the goddess of harmony find such a man?
Freya still couldn't figure it out.
Asterisk.
Returning to the camp with a still shaken Fran, Isaac found that nearly everyone had become defeated troops, unable to stand properly.
Isaac and his party were unharmed because they were protected by the absolute shield.
But everyone else was unprepared, and having endured the nuclear shockwave at such close range, they were naturally injured.
It's truly a terrible sight.
You caused such chaos, yet you were completely unscathed.
It was sudden. I didn't have time to warn anyone.
Something was about to hatch, they said. To strike first when danger is sensed, that was Isaac's style.
While explaining, he looked at what was once the High Elves' capital, now nothing but ruins.
The ground was cratered as if a massive god of destruction had violently trampled it.
Once gleaming marble, and the tiles of the Imperial Palace were scattered everywhere, piling up into small hills.
This had clearly become a land of death.
No life could possibly survive here.
This is retribution for those who hid in safety and plotted to overturn the world.
They got what they deserved. The Wood Elf clan leader, who had been purged for resisting the corrupted and insane High Elves, now uttered the phrase self-inflicted. 2 nuclear bombs wiped out hundreds of thousands of High Elves in the capital, completely cutting off their path to resurgence. Now, accurately speaking, their numbers have plummeted to a level where they can hardly maintain the continuation of their race, just like the Wood Elves, who were once on the verge of extinction. Speaking of which, Effie was surprisingly calm. Even after witnessing 2 such terrifying explosions and seeing her enemies reduced to ash, she remained unfazed.
And Freya, even after witnessing power capable of destroying the world, was still able to converse calmly with him. Our long-lived elves are all like this.
Having lived for hundreds of years, their mental fortitude is indeed different.
Indeed,
The accumulation of time is I'm just kidding.
Don't pinch me, Effie.
Isaac unintentionally brought up her age, and Effie immediately pouted and fiercely pinched him on the back.
Your Majesty,
Don't mention that.
All right.
she only pinched lightly in bed,
But now she was using such force.
Seriously, she's too sensitive about her age.
just how much of that silver shining god's metal have you collected?
After everyone dismounted from Fran's back, King Freya looked at the big guy, whose power far exceeded that of the little boy, and asked the question everyone was most concerned about, still feeling lingering fear.
Quite a lot.
Otherwise, what do you think I was traveling around eliminating those undead for?
Does that mean the greater the amount of this metal, the greater the power? If so, wouldn't continued collection eventually lead to the destruction of the world? On Earth, didn't non-experts present at the first successful nuclear test think the same way?
However,
No matter how huge the nuclear blast,
The world remained intact, only humans died. Freya was probably worried about the destruction of the world because they possess the ability to enrich uranium without relying on a goddess.
don't worry, it won't reach that level. And did you know,
Even after collecting so much God's metal, the master actually undergoes fission is only an extremely minute amount.
Although the released energy is enough to shake the heavens
On Earth and destroy a city. On Earth, one little boy exploded.
only a minuscule 0.7 grams of mass was actually lost from 64 kilograms of uranium.
It was the fission of this tiny, almost invisible amount of substance that caused the nuclear blast. To the people of this world, this seemed like a supernatural phenomenon, but in Isaac's world, it was an undeniable truth. Freya and Effie Greenleaf looked bewildered as they listened to Isaac's explanation of the microscopic world.
highly developed science looks just like magic.
power the size of a grain of sand?
That's right.
I've always been curious, how do you know all this?
Is this truly knowledge imparted by the
Goddess of Harmony. The Goddess of Harmony pursues harmony in all things, not destruction, so Freya's question was reasonable. Facing Freya's question, everyone looked curiously at Isaac, the apostle of the Goddess of Harmony. Isaac was momentarily speechless, unable to find a suitable excuse.
So he decided to blame everything on the Goddess of Harmony since she was the one who summoned him to this world anyway.
Of course, this is the knowledge of the Goddess of Harmony.
She instructed me to turn everything related to the demon god into ash.
Dust to dust, ashes to ashes.
Bishop Igni, who was responsible for communicating with the gods, immediately grabbed Isaac's arm.
The goddess said that wasn't the case.
Your memory must be poor.
This is the goddess's tacit approval. The goddess said no, yes.
Igni was sensible and did not continue to refute him.
As the sole channel of communication, if Isaac said so, the truth became ambiguous.
The goddess in heaven might be protesting, but if she was dissatisfied, she could descend like the demon god.
Now that the source of all evil has been eliminated by the nuclear bomb, the continent is about to usher in an era of great peace, and the goddess's help is no longer needed.
Speaking of which, was it truly eliminated?
Isaac looked at the ruins, which had been leveled, covered everywhere with broken walls and remnants, and muttered to himself.
Your Majesty, saying things like that is unlucky.
Effie looked at him with emerald eyes as if scolding him.
Incidentally, Isaac was the one who taught her that saying.
But with nuclear bombs having been used, could anything unlucky still happen?
Effie, even a god
Couldn't survive a nuclear blast.
However, just as Isaac finished speaking, a message from the goddess suddenly appeared before his eyes.
Mission issued.
In the ruins, the malice-filled entity is twisting its body, attempting its final hatching.
Destroy it at all costs.
It can still be alive after that.
Isaac looked completely shocked.
This is just too bizarre.
That demon god kid really has 9 lives. He survived the nuclear blast and is trying to break out of his cocoon. This might be the last mission the goddess issues. Isaac immediately called Effie Igni and Freya nearby and jumped onto Fran's back again. Everyone lend me a hand. We must completely eliminate the demon god before it hatches. A blue spherical shield enveloped Fran. Isaac and the others severely chastised Fran, who was reluctant to go, and then flew toward the sky.
Flap, have you ever heard of radiation?
Isaac once dreamed of trampling the entire world under his feet and possessing a brilliant future. However, with a violent explosion, the Empire's holy tower, which recorded the history of the High Elves' rise, collapsed like a sandcastle. The once magnificent giant stones were now unrecognizable, shattered and scattered. Debris piled up like mountains, forming cave-like empty spaces. In one such space, Empress Kshanak clutched a small platinum egg, gasping and trembling. The price of refusing to surrender was that everyone had lost their lives here.
Thanks to a specially made 18-layer defensive barrier, she had managed to survive, but now, what was the point?
Isaac,
You villain, I will definitely make you pay the price.
Her eyes were bloodshot as she ground her teeth, wishing she could swallow Isaac alive.
The rubble blocked all light, and the wide passage was pitch black. This had once been the glorious imperial palace of Avalon, but now it was a graveyard filled with high elf corpses and marble fragments, as if foreshadowing the bleak future of the high elf race.
Siona fell into despair and lamentation.
Suddenly she felt something calling to her from the darkness and snapped her head up. The feeling was like a whisper promising her another chance. Empress Kshanak, like one possessed, used her scarred hands and protective artifacts to frantically dig through the rubble. Finally she found it.
Pearl.
The cocoon of God covered in cracks seemed to be in the hatching stage. It appeared that the cocoon of God had released divine power causing the explosion,
which was how Siona had survived. Red mana surged around it.
Empress Xana clenched her fists and rushed toward the cocoon of God.
God in Atos. Siona fervently called out the name of her main god.
It was as if in this apocalyptic world only the two of them remained.
She pressed herself tightly against the cocoon of God, muttering incessantly. Arthur Crimson Arm.
You have successfully resurrected.
She discovered a smooth, viscous crimson arm reaching out from a crack in the cocoon of God and shouted in ecstasy. That skin, as smooth as a newborn's, though eerie, was proof that the deity's jade-like body had descended to the mortal realm.
Siona was ecstatic, her whole body trembling.
Even if all her followers had died because of her, the deity's resurrection was already half complete.
Red mana burned in her eyes as she grew increasingly excited. Please descend. Please annihilate all enemies on this earth.
My god.
She worshipped and revered, clinging tightly to the cocoon of God.
However, there was another reason why Anatos had exhausted his divine power to lead her here.
The goddess of harmony had already detected his presence.
To fully resurrect, he still lacked one final sacrifice.
The moment Siona approached, Anatos grabbed her with that strange arm and dragged her into the cocoon of God. Something touched Siona, and the cocoon of God began to beat like a heart.
Go God in Atos.
Your noble sacrifice, I shall keep it in my heart.
Therefore use your flesh and blood to complete me.
Just as she had once sacrificed high elf nobles to the cocoon of God for the sake of the empire and the god.
In this moment of urgency, the main god actually demanded her sacrifice.
Siona had personally witnessed how those sacrifices were absorbed, and her face instantly turned deathly pale.
No, don't! Oh,
crack.
It was time to repay the sins she had committed.
The sound of crushing bone and flesh echoed.
The cocoon of God, having devoured its believer, burst with an eerie light and split open a gap.
Asterisk. Rumble.
If he continuously relayed the oracles to Isaac,
something was wrong.
Isaac released the high-tier magic explosion in succession, turning the location indicated by the god upside down. With mana as vast as the sea, he was like a bomber pouring destructive magic from his fingertips. The piles of rubble were blasted into dust.
Amidst the endless explosions, rocks continuously collapsed, and what was buried beneath finally revealed its true form.
Isaac used his full strength,
releasing a mana cyclone as if summoning a hurricane to thoroughly clear the debris, revealing that strangely shaped cocoon of God said to be nurturing a deity. However, the cocoon of God had already split in two and the inside was empty. While Isaac was looking around in confusion, Effie's anxious voice came through.
Your Majesty, over there. Isaac followed her gaze and met the eyes of a misshapen creature.
It was a humanoid object with smooth, viscous skin tinged with crimson, like a newborn.
It wasn't a steam engine, yet it constantly emitted scalding steam.
An unsettling red mana rolled around it like dark clouds.
This was a creature that shouldn't exist in this world. Merely looking at it made one's spine chill. This monster, having descended in a body of flesh and blood, stared intently at them with turbid and hollow eyes. Your Majesty, Tsar Saint,
it's the demon god. It's the demon god.
Behind him, Effie and Bishop Igni cried out in terror.
The demon god whom the goddess of harmony had tried to stop from descending at all costs in Atos had actually descended into the world in the flesh.
Isaac, that's right, demon god.
A harsh voice like metal scraping against metal was heard.
He actually used the language of mortals to clearly speak Isaac's name.
It seemed the grudge between Isaac and him was no small matter.
At the center of the explosion, dust flew, making it extremely dangerous.
The demon god looked at Isaac, who was enveloped in absolute protection magic, with eyes full of loathing.
It was as if he had finally found that annoying mosquito that had been harassing him.
As a mortal, the ill-fated connection between us has indeed been long. He pointed at Isaac with a finger that looked like a lump of meat.
Now that I have been resurrected you, the woman behind you and all of the central continent that believes in the gods shall meet your end.
No, I don't think so, demon god.
Goddess Iris had told Isaac that he could perceive their nuclear weapons.
That's why he thought they were at their wits' end and dared to show himself.
But at this moment, and in this place, something more terrifying, and a nuclear blast was lurking. Isaac had wrapped himself tightly in a six-ring shield magic before daring to step into the center of the explosion.
Yet he had walked out of the cocoon of God completely defenseless. Where did such confidence come from?
Slowly, bright red blood flowed from his nostrils, and the demon god seemed somewhat flustered, his eyes widening.
What is this?
At this moment, the spirits were swirling the surrounding dust and black matter into the center of the explosion. O all-knowing demon god, have you ever heard of radiation?
If there were a Jagger counter here, it would surely be making a piercing ZZZZ sound right now. High-energy photons would destroy the bonds of cell membranes, causing them to collapse.
This newly born fleshly body was likely suffering from the devastation of high-concentration radiation. At this very moment, its cells constantly being disintegrated. Congratulations on having a physical body, demon god. Once you have a physical body, you must obey the laws of this world. In this way, Isaac also had a chance of winning. He gripped the platinum war armor that was destined to become the goddess's scepter with both hands. Life is just suffering, you idiot.
Isaac leaped down from the air, his robes fluttering and snapping in the wind.
He deployed flight magic, slowly descending with Effie and Freya in tow. Despite the prior bombardment with explosive magic and the grinding of debris into dust by magic spindles, the ruins after the nuclear blast were still piled high like mountains, a shocking sight to behold. As Isaac's group landed with their shields raised, the half-dragon Fran, having broken free from its restraints, flapped its wings and fled into the distance without looking back. Its speed was unprecedented, as if it were filled with terror for this land.
Even if they called out to it again,
It likely wouldn't return.
That ungrateful fellow.
Isaac thought to himself that given Fran's massive size, being exposed to the black ash for a few seconds should be fine.
The most important thing right now was the creature standing before them, radiating an eerie, bright red light. Devastating crimson magic swirled around its body.
Isaac had seen that blood-red energy on many magical weapons before. Now it seemed the source of it all was the monster in front of him. This flesh, moulded from forbidden knowledge, locked eyes with Isaac.
Confronting it on the ground felt completely different from looking down on it from the sky. It had a human form, yet it was clearly not human,
but some kind of aberrant existence. Your Majesty, it looks very dangerous.
Is it really going to be okay?
The demon god's hair-raising gaze was unfocused, and Effie swallowed nervously.
Posing a god was, of course, dangerous. But it had only just hatched, and after struggling to climb to the surface it had been hit by radiation, and its entire body was melting.
The squirming flesh and the demon god's slimy body were constantly breaking down and regenerating at a cellular level in a horrific never-ending cycle.
At this moment, the destruction caused by the radiation clearly had the upper hand.
This was the perfect opportunity, while the demon god knew nothing of radiation.
If they missed this chance, there might not be another.
Your Majesty, I share Effie's sentiment.
Why don't we retreat and launch another nuclear bomb?
The problem is there are no more nuclear bombs. The two long-lived elves gripped Isaac tightly, filled with worry. Meanwhile, Bishop Igni, whose life was as fleeting as a candle flame, cried out the goddess's will, her eyes shining with pure white holy power.
Lord Apostle,
The chief goddess has revealed that the demon god is at its weakest just after hatching. Furthermore, it is currently focusing all its strength on fighting off the radiation's erosion and cannot attend to anything else. This is the perfect time to slay it. The goddess's instruction was that although the demon god had used the cocoon to withstand the nuclear blast, it was now firmly bound by radiation and unable to move. Isaac agreed with this point.
Goddess, lend me your strength.
Isaac was probably the only one who would demand help from a deity so righteously.
He activated his god-given armory authority, scraping together his remaining points to summon an 800mm caliber high-explosive shell for a railway gun. This was a decisive weapon squeezed out with great difficulty under tight circumstances.
This ability is truly amazing every time. But even if you summon it, how do you plan to fire such a massive shell?
Watching the shell appear out of thin air and land on the ground with a thud, the dark elf woman asked in surprise. Isaac didn't answer, merely looking at the apostle of the goddess of law with a meaningful gaze.
Your Majesty, this king is not a cannon.
But right now she was a human cannon.
King Freya Vanadis looked at Isaac's unquestionable gaze
and finally let out a sigh. Finus holy light began to shimmer across her grey skin. I will help you aim.
The wind spirit king self turned into a whirlwind and attached herself to the shell, just as she had once possessed the great magicians.
In this way, Isaac gathered all his strength and completed the preparations to fire this makeshift railway gun. This aura is the aura of evil magic. A piercing sound of metal scraping rang out, making their eardrums ache.
With the activation of Goddess Iris's authority,
the demon god Anatos, who had been focusing all its efforts on repairing its body, flew into a rage and roared.
Fire! Bang!
Without hesitation, Isaac launched a massive shell as violently as a catapult.
The giant block of metal flew toward the demon god at an incredible speed.
Seeing this, Anatos hurriedly retreated and snapped its fingers. Boom!
An intense explosion of red magic erupted in front of the demon god.
The massive high-explosive shell was engulfed by flames and shockwaves, triggering a violent secondary explosion.
Kaboom!
Oh! The violent explosion shook the heavens and the earth, causing Isaac's group to stumble. When the dust settled, the ground at the center of the explosion had been leveled, as if smoothed over by some force. It seemed the rumors that once the demon god regained its power, it could append the world with just a look or a gesture were not exaggerations.
Igni, didn't you say this monster was at its weakest right now?
Igni remained silent. How did this look like extreme weakness?
Isaac looked at the sky, where traces of the mushroom cloud still lingered, and said nothing.
Your Majesty, what do we do now? Effie's uneasy voice came as her hand tightly gripped Isaac's arm.
Just then, a voice rang out in Isaac's mind, as if answering Effie's question.
Disobedient apostle, accept this power.
The goddess's unique way of communication echoed in Isaac's head.
The heavy object in his hand suddenly burst into a kaleidoscope of colours.
Flashed. Even without light magic activated, the platinum can open irradiated a dazzling glow. The sphere of light gathered at the tip was like a bomb made of holy power. Isaac had seen this power before. It was the goddess's authority that turned magical devices and undead related to the demon god into ash.
Lord Apostle, the goddess has bestowed all the holy power she has accumulated until now upon you.
Isaac felt his entire body fill with vitality and strength.
The goddess had actually poured all her power into them, even at the cost of her own dissipation.
Bishop Igni was so startled by this surging holy power that she jumped 3 feet in the air.
The vibrant radiance not only attached itself to the weapon, but also began to envelop everyone's bodies.
It was as if they were wearing armor of divine power, making even shield magic seem redundant.
At this moment, they were all bathed in the light of God. The goddess is really going all out to support us. Pray of Effie.
Then please lend me your strength once more.
Isaac used his final points to summon dozens of ATMN shells.
However, even shells capable of downing golems were merely tools to obscure the enemy's vision here. The physical attack that could truly bring down the demon god was something else.
You don't actually plan to use the thing against the demon god, do you? Isaac gripped the can opener surrounded by holy power, activated the enchantment, and assumed a stance ready to strike at any moment.
Seeing this, Freya quickly stopped her shell firing action and asked in shock.
Effie, standing beside her, also cried out in alarm. Your Majesty, no matter how powerful you are, charging in is too dangerous.
In war, anything can happen.
Sometimes a reckless bayonet spirit is required.
The giant can opener on Isaac's back was not a decoration.
Although it had rarely been used recently with the development of firearms, it had once crushed the skulls of countless enemies.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
As the small shells came flying one after another, the demon god cursed impatiently and waved its hand, detonating all the shells.
Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions and thick smoke obscured their vision. Shockwaves swept the surroundings, and dust flew everywhere.
Isaac took the opportunity to kick off the ground, shooting forward like a bullet. Behind the thick smoke, a prominent red light flickered. The demon god seemed to discover Isaac's figure in the dissipating smoke, and roared contemptuously, "Fossil of the goddess of harmony.
You're seeking your own death."
The demon god clamored to end Isaac's life and snapped its fingers hard again.
A fan-shaped explosion surged from in front of the demon god like a tsunami.
Boom!
Even the high-level defensive magic absolute shield, which could withstand a half-dragon's breath, could not bear this power and shattered instantly.
But Isaac was still clad in the armor of holy power bestowed by the goddess.
What? Isaac emerged from the explosion and flames he couldn't possibly have survived, and a look of shock appeared on the demon god's face.
Bam! Isaac kicked off the ground again, erupting with powerful force. At this moment, the can opener in his hand was no longer a simple blunt weapon, but the holy whip of the goddess. Something felt wrong about that, but whatever all can opener.
Crack!
The massive platinum warhammer struck the demon god right in the chest.
Accompanied by the sound of a shattering ribcage, the demon god flew backward like a broken kite, tumbling through the air.
Dust flew, obscuring the path of the demon god's tumble. Unfortunately,
It wasn't a one-hit kill. The demon god struggled to its feet, the shame of being struck by a mortal written on its face. It looked down at its sunken chest, seemingly puzzled. This was completely different from a radiation burn. It was a fatal blow that it simply could not repair.
intense pain spread through its entire body.
The demon god had never experienced such a sensation, and it contorted its body in agony, letting out a shrill scream.
Oh!
Its blood-curdling wail echoed through the destroyed Coltonova. That guy really did just smash the demon god with that thing.
Sometimes I really think he's not quite normal.
Freya and Effie's voices came from behind Isaac.
Oh Gal,
What on earth is this? The deity, who had never experienced pain, was now suffering. The plan to descend to the mortal realm and personally destroy the world was beautiful, but it had never imagined it would suffer such a heavy blow. Yes, even in its weakest state, it possessed such immense power. Who could have thought things would develop to this point? But that was the reality, because of the existence of an anomaly like Isaac. Life is pain, idiot.
how could a high and mighty god understand this? For mortals struggling to survive on the ground, pain is like a punishment that is always present.
Isaac gripped the handle of the can opener, which resembled a battering ram, with both hands.
His entire body shimmered with the light of enhancement magic.
Now let me give you a good taste of what true pain feels like. May the will of the goddess be done.
Isaac raised the exorcism relic, the can opener, high and swung it down with force once more.
And Haim.
Oh my, why did Prince Isaac suddenly fly over there on a dragon? And to the center of the explosion zone, which is incredibly dangerous and strictly off limits. What on earth is happening there? The flames of the second nuclear explosion swallowed the Imperial Palace, turning it into fine powder. The monarchs of various nations and the soldiers of the Allied forces watching from afar, whether they had surrendered or not, thought the war had ended right then and there. They began to discuss how to divide and rule the Avalon continent, also calculating how to have a good talk with the Master of Blackwood, who was about to become a superpower. He really is an eccentric man, someone muttered in a low voice.
Prince Isaac suddenly claimed to have heard an oracle, and, leading his inner circle, charged resolutely into those ruins that seemed fraught with peril.
The crowd, left behind for no apparent reason, all nodded in agreement with the evaluation of truly incomprehensible regarding this unpredictable monarch.
However, just as everyone was looking at each other in bewilderment, Saintess Sophia seemed to sense something. Her body trembled slightly as her gaze locked onto a certain direction. As if communicating with a deity, her azure eyes were now saturated with pure white holy power. The goddess of healing issued an extraordinary warning.
Sophia, who had been commanding the clerics to treat the wounded, suddenly turned pale.
She pointed toward where the Imperial Palace once stood and shouted loudly, "The demon god, the demon god!"
Sophia's sudden actions were as unexpected as Isaac's. The surrounding clerics of the healing faith were struck with panic, asking one after another what had happened. Facing the crowd's questions, Sophia raised her voice again, ensuring everyone could hear her. The demon god has hatched.
The goddess of healing just gave a warning.
This unbelievable cry left the monarchs of the Allied forces horrified. The dialogue between the deity and the saintess quickly triggered chaos and panic within the Allied forces.
The army had been assembled and this war launched precisely to eliminate Empress Chanel and the High Elves and to stop the world's undead transformation and the resurrection of the demon god, the source of all evil. However, with victory within reach, they had failed to stop the most critical threat. Could it be that Apostle Isaac went alone to confront the demon god?
This was not just another one of Isaac's bizarre actions. Everyone finally realized, turning their gazes toward the ruins of the palace where a fierce battle was breaking out. Rumble, as if to confirm their suspicions, dazzling explosions and crimson mana soared into the sky from the ruins, clashing violently with pure white holy power in a terrifying spectacle.
Waves of destructive aura and life-filled energy swept out one after another like a tide.
My goodness.
Merciful goddess of harmony, please protect us from the encroachment of evil.
A battle beyond human intervention was taking place there. Faced with a duel between a deity and an apostle, all mortals could do was pray devoutly. Today, not just the followers of the Elysian faith, but everyone shared the same sentiment, praying silently.
Asterisk.
There are some things in this world one can never get used to.
One of them is the excruciating pain of flesh bursting and bones shattering.
Ugh.
The sensation from his fingertips was that of his shin bone being completely crushed. Inatos' physical body instinctively let out a shrill scream. In the previous defense, both of his hands had already been smashed, and now he couldn't move even a single intact finger. Furthermore, his regenerative abilities seemed to have completely collapsed, and his eyeballs had long since been dissolved by radiation.
Damn it, if it weren't for the toxin you released, you an apostle of the goddess of harmony would actually...
He seemed to have mistaken this invisible radiation decay for some kind of potent poison.
But this was just a physical destruction phenomenon capable of penetrating metal and destroying electronic equipment. Besides, Isaac hadn't signed any agreement with him prohibiting the use of weapons, so why shouldn't he use it? You turn countless living beings into undead who can neither live nor die. Your sins are heavy. In the name of the goddess, I shall thoroughly eliminate you.
Isaac tightly gripped the can opener, which was wrapped in Iris's will, and walked toward him step by step.
The demon god suddenly extended a twisted arm, attempting to talk to Isaac.
Wait.
Stop. Now he had turned into a bloody mass of no, he could almost be described as a puddle of mud.
If he were an ordinary person, he would have been dead long ago.
No matter what the Iris fellow promised you, I can give you more. With your knowledge combined with mine, controlling the surface world and the divine realm would not be a pipe dream. What big talk. Isaac sneered and raised the can opener in his hand. This move always worked well against madmen. This was a blunt weapon passed down through the Blackwood family for generations, best suited for crushing heads. Foolish humans to possess such knowledge, yet be willing to settle for the status quo. What's wrong with the status quo, demon god?
I thought you would understand. Knowledge is power.
I know that too. He had descended in the flesh. If he died this time, it would be true annihilation. Even with a divine status in the face of death, it was nothing more than a passing cloud. Too much nonsense. Isaac gripped the can opener, preparing to end it all. Inato seemed to realize his life was hanging by a thread and twisted his body desperately, shouting loudly, "Knowledge is innocent. Why do the mainstream gods obstruct me so?" It's true that knowledge itself is not a sin. However, weaponizing knowledge to harm innocent people is an unpardonable sin. On Earth, the military knowledge, explosives manufacturing techniques, and mechanical engineering he had accumulated over a lifetime became useless overnight, and didn't he accept it gracefully? It's better to channel it than to block it. But he had gone to extremes that was truly insane. Therefore, the guy in front of him was the demon god who deserved to be banished. That's because you use knowledge to create undead. You didn't promote world progress. Instead,
he didn't use knowledge to develop this world or lead it toward an advanced society. Instead, he used forbidden knowledge to resurrect the dead for his own selfish desires.
Does that make sense? The gods, of course, would not sit idly by. If it were him, he would also banish such a mad god. You also use that knowledge you're so proud of to kill my subordinates. That's only because you guys kept actively provoking me. Isaac just wanted to live and work in peace on his small territory, but they just wouldn't let him go. First, they drove the old king mad, then they took out the imperial emperor, and they kept making small moves behind the scenes, starting wars. The more Isaac thought about it, the angrier he got. Why did they have to force him to use an atomic bomb? Just as Isaac gripped the can opener even tighter, Iris's lackey, what on earth are you, this heterogeneous information? Even I, the god of knowledge, know nothing about it.
Inatos, who prided himself on possessing all the knowledge in the world, seemed unable to understand my existence and began to question my identity.
I answered him in my native tongue from Earth.
Army Colonel Suji. What? In other words, a pissed-off veteran. Being pulled into this world for no reason, he was embroiled in all sorts of trouble the moment he opened his eyes.
They actually dared to provoke a colonel who had given up on promotion and decided to retire.
Now I'll let you see what the rage of a retired veteran looks like. The can opener, infused with the will of a deity, and the strength of his court, was swung out forcefully by Isaac.
Bang! A strike containing holy power and immense strength landed squarely on the demon god's head.
The knowledge he had accumulated over billions of years, along with his head, burst apart like a watermelon. The elves and bishops all gasped in horror at the sight.
Mission accomplished.
The goddess's certification suddenly appeared before Isaac's eyes. The demon god, who had dragged this world into chaos and decay, was finally dead.
Although it was the final blow he had swung, it also carried the will of the goddess.
Rumble, the crimson mana, having lost its master, raged wildly as if letting out a final wail.
But without the support of a deity, holy power could not exist alone either. Ultimately, this crimson mana that led the world toward death lost control. While destroying everything around it, it also dissipated into the world with a massive roar. The distorted world restored its balance at this moment. The reaction of the goddess of harmony was stronger than ever before. Even without Ignis' translation, Isaac could understand her feelings. At this moment, his mind was filled with joy and relief. You really did it.
The god of law also expresses his gratitude to you.
The other apostle, Freya, whispered in an unbelievable tone. As long as one has a physical body, they can be killed. Of course, it would be a different story if he had fully recovered his strength. Your Majesty, Your Majesty.
Effie ran over excitedly, her long golden hair fluttering in the wind.
The grudge has been avenged. We can finally go home in peace.
Empress Chanal is dead, and the source of all evil has been eliminated. Nothing can threaten us anymore.
Just as Effie said, we can finally look forward to the future.
Isaac looked at the girls' ecstatic faces and held high the holy can opener in his hand.
We have won. Like a torch guiding humanity forward, the can opener emitted a holy light.
This long war had finally come to a close.
The demise of a divine being.
Regardless of good or evil, the fall of a great existence was enough to make the entire world tremble.
Rumbled at the same time, the divine curse that bound the surface world and slowly dragged it into hell. The Crimson Mana also lost its core and completely dissipated.
Saintess Sophia was the first to notice the anomaly and snapped her azure eyes open. The surrounding clerics were also stunned by this massive change, standing as motionless as stone statues.
Saintess Sophia.
What on earth happened?
Filled with unease, the crowd sought answers from the saintess who could communicate with the gods.
Sophia slowly turned her head, the horror on her face gradually replaced by surprise.
The demon god has disappeared. She opened her mouth wide and spoke the words the deity had whispered in her ear.
However, for a mortal to eliminate a god was simply too inconceivable. Even hearing it with their own ears, the crowd could not accept this reality.
Monarchs, nobles, and common soldiers all stared blankly at Saintess Sophia.
Oh, insane Apostle Isaac eliminated the demon god.
We won.
Humanity has claimed victory.
She patted her chest with some lingering fear and explained loudly.
Only then did the crowd react, their mouths hanging open in shock, just as Saintess Sophia's had been.
We won. So that means the Crimson Mana from just now was...
The curse was lifted, and those resurrected undead would all turn to dust once more.
In this cruel world, there would no longer be undead who could not find rest. Everyone could close their eyes in peace and return to the gods they believed in.
The world returned to its proper track once again. Saintess Sophia felt that, like parched land receiving moisture again, the warm life force of the goddess of harmony was slowly filling those empty places.
The world, that was once on the brink of destruction, had finally defeated the demon god because she had found her apostle. The world that was slowly walking toward extinction finally stopped its countdown. In Sophia's mind, she clearly felt the goddess of healing sense of relief.
We survived.
Apostle Isaac eliminated the demon god.
Humanity is victorious.
Realizing this, people threw down their weapons and cheered loudly. The era of the undead had ended, and the era of the living had come once again. An era no longer plagued by death, filled with peace and prosperity, was about to arrive.
A peaceful and happy generation. The demon god Anatos, who once sought forbidden resurrection,
left the surface world soaked in decades of war and corpses. To regain the tranquility of the past, countless people sacrificed themselves one after another, until the Apostle of Harmony Isaac appeared like a comet streaking across the sky, finally bringing the long-second demon god war to a close. The Blackwood allied forces won the final victory and earned the precious peace. The Avalon Empire, which had constantly projected conspiracies, schemes, and troops toward the central continent, completely lost its national functions after experiencing a large-scale landing operation and 2 rounds of nuclear strikes. And Empress Sedona Edelgard, who was more enthusiastic about slaughter and human experimentation than anyone else, was also reduced to ashes in the nuclear explosion. At the final moment, the demon god Anatos resurrected beyond everyone's expectations, only to be smashed to pieces by King of Blackwood Isaac with a giant mace, a scene that left the world in utter shock. The allied forces were united in spirit and completely wiped out the remaining forces.
Seeing this, the very few surviving High Elves immediately chose to surrender.
And the Kancha Kingdom, upon learning of the demon god's fall and the existence of terrifying nuclear weapons, also immediately announced its unconditional surrender. The Orc race is nothing more than a race with thicker hair. The High Elf race is not noble, they are equal to other races. On the deck of the Raja-class battleship, the surrender declarations of the Orc race and the High Elf race echoed through the sky, a scene that will be forever engraved in the long river of history. Because the Kancha Kingdom abandoned righteousness for profit and sided with the dead, nearly pushing the world of the living toward destruction, it received a severe punishment that bordered on partition, embarking on a long road of decline from then on. As for the High Elf race, to prevent them from starting another war, the Avalon continent they claimed as the God's land was divided and jointly ruled by other races. Prince Isaac did not stop there. He severely punished the High Elf war criminals and even meticulously erased records regarding Empress Kshnat and the demon god to prevent them from being worshipped or deified in the future.
With everything settled, true peace and prosperity descended upon the world.
The dead, who were once someone's family or friends but were filled with hatred for the living due to a curse, turned back into dust and returned to nature. People who had lived in constant fear could finally walk the streets with peace of mind and restart their interactions with one another. Logistics and merchants moved freely, and uninterrupted cooperation and trade were reconnected like a spider web tightly linking the world. Blackwood, in particular, opened up passages between continents through its bold plan to develop the magical beast forest. With the addition of steam trains capable of rapidly transporting large amounts of goods, travel between various powers became more frequent than ever before. To revitalize the economy, Isaac even opened the national treasury, heavily investing in social infrastructure and implementing a series of support policies such as tax reform, currency activation,
and administrative reform,
injecting powerful vitality into the market.
It seemed the funds accumulated over the years were quite substantial.
As soon as this wearying war ended, he couldn't wait to launch a series of advanced policies and technologies building Blackwood into a more efficient and stable nation.
Under the protection of the goddess combined with the merit of personally slaying the demon god, this monarch held absolute royal power and implemented various policies with lightning speed, leading to rapid changes in Blackwood. At first, everyone was shocked by these unprecedented radical policies and expressed concern to Isaac. But with his absolute power and a foresight that seemed to predict the future, he pushed forward with irresistible force, eventually achieving all his goals.
Soon after, the results of these changes began to show, and the astute Queen Priscilla and King Frey Venades followed Blackwood's lead, introducing similar policies and advanced technologies.
Subsequently, other countries also began to competitively launch a series of policies, such as the long-stagnant reform of the social status system, wealth distribution to improve economic health, and welfare policies, among others. The wounds of war gradually healed, and the pace of economic recovery was faster than ever before.
Among them, the most rapid development occurred in Blackwood under the rule of Prince Isaac.
Blackwood possessed influence comparable to a superpower, not only in military strength, but also in economic and social aspects. Finally, with the successful pacification of the merged Draco Kingdom territory, and at the suggestion of surrounding monarchs, the Blackwood Kingdom was officially established, as it was deemed inappropriate for such a powerful nation to exist in the form of a duchy. Upon the declaration of the kingdom's establishment, King Isaac married the Wood Elf clan leader who had long shared his joys and sorrows, filling the long vacant position of queen. However, on the day the kingdom was established, Effie appeared before everyone with a pregnant belly, taking everyone by surprise.
The era of peace and prosperity had arrived, and perhaps due to overwork, a new life was born at this time.
But the old ministers of Blackwood were overjoyed, shouting that there was finally a successor, fulfilling their long-held wish. They shouted about the double blessing, making the occasion incredibly lively. This period was filled with various events, and was the time of the greatest change in the history of the continent. While the entire world was immersed in an atmosphere of abundance and peace, the golden summer quietly passed away.
Asterisk.
The season of melting ice and snow, budding sprouts, and the revival of all things. Blackwood's Queen Effie liked this vibrant season most of all.
This was also the day the foundation school, which her husband had poured his heart into building, opened its doors, and the stumpy first-year freshmen arrived one after another.
To save the world from being eroded by the dead, His Majesty Isaac personally defeated the evil demon god Anatos.
At the crowded desks, elementary school students from various races widened their eyes, listening intently to the story told by an elf with long ears. Effie looked at these children sitting together like little kittens and couldn't help but smile softly, then wiped away the somewhat evil-looking portrait of the demon god drawn on the blackboard. She originally wanted to wipe away the portrait of her husband next to it as well, but after thinking about it, she felt it was quite well drawn and left it there. Teacher Effie, what is it, little one? Is there a problem? The innocent children felt no gap in status and raised their hands to ask questions without hesitation whenever they had a doubt. A classmate in the next class said, "Did His Majesty really defeat a god with a hammer?"
It is absolutely true.
Although it was wrapped in holy power, the essence of that thing was still a blunt weapon. Effie, who had witnessed the scene firsthand, didn't know how to explain this indescribable fact and could only nod in admission with a smile.
But isn't His Majesty a seventh circle archmage?
Why did he use a hammer? Yes, he occasionally forgets that he can use magic. In fact, the high-level spells he knew could be counted on one's fingers. He had explained it himself, saying that his ability to reach this realm was largely thanks to the goddess. Actually, even though he practiced every day with schoolhead Edwin, it still took Isaac a long time to learn a single spell. However, the effects of the Archmage realm still existed. With his body containing magic power, he still maintained a youthful appearance like Effie even after all these years. I have a question too. I want to ask.
No, I raised my hand first.
The foundation of a nation lies in talent. Her husband had always emphasized the importance of education.
As a guest teacher, invited daily, Effie was visiting various schools and giving speeches. As a member of the royal family, these schools had now begun to cultivate a large number of talents. The one who spoke before her was Colonel Bella, who was engaged to Vice Commander Hans, and had recently awakened the sword, Saint Power, making her the envy of others. All right, everyone, don't make things difficult for Her Majesty the Queen. Let's finish the story first, and then we'll have questions, okay? The elementary school teacher, wiping away sweat, quickly stopped these bold little ones from continuing to question the distinguished guest. Effie looked at these innocent and energetic children, and a smile couldn't help but appear on her face. They were well fed and clothed, growing up healthy, and could play and learn without a care in the world. This was how children should be. His Majesty had always hated the old era trend of treating children as cheap labor. He often said that one should sow as many seeds of talent as possible, watering and fertilizing them, as talent cultivation was the most important thing. Especially over a decade ago, when the first holy power wave broke out, combined with the introduction of disinfection, sterilization, and public health measures to prevent puerperal fever, the birth rate in the duchy had exploded tenfold. His Majesty called them the blessed generation and personally participated in their education and talent cultivation. Now this blessed generation has grown into adulthood, and just as His Majesty said, they are shining in various fields such as engineering, chemistry, education, technology, military, and commerce, creating a new wave. Seeing that the nation could function normally even without him, His Majesty also felt very gratified.
This perhaps set an example for many monarchs. Neighbouring countries followed suit, opening their treasuries to implement public education in the name of welfare, though it was still quite rudimentary.
His Majesty Isaac radiated kind and progressive influence in every aspect.
If future generations learned that all these changes originated from one person, would they believe it? Even as a long-lived species for whom the passage of time felt slow, Effie felt that the world had changed immensely. She appreciated these energetic children who showed no fear even with the Queen right in front of them. Regardless of whether they were commoners or nobles, everyone got along harmoniously.
His Majesty had said to continue creating such an atmosphere to gradually and naturally make the status system meaningless.
He said that if a capable person was limited because of their commoner status, it would be detrimental to the national interest.
So children, you will live in an industrialized country with compressed development in the future. Therefore, in order not to be left behind by the times, we must value education like this.
Teacher Effie, Teacher Effie.
A child raised their hand high during the long and somewhat dry educational content.
Walking the streets of Blackwood today, such energetic children could be seen everywhere, always chirping and full of curiosity.
The elementary school teacher bowed deeply to the Queen again, as if asking for her forgiveness.
Young student, do you have another question?
I want to hear the story of your first love.
Effie was left speechless by the question.
At the same time,
The elementary school teacher realized that the king's private life was being brought into it, and immediately sensed a disaster, quickly covering her face with her hands.
Oh my lady, Effie's first love story.
We know more about that kind of thing, right?
It's been decades. Children, do you want us elf rangers to tell it for you? At that moment, a group of female elves with sparkling eyes cut in enthusiastically. They were the wood elves of the Ranger Corps, waiting for the next speech, all of whom were Effie's comrades in arms from her time as clan leader.
They were originally there to explain the advantages of becoming soldiers, but having caught the scent of gossip, they naturally wouldn't let the opportunity slip by. Decided to bring those two together, we really exhausted our efforts. Back then, we all felt that rather than being shot dead by an enemy's arrow, we'd rather die of frustration first. Watching from the side was truly maddening. They were clearly going to end up together, so why were they being so secretive?
Children, did you know?
It took more than 5 years for the two of them to even hold hands.
It seemed they had accumulated quite a bit of resentment, taking this opportunity to vent and complain. A little boy and a little girl, hearing this unbelievable story, looked at each other and then looked at Effie with an incredibly incredulous gaze, indicating that it only took them 2 days to hold hands.
Seeing this, the wood elves began to tease even more, while Effie narrowed her eyes.
Lady Effie, did you see that?
Shut up!
Should she give up her position as queen and return to being the special operations commander to properly discipline these guys?
Effie shook her head helplessly.
Now that their wings had grown strong, they were starting to give back all the trouble she had given them before. But thinking about it now, those times were also quite beautiful.
Back then, their minds were filled with the survival of their race, which was why they were so clumsy and easily embarrassed. Now the two had finally opened their hearts and shared their true feelings.
And His Majesty Isaac had also become increasingly smooth-tongued.
Speaking of which, I haven't seen much of him lately. I suddenly miss him a little.
Lately, both had been busy with official duties and rarely saw each other.
That was probably why she missed him even more.
Oh look!
Is she still blushing out?
Effie narrowed her eyes at her former comrades who were being improper.
You're so noisy.
He is very satisfied with the world today.
Next stop is
Rust Village Station. The crisp voice of the train attendant echoed through the coffin-like carriage. The inter-village train spewed thick smoke, fully loaded with cargo and passengers, speeding along the track straight toward the heart of Rust Village. Through the train window, the scenery of neighbouring Clon Village receded rapidly. They had already entered Rust Village. In the past, Rust Village was filled with simple houses built of stone and wood.
Now, under government-led economic stimulus and population import policies, large-scale reconstruction projects have completely changed the face of this place, a truly earth-shattering transformation.
Tall buildings rising from the ground utilized reinforced concrete and novel architectural styles. It is said that it was in this Rust Village that His Majesty Isaac first planted the cash crop known as hops. Afterward, new fertilizers and farming techniques were promoted, sparking a green revolution. In the center of the village, the roads were paved with a black substance called asphalt, which was produced from oil well residues. Wheeled vehicles called cars carried cargo, traveling over it at a steady pace. It is said that twin engines originally intended for military use were modified and have now become the power core of these vehicles. Just like on the battlefields of the past, carriage, drivers, and horse-drawn carriages gradually disappeared from the village streets, replaced by more and more mechanical creations. After the train unloaded a large amount of cargo at the station, freight trucks and passenger buses, like the peddlers of old, transported goods to every corner of the village. It's truly a magical world. Effie snatched a pocket watch made by dwarven craftsmen with springs and metal clockwork, sighing softly in admiration.
In such a short time, such a massive change had occurred.
Following Isaac in the future, how many more novel things would she see? She was willing to join hands with him to create a new era,
Wearing the snow-white gown she first received years ago to infiltrate the royal capital, Effie stepped off the train one step at a time, supported by her maid. Having worn combat boots for years, she tapped the ground lightly with her heels, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to them. Her destination was a vast, neatly planned stretch of farmland where planned agricultural cultivation would take place.
Even this lush green field had undergone tremendous changes due to the appearance of steam tractors.
Blackwood territory was truly changing with each passing day.
However, amidst these rapidly evolving changes, one person remained consistent.
Effie's emerald eyes looked into the distance.
There a man was providing introductory farming education to his 12-year-old son and 9-year-old daughter.
He wore ordinary peasant clothes, showing no awareness of his status as a king.
To demonstrate sowing, he was covered in mud with sweat beads seeping from his forehead. At first glance, it was difficult to associate him with the monarch of a nation.
This respected king was currently bent over in the fertilized field, diligently turning the soil.
After all these years, he hasn't changed a bit. He really is a peculiar person.
In the past, he didn't seem to like farming, but now faced with endless government affairs, diplomacy, politics, and administrative reforms, he was eager to pass his knowledge on to his children.
Once he had raised a capable heir, Isaac wanted to abdicate early and become a carefree retired king, traveling the mountains and rivers with Effie just like before.
At the time, Effie took it as a joke, but seeing the seriousness with which he taught his children, now he seemed to be in earnest.
Possessing the power and influence to conquer the world, yet pursuing such mundane goals than peace, how could such an Isaac not make her fall even more in love? As a former guardian of the forest, had there been no external threats, she might have lived a peaceful life just like him. Effie smiled sweetly and placed the special straw hat Isaac had forgotten onto her own head. Your Majesty, you forgot this. Using that as an excuse, with a brilliant smile on her face, Effie ran toward the place where that strange imperial education was taking place.
Blackwood territory had entered an era of prosperity.
The world's population was also growing rapidly, much like Earth, during times of peace.
It is said that neighbouring countries referenced the child-rearing methods of Blackwood territory, and infant mortality rates had dropped significantly.
Furthermore, because some monarchs blindly imitated Isaac, even without experiencing the impact of the Luddite movement, the concept of welfare using taxes collected from the rich to aid the poor began to sprout in various places.
Competition is truly a good thing, but it filled the world with vitality and prosperity.
Son, how can you plant the seeds there? They'll freeze to death when winter comes. You have to plant them deeper, just like how we tuck ourselves under a blanket. Farming was like a military operation. Isaac held a hoe and squatted on the ground, demonstrating personally. Like a country farmer, he turned the soil bit by bit.
At that moment, the son with a buzz cut stood beside his sister, who was playing in the mud, and muttered,
"Father, I don't like farming."
This kid actually dared to say such rebellious words to Isaac, a man who started from planting crops and saltpeter and fought his way up to becoming a king. He was a half-elf, and even with the buzz cut, he was still dashing and handsome.
You know what? Your old man used to be just like you. When Isaac used to complain that farming was boring and wanted to give up, was this how his father felt?
This boy was practically a carbon copy of Isaac back then.
Daddy, I caught an earthworm. That's filthy. Put it down quickly.
The daughter was very well behaved,
just a little silly.
It was said her elven magic talent was extremely high, which was something she inherited from Effie.
I am the respected crown prince of the Blackwood kingdom, not a peasant who tilled the land.
You little brat. Your father is a farmer, you got a problem with that.
Did this kid have any idea how much wealth the Blackwood kingdom earned from crops like beets, rubber trees, sea salt, olives, hops, and wheat? He would have to have the finance minister and Claire teach him well in this area later.
How can someone who doesn't understand the way of commerce negotiate prices with merchants?
How can someone who doesn't understand farming gain the support of the farmers who make up the majority of the nation? To rule a vast territory and a large population, even if one cannot be an expert in every field, one must at least accumulate wisdom and virtue in all aspects. Moreover, the projects and policies Isaac was currently carrying out were so numerous and complex that if he wanted to sit back and enjoy the fruits like a rent-collecting landlord, he had to make sure the son could hold his own in every regard.
Flowers do not stay red for 100 days, and power does not last forever.
Why was Isaac's absolute power still so stable?
So learn well.
As heir to my kingdom, what kind of example are you setting if you don't even know the sugar content of the beet?
Our father, please spare me. Impossible.
Learn properly.
In any case, it was a good thing for the citizens that the future kings were so diligent.
Oh goddess! After teaching the children, Isaac once again immersed himself in the past, idly busying himself with farm work.
At that moment, Goddess Iris spoke to him again. Now that the demon king who attempted to destroy the world had been eliminated, the goddess asked if it was time for him to go back.
Bringing him here when he was dying under the wheels of a six-wheeled truck was originally a good thing. However, to deal with those extraordinary enemies, she had watched as Isaac brought out one mass destruction, biochemical weapon after another, and even atomic bombs capable of destroying the world. Now, in the goddess's eyes, he was becoming increasingly dangerous.
She seemed to be hinting for him to take the hint and leave on his own.
But not a chance.
What are you thinking?
I finally brought nuclear peace to the world, and now you want me to go back to a 1996 work schedule? You've got to be joking.
Isaac firmly and clearly stated his intention to stay.
He would absolutely not go back.
He had finally found the place where he could freely apply the knowledge that was useless on Earth.
Besides, he had a lovely wife and children. How could he just walk away and be an irresponsible person?
Although the infrastructure here wasn't as good as this, and life wasn't as convenient, he could build it to be just like Earth.
And he had already made plans, which were currently progressing steadily.
Your Majesty. In the distance on the field ridge, a blonde woman was running in the sunlight, her golden hair fluttering in the wind. It was Isaac's queen, Effie.
Because they had both been too busy lately and rarely saw each other, Effie seemed particularly excited.
Effie.
Isaac threw down his hoe and ran toward her.
For some reason, she had put on that white dress he had given her back then to deal with the high elves.
Isaac was once again captivated by her beauty, staring at her blankly.
She giggled, covering her mouth, and spun around a few times.
The pure white hem of her skirt fluttered, revealing her snow-white thighs before they vanished again.
I remembered the old days, so I put it on.
How do I look?
Isaac couldn't help but let out a gasp of admiration.
She pulled the straw hat Isaac had been wearing onto her head and showed a brilliant smile.
You're as beautiful as ever, my little Effie.
Your Majesty, you're just teasing me.
A fair little fist lightly thumped Isaac's chest.
That sly look in her eyes curved like crescent moons tugged at his heartstrings, leaving Isaac momentarily speechless.
Hey, then, let's go. Let's head back to
Our room right now so I can tease my little Effie properly.
Oh, the children are still here.
They don't like working. It would be good for them to have younger siblings. If this account is ruined, he might as well just start a new one. Some people have had it too good for too long and forgotten their roots, although they had lived together for over a decade, because they had suppressed it for so long before the fire of their love still burned fiercely.
Come here.
Isaac picked her up in a bridal carry.
She was still as light as ever.
That day, it was truly wonderful to meet your Majesty.
I think so too. It was quite a coincidence.
The round haystacks, the scent of the earth, it was no different from farming on Earth.
Even though Isaac was wearing tattered peasant clothes, what did it matter?
This was enough. The knowledge he accumulated could be put to use here to drive the development of this world, and he had a family who loved him dearly.
So let's just pretend the matter of going back never happened, goddess.
Isaac didn't know what the goddess would think, but for him
This was enough. He, the Chinese youth who once loved nuclear peace, was very satisfied with this world.
P.S.
It's finished, it's all risen. Thank you everyone for your support and love. Thank you. The new book has taken a different direction, and I've already written tens of thousands of words. The review and signing should be done by this afternoon.
Brothers, let us begin a new journey once again.